Good morning, fans of Legacy at Magic the Gathering. We are back with you live again at the DMV Legacy League this time for the big one, the Invitational. So this one is the culmination of the efforts of all of these awesome Magic players throughout the DMV region throughout the last 6 months plus, from weekly events and from things like 1Ks and 5Ks on the weekends. The very best of the region have qualified to attend this Invitational, and they're going to be competing today for a 5K cash prize pool and a giant trophy we call the Beltway Cup, as well as, of course, this incredible, gorgeous championship ring. So I am Jameson Helfrich, and with me, as always, are my Intrepid Heroes. Say hi, Intrepid Heroes.
Hi, Intrepid Heroes.
Hi, Intrepid Heroes.
I will tap to destroy a creature with power 4 or greater.
Yeah, take that, Thought Not Zero.
Yeah, okay.
I was worried about the dad jokes, and you just sent it into the crowd. Nerds.
So we had a really exciting and really awesome tournament yesterday that wound up with a top 8 that included 4 players already qualified for today's event and 4 players that weren't. And so the 4 players that weren't already qualified are now playing today, including Roland Chang and Harain. And we also saw the sicko world champion, Nathan Stoyer, walk in after, as he told us in the interview, not having played Legacy in 4 or 5 months, and just kind of stroll in here and show us what's for. So how do we feel about yesterday's event as we go into this one?
So I think Dimir Reanimator is an excellent deck for him to pick up on the blind. Straightforward game plan. You know, of course he can board into the Dimir midrange deck. That's how most of the Reanimator decks are designed. But I think for him personally, having a strong proactive deck that condenses the game into a few number of turns where all the decision making made in like 3 turns, it's good for him to play that sort of deck instead of something like, I don't think he wants to pick up Doomsday on the fly, you know?
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Was that your reasoning for why you lent him that deck in particular?
Oh, there's a funny story about that. I was like, I was going to lend him Nadu midrange. He's like, oh, can I just play Dimir Reanimator instead? So it is good for him to know that. I guess maybe he also thinks the Dimir Reanimator deck is less clunky. It for sure is, but it's also a lot more straightforward to play than Nadu midrange.
Yeah, awesome. I think, we're talking about Dimir Reanimator, but it feels like the story of yesterday was, is it Delver, right? With Scott, there were 2 players in the finals who were undefeated, Nathan on Dimir Reanimator, but Scott on Is It.
Yeah.
And the other Is It player in top 8 lost the mirror to Scott.
Right.
Roland losing the mirror to Scott there. And Roland getting, it's almost like it, almost top 8ing Eternal Weekend with the same thing. And one of the things I was looking up overnight, people put together all these compiled Legacy data percentages, and shout out to the people who put those together, and shout out to Fire Shoes for, reposting those. But the Is It Delver, metagame spread, its matchups are really interesting, where it's like the Reanimator and Nadu matchups are, winnable, but, slightly marginally unfavorable. And then the rest of the spread is, this deck crushes everybody. So it's like a really interesting deck where it's like, oh, I understand how this deck is winning and why it's winning right now. But, if we're talking about the big 3 yesterday and it has bad matchups against 2 of those, what's going on? It's like, well, okay, this deck is clearly winning, and it clearly is winning because of the things we exactly saw. It was a lot of Is It Delver beating up on lands or similar decks which are good against Reanimator, maybe good against Nadu, but Delver not prepared for it.
Yeah, I think the Flurry of Bolt thing comes up a lot. I think Mystic Forge in particular has a huge issue with the Is It Delver matchup.
Yes.
Cheap threats, a lot of burn. Wasteland also super effective.
Yeah, and Reanimator and the Ancient Tomb decks, they're both using their life total aggressively as a resource because their bet is, I won't need this life because the game will be over somewhere around turn 2 or 3. And if you start tapping Ancient Tomb every turn into a wall of Force of Wills and Dazes, and then suddenly there's bolts coming your way, or there's a Dragon's Rage Channeler hitting you in chunks of 3 from turn 1, or you Thoughtseize twice, and then you get hit by Delver, and then they bolt you, and then you can't reanimate Archon of Cruelty because you're at 8. That's a vector that a lot of decks aren't putting pressure on these top decks in that way right now.
Yeah. So as the players are getting ready to get round 1 started, a reminder that as one of the things you can do for this Invitational is if you qualify more than once, you get a bye for the first round. So some of our very best players are actually not yet playing, or hardest working at the very least, are not yet on the tables today. We do have our feature matches getting seeded, so we're going to go down to the table in a moment once we're all set up over there. Are you guys looking for Blue Red Delver to potentially repeat its performance today? Are you thinking that might happen?
I could see it. I'm thinking that this is more a reflection of like what is going to happen with Nadu today. Because yesterday, it had near misses. I wouldn't say a bad day, but like it's hard to tell whether it's bad or unlucky, and that's like what's going to happen today with that deck.
Yeah, I'm less interested in any deck specifically. I'm following the storylines. We had Paul Lynch, who was already qualified 4 times, also make top 8 yesterday for his 5th qualification. A deranged amount of points coming into this final season. The 2 that we've bagged, the carpet baggers coming down from New York and Chicago, our special guests yesterday, both making top 8, both queuing for the Envy, 1 shot, 1 kill, coming down into the South to take your tournament from you, take that ring home with you. That's
yeah, I'm
Roland
actually
and
going to
Evron.
add Dijon to that number because he said he came down from Philly and he wasn't qualified either, so he's one of the 3.
Nikos Dijon, yeah.
Yeah.
I would consider Philly honorary DMV, honestly. I mean, I know like one of your point leaders, Brady, is based out of that area as well. So, I don't know. Philly, as a Pittsburgh person, Philly is DMV.
You can't call Philly people carpetbaggers. Like that's just
No.
That's not acceptable.
No. They're the carpet.
The carpet. Okay. All right. So as we are getting ready to get down to the table for round 1, and a reminder that we're still doing our charity fundraising for Trans Lifeline this weekend. So all the profits from this weekend are going to go to Trans Lifeline. If you hit command charity or ! charity in the chat or scan that QR code on your screen, you can check out all the awesome raffles that we have. You just got to go to our website, sign up for an account to make sure that we know who you are and can get your prizes to you if you win. And then through there will be a button to donate to Trans Lifeline, and $1 gets you 1 ticket, and those tickets can be used to enter any of our awesome raffles. We showed the Wasteland on stream yesterday. If you haven't yet made your way down here for later events, the brainstorm will be on the docket for the later 1K later today. But all kinds of awesome stuff there, really great cause. So really hope you guys get a chance to go and check out all the stuff that we have for you up there. All right, so we're going to go down to the feature match table, and it's going to be Brian and I are going to stay with y'all and commentate here on round 1, and Jarvis and Ari will be back for round 2, so you'll see them later. But round 1 here we have Dylan Orlando and Danny Brennan. These are 2 local players, friends of mine. Dylan looks like he's playing Mardu Energy, and Danny's on Doomsday.
The race is on. Both of these decks are trying to send in completely different ways, but I don't think we're going to see one of those high level, do I play around days? Do I manage my life total? Do I do this? All of that stuff that we saw through the top 8 yesterday.
Yeah.
This is Oscillate Pride versus one of the most broken sorceries in the history of Magic. And it's literally going to be, can Dylan Thoughtseize Danny enough and apply enough pressure in the right sequence for Danny not to be able to resolve the namesake card and win on the spot?
Yeah, because similar to, Mardu, of course, not a blue deck, and so whenever you're not playing a blue deck in Legacy, you're not playing Force of Will. Danny will probably be able to suss out that Dylan does not have Force of Will in his deck pretty quickly. And so without fear of counter magic, it's going to be up to Mardu to put those pieces into play, whatever disruptive creatures it can have to forestall, as well as Cabal Therapy, which is, honestly, that's probably my favorite Magic card of all time.
Yeah, these Oscillate Pride decks are creeping in kind of the second tier of Legacy right now. We've identified Reanimator, Mystic Forge, Nadu, and Izzet Delver as kind of the top that are all vying for that high-level spot. But there is a rich second tier that the Oscillate Pride aggro decks, whether they're Mono, White, Orzhov, Mardu, there's all different combinations of that, but they are firmly decks that people who play a lot of Legacy know about. And they have put their mark on here, and really what they're exploiting is that most decks in this format are not sweeping. Like, you have to deal with an Atraxa, you have to deal with a Karn, you have to deal with a One Ring. These are the problems being presented. You have to keep Nadu specifically off the board.
Yeah.
Decks are not ready for 22 1/1s.
Right.
But Doomsday doesn't care.
Yes, and unfortunately, Dylan is going down to 5 here, and Danny, the good news is Danny is also on a mulligan. He's down to 6, but Dylan not finding a good starting hand yet. So mulliganing pretty aggressively. I wonder if it's just been 2 bad hands, or if he potentially has a clue on what Danny's playing.
What are the structure for the Envy? Is this open deck list at this point? Or is that a top 8?
Yeah, so the top 8 is going to be open deck list, but the main event itself is still closed deck list.
Okay.
But of course, this is the kind of event where these players probably know know each other very well. I believe both of these players play at Game Haven very frequently, so this is one of them where you just might have I know what you're playing because I've seen you playing Magic 5 times in the last week.
If Dylan knows that Danny is a Doomsday player, this is a game 1 where we might see him mull to 5, even 4. Just looking for literally anything that matters in this matchup. In the blind, this is the type of matchup where Dylan's like, heck yeah, Ocelot Pride, let's do it. And then you're dead, especially on the draw. And look at this.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my goodness, here it goes.
So here comes Doomsday turn 1.
Even off of basic swamp. So, like, even Wasteland can't collapse the engine here. And this game has basically become a solo exercise of, does Danny know how to build a pile that can beat what Dylan might present? Like Thoughtseize, Wasteland, these are the things he's thinking about. He's pretty confident that he's not going to take 10 on turn 1.
Yeah.
I think that we're safe to play around that.
So Danny, and I know this is his deck. He loves playing Doomsday, so which is usually the case with Doomsday players, right? They usually you either know how to play Doomsday or you have never played it in your life because it's so difficult to figure out all the various different lines and piles. Of course, Thassa's Oracle made that a lot easier when that dropped, but Danny here is figuring out exactly how he wants to stack this.
He appears to be creating the ultra slow pile,
which is just lands and Thassa's Oracle?
Yeah, it's 2 fetch lands, 2 blue sources, Thassa's Oracle, and this is nearly impossible to interact with because what's going to happen here is Danny will pass, draw a fetch land, play it, pass, draw a fetch land, play it, pass, draw Thassa's Oracle, fetch twice, cast Thassa's Oracle from an empty deck. And Thoughtseize doesn't matter, Wasteland doesn't matter. There's so few things that actually matter here. And the one thing that matters, though, is this was a multi-turn pass pile. Suddenly being at 10 matters.
Yes.
That is the angle of the game Dylan has to exploit here. If he can have like a 1-drop into Amped Raptor, which hits a Johnny and then rips Goblin Bombardment, that could be game.
Yeah, and we see he is proceeding with his turn, cracking a fetch, and looks like he does have a 1-drop here. And so, of course, if he mulled the 5 aggressively seeking disruption, he may not have the kind of aggression that he needs at this point to take Danny down quickly in time, but we'll see. Thoughtseize here.
Right, so this Thoughtseize, the way that this could matter is if Danny had a Cycler in hand, like an Edge of Autumn or a Street Wraith, to make this pile happen 1 turn faster. Dylan could have just bought himself a turn, but yeah, nope, that was just the full brick. The texture of this hand that Danny kept and the follow-up pile that he made makes me think that these players know what each other are on.
Yeah.
This is the hand you keep and the pile you make versus a fair deck that's not going to disrupt you in any meaningful way.
Yeah. And so here's Ocelot Pride. Dylan does have another land drop that he can make. I think he might have another Ocelot Pride in hand, but it's not looking too fearsome against Danny potentially being able to win the game very quickly here.
I think what Dylan's thinking about right now, I think I saw a Wasteland flash in that hand, yes.
Yeah.
And he's thinking, if I waste this fetch and force a fetch now, I could mess up the pile in a way that, what if Danny draws Underground Sea instead of the fetch land that gets the Underground Sea?
Yeah.
And then what if Thassa's Oracle's on the bottom of the pile, and that buys him an extra turn worth of attacking? At this point, it doesn't matter, because if you waste either of these fetch, Danny just cracks them both. The only card in the deck left is Thassa's Oracle. It doesn't matter if you shuffle 1 card.
Right.
It's going to be the same card. Right. How do we get to 10? Is there a path to 10 here? So attack to 8. Fetch is 6. Where can we find 6 damage? Amped Raptor into Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah.
There would be 5 creatures, because each Ocelot Pride makes 1. Amped Raptor is 1. That leaves Danny at 1. I don't know how we get that 5th creature into play, assuming all of these other pieces just randomly fall into play. I guess, like,
just trying to figure out if there's a line in the 60 that we can make 8 more damage here.
Okay, he just didn't have the Raptor, didn't have the anything. This is... If he had used Wasteland as mana and just played a Guide of Souls from hand. Like, Amped Raptor hits Goblet of Barb, but cast Guide of Souls or Oscillate Pride from hand. That is exactly lethal.
I
But
think
none of
his
those
hand
things
is
happen.
I think his hand is Bowmasters, or rather Bombardiers is one of the cards in his hand. So
Okay.
I think he was considering playing that out to get some extra damage in, but it was going to be a little short from throwing presumably an Ocelot at Danny.
Oh, wow. Danny's fetching now into the Wasteland? Why? What just happened? So now Danny doesn't know which card in his deck is Thassa's Oracle, and if he draws Underground Sea, he just loses. And if he draws... Yeah, I guess he might not just lose, but it's closer than it needed to be. Wow.
Yeah.
What just happened?
Interesting. I'm not sure. So, but either way, so shuffling the pile there, putting Underground Sea back on top.
Yeah, now he's dead.
I believe
He
he's
had
dead
it.
now. So, land Bombardiers, Daze doesn't counter that. And that's it.
Wow. Okay. I mean, like I said when the Doomsday resolved, it's a one-player game of can Danny make a pile and navigate it correctly to survive, and the pile was good, and then flinched right at the end and did something weird.
Yeah. So, all right, heading into sideboarding here. So Dylan going to go up a game. Doomsday is going to be back on the play in game 2. So what do you expect Dylan to bring in for this matchup?
I think we're going to see the 3 red blasts. There's 2 red elemental blasts, 1 pyroblast in there.
Okay.
And Doomsday, the card itself is black, but Doomsday is a mono blue deck that splashes BBB for Doomsday. So almost every other card in the Doomsday deck is blue. That's the Thassa's Oracle, the Force of Will, all the cantrips that set it up. Does he have... He has Barrogoyfs, so those are probably going to come in. I was looking for Murktide Region in his list. He doesn't have those.
Oh, in the Doomsday list?
Yeah. So Pyroblasts are going to come in. Deafening Silence and Mindbreak Trap are interesting ones because Doomsday can beat those, but all Dylan needs is speed bumps here. Like we saw, that game came down to 1 turn. Dylan was on the draw, mull to 5, and it still took Danny stumbling on drawing the wrong card on his final turn to get over the line. If Dylan can create that extra turn intentionally with something like the threatening Mindbreak Trap or playing Deafening Silence to make Danny slow down a little bit, that's that turn.
Yeah. Yeah, anything that slows Danny down, definitely. I think, we saw, of course, he's not always going to have Doomsday turn 1, but look, Pedal, Doomsday, certainly a card like Deafening Silence or Mindbreak Trap would shut down a line like that, and so we hopefully will. Usually is the case with combo decks because they anticipate their opponent bringing in some special sideboard cards. The games tend to slow down after game 1 because the combo deck gets to do its thing a little bit when their opponent's usually in a poorer configuration to deal with what their thing is.
Right.
So on Danny's side, do you think he will bring it? We're probably going to see Barrogoyfs here.
Yes, I think we're going to see the Fatal Push, 3 Barrogoyf, 1 Longaby, maybe the Brazen Borrowers, maybe Hydroblast. Depending on, again, does Danny think he can Doomsday reliably into this, or does he... we talked about this all day yesterday with Dimir Reanimator. They can just still be a combo deck and supplement their plan with Barrogoyf. Or they can cut a huge amount of things and be a blue-black mid-range deck. And there's flavors in between. Like, do you leave in the 4 Doomsdays, but you cut a bunch of Street Wraiths, which would make your Doomsday pile slower, but give you higher impact cards like Barrogoyf and Petty Theft to make the game go longer, where you might not need the velocity of a Street Wraith. Those ones are kind of on the fringe. I would say Hydroblast and Petty Theft / Brazen Borrower, but Fatal Push, Barrogoyf, Longaby, I think we're seeing those.
Okay. And you don't want to take too much of your combo personality out of the deck, hollow out too much of your core in order to bring those cards in. So that's on the fringe there.
Yeah, I think against cards like Oscillate Pride and Guide of Souls, you want to just ram it down their throat, especially on the play, which is what we saw game 1. And if you build and navigate the pile correctly, that should beat this deck most of the time.
Yeah. Most of their interaction is, as far as against combo decks like this, is discard based, and so just get it out there and get it going.
Right. Yeah, the idea of sculpting, where against a control deck, you might want to, as Doomsday, sculpt, and then somewhere around turn 5, Dark Ritual Doomsday with 4 mana still up to protect, and then immediately cash out your pile. That is the opposite of how you play against a creature-filled discard deck. You want that Doomsday on the stack as soon as possible so they can't take it away from you.
Yeah. Okay, so both players shuffling up here, getting ready for game 2. So Danny will be on the play again as Doomsday, and we'll see if he can push the pedal to the metal and close it out this time. All right. And hopefully both players will be able to keep their full 7s. Dylan on a mold of 5, but on the draw, opponent on a mold of 6 offsets that a little bit.
Yeah, I saw Thassa's Oracle in Danny's opening hand. You basically never want to see that one there.
Yeah, and I think I see Deafening Silence in Dylan's. Yeah, so he's going to have turn 1 Deafening Silence. So Danny's going to have to, if he's going to combo quickly, it's going to probably have to be on turn 1 itself.
Yep, and the important thing about play draw with these non-blue answers to Doomsday is if Danny plays the exact same cards in the exact same order that he did game 1, short of the end-step fetch, the Deafening Silence doesn't matter.
Right.
Danny cast 3 spells on turn 1 before the Xylons would come down, and then 0 spells on turns 2, 3.
Yeah.
And then he was supposed to cast a spell on turn 4, but like flipped the wrong coin.
And it was a creature spell.
Right,
too.
and it was a creature, so he would have even had room to breathe there. One funny thing I want to talk about with the construction of Doomsday is there's 2 Thassa's Oracles in this deck. And Max Dorshin, Eternal Week winner, former Doomsday grinder, described that as the heir and the spare, which in medieval times, the nobles would birth a son, an heir, and then they'd get to work immediately having a second son in case the first one died, because that happened all the time in the medieval times. And Max refers to the second Thassa's Oracle as the heir and the spare, in case you need to pitch one to a Force of Will or one gets thought seized, and it's like, it's okay, we've got a spare.
Yeah, which is actually what happened in game 1. Danny had hit the heir, if you will, in hand, which was the victim of the thought seize from Dylan. But because he had the spare, he was able to put it in the Doomsday stack.
And that's a funny mind game because Danny just sort of fumbled the bag at the 1 yard line. But Dylan might think, I thought seize the Oracle, that's why I won.
Yeah.
Like, I took the win con and the pile would have beat me, but the Thassa's Oracle was gone. So Dylan doesn't know what happened with Danny in game 1, unless they've been chatting about it.
Right. All right, so Ponder here, Island Ponder. Not a blistering start, so this Deafening Silence is going to, looks like it will get a chance to come into play unless we have some other, okay.
So, see a grip of Dazes and Force there, so this Deafening Silence is probably not going to resolve.
Yeah, I would wager that it won't. Oh, it's Thoughtseize first, okay.
Yep.
Leave
the chance that doesn't resolve either, though. The texture of Danny's head is he wants to make this game last longer, see more cards, and get to do his thing.
Yeah. So Danny does have a Dark Ritual in his hand, which is not going to line up super well against Deafening Silence, but...
That's Personal Tutor.
Oh, we're going Personal Tutor, okay.
So Deafening Silence actually insane here because Dylan can see basic Island does not cast Doomsday. What's your plan to get here? It's got to be Dark Ritual or Lotus Petals, and Deafening Silence means Lotus Petal takes multiple turns to develop, and Dark Ritual Doomsday simply cannot happen.
Yeah. So Danny, I believe, though, has another Daze into Force, right? So
yes, Danny has the Force, but Dylan is, I'm sure, just licking his chops here thinking, I gotcha.
Yeah. All right, so there we go. And Wasteland is the draw for the turn. Of course, Basic Island won't be able to be targeted by that. So Dylan, lots of mana, not going to be a problem for him. I believe he does have a Lightning Bolt in hand. Makes a lot of sense to keep that in against Doomsday because half their life has to go away for their signature spell.
Right.
And here's Deafening Silence. So let's see if Danny decides to force that, and I think he's going to snap that off. Pitch the other Daze.
Yep, he's all in here. This is not optional. Yeah. He has no plan if that Deafening Silence is on the board.
So down to 18. And Sunbaked Canyon taking Dylan down to 19.
Tie game.
Danny should be at 18, right? Because he cracked a fetch.
Yeah,
so
he fetched and forced.
Fetched and forced, yeah. But so Guide of Souls there, and Danny's like, yeah, that's fine. I could daze that, or no, I couldn't daze that anymore, but I don't really care about that. Dark Ritual Doomsday.
And this is a pile where He's already under pressure. Unlike Game 1, where he had the time to just make 4 lands Thassa's Oracle, he's already under pressure. He is susceptible to Wasteland here, which we know Dylan does have, and Danny has to navigate that. I've won a lot of games versus Doomsday where they make the pile presuming one amount of resources, and then Wasteland makes those resources no longer available.
Yeah.
You need blue at the end of the chain to cast Thassa's Oracle at minimum, and then whatever else you want to do with your pile from there requires usually mana.
Let's see. So it looks like his pile is going to be Thoracle. I think it's Underground Sea, and can't quite see the last card.
Yeah, it looks like a land, but I'm not sure if it's a new printing of Blue to Delta or if that's Undercity Sewers or what we're doing here.
Okay, so we went back for a Delta. So we have 4 cards.
Yep, that's the air, the spare, and the mana to cast them.
And looking through the rest of his deck to consider what his other options are. So we see Hydroblast there sit on top of the piles. That's in there.
His one of Quantum Rizzler is still in the deck as well. That's cool. I mean, I don't think it's going to help this pile, but that's a card I'm excited to see in all formats all the time. That's one of those cards that you see on the spoiler and you're like, for me specifically? Like, just for me? You made this card? And I'm just excited to see it, though I don't think it's going to be part of this. But Danny is hellbent right now. He used his entire hand to get to this point, and Riddler could jump 2 turns ahead, except we know Wasteland means that's not going to happen.
Yeah. So interesting. So his pile right now is going to be 2 Thoracles, Fetch, Sea, and Street Wraith. Street Wraith, not a free cycling cost. It's 2 life, and Danny's already at 9 against an aggro deck. So we'll see. So that day should probably hang on 1 second.
It's all getting exiled.
Oh, it's getting exiled.
Yep.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that's a big fat exile stack, and then Dylan's going to take a look at this. See, he's going to get a glimpse at some of Danny's sideboarding plans, some of the cards he might have to play around in a game 3.
Yep. This is one of the aspects of playing with and against Doomsday that some players find frustrating or unrewarding, and others find delightful, which is the Doomsday player has to look at their entire deck and choose which 5 cards are going to win them the game. Yeah. And then the opponent has to look at all the exiled cards and deduce what the pile is or what's in the hand. Like, Dylan is counting, are all 4 Force of Wills out? How many Underground Seas are out? Where are the Thassa's Oracles? I know you play 2. Like, all of those things are being considered by Dylan here.
Yeah, so waste on the Underground Sea there, and a second Guide of Souls joins the party. Getting some energy going. And just now in turn sideways mode.
Yep. So let's math this out. Danny goes to 8 from this attack. Fetch land will put him to 7. The next attack puts him to 5. Bolt you to 2. Fetch dead. Can't Street Wraith?
Yeah, so I think, does he have a second? Yeah, Street Wraith is not good. I think,
if Thassa's Oracle is the top card of Danny's deck right now, this is, 3 energy. Now it's just over. If Thassa's Oracle, if Dylan couldn't do any extra damage and Thassa's Oracle was the top, Danny could fetch, play Thassa's Oracle at 1 life with 2 cards, and Devotion 2 would have done it. But this damage output is going to be too much. I do not see a way through this.
Danny's at 6 before this attack.
Is that life total correct with the lightning bolt?
No,
okay, there it is.
It's correct now. So Danny extending the hand, calling the game over. Shows Dylan the stack. Yeah, there's a Street Wraith on top of my library. I can't beat you here. So that's going to do it. So Dylan takes the match 2-0 despite his Doomsday opponent resolving Doomsday in both games and being on the draw in both games as well. All right, so we're going to go to check out these players, the story of their season. So first up is Dylan, the winner of this match. So Dylan was the store champion from Gamehaven, the top points getter from Gamehaven. his win rate throughout of Season 2 was 58.16%, which is a really good win rate across an entire season. That's a lot of matches won.
Yeah, this is something that I do a lot of Magic coaching. That's part of what I do for my job, and a lot of people talk about. I 4-1 leagues a lot. I 3-2 leagues a lot. I top 8, but then I don't win, and I try to frame that in the greatest pro careers in history have something like a 61% win rate. Right. We're playing Magic the Gathering, not chess.
Right.
This isn't Go. Like there are variants at play, and that's what we sign up for. And 58% is like it. Obviously, this is one season at a store level playing Legacy, but if a 58%, if you told me somebody had a 58% win rate over a dozen Pro Tours, that's a Hall of Famer.
Right.
So this is a great win rate. Let's just frame that because we're going to be talking about a lot of win rates over this season.
Yeah,
today.
I remember, I think last year, Brady, our eventual Invitational champion, had a ludicrous win rate. I think it was approaching 70, north of 70%.
Yeah, that's
like
completely deranged.
It was insane.
Yep.
So that is definitely an outlier. So 58% is an awesome win rate, and of course is now 1-0 in the Invitational. But Danny, moving over to Danny's player card. So Danny qualified. He won a BCQ at Level Up Games, and his win rate was 49.46%, which Danny is frequently a player at Level Up Games, which is a weekly event that features multiple EW champions and a Grand Prix champion and all kinds of other killers. Yep. So I've described it before as there's a couple of stores in the area that are like this, where you're almost in a 5K top 8 every week because of the caliber of opponent that you're facing.
Yeah, and that's something that can happen if you are blessed to live in an area where competition is high. And I grew up in New Jersey, where my local game store was the only game in town, which anyone with a history might remember Team Target dominating the early Pro Tour. Like my F&M people, like Patrick Sullivan owned the store when I was playing there. Gerard Fabiano, Osip Levitovich, they were all just around. Sometimes Finkel and his crew would come down from New York for F&M. Like that's the environment that I was a 11-year-old kid in. So and that environment is incredible at making you better. It might be frustrating, like, it sucks. I have to play against John Finkel at F&M. No, you get to play against John Finkel.
Get to play.
You
what?
study the master. And having a store like this and that's just one of the stores in the DMV League.
Right.
That's crazy. This league is so stacked and such a pressure cooker to create powerful Legacy players.
Yeah, it's another one I went to recently. Actually, the same night is at Curio Cavern down in Northern Virginia, right outside my condo, and that's another one where that's been a weekly event for like 2 decades. And they get 20-plus players at a weekly Legacy for paper Legacy, and there's multiple stores that do that in this region. It's just how strong the Legacy community is here, and we that's what we want to foster and support with the Legacy League. So,
right. If you build it, they will come, as they say.
Absolutely. All right, so we're going to head to our backup match, which is recorded. So we're going to start at Game 1. And our opponents here are Dan McKelvey and Nelson Shen. Dan playing Mono Red Stompy as always, and Nelson on Grixis Tempo. Oh, Brian, you and I were talking yesterday. We saw Grixis Tempo deck out there, and we love it. We love a spicy one-of deck, huh?
Right. So Grixis Tempo versus Grixis Control. There's the James Casau Grixis Control deck kicking around that features delightful deck building decisions like one Nimble Obstructionist. This is not that. This is a Dragon's Rage Channeler Tameo Orcish Bowmaster deck that is splashing red for Lightning Bolt, Molten Collapse, and probably a bunch of Red Blasts out of the sideboard.
Oh, and so sort of probably maybe an evolution of a Delver deck where it was like, yeah, Delver's the worst card in this deck. Let me go heavier into black. Let me bring Bowmasters in here and do some more disruptive stuff. Dan, of course, a master of Mono Red Stompy. Dan is constantly grinding this deck. We saw him in Season 1's Invitational as well, playing the same deck. And let's see if Dan has made any. No, it looks like he's pretty. Okay, good job, Dan. I'm proud of you, Dan. Notoriously at EW, making a last-minute decision to play 4 Chancellor of the Annex in his main deck, has decided to play pretty pretty bog standard mono red list here.
Yeah, I'm not from the area, and I think all the locals will appreciate this ribbing because it seems to be how it works. But even I know Dan is known for putting weird cards in his deck. Just making a last-minute decision, consulting no one, telling no one until the card is on the stack, and then everyone's like, what are you doing? So, I mean, with respect, this deck list is clean. We've got 4 copies of the One Ring. Karn the Great Creator, I think, comes in and out of the Red Stompy deck. That is a flex slot, a flex payoff, but Red Stompy, pretty terrible versus Mystic Forge combo.
Yeah.
And Karn the Great Creator, one of the best things you could have there. So
Absolutely.
This is a meta call to include that one.
So we did see Dan attempt a Chalice on 1, I believe, on turn 1, and then a One Ring on turn 2, both of which met with counter spells from Nelson. So 2 force checks passed here, and Nelson now trying to brainstorm and rebuild. Because although he's answered those, Dan still has 5 mana if you count the Lotus Petal. Could play another one down, and so they're gonna have to. He could just draw another One Ring, and then we're back in it.
Yeah, and this is the play pattern of being a blue deck versus Red Stompy. They're gonna have 1, they're gonna have 2. Do they have 3?
Yeah.
And if they have the 3rd, what do the remnants look like? Because to fend off this Chalice and this One Ring, it cost a daze, which set you back a land versus an opponent who's ramping.
Right.
So it exacerbates. You're even more turns behind than normal when you daze. And then you had to force pitching Brazen Borrower, which is one of the things that could answer something like a Chalice or a Karn or something. So that pitched a real blue card. That wasn't a second daze that ate it.
And Dan's draw for turn was Magus of the Moon. So there's 1 basic island in Nelson's deck that he can fetch with his Tarn, but that's his only basic. So Dan, the rest of Dan's hand is all lands, so this City of Traders is not long for this world.
Yep. One of those lands is Urza Saga, though. Just hand-waving all lands is not quite the whole story. One of the lands is Cavern. One of the lands is Saga.
Yeah. So Dan is probably considering here whether or not he wants to make this Magus uncounterable with Cavern, or potentially develop with Urza's Saga and use the Lotus Petal for the red, but it looks like he is going to go ahead and choose to make Magus of the Moon uncounterable here.
Right, and Magus of the Moon, like multiple things just happened here. The Urza's Saga, the rules changed earlier this year about how sagas interact with Blood Moons. Urza Saga used to just die when it became a mountain with no abilities. And now it is still Urza Saga, but the chapters don't tick up if it's a mountain. But Urza Saga specifically would maintain any abilities it had gained before it became a mountain. And that's what Dan was thinking about there. If he had played Urza's Saga last turn, it gains the ability to tap for colorless. Then on his next draw step, it gains the ability to make constructs. Then you go Cavern Magus.
Right.
Now you have a mountain that can make constructs for the rest of the game. But that's a whole turn cycle where Magus of the Moon is not in play.
Yeah.
And that was the decision Dan was weighing there. And Magus of the Moon specifically compared to Blood Moon, this is a Lightning Bolt deck. We have red spells.
Right.
Like this may or may not do anything.
Yeah. So Nelson electing not to crack his Sculling Turn there, and that's because Basic Island was, I believe, already in his hand, and so he does have access to his basic. So he's got 2 red sources and a blue source, and there is one of those red spells, Dragon's Rage Channeler, so still able to develop his board. Here comes Nile Spellbomb to get a Surveil trigger. And I believe we did know the top card from that Ponder, so that's Force of Will, and that's going to go to the graveyard.
Yep, I see instant land sorcery in that graveyard right now. We're not quite delirious, but it can be at instant speed, sacking the Nile Spellbomb.
Yeah. So Cavern is on human, as you can see there. Also, worth noting, I mean, I did mention that Dan is a mega grinder. Dan is always out there playing Legacy. Dan was our points leader last year.
Wow. All right.
So this is a guy who is out there playing Legacy and just loving life. So
that Urza Saga should not have a counter on it.
people's champion over here. I believe it does come in with one.
Oh, but it doesn't gain the ability.
It doesn't gain
right,
one
right.
as the game action. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah. So there we have. Okay. So there it is. There's Broadside Bombardiers, and we're going to crash in for some damage here. Nelson tapped out.
And if this Magus ever dies, then Urza Saga will tick up, and it won't tap for mana anymore because we skipped that chapter.
Right.
It currently taps for red. It does not tap for colorless. If Magus dies, it will be able to pay 2, make a construct, but it will never tap for a mana again.
Yeah.
Unless there's another Blood Moon. This is one of these weird things going on. And Nelson set up this cool combat trick where Nile Spellbomb can make Dragon's Rage Channeler be 3/3 whenever it needs to be.
Okay. So, and that's what he's going to do here. So crack Nile Spellbomb. And I believe we're going to fling Lotus Petal at Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Okay. So Dan deciding to finish off Dragon's Rage Channeler instead of just 5-balling Nelson by sacking the Magus and deciding I'd rather have the only thing on board than the bigger, faster thing on board.
Yeah. So Magus being gone does unlock these lands both for Nelson and for Dan. So this Urza Saga will tick up to Chapter 2. As you mentioned, does not have the ability, did not get the trigger from Chapter 1, so doesn't have the ability to tap for colorless or any mana at all. But I believe Dan's plan here is, I think his only card in hand is Basic Mountain, so he's probably on Construct plan anyway.
Right. And that Cavern of Souls was a mountain for a little while. Now it's a Cavern on Human again. A lot of mode switching here.
Okay, so Dan couldn't see what he drew for turn, but he's deep in the tank here. I believe it's Fable of the Mirror Breaker, though, based on what I can see from flashing around there.
That card is extremely good, but currently uncastable.
Yeah.
But if the last card in hand is Mountain, now Dan is thinking, do I want to make a construct this turn or go all in on this?
Yeah. So, yeah, it is Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and his last card in hand is Basic Mountain, so that's definitely the thought process playing out in Dan's head right now.
I believe Nelson's hand is Land Orcish Bowmaster, and he decided not to use Orcish Bowmaster to challenge this Broadside Bombardier in combat, and that's because Dan could make a construct and then fling the construct and just win the combat.
Right.
But Nelson could have forced the play of, rather than you having a construct at all, you just don't, and I'm not taking any extra damage. However, this first construct showing up is going to be 1/1, so Bowmaster could just pick that one off on arrival, and then be there to double block Broadside next turn, and I think that is worth 2 life. That was pretty tight sequencing from Nelson.
All right, so fetching Surveil land there and leaving on top, so Nelson liked what he saw, wanted to draw it, and I think we're going to see what it was. Looks like Tamiyo.
A little slow, a little anemic here, but it is an engine.
Yeah, absolutely. So Dan going ahead and making construct number 1, and I think Nelson is saying, okay, let's see, does Nelson want to... No, he does not elect to take out the construct, so he's going to let Dan untap, which means that he can, if he doesn't tap for this Fable, well, he can respond to the activation of in response to Chapter 3, right?
Right, so there's multiple priority points here where if Dan makes a construct, Nelson can respond by pinging the first one with Bowmaster. If Dan taps Urza Saga to float mana before searching without making a construct, Nelson can respond to that. If Dan just passes priority without tapping Urza Saga, then Nelson has to Bowmaster then, or else Dan will immediately search and construct will be 2/2.
Yeah.
And if he tries to ping it, he can make the construct in response. So if Dan had the soul read and also cared about Bowmaster, there is a priority window where you can manipulate how bad a Bowmaster is for you there. But I don't think Dan is that worried about it regardless here.
Yeah, he could have passed priority. See, like, Nelson, do you want to do anything before this Chapter 3 resolves? Because,
right.
Yeah, and just be like, hey, but yep, not playing around Bowmasters, and so one construct off the table, another construct comes in, along with the Bowmasters and Tamiyo over on Nelson's side with his Orc army, and Dan is going to search for an artifact to get. Do you think is there anything in particular that you think he might go after here? It looks like it's probably, it could be. Well, he only has the one Lotus Petal. We've already seen that.
Yeah, he's used his one Lotus Petal already. There's a Relic of Progenitus and then a bunch of Chrome Moxen, which if Dan did draw a red card this turn, Chrome Mox gets that Fable on the battlefield. But yeah, Relic, that's a cantrip at worst. And there's a good chance that Nelson is using the graveyard in some capacity, whether it be Snapcaster Mage, which we know is not in the deck. There's definitely Murktide Regent. There's Barrow-Goyf. There's a few ways that Dan cares about this.
Yeah.
There's a fun of Reanimate in Nelson's list.
Okay. So, all right. So Dan choosing to get that relic and has the option to, of course, tap and make Nelson choose his own card, or pop it for 1 mana and blow away all the graveyards and cantrip.
Yep. He could also just throw it with the Broadside Bombardier, kill Tameo, or kill Bowmaster. If he pops the Relic right now, his construct just dies. Because Bowmaster's there and there's only 1 artifact. Oh, Simian Spirit Guide.
So Simian Spirit Guide was the draw for turn, which lets Dan also Fable here, which is functionally double spelling because we got to make a construct, search out an artifact. Well, almost triple spelling. So big turn here from Dan to develop his board. We've got the Goblin Shaman now added to the field. 2/2 construct and a relic. And of course that Goblin Shaman can grow the construct by making treasures.
Right.
So Bombardier's crashing in and presenting some threats to Nelson.
Yep.
I think Dan's going to fling the construct at the Bowmasters.
Right, yeah, Dan had the option to remove Bowmaster or Tameo here, or pressure the face, and with the Relic in play, that's a draw. Chapter 1 of Fable, that could draw, or Chapter 2 of Fable, that could draw. That Bowmaster was going to be a problem. But Tameo's also just a problem in her own right. So we'll see. Nelson has 1 turn window here for a hot rip to enable this Tameo to do something.
Yeah. Otherwise, Dan's going to untap with a Fable active, and as well as Bombardier's active. I didn't quite see what Nelson drew.
It looked like Daze to me at the quick look I got.
Okay.
Which probably is not what he was looking for, but
yeah,
Dan is not like flush with mana. If he makes a treasure and then doesn't fling it next turn, then that Daze can get things like the One Ring and Karn.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so Nelson cracking the clue and drawing a fetch land. And that's also not what he was looking for. I think his hand is 2 fetches and Daze right now. Yeah. So passing back
that was
to Dan.
the window for Nelson, and I believe it just closed.
Yeah. So here we go. Fable ticking up to 2. We'll see if Dan wants to keep the card he drew. It does not. It's Cavernous Soul. Whoa.
Okay. I was just going to say he could pop the Relic to get extra juice on this loot. Mm-hmm. And it looked like he was about to snap it off, and then, ooh, hold on. Maybe I'm going to Relic
I
first.
think he is considering
there
doing
he
that,
goes.
and he is going to go ahead and pop it. So
yeah, that's like drawing 1.5 cards off your Relic.
Yeah. So pop Relic, draw a card, and it's Chalice of the Void. We're going to rummage. I think we're going to keep that Chalice, right?
Yeah, it depends. How well Dan knows Nelson. Is Nelson known for playing this deck? If Dan knows this is Grixis tempo, the Chalice is probably really good. If Dan thinks this might be that bigger James Casal style Grixis control deck, Chalice is not that good.
Yeah. So Dan, in the tank, he's definitely discarding Cavernous Souls, but he's considering whether or not he wants to keep the Chalice.
Yeah, and there's the question, it's not just, is Chalice good against Nelson? It's, do I have better draws? Would I rather have a Karn? Would I rather have a Pyrogoyf or a Fury?
Yeah, so he does with the Goblin Shaman attack. He will have access to 4 mana on the field. So, yeah, I think he's just going to do the 1. And I think it was another Cavernous Souls. So here we go. Goblin Shaman and Bombardiers attacking, make a treasure. Yeah, it looks like it was another Cavernous. Yep, another Cavernous Souls. For the Dan just drawing every Cavernous Souls in his deck.
It's Cavern on Chalice. Got him.
Let's crash in here. I think we're going to see Dan probably cast this Chalice.
And are we naming Lurgoyf with that one? Are we naming Goblin?
Could be Lurgoyf or Pyrogoyf. Our table spotter judge is going to grab the creature type. We actually have a label printer down on the table, and so whatever they say, they type it up and print out the label right away. Yeah, I noticed
those nice little labels coming out.
So Chalice on 1 is the play for Dan here. So that will lock out Brainstorm for flipping this Tameo. So that does close that avenue for Nelson.
Yep, Lightning Bolt is one of the premier removal spells in this deck.
He's got 2 of those as well as 3 Fatal Push.
Yeah, Fatal Push.
All those removal spells are currently blanked. So the only answer, I believe, main deck that he's got to 1 on board is, well, he's got Molten Collapse as well as Petty Theft. So,
yeah, Molten Collapse can descend here with the fetch, which could kill Broadside Bombardier and Chalice. That's pretty spicy, but Nelson is so far behind.
It is on. So the second cavern is indeed on Lurgoyf.
Yep.
So Tameo attacking, making a clue rather.
I do love the history of Magic kicking in, where Cavern on Lurgoyf, a card from Ice Age, is now a powerful legacy play in 2025. That's cool. This is Magic's history, these rich storylines, the stewards of the game keeping things interesting for us, giving us new, fun Lurgoyfs to cast.
Yeah, absolutely. Pyroglyph is an incredibly powerful card in this deck, in Dan's deck. I don't know that this game will get that far, but if he was to rip one, we could see the fun line of copying it with Reflection of Kiki-Jiki as well, which gets really insane. But
yeah, that's just Splinter Twin. But the Relic did make Pyroglyph a lot smaller, at least for now.
Yes, that's true. So the two cards Nelson was just flipping around were Daze and Fetch. I don't know the other two right now. He kind of drew them and put them straight down into the shell game, cards in hand.
I'm just making coverage better, so we can't guess. Okay,
that
I
is
saw
a
Petty
Brazen
Theft.
Borrower, yeah. And I believe that's what's going to come down right now. I wonder if the other card we don't know is Brainstorm.
Brainstorm and Fatal Push both let the game continue a little bit. No,
Yeah.
Fatal Push, you're still dead.
So it's Fatal Push.
Or Brainstorm, you're still dead. A Flip Tameo doesn't stabilize here, but Fatal Push, actually sick.
Fatal Push on Bombardiers takes care of that problem for Nelson. So he's at 4. He's staring down this Goblin Shaman, which he does have an Orc army to jump. So there's Reflection of Kiki-Jiki coming in. Let's see what Dan drew for turn. It looks like another Chalice of the Void. And it looks like his hand is Chalice of the Void, and I think that is that.
It looks like some crazy secret lair treatment where I'm not sure what's going on.
It could be, it could be a Trinisphere?
A Trinisphere, a Blood Moon. It's something shiny.
It is
I can't wait to see it.
Okay, so Dan, considering his options here, Chalice could still lock out this Tameo from flipping. Nelson tapped out, doesn't seem to be presenting any way to trade with this Goblin Shaman, so taking out that Orc army is plus value for Dan, and then next turn he'll have, of course, 4 power and could maybe even have more with Reflection of Kiki-Jiki being live.
Yep, Nelson is pretty far behind on life at this point and running out of cards to cast. That Reflection activation becomes live next turn, and once that's live, there's so many draws that kill you off the top. Nelson needs a hot rip right now. If Dan floods out from here and Nelson rips a banger, this game could still go his way.
Yeah, absolutely. So Dan replaying Chalice on 1, just to add that to the equation, and then we're going to make 3 mana here for... Oh, that is Trinisphere.
Yes,
that's
it's
the
the Fallout treatment.
It's
Fun.
the Fallout Trinisphere.
We're in a vault.
Okay, so Trinisphere, and so not only do you have to pay 3 mana for your 1 mana spells, they also get countered by Chalice of the Void.
Yeah, good deal. Nelson has exactly enough mana. Oh, yeah, the D's got him.
We do have a treasure.
Yep, make him spend it. Yeah, Nelson has exactly enough mana here to sack a clue from Tameo and then cast a spell.
So his draw for turn was another land, so just totally flooding out here on the turns where he really needs to draw heaters, and so surveilling another Daze.
Ooh, I think the Surveil, replaying the Surveil land instead of a land that can draw a card into the Trinisphere.
Right.
That's tough.
Okay.
It's basically like draw a random card and be dead on board that you could cast, or leave a blocker back.
Yeah.
Go to 2.
Your best out here is probably Barrogoyf in the main deck, or Murktide.
That main deck Barrogoyf could still get us here.
Yeah.
It's too late for Murktide if Dan uses his Reflection of Kiki-Jiki aggressively, which he is not doing. He's using it more stably. Like, he can attack with 3 Goblin Shamans next turn, or 2 this turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so leaving Reflection of Kiki-Jiki up so that he can activate it on Nelson's end step and then untap and make another copy to overwhelm this blocker situation. So, all right, Dan tapping a lot of mana.
Fury. Yeah.
That's Fury.
I would have been interested in that before combat.
Yeah.
Attack for
Interested
for
on
all
how
that damage.
Yeah.
But, I mean, here we are.
So end step, Brazen Borrower.
Yep. And I think we're going to copy Fury, kill it right away. You're a 10. I think you're okay, Dan. I would chill here.
Yeah. Fury definitely a powerful magic spell on this board, but he's going to go ahead and make a copy of it anyway. I believe this was end-stepped by Nelson, so Dan, I should have a copy of Fury through Nelson's turn.
Yep. And now Barrogoyf is probably not good enough. Oh, that was the draw, I think.
And that's it. So, okay, after a long, drawn-out match, game 1 here, Dan does eventually close it out with an overwhelming power on board. So, all right, we're going to come back to the booth here for a second. So Dan heading into game 1 up a game. Okay. So, sounds like Dan took game 2. That's what we're hearing from the booth. Okay, so time has now ended in the round, so we are closing up shop here. But so Dan, with the overwhelming force of the mono red deck against Nelson, so what'd you see there, Brian?
Yeah, Nelson made a game out of that. Honestly, the Chalice into One Ring, into Bombardiers, into Fable, and still it took Fury off the top to fend off the Miracle Barrogoyf on the final turn.
Right.
Like that was as good as you can hope for if you're a one-drop heavy tempo deck against mono red who opens on Chalice.
Right.
Nelson handled himself admirably in that situation.
Yeah, and as you saw, I mean, Nelson had the answer for Dan's first check, had the answer for Dan's second check, but Dan's he's already at such a large mana base, just anything off the top helps, and he kept drawing heaters and just enough to get the job done. So that's going to do it here for us in round number 1, and we're going to be back in a few minutes with round 2. So Ari and Jarvis are going to come back and handle you all through that round. And while we're on break, please go check out the charity offerings on our website and see what you can offer. Again, command charity in the chat to see all the details on that. And we'll see you on the other side. See you in a few minutes.
Hello, and welcome back to the DMV Legacy Invitational here. This is round 2. All of the players who doubly qualified are coming off of their buys, and we've got a nice set of 4 of them to feature this round here. I'm sure that we got some great round 1 matches with Brian Jameson. And now that we have our full selection, Jarvis and I have some hand-picked favorites out of this. But most notably, we're going to be featuring last year's winner and runner-up, as well as their opponents who also managed to double qualify and receive a bye this tournament. So, yeah, Brady Monroe, we on camera yesterday, Naduing pretty hard. Mm-hmm. So that might be the backup feature match. We think the Nadu player might take a hot minute, but we'll get in with this first one, and we got some nice stuff coming up. We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I know Jeff Chiang he's actually planning to go to Eternal Week in Japan.
Oh.
So he's trying out a bunch of stuff, and I think he just landed on this incidentally, you know?
Yeah. So this is neither of the winner or runner-ups that we mentioned. This is someone else from the buy crowd. But yeah, this is we got some good decks. I looked at the buy metagame, and it's somewhat what you'd expect. Reanimator, Forge, Nadu, but a couple of good things in the mix. A couple alternate decks here. So I guess anything that you noticed wandering the tables round one. I know we were sort of keeping an eye on people who top-8'd yesterday. Nathan had started up with a draw in the first round. Roland Chang with a win. Nicholas DeJohn, the Forge player, who was in top 4 yesterday, started off with a loss. Let's see. A lot of the rest of the players who were top 8 yesterday, we mentioned that half of the top 8 was already qualified. That means they had a bye today. So Paul Lynch getting a bye, Jubes getting a bye, Scott getting a bye. Let's see. Harain, I believe, also won. The special guest. I will not refer to them as carpetbaggers. I will simply refer to them as the people our co-commentators refer to as carpetbaggers. But yeah.
Well, a special guest sounds like you can pull them off the bonus sheet in a booster pack nowadays, right?
Yeah, there's an alt art Harain, right?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah. So, anything that you noticed out in the field today that you didn't see yesterday, or
so a lot of people actually switched decks. I think
Ooh.
I think a few people just wanted to try a different deck, see how the vibes were. 7 rounds is a fair number of rounds to play a deck in like a real tournament setting. So
yeah, I mean, if you look at this room, it's a lot of the same faces as yesterday, and that was also a 7-round tournament. So 50-50, but it was good warm up. Good warm up.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's easier if you live in the DMV area and you go home, you're like, wasn't feeling it yesterday, I'll go back to my old deck. It's easy enough to do,
Yeah. I know we had one of the competitors compile a giant spreadsheet of what everyone qualified with, what they've been playing lately at locals and stuff. So I'm not going to do the full comparison, but it sounds like we've had a fair number of, this is what they played, but when they really crunch down to it, what do I want to play on this day versus what do I want to play every day of the week? A little different.
Yeah. Anyways, Jeff's deck, how would you describe the deck? Did you take a close look at it?
I took a brief look. It is, so one of the things that is alongside all this top 3 decks that we've discussed in metagame, one of the things that's kind of been a story over the last year, even last month, has been the Ocelot Pride decks making their way down from Modern into this format. And one of the things that really sort of turbocharged it was the addition of the Warp creatures in Edge of Eternities, because they're relatively easy to maneuver, a lot of stuff going on there. So I believe the really big one is Starfield Shepherd. That's the Warp 2, Warp 3 white Angel, but you are searching for a plains or a 1-drop when it comes into play. So there's a lot of equity there. And so between that and then you have ability to blink it. So Jeff is playing mono white. I don't know if Stompy is the right word, but mono white Ocelot Pride along those lines. So I mean,
Right.
The thing that caught my eye was Jacked Rabbit, Cube favorite.
Wow, there's a Jackrabbit in this deck?
There's multiple Jacked Rabbits.
I guess it's a good mana sink, right? It basically scales with the amount of mana you have.
Yep. One also scales very well with Ocelot
With Guide of
Pride.
Souls as well.
Yeah. It's good.
Right.
Okay, the 1-drops are clearly the best thing. So
Right.
creatures that are good with the 1-drops are really good. And I mean, I guess this isn't too shocking. The cards in that deck are very good. It's just it is not operating in the. I mean, we watched Mardu defeat Doomsday round 1, but realistically, the Ocelot Pride decks are not really trying to operate in that space. They're trying to operate in a different space where if your opponent is attempting to do anything fair, they are going to bury you. And then they're trying to exploit the fact that a lot of the decks are half fair. So, anyways, we got some word that everyone's resolved mulligans, and we're gonna head on into this match. And I think Jack, mono red painter, what he finished in the Invitational 2nd place last year. If I remember correctly, he was playing there were sort of 2 builds. One is more Soul Cauldron combo-y, and he was on the more mid-rangey build, if I remember correctly. But not 100% on that, and we'll see what he showed up with today as Jeff leads off with basically the namesake Ocelot Pride here.
The bane of some modern players, you know.
The bane of some Cube players.
Yeah.
The bane of some MH3 drafters.
Sure.
So we got an Ancient Tomb to start. And Jack looks to be lining up. So, these are the artifact decks. They make a lot of plays, and then you kind of see where it goes from there. Lotus Petal, Mox Opal.
Whoa. We're
This is
going
it.
fast.
Yeah, Painter does that. Here's the Painter.
That's a good blocker for Ocelot Pride.
Yes, I would say that.
What color do you think you name here?
Um,
Not white.
yeah. Like that's one of the things is
Yes.
you don't want to do that.
I think in this matchup it's okay to name blue. It turns on your blasts.
I mean, it's optimal to name blue, right? You don't like your opponent's white source is not going to blast you. So okay, so Wasteland, Jack back down to two, but like sort of 1.5 mana sources, like one usable, one reusable.
1 1/3, sort of.
Let's see. So no other play though, and that Painter Servant holding off that Pride. Okay, so we're back up on mana sources. We have backup on Delirium or on a Metalcraft, wrong counting mechanic.
And that is Goblin Welder from the social media secret lair.
Yep. Nothing in graveyard though, so we don't really like. What are we flipping back and forth? The Lotus Petal for a little boost in mana. We got a bonus mana if we like tap our Opal, sack the Petal, flip it back. Notably, Jeff's removal's all exile, so that Painter's not going to be going anywhere graveyard. Like it's sort of protected from removal at this point.
Sure.
Because if your opponent goes to swords it, then it once the Welder untaps,
Sure.
you can kind of flip it with the Petal so that it ends up in the graveyard and you bounce it back and forth. But the real question is now, like, Jeff has to push through this, and how fast can he do that before Jack assembles an actual kill?
Just a back-to-back Wastelands on Ancient Tomb and Great Furnace.
Yeah, that's like almost a liability Wasteland because you've set up the
Yeah.
artifact in the graveyard with no resource cost. Like, it is upside, but like there's serious downside against Painter to do that.
So what does that tell you about Jeff's hand if you're going to do this? Like, I guess we're waiting to cast a 3-drop off a Soul Land, or...
Potentially. Also, like, could be the kind of thing where, like, you are just a little bit short, and the main thing you're afraid of is that Jack gets to 4 mana, and then, your library explodes. So you're trying to just, anything you can do to keep him off that point would be what I'm assuming Jack is looking at, or Jeff is looking at against Jack here.
Oh, but no land for Jack, no play. We can weld the Petal into a Furnace, though, for a permanent mana source, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Chrome Mox.
Yep. Exiling our white and blue Jackrabbit.
There goes the Jackrabbit.
Oh my gosh, that is Fortune. Do you know what the mount mechanic does?
It's Saddle.
Oh, yep. Well, it is a mount.
That is true, but it is Saddle.
Correct. Okay, so we've swapped, we've blasted that. We are going to move on. Okay, so Jack up to potentially 4 mana, but we'll see what's going on here. The 4 counting the weld. So we've got oh my gosh.
That's a melted Moxie.
We are getting the full range of standard cards. Yeah, Fortune is 2/4 that can flicker your other creatures when it attacks. Melded Moxite is 1 in a red, ETB, discard a card, draw 2, so Tormenting Voice, but it's an artifact that's sent on the battlefield, and you can also sack it to make a 2/2.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a lot of sacking it. I think it's going to flicker in and out of play here.
Yeah, and the sacrifice costs 3 mana. It's pretty expensive. Okay, so we've got the Shepherd. That's going to eat a Red Blast. Which makes sense. Welder switching in the Lava Spur Boots, which is kind of just an arbitrary artifact for the Moxite. And back to Jack to untap.
We've just received deck lists. There are some nice standard cards in Jack's deck. Legion
There's some
Extruder,
nice.
Peter's Parker Camera.
Peter Parker's Camera.
Steel Wrecking Ball on the sideboard.
Yes, Steel. Is that the 5 mana deal 5?
Yeah, but also 1 in red Shatter.
Yep.
But you'll note with Goblin Welder, that becomes pretty strong actually.
Yeah. So Jeff, Jack, out of gas temporarily, but the Moxite's going to get somewhere. Looks like that's a hard cast Halia from Jeff. It's the Soul Warden that is now going to generate a Ocelot Pride trigger on end step. So we're moving towards something here on Jeff's side. So the Halia bonus isn't going to trigger this turn because it's
Right.
looking like just the one token off the Pride. Looks like we're getting a Moxite Weld, presumably in response to see if we get somewhere. Oh, the Grindstone's going to Graveyard. Oh, that's scary. This might not be a very long game from here.
So, is Jeff out of cards?
Hard to tell, but oh wait, we're making the token.
The token is actually an artifact.
It is an artifact, so you can sack it and then swap the token for the thing and just keep churning. Yep.
Any robot tokens? That might not be in their token box. That might have been not on their bingo board.
What you didn't? It's the no. It's not the. You see, there's 2 green-blue insects in that set, and the other one is the one we saw yesterday. So if anyone knows anything about Biomech and Engineer, that's not the one we saw in the Nadu decks.
No.
And that is the one that makes the robot tokens, though.
It is, for the low cost of 7 mana.
That is the correct
Ooh.
robot token, though.
I believe Jack brought it from home.
I mean, as you should.
Yes, I agree.
With that card? Yeah, so we're... Jack...
If we're doubling up on a painter, it's safe from Solitude then, I think.
Okay, we got Engineer going. This is possibly also just doubling up on Welders so that a painter can go in and out. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Or
okay.
we could just destroy everything repeatedly, right?
Yeah. Chaos Defiler, we're done here. We're
Just
dead in every single way possible. We don't need to continue this. Goblin Welder is going to activate many times a turn until the point that Jack decides that it is enough and we don't have to continue on. So yeah, Jeff's permanence and library were all destroyed in horrible fashion, and we are moving to a game 2. So looking at, I'm just going to look at this list and name some cards. We got Toby Beastie Befriender. You know what that one does?
2 and a white, 1/1. It cannot attack or block alone.
The
Or
token it makes can't attack or block around. So it
no.
makes a 4/4 token
Yeah.
that can't. But then your tokens all
Oh,
gain flying if you have
yes.
4 or more. But
Right.
anyways, I think we can talk about all these like 2 and a white creatures
Sure.
that we want. But really the important one is in Jeff's sideboard, and that's 4 Clarion Conqueror. So this is a card that we saw main deck in the 4-color deck yesterday. Very good against Nadu, very good against Forge, very, very good against Painter.
Yes. I think, in general, the blasts are not that great in a matchup like this, but if you know your opponent has 4 Clarion Conquerors, you might just be forced to leave them in and hope things line up correctly.
Yeah, so just running down the Jeff sideboard, don't really want Deafening Silence, even though there's those explosive turns. The Painter deck's just fine playing slow. I don't think you want Exercise.
I think you do,
you think-
probably. It also kills Saga.
Yeah, but it's a pretty I'd rather have the Thraben Charm, right? Because that is something that is more
Well,
flexible against a Welder.
This can also get artifacts. I don't know,
Yeah, I mean, I'm more attracted to the Thraben Charm managing the Welders and the Engineers, but I could see an argument that you definitely want Null Rod. I don't think you want Rest in Peace.
No, I think that's the wrong axis to attack on.
Yeah.
I think the Thraben Charm is good because it can also just take out a Welder.
Yeah,
or
like
Engineer or
I said, I'm
Painter.
more concerned about the Welder Saga split than that.
Well, I guess better question. What do you want to cut? Jackrabbit seems like that is not what the matchup's about to me.
I think I'm more into Jackrabbit than Fortune.
Sure.
Because
I see
Jackrabbit, you can just cast and they have to kill it or they die. Fortune, there's a lot of setup involved. That's the big one to me. Even though you do have the ability to Fortune, Witch, Enchanter, Lock, I think the Toby's gone though.
Okay.
This is a Painter problem, right? Every
Sure.
card in your deck is functional versus Painter. So how are you supposed to sideboard?
Yeah, I don't know. For Jack's side, I think it's a little bit more straightforward. I think the Furies are very good. Steel Wrecking Ball is maybe good enough to have one of, so you can weld it in and out.
Yep.
To kill their creatures. And it is a clean answer to something like Null Rod, which is worth noting.
Okay. What about a Pithing Needle? Do you want that here?
I don't think so.
Okay, and I don't know if we want Peter Parker's Camera or not. Just to read the text of this card, it's a 1-mana artifact that enters with 3 film counters on it, and you can pay 2 tap, remove a film counter from this artifact, copy an activated or triggered ability you control.
So you could copy Fury, which would be very powerful. you could copy something like a Phyrexian Dragon Engine trigger or Chaos Defiler trigger. Or actually, with a Grindstone activation on the stack, they go to Solitude your painter, you go on top of it, right? With the Peter Parker camera.
Yeah, it's kind of notable that there's only one grindstone in this list, and there's the camera, so it's kind of like the all equity you could have from having 2 grindstones is there. It's kind of funky. I don't know what I expect it to be doing here, but I'm willing to see. So players resolving mulligans. Both of these are Ancient Tomb decks, so the mulligan phase of the game might take a little longer. Yep, looks like a 6 from Jack now.
Yeah, I think the problem last game, Jeff really did not get anything going. Like, no clock on the opponent, no fast mana, just a pair of Wastelands, but then kind of petered out from there.
Yeah, it never got out, was stuck under his own Wastelands. That's the problem. I do want to make an argument that I think this is a matchup where Jack should be cutting Soul Cauldron. I don't think
I don't think it does anything.
There's no utility against your opponent's graveyard, and the Phyrexian Devourer combo is like, okay, I'll put a cat token in front of your creature. I'll make 2 more next turn.
Yeah.
Okay, so we had Ancient Tomb start from Jeff here, the one off to effect. Yep, here's the Ancient Tomb Chronomox start, and we'll see if Jack can match that, because, player with the fast mana start, Wasteland versus the fast mana start's not great, but being the fast mana, that is a turn 1 Clarion Conqueror.
Well,
good luck, have fun, go.
It's kind of funny because it does destroy our own Chronomox effectively, right?
I'm okay with this exchange.
Okay.
I think that Jack's deck does not function under that card at this point, so I think we're okay with moving along. Especially because, this is the classic vintage scenario where, you use your Moxes and then you, the old school shops would be use my Moxes, play Null Rod, and your opponent would just be like, I don't have things, I'm dead.
This is actually like the Mono White Initiative experience, right? This exact play happens so often.
Yes.
Do we see another 3-drop?
Nope. Just an Ocelot Pride.
So, if Jack has a Fury this turn, it'll be very, very, very good, right?
It'll be very good, but then Jeff has, a pretty decent window to fire back because he'll potentially have 5 mana to even, hard cast a Starfield Shepherd.
To pick up another Ocelot Pride.
Pick up another Ocelot Pride or Guide of Souls. I don't know which one's better in that exact scenario. We're starting to get to the point where, you can be hard casting your Witch Enchanters if the Clarion Conqueror disappears. So, it is... Jack has, a pretty tough spot to get out of because it's not just clearing up what's on the battlefield. It's your opponent is more established on mana than you are.
Card was left on top from the Surveil.
Correct.
I saw an Urza Saga.
Look, I see an Urza Saga too. We have 2 mana. We're going to go with a Legion Extruder. This is a 1 in a red artifact that ETBs shocks something, and then you can sacrifice your other artifacts and pay mana to make golems.
3/3 golems, yep.
Correct. If golems are 3/3, robots are 2/2. Got to get your magic lore down right. This looks like that's an exorcist. Yep. So we are exercising that Urza Saga. It is an enchantment or artifact. Clarion Conqueror just crashing on in. That is a Karakas in the lands there for Jeff, too. So,
Halia and Topi and Fortune are the legends in the deck.
Yeah,
right?
no legends on the painter side, though.
So the Soul Cauldron stayed in. Interesting.
Yeah, trying to think what other equity you get from it in this matchup, aside from the combo, because it's not like your welders or engineers are going to the graveyard.
Sure.
But there's always some funky stuff going on. Also, that's an Arena of Glory, so we have potentially some hasted welders in the future.
So no follow-up from Jeff, but he could be sitting on a Solitude, right?
Easily. Yeah. And this Painter Servant would have been a pretty reasonable target for it.
Well, the question is, if you have a Witch Enchanter in hand as well, you probably use that one instead, right?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Actually, no. I would have used the Solitude because the life totals. So Jack is getting crunched down to 7 here. And if you Solituded, you would be 1 turn away from lethal, just like EOT Solitude attack.
Got it, yeah.
It has power and toughness. Jeff considering some options.
So Wasteland, if you have it, you probably fire it off just to constrain mana.
Mm-hmm.
This is a Starfield Shepherd.
And the debate there would be whether you warp it or cast it.
Yeah, my instinct is cast it because it's flying.
Yeah.
Yep, and Jeff agrees.
The Painter mana base here is actually like pretty interesting, where it's fetch land heavy just because you're leaning into the ability to fetch a surveil land.
Well, also to hardcast the Chaos Defiler, right?
Yeah, it's more just having access to a
Sure.
surveil land more than the hardcast of Chaos Defiler. Like the best way for Chaos Defiler to exist is going from your graveyard. Like you could also Mox Opal or Lotus Petal it. So yeah, we've duplicated Karakas, used that to cast the Guide of Souls that we found off the Starfield Shepherd. Still at 0 energy. Jack currently facing 1 off of lethal. That's the Grindstone. Okay.
Fortunately, it doesn't do much in the face of the Clarion Conqueror.
Correct.
All right.
So if Jeff had, nope, does not have 3 creatures somehow, does not have anything in deck that would pump 1 here, just putting Jack to 1 and hoping that's good enough, which it probably is, because I think most of Jack lines out here are just like a land and a Fury.
Yeah.
Or a pet, yep.
It's literally land plus Fury wins.
Yep.
And nothing else does, really.
Yeah, we don't even need an Ancient Tomb, so cutting that
Right.
off. But like because of the fetches, in theory, that 1 life could have mattered a decent amount. But
Sure.
yeah, so we're moving to game 3. Clarion Conqueror, heck of a card.
Yeah, I mean, we threw our own Chromox into the trash can, and it was completely fine, right?
Yeah. I want to, funny bug here. The deck list has it listed as Clarion Conqueror / Clarion Conqueror. So I like the implication that the backside of Clarion Conqueror is just another Clarion Conqueror.
It's because of Tarkir Dragonstorm. In that, you could open a double-faced Clarion Conqueror in the booster packs.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that nonsense? It was that Meringue River Regent. So they were like, okay, there are certain MDFCs or DFCs. We're not going to worry about it.
They're not M because they're not modes.
Yes.
The modes
The modes are Clarion
yeah.
Conqueror or Clarion Conqueror.
This is like the cereal box Eldrazi was the original instance of this. I'm actually a pretty big fan of the like double face art like functional cards. I think that's pretty cool. But yes, good point.
it made it a little bit weird in drafting / playing sealed in that RCQ / Spotlight series. It was one of the Spotlight series.
Oh yeah, because that was the one in Denver,
So
right?
people were like, we can open MDFCs. I'm like, or DFCs. I'm like, which ones? And they're like, oh, it's the same card in back and front. I'm like, okay, what was the point of this?
This is pretty silly. This is extremely silly. Yeah. So notably, one of the things is that like this is actually like a long time thing in like the Painter debate is that you have in Jack's list there's 1 Simian Spirit Guide and 3 Lotus Petals they're all basically playing the same role, and exactly how many of which you want is just like so up for debate. He's landed on the side that makes this Clarion Conqueror a bigger deal than it previously would be, but just like a micro detail with this deck to point out.
I think I agree with you. I think the Soul Cauldron stuff I would try to not have in my deck in this matchup.
I think so, especially against Conqueror. I guess one of the interesting things on Jeff's deck side, leaning into Fortune over the traditional Flicker Wisp is probably largely just an Ancient Tomb call.
Yeah, I think
And
this
also
Flicker Wisp
Karakas
is
equity.
It's not castable, really.
Yeah. Not cast. Yeah, that is a great way to put it, not castable.
I mean, there's only 14 white sources if you count the Chromox, and that's not a lot.
There's more.
12, 14?
No, you're off by 8.
Oh, I'm always tricked by the MDFCs.
Yeah, MDFC and then Starfield Shepherd can always go to Plains.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
Starfield Shepherd, you need a starting white source, but sure.
Yeah, but like with Flicker Wisp, it's always the second white source.
All
Like,
right.
you can't complain about like I have Flicker Wisp and no white sources. Like I can't cast any white card then. I just the Peter Parker's camera is still getting me. That is not a card I ever expected to see on an actual submitted deck list.
Well, I will say, certain people in Ryan Freeberger's Discord were very high on this card, and I'm just like, I don't see it, and I think maybe I was proven right. It doesn't seem great to me.
It's on a deck list, and it's currently going to Game 3, and it's 1-0, so, still anyone's game.
How many games have actually been played with it?
It's been in the deck for 2 games. Like
You don't know that. You don't know it's been in the deck for 2 games.
That's a good point. Actually, I don't actually know. Okay, so we've got some hands. We've got some early game Ancient Tomb action, which is the mulligan phase, and then the mid game is the first 2 turns. It's the vintage joke. Same thing.
This actually feels very vintagey in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah. I mean, you could argue that the Ancient Tomb decks in Legacy and the Ancient Tomb / Workshop decks in Vintage are just like all the same thing.
Yeah.
Most of the Workshop decks, not the coveted jewel stuff, but the other ones.
Yeah. We
Actually, no, you know what? Forge. It's also, nope, it's all there.
Coveted Jewel is close to Mystic Forge
Yeah,
in a lot of ways, yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, so no fast land here, just a Goblin Welder and 7 cards from both players. Swords, okay. Very fair exchange of 1-drops. Probably like if Jeff were to line up a 1-drop against Welder, the one that you would want to, even though you wouldn't mind a Pride or a Guide. Urza Saga for Jack. One of the very nice store promos. Ooh. Okay, so we've got a little bit of the backup plan here. So we've got Urza Saga, Fable of the Mirror Breaker coming out on the Painter side, and it's now on Jeff to see if the white cards can match or overwhelm that in any way. Though it does look like, let's see.
We have a Wasteland for the Saga at least, but the problem is the Shaman sort of like bridges you on mana past that.
Mana and finding the way to the next threat. Because I think Jeff can ignore the Goblin token, but the actual Fable is going to be a problem. So maybe, one of the things to debate if you're Jeff is, let's say you have a Thraven Charm. How are you lining this turn up?
Great question. I guess it sort of depends if you think you can handle the constructs. The constructs get sort of big in the Painter deck,
I think you are forced to kill the Urza Saga. Just because Jack can make a construct next turn, right? Even if if you kill the Fable, the attack makes a treasure, make a construct. That thing's going to get outrageous.
And remember, the Goblin Shaman makes treasures, which makes the constructs bigger.
Yeah,
so it's sort of a lot.
Fable the Mirror Breaker is a great artifact. Also an enchantment, also a creature sometimes, but
also
really
two
great
creatures sometimes, right?
Yeah. It's got a lot of types. Yeah, there's that waste. We cannot let this Urza Saga go. We've got an Ocelot Pride. This is actually kind of interesting because, if the Shaman kind of might not want to attack, depending on whether you're more afraid of the Pride spinning out of control. Probably not the case, given that you're constrained on mana, but, it's not instantly clear-cut, as we'll see what happens after the Fable discard draw trigger.
So one of the differences in this Pride deck versus other ones, the other ones usually contain Goblin Bombardment or something like Bombardiers in this format. You probably don't have to worry about that from here. Every single card that has been played indicates that it's a mono-white Ocelot Pride deck.
Yeah, so this is an Ensnaring Bridge of Khazad-dûm and a Goblin Welder hitting the graveyard, it looks like.
Did you just say Ensnaring Bridge of Khazad-dûm?
Yeah.
Is that actually the name of it?
No, I'm pretty sure that's the Lord of the Rings Ensnaring Bridge.
Right.
Fairly sure. So just a Mire, so Jack on up to 3 mana this turn.
Could be more. There could be a Lotus Petal / Chrome Mox. Or not Chrome Mox, Mox Opal.
Yeah, we can discuss all the implications of Painter Servant and Chrome Mox.
It makes your cards look really cool on MTGO.
Very much, very much. Okay, so we're just fetching up a basic. Still 4 more to find in the deck. I think the best thing for Jack would honestly have been a second Fable, but...
Soul Cauldron.
Oh, that's really good, because now we have a Welder going.
Yeah. So, you played Soul Cauldron last year in Painter. And I think the reason Jack's still playing it is Reanimator's still a deck,
Yeah. It's also... It's not just Reanimator. It is a very powerful tool against the fair Swords to Plowshare decks, because it moves your combo from, having to control a Painter Servant to, if I resolve a Goblin Engineer, every creature I play will kill you. Also, the ability to just kind of, as we're sort of able to see here, anything can become a Welder as Jack just attacks and makes more material to weld away. Let's see. So, Ocelot Pride going to swing on back. We'll eventually get a token at EOT.
Yeah, so I think Jack is just not concerned about the pile of 1/1 cats. It's hard to convert them into a bunch of stuff versus him.
That's true. So Soul Cauldron going down to an exercise.
Do you exile your welder to put a +1/+1 counter?
No, I don't think you do, because I think
Okay.
you want the threat of every... Like, if there is a cauldron in your deck, you want the threat of the future
Sure.
cauldrons. I don't think we're going to necessarily win via fair damage here. I think that if you had another Fable or a Saga, I would consider that. Or I guess even if you had the Chaos Defiler, naturally.
Or Fury.
That's true. That's true. We are approaching casting Fury.
Isn't it this turn with land plus treasure attack?
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, Jack doesn't have a lot of cards, so like land plus Fury's got to be a lot of stuff hiding out in there.
Sure. I think this would be a good time to cast it. Just get your 3/3 double striker in there. Clear. Well, actually, maybe you can wait a turn.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would want to wait a turn
Okay,
and get
yeah,
more
yeah.
than just an Ocelot probably clean up from it. Also, like, if you wait a turn, you potentially are in a spot where you get to, like, Fury, pass with Fable, activate backup, and also it's unclear to me whether, like, you might want to induce your opponent to kill the Fable before you cast the Fury, because the 3/3 double striker may have more value. But it looks like we're just getting some 3-drop. Okay, here we go. Fable. This is a classic endgame.
Certainly is a classic endgame where, well, for those of you who've played a lot with double Fable, once you get the reflection plus another reflection, you can just make a bunch of 2/2s at their end step. They all get untapped on your turn and just attack.
Yeah. The funnest thing is probably when you like EOT leverage all the 2/2s and then untap
And then
and
convert
over
them.
leverage into something else.
Yes.
Yeah.
Say Fury or Chaos Defiler.
Yeah. So Jeff very much under the gun to remove a lot of things here. So how would we manage that in this deck? So we're short Witch Enchanter mana. One notable loss due to switching to Fortune instead of Flicker Wisp is we no longer have access to the Flicker my Witch Blessed Meadow into a Witch Enchanter lines.
Oh, that's kind of nice. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that.
Yep. Yeah, Flicker Wisp does some weird stuff. So Karakas, that's a little bit of a warp on that Shepherd. Getting a second Pride, which stymies the attacks from this exact battlefield temporarily. So Jack is not going to be able to realistically boost up on treasures. That's not true. Once the second Fable transforms, you can actually just like chuck 2 Goblin token copies at... They're tokens, but they're copy tokens. You know what I mean.
Yeah,
The
I do.
fake ones.
I will say, if Jack has Fury this turn, it's kind of a disaster.
I think, we've reached the point where enough material is committed for a Fury to be a disaster.
Well, you could also just evoke it and copy it with Reflection.
I wouldn't. No, I would attack, use
Yeah.
the treasures.
Sure. Interesting. So we're going to attack with all 3 Goblin Shamans, is the implication if we're copying?
No, you might just copy, attack with the 1, and then bank a treasure. Because you get the treasure before the
Sure.
Ocelot's block, and your opponent gaining 2 life on your turn doesn't matter.
Looks like I was right.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of implications here that could indicate Chaos Defiler or Fury in hand, right?
Yes, yeah, we're just producing, we're trying to commit as much as we can into generating mana. Like, we've effectively turned the second Goblin token into a Lotus Petal this way.
Yep. Yep.
There, that's pretty bad. That's a Fury.
So, one thing to note, what Jeff should be able to deduce is Jack's 2 last cards cannot be mana sources. Because you would probably just use a mana source, unless if it's like Lotus Petal. There's no lands in Jack's hand, for sure.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, because using a treasure is a Lotus Petal. You'd rather tap a land than use a Lotus
Yeah,
Petal.
so Jeff now knows those last 2 cards are probably threatening somehow, and you have to deal with copying Fury every turn as a mono white deck. Of course there are answers, but you are basically under the gun to have one right here, right now.
Yeah, I think any winning board state here feels like it starts with Clarion Conqueror to shut off the if you can turn off the reflections and make them just 2/2s,
Yeah.
then you're just in a spot where you've answered the rest of it and you just have to answer the Fury.
I mean, you do have to answer the Fury because you are at 15. That's just a 3-turn clock by itself.
Yes, I agree with that bit. Yeah, the Fury is the first thing that has to go.
A Witch Enchanter might be enough of a bridge time to get to your other stuff if that's what you have.
No.
Well, you
What,
Witch
okay,
Enchant-
what happens if you cast Witch Enchanter this turn?
You kill the reflection. The other reflection flips. You chump the Fury.
So we got Guide.
Well,
We've got Halia. Gain a life, get an energy.
okay. So do we have another creature? I guess we do.
Gain
so
2 life. So this is okay. So what's happening here is that Jeff has no ability to defeat this Fury up front. However, he is going to draw a card at the end of turn due to Halia's trigger. You've gained 3 life at end of turn. You draw a card. We have a white card in our hand, and we really, really need it to be Solitude.
Yeah, I think here. Do you get maximally greedy and just hope that Jack goes for the copy, or do you just initiate and kill the reflection or the Fury right away?
Do you go for the copy? I think you have to kill the Fury right away.
Okay.
Because otherwise, Jack just passes and then gets to the point where there are 2 Fable or 2 reflections in play, and then you're
then you just explode in a ball of fire.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
So I think Jeff was trying to figure out which one would I rather pitch to Solitude if I draw it, or if I draw the Solitude. I think you would rather pitch Pride than Guide of Souls. So
Yeah,
that's why
Guide
you-
of Souls layer's better in this spot.
Sure.
Yeah, we're done here. We're done here. That was not a Solitude. We can move along. Notably, only 2 Solitudes in this deck. Because
Yeah, so it makes it harder to draw a 2-outer instead of a 4-outer.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like those games sort of devolved into Jundas games, right?
No, I wouldn't say that. That first one was pretty much a Painter Engine game.
Okay, what about games 2 and 3?
Well, game 2 was classic Ancient Tomb Mirror, where one player has mana and the other doesn't. And then game 3 was this is the strength of Painter, is that you have some degree of my deck, even if I don't combo them, has so much weirdo redundancy and grind that it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Cool. So we are going to be showing you some data about our wonderful players here today that we just featured. So, So Jeff, really great win rate here. 59% is just phenomenal win rate over the season. Qualified via store champion as well as an individual qualifier winner. So, yeah, that's where the 2 qualifications are for the bye. Pretty darn good. Anything to say here about anything going on that? So, yeah, and a double. I don't know. Is store champion or just double BCQ winner? Which one are you scared of more?
I think double BCQ winner is a little bit harder because that's 2 tournaments where you're literally first place, right? And store champion, it's yes, you have to do well. You have to go 2-1 a lot or 3-0 a bunch of times in a bunch of weeklies. But I think in general, if you're asking me, would I be more scared of someone who goes 2-1 or 3-0 every weekly or someone who just wins 2 one-shot tournaments? I would say the 2 one-shot tournaments.
What if they also finish second at the last Invitational?
Yes,
that's pretty
that
good
does
too.
help
So,
out.
Yeah, win rate, a little more on the even money line here, but being a Painter main, you get some wins and some losses there. It's a pretty swingy experience in terms of the metagame. Painter has its ups and its downs, and that was certainly an up.
Yeah, you described Painter once as the equivalent as Malura Company. Or
Yeah, it is very much a deck where I was gonna say, I said Painter ups and downs. So the upside of the deck is largely that you just amass any selection of permanents in play, and if you're allowed to have permanents, they're gonna do something egregious to your opponent. But the problem the deck has, and this is when you start to lose, is when your opponents are very effective at picking off all of your stuff relatively agnostic of what it is. And the worst matchups I've ever had are actually the ones where your opponent is comfortable enough to board out Forcible because all their other interaction is so good at 1-for-1ing you. Okay. So we're gonna fire off into the backup feature here, and wait, we've seen these players before.
Yes.
So Brady, the Invitational winner last year, and then Scott second place yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah. So we've seen these players before. We've seen their decks. It's Nadu midrange versus Is It Delver. Going into game 3 with Brady on the play. And, pretty normal start here. We have a Mana Dork. We have a Basic. We have a DRC. And we have the Fight of the 1-drops.
And we have a Mishra's Bauble.
Ooh, one Mishra's Bauble. Maybe more than one Mishra's Bauble.
There's 2.
Yeah, but
Yep.
you time these fairly aggressively, right?
I think so. I think you just want a Turbo Delirium.
And it looks like
So he's responding to the surveil by bobbling the first one. That's what that indication was.
Yeah, so we want to surveil knowing the top card of our opponent's library. Got it. Because our surveil matters in terms of what the bobble draws us on our opponent's upkeep. So we're keeping that. 2 card types in graveyard. 2 draw steps plus, 2 drop steps for Scott, 1 draw step for Brady.
It's sort of fascinating how much you can do with Mishra's Bauble. It's just an extremely powerful card that has a lot of like weirdo play to it.
Yeah, so Carpet of Flowers here from Brady. It's Hedge Maze as well. So Brady potentially having access to 2 mana on his second main phase. And it looks like we are getting a Nomads into play using some of that mana.
More looks like we're just playing everything around Days and not worrying about anything else.
Correct. So back to Scott. Seeing if we can get this DRC up in the air. Start for the turn. And do you even care about how many how much mana you give Brady? He's just so low on cards that you maybe just kind of run into this carpet and say, you've already got 3-4 mana. Like, I don't know. Who cares about the 5th?
I think given that you have to kill Brady before the entire Nadu stuff gets set up, you can't really worry about how much mana you're giving him.
Yep. So we kept those on top. Ponder going to graveyard is the 3rd card type. That's quite the stack on Ponder there. It looks like it's multiple red removal spells and then a Wasteland we probably don't really care about.
So this is sort of an interesting spot for Ponder and the Delver of Secret in Scott's hand. Do you fetch first, then Ponder? Or do you Ponder first, then you're like, oh, I'm just going to take the best card out of the 3?
That's a really interesting question.
This is like a classic problem for Delver players, right?
Yeah. I think with the DRC, maybe you were supposed to fetch.
I was thinking about that, and I'm just like, I'm not sure, but we've chosen to do it this way. Like, I'm not saying I'm like right or wrong. I think it's a really complicated question.
Yeah, and this is sort of a problematic situation for Scott with those burn spells because that Nomads is not going to leave the battlefield until he kills every other creature.
No.
So, like, the damage is going to get shunted to the Noble, and then it's going to get shunted to anything else that gets cast. So,
Nomads Encore is reverse Spellskite in this situation, right?
yes. Reverse Spellskite is certainly a way to describe it. Okay, so we got Carpet Mana. 1. This is that's okay.
Well, there are 2 Dazes in Scott's hand, but he does have to fetch. He also has a Force of Will, so we could do it that way as well.
Yeah, I think you just have to force it. I don't think the Daze is doing anything. That does put our DRC at Delirium. That's actually kind of an interesting thing with keeping the burn spells on top or not, is you probably do want to draw both, but Scott was in a spot where he could put 1 burn spell to graveyard, keep the other, have Delirium, actually start attacking this turn, and then fetch away the Wasteland.
Yeah.
So it's a question. I think he's correct to try and actually dismantle the board, but there is a world where you get into a really aggressive fight over your opponent's life total instead.
Right.
But it looks like we might even be pitching the Delver to the Force and just trying to ride out damage and maybe.
Well, my question is, if you do that, what are these Dazes going to do? Like, they don't seem very good to me in the face of Carpet Flowers.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the logic might be that your opponent only has 1 mana, so you have double Daze to protect against Force of Will. But
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you could, in theory, win through a Force of Will protecting the Green Sun Zenith here. But at the same time, if you don't use the Dazes. The other thing, too, is that, if you fire off 2 Dazes, you definitely cannot fire off 2 burn spells next turn to clear the Encore.
I think Scott is playing a double Daze here, picking up both of the things and trying to reduce the effect of the carpet on the turn after.
Oh, that's pretty good, yeah.
Because if you fetch a tapped Thundering Falls, that's what play implies to me, right?
Yeah, maybe just using those 2 Dazes, getting 2 Surveils is better, yeah.
And then also, I've actually been really impressed with Scott's play. At weeklies, he normally plays A&T because he has a wide range.
Delver's the same deck as A&T.
Dude, would you like to elaborate on that?
Delver's the same deck as A&T. No further questions.
Okay. Fair enough.
So this is the surveil off the land, but we're going to be getting more in the future.
Every time I see DRC in play, I'm just reminded how like kind of insane it is, right?
It's a really good card. Significantly more fair than some of the cards that they have banned in the similar slot, just because of like how much more valuable a physical card is in Legacy than the like not physical card, but really, really powerful.
So what happened was Brady's like, I'll let you resolve the surveil, then I'll fetch to pay for days.
Yes, exactly. So the surveil is just kind of tanking there.
Yeah. I mean, obviously Brady's going to get some untapped land. The question is which one. Probably Island, if I had to guess, but...
I'm kind of wondering if you were supposed to get Tundra just so that you, like, have a backup white source somewhere in the line.
Is our backup white source Carpet of Flowers?
Oh, that's true. Well, I mean, is it? I don't see any islands on Scott's side of the board.
Fair enough.
I guess the Noble Hierarch can't die without an island in play, just
Exactly,
because of
yeah.
the construction of Scott's deck being all
Well,
islands.
there are no
and vaults.
mountains, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
there's-
think you want to play Mountain. Mountain is...
Mountain's bad.
Yeah. Mountain's like wastes.
I need you to elaborate on that. That's more insane to me than
Well, it doesn't cast Ponder, Delver of Secrets, or Brainstorm.
doesn't cast Ponder, Delver, Secrets,
And
or
you can't pick it
Brainstorm.
up with days.
Yeah, but it casts Lightning Bolt. Waste doesn't cast Lightning Bolt.
Fine.
Yeah, that's true. DRC forced to attack. Nomads Encore electing to attack with Exalted, I'll say. Double Nomads, I think Scott has reached the point where we are not going to escape this Nomad situation anytime soon.
So that means you have to stop every Nadu or Zenith for 3 on the stack, pretty much, right?
Yeah, and actually we also are kind of in the weird spot of, like, we're not necessarily even winning the damage war.
I think we are barely doing it.
Yeah, but if Brady draws, like, you know, insert your favorite creature with power and toughness.
What if it's another Nomads?
That's fair. I mean, that still adds damage to this. I guess because the spell is Bolt, maybe
oh,
no,
Yeah,
not
not
allowed.
allowed.
Disallowed.
Not allowed. So this is why Scott used the 2 dazes, planning to save Force plus Delver for the next Nadu.
Yeah, you use the cards that actually answer this one, so that you have the card that answers the next one. Scott not a lot of action hanging out there in hand, but...
The best card for Scott to draw is Brainstorm, aka Ancestral Recall, right?
Yeah, so we kept on top.
Another Bolt's not bad.
That's really good, actually.
So that means next turn is a lethal attack, right?
Correct. Interesting that we didn't deploy a Delta here.
That's just assigned to Carpet of Flowers, right? To not play another land out, right?
Yeah, but it's a fetch land. I guess the one thing I haven't counted is, like, the allocation of like fetchables in graveyard versus in hand. But I think there's still a basic island deck, so we should be good to have 2 fetches in play.
Sure.
And I would want more potential configurations if I drew Brainstorm next turn. And, like, you're gonna play a land if you draw Brainstorm.
Oh, Tamiyo,
That's a turn.
that's a turn. The problem is there's no shuffle effect for Brady.
Oh, is this a little Brainstorm lock?
But there's a plow as well. So that means the bolts... I mean... The problem is the bolts don't do anything except kill Tamiyo or go to Brady's Dome, right?
I think you have to kill Tamiyo here.
Well,
This game
and
is
now that
no
the plow
longer-
has happened, so do you bolt in response?
Yeah, you get your surveil.
Yeah, you get your surveil in. The question is, do we know the top card already?
No, we haven't surveilled
Okay.
this turn. We untapped Drew attack.
Sure.
Okay, so that's 2 Volks in graveyard.
Okay.
So this is the actual, like, what's the fetchable situation thing is actually coming up, I think. So, because there's at least a Volk in hand. So there's one more Volk. If we're assuming Scott's playing the same list as yesterday. There's an
Yes.
island and a Volk left to fetch. Okay.
Or Steel Cutter, but the problem is... Wait, we could have gone Steel Cutter, Bolt, Brady. Is that good enough?
I don't know. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, so we got some sequencing going on here. How do we want to order this? So we want to. So we drew a brainstorm, which means that we can go Corey, land, brainstorm, leaving ourselves with land, bolt in hand as the remaining 2 cards, and then whatever we draw with the brainstorm, and a shuffle left with the fetch.
So, do you want to know something interesting? I do not believe there's another fetchable red source in the deck. You can only get Island off of that.
That's not true. You can put. Oh no, the Volk's in play.
No,
Yep, you're right.
So it's
you're
Volk,
right.
Volk,
Yep.
Volk, Thundering Falls are all accounted for, correct?
Correct. That is interesting.
And Brady plays enough Legacy that he'll notice that. So that means this turn he can be safe from Power Blast or whatever. So if he finds the Nadu.
Well, it does look like, yep, there's a force and a blue card there, so that's probably no longer an issue.
Sure.
So this is a 2-power attack from the Monk token. Brady down. Not quite lethal, but we're getting there. 6. 6 is a critical number. 6 is 2 bolts.
Yeah, 1 bolt was expended on the Tamio, which I think you were just forced to in that situation.
Yep.
But
And this looks like the Portico for another Surveil, which is probably better than the Life. Like
Yep.
any spot where you gain a turn by keeping that Life, the Surveil basically does the same thing.
Right.
And then any spot where your opponent doesn't just have the 2 bolts, you're in good shape.
Well, good shape might be a stretch. Where
Well, the Portico is
Sure.
free there.
Sure.
So we got a Surveil. Nope.
Nope.
Ain't going to do it. So Brady with all the mana in the world, 1 card. Passing on back.
So I guess the plan here is to maybe double block the Monk token, redirect all of the damage onto the Encores to the Hierarch.
That would check out. Let's see. So Scott has DRC.
The question is, do you bolt the Hierarch then? Or do you just go face and then equip the Cutter to DRC?
Yeah, face and equip, right?
Or you could just equip first attack, see if it works, then bolt, right?
You lose a Monk token that way, because like if
Yeah.
they have the swords, I actually really want the other Monk token.
Sure.
Just double checking. Like there is actually a world. Let's double check that there's a fetchable, because there is a world that like
The island
your-
got boarded out.
Exactly, because your opponent's on a wasteland. Okay, island is there. We're safe. That fetch line does something.
I think Scott is clean enough in his play that he thought about that stuff before. doing
Yeah. Well,
anything.
if he didn't have it, I'm just assuming he
Sure.
wouldn't fetch, and we
Right.
wouldn't have this exact lineup. So, yeah, Scott with potential lethal if he re-equips.
He's looking at his card. He's thinking about it.
This feels like someone who knows and is just looking at it and making sure. So that's bolt you, make a Monk, make a Surveil. Nope,
Wait,
no
does
re-equip.
that doesn't work, right?
What?
Or I guess
It's not lethal.
that's what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, so Brady's going to get another peek at it. Now,
But the problem is the Force of Will in
right,
Scott's
so
hand.
we know that. So, yeah, so this is exactly what we talked about, where
Yeah.
this is a 2/2 Monk with Trample, but all the damage is going to get reallocated to the Noble.
Yeah.
You have to assign it to the Nomads, and then
Yeah.
the Noble takes damage from both Monks, and Brady takes no damage and is facing lethal next turn. So, 2 lands, and Scott manages to take it down. Yeah,
Still
just-
had all these.
Still had it. Still had it. So yeah, that was
Yeah.
that was a tight one. That is kind of the nature of the Delver deck, right? You're just
Yeah.
like squeaking in exact lethal, and the Nadu player just like kind of has top decks on the way out. But yeah, good matches. Good matches.
Good matches, yeah.
Yeah, I was very interesting things happening in both. Like one pretty typical match we see, and then one match that is a little off the wall. But glad we got to see both of them. Anything you want to see next round, or are we gonna let Jameson and Koval get back in the booth and decide that for us?
We'll let them pick the matches, you know?
Sounds good. Just a reminder, we are here at the DMV Legacy League Invitational with this wonderful DMV Legacy Invitational Championship ring on the line, as well as all the other prizes. So stay tuned and keep an eye on who wins. Keep an eye on our charity raffles if any of that stuff strikes you, because, again, I'm still here for that Wii Fate sketch.
You are here for
I'm
the
very
Wii
here
Fate.
for the Wii Fate sketch. Yeah. Take a short break and then be back for the next round.
Welcome back to round 3 of the DMV Legacy League Invitational for Season 2. Jameson rejoining you here with Brian Koval. Brian, how you going? How's it going?
It's going well, and we've just been handed the list for the
Yeah.
match we're about to talk about. Holy guacamole, I am excited for
So
Chris
this is
Cornwell Shields deck.
This is table 1. If those of you who know Chris know that he always brings some spice. So this is table 1. These players are both X and O. And this is Chris Cornwell Shield against Ket No. And both players are, this is going to be Ancient Tomb pod racing, is how it was described to us from the booth.
Yes.
So Ket is on Mystic Forge combo, which is what we would expect out of an Ancient Tomb deck.
Boring.
Chris is playing Paradoxical Outcome, featuring 2 copies of Plagon Lord of the Beach. So yeah, go ahead and look that one up on Scryfall if you've never heard of that one.
Let me get that one. I mean, there's other text, but the important thing for this deck is when it enters the battlefield, you draw a card for each creature you control with toughness greater than its power. And the only creatures in this deck are 4 Glaring Fleshraker and 2 Plagon. And Glaring Fleshraker is 2/2. However, it creates 0/1s.
It does.
And I have never seen... I've gone into the pits of Legacy. I've seen it all. I've seen things I wish I could unsee. But I've never seen anyone trigger Plagon off of a large number of Eldrazi spawns.
I believe also, doesn't Kozilek's command make 0/1s as well?
Yes, yeah, Kozilek's command and Glaring Fleshraker. The spawns are the only thing to trigger Plagon. But if you get to that point, it's probably going to draw 4, 8, 10, 20?
Yeah.
What's the cap here?
Who needs the One Ring when you can cast Plagon Lord of the Beach? Also, I don't know if you've seen the artwork on this card. It's ridiculous. It's adorable. It's a bunch of sea critters. There's I think Plagon itself is a starfish an anthropomorphic starfish. So I'm excited to see Chris doing some shenanigans today. He's getting away with it so far. We'll see if he continues to as we go down to table 1. So I think our players are seated, and they are just about ready for us.
And one of the important things about this matchup is they have much of the same core. They both play Glaring Fleshraker, Kozilek's Command, Ancient Tomb. They're doing all that. But one of these decks is the hyper-focused, arguably best deck in Legacy of Mystic Forge combo, and the other has Force of Will. Generally, this would just be a pod race, but it's a pod race where someone can blow out the engine on the other pod if they need to buy a turn.
Another thing to note here, I think, is that Chris does not have any copies of Karn the Great Creator in his deck, and Ket does, and that's, of course, a key card for the Mystic Forge combo just in general, but is going to be a huge haymaker in this matchup. So Karn versus Force of Will, we'll see who prevails on this one. All right, so we're ready to go down to the table. Our players are shuffling up and all ready for us to go. So there you are. There's your players on the screen there. Ket on your left and Chris on your right.
Yeah, Chris is one of these people. We were talking yesterday about being just in the Legacy scene and seeing the people around for years, decades, multiple decades in some cases. And Chris is one of these people who's always been regionally adjacent to me. He's in the DMV area. I was in the Northeast. And see him around, and you know he's going to bring the spice.
Yeah, absolutely. Another one of these folks, like Dan, is a constant grinder, always at the Level Up weeklies, whenever his schedule permits, which it almost always does. And but busy man. He's in a couple of rock bands too. He's a bassist. He's a pretty sick bassist. So, all right. So Ket is leading off on the play here. Urza's Tower into Manifold Key. Chris with Ancient Tomb into Grim Monolith. So
being on the draw is a big L in this matchup. You really want to just be doing your thing first, because doing the thing is primarily what we're about here. But Grim Monolith is a better open than Manifold Key. We'll see what Ket's follow-up is.
All right, and it's going to be Ancient Tomb and Tezzeret. That's a pretty good one.
I mean...
But he's got 2 keys now, but no Monolith to untap.
Yeah, the words on the card Tezzeret are abstractly good, but in the position where it's an Ancient Tomb, One Ring, showdown, race to the bottom, what do we even do with this Tez? This is not the high-impact turn 2 play that he wanted.
Yeah, and so, I mean, in theory, he could have gotten something like Pithing Needle here, but don't want a Pithing Needle Grim Monolith because that shuts off your own. So-
Right, and the Monolith can still tap for mana. It just can't untap. But you're rarely activating the 4-mana untap of Grim Monolith
right,
anyway.
yeah.
You name Manifold Key or Tezzeret, those are your permanents. Like, what's the plan here?
Yeah.
Proactively turn off the One Ring with a Pithing Needle? But that's your core engine, too. They have all of the same cards.
Oh,
this is
there it
actually
is.
insane.
So
Yeah.
Lotus Petal for the white mana to cast Portable Hole from hand, which is going to take care of Grim Monolith. I believe Chris is going to float 3 mana here, and okay, cast Kozilek's Command for 1.
Make a friend draw a card.
I do believe that is going to be, yep. And that's an Urza Saga, so it's a pretty good card to draw.
Yep. Yeah, it's weird to see Mystic Forge take the control role of turn 2 Planeswalker, tutor for an answer to my opponent's turn 1 mana source. This is not how this normally goes. We're in full weirdo mode, and I'm stoked about it. Yeah, I love that attack on Tezzeret with my 0-1. Just make it a point.
It's not about dealing damage, it's about sending
I
a
don't want that
message.
to go unnoticed.
So attacking for 0, and then we're going to use him with Urza Saga and Ancient Tomb to cast the 1 ring.
Yep, and Kiet does have Pithing Needle in hand. This is the
Oh,
somehow
boy.
the control draw.
Yeah. So interesting. We were expecting pod racing, and instead we're getting sort of Mystic Forge sliding into the control role.
Yeah, we've got the Tuscan Raiders shooting from the edge of the canyon while someone else is trying to pod race.
All right. So we'll see. Chris, such an expressive. He's just throwing his hands all over the place.
Yeah, his opponent's clearly in the tank, head in his hands, thinking really hard, and Chris just waving hands, pointing at stuff.
He's like, "Do you want to manifold key my 1 ring, please?"
Chris just, did you see weapons? He's talking about literally anything here.
Interesting decision trees here for Ket, because do we continue to interfere with our opponent's cards? Because we could Pithing Needle the 1 ring, but do we even want to? Do we want to turn ourselves off of the 1 ring?
Yeah, the whole deck is built around the One Ring and twiddling the One Ring. Chris only has 1 visible activation per turn of the One Ring, which, he's also a turn ahead, so he's 2 activations ahead here, but if Ket finds 1, it's immediately 3 activations. And that's completely different calculation. Can I catch up here? Do I need to be on defense? And here we go.
And here it is. Both players laughing about, all right, yep, we're going to have it on the 1 ring. Okay, so in the aggregate, I think this actually sort of favors Chris because he has other ways of really getting huge amounts of drawing cards, where Ket is really kind of dependent on the 1 ring for mass card draw, but depending on how these draws line up, it could be very advantageous.
Yeah, and Ket kind of needs to do something here, despite fending off the first 2 plays with the only 2 reactive cards in his entire deck. He is still under the gun from Urza Saga that's cranking up, plus this grip full of cards could be anything.
It's so interesting that, as well, that not only the only 2 reactive cards in his deck, both from hand. The Tezzeret was used, but it sought a Lotus Petal. It didn't.
Right.
It didn't get the Portable Hole.
Yeah,
so.
I found the mana source for the Portable Hole. And that means Ket kept that hand.
Yeah.
The good chance there's some buzz among the players, like, did you see what Chris is on today? And maybe Ket knows something here to keep this strange reactive hand.
Yeah.
But being on the play in an Ancient Tomb combo mirror, I would expect, Mull to 5, Mull to 4, find a hand that jams a banger.
Mm-hmm. So Chris, with a second Urza Saga, joining the party and choosing to pass the turn without activating the 1 ring. Ket's going to crack the Expedition map to search up a land.
I expect to see Planar Nexus here because that adds 5 mana to the board immediately.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm pretty sure I saw an Ugin kicking around in Ket's hand. Which, ironically, the only thing on the battlefield Ugin can exile is that Portable Hole. It's optional. He doesn't have to, but Ugin is not... it's just like a 7 mana Personal Howling Mine, really. I guess it has like Suspend 3, win the game.
Yeah.
But it's not immediately going to delete 3 permanents the way it normally does in matchups.
So here is that Planar Nexus coming in, making a whole lot of mana. Or no, he's showing it, so he's drawing for turn, and there it is. Ancient Tomb was the draw for turn. I see a Kozilek's command in hand, so that could be a big K command.
Yep. Big digs, lots of friends. Or we jam Ugin, see what's what.
Deep in the tank, considering whether or not we actually want to cast the Ugin before we reveal it to our opponent. So, in the meantime, Chris seems to be content to just start cranking out constructs and going into the beatdown plan. Ket has been playing the control role, so if we can start clocking. Ket's already at 16 from Ancient Tomb activations. So, with all the artifacts in Chris's deck, it could quickly become pretty powerful beatdown plan with the constructs.
Right, and important to start understanding how Chris's deck is constructed.
Mm-hmm.
He has Chrome Moxes and Mox Opals rather than the Planar Nexus Urza's Tower mana base because he needs to access blue.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure there's 2 Paradoxical Outcomes in his hand, and he just drew a stock up. So make a construct, tutor Chrome Mox, pitch one of these awkward POs. Now the other PO and the stock up are on. PO can pick up the One Ring so he stops taking the damage every turn. Like, this is... We're going to start to see it open up. And
Yeah.
not making a construct is a declaration of, I've got better things to do.
He could be considering that he's just got a second Urza Saga, so we can make a construct later, but for sure, I think... okay, we're going to do something big, gearing up for something big here. So here's Mox Opal out of the Urza Saga with the colorless floating. And shuffling up to see what else we can cast here.
Yeah, it looks like by not playing Ugin, Ket's hand is Ugin, Kozilek's Command, and I think an Ancient Tomb.
Yes.
By not playing Ugin, Ket has said, I'm intending to win the game next turn. I'm going to massively Kozilek's Command in your end step, see a million cards, make a million mana, untap, deploy.
Mm-hmm.
And Chris probably understands what that means. And probably understands I'd like to find a win condition or a counter spell pretty quick.
Yeah, so casting stock up here to try to dig for some cards, and it looks like Ket's going to fire off this K command right now. The new K command 2.0.
It's so revolting to me to call that card K command because K command is a design of beauty and elegance.
It is
a more civilized weapon from a more civilized age, as they say. But Kozilek's Command, deranged, awful card, shouldn't exist. But here it is, Kozilek Command.
Kozilek command.
I refuse to call it K
Very
command.
well. I'll avoid that in the future.
I'll accept Koz Command.
Koz
If you
command.
want to get one syllable out of it.
So digging deep and making a bunch of dorks. Still, Chris's stock up still on the stack. So looking like another Kozilek's Command, Lotus Petal.
I see Karn.
Another
That
tower.
one's scary.
Yeah, Karn could be. I think it's another Ugin. And I think another land there.
I think we will see
I think it's Caracas.
Caracas.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Yeah, that is in this list. Yeah, I think we will see the Karn and the Kozilek's Command on the top, and then most other things to the bottom.
Okay.
It looks like he is interested in the third tower along the chain here. And we don't really need mana, though. What do we need all that mana for? It just made 6 spawns.
Right.
But yeah, this is basically check. Because there's plenty of mana here to play Karn, get Mycosynth Lattice, deploy it, and then the constructs have to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that there's a Kozilek's Command floating around the top that could exile the other construct that's in play.
So I think Chris has resolved his stock up. Okay.
Yep.
I didn't see what he grabbed, but
That's Spire of Industry, that
Interesting.
land.
okay. So that one lets you, that's sort of the 5-color land for artifact decks. So here comes another construct to just juice it up. And we're going to chump with an Eldrazi Scion and pass the turn. So Chris not interested in, yeah. One Ring, unfortunately not able to draw extra cards with this Pithing Needle in play.
Yep.
Is preventing Chris from really kind of,
I think I
Drawing
did
a
see
million
a Force
cards,
of Will
but-
flash in that hand as Chris was flipping it around,
Oh,
which is
okay.
good because he needs it.
Yeah.
This Karn is actually GG.
So we're going to see if Ket decides to commit to that line. It looks like he did leave. He put the tower on the very top, somewhere in the top 2, so he was able to draw it again and play it. So just a really big pile of mana over here for Ket. His kingdom for a fireball.
Right, yeah, Glaring Fleshraker would certainly end the game. Yeah, both players, Ancient Tomb mana bases. Ket has moved past Ancient Tomb with all these towers, but Chris is down to 10, and Ket hasn't damaged him at all.
Yeah. Tomb doing half of Ket's job for him. And we are looking at 10 mana here for another Kozilek's command. And we're going to force that. Chris is like, no, you spent way too much mana on that. Let's get it out of here.
Yeah, the messed up thing about Kozilek's command, the math involved, is it only ever costs 2 colorless if you're making spawn mode, because you get all of that mana back immediately.
Yeah.
Like X equals 1 and X equals 14 are the same thing if you are making spawns out of it.
So Chris with, trying to see, he flicks his cards so quickly through his hand, but can't quite get a glimpse of what he's got in hand. He's playing it pretty close to the chest. We've got Urza Saga going to Chapter 3. I believe we're going to float a mana again.
Yep. Ket did a good job that turn flushing out the Force of Will, because that Karn is lethal at any point it arrives. If Karn can be attacked down by the constructs, that's Chris's only out. He has big creatures in play, and Ket doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
But those 5 spawns, they can chump. If he passes with even 2 spawns in play with Karn Lattice, and then can get Ensnaring Bridge and just shut it down, then it's up to him to win at whatever pace he feels like.
Yeah, so Urza Saga is going to grab a Lotus Petal here. So with the colorless floating and a Lotus Petal in play, are we thinking, I believe we saw a paradoxical outcome. So one of them went away to Force of Will, I assume. So the other one potentially being cast here?
I'm so ready to see a paradoxical outcome cast in Legacy right now. The ring has dealt a handful of damage, at least 2 Ancient Tombs worth of damage to Chris just by sitting in play, locked under Pithing Needle. Just resetting that, getting it out of play is worth something.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's 4 mana, there's paradoxical outcome. So targeting petals and opal and, of course, and the One Ring, which is not doing anything in play, but can do something if we cast it again.
Yep, that's a 4 mana draw 4 on its face, but he picked up Mox Opal, which is just free money, so it's a 3 mana draw 4, and the Lotus Petals will just replace themselves.
Oof, another Ancient Tomb taking Chris down to 4.
Let's go.
All done by himself.
Oh, Fleshraker.
And here's Fleshraker.
Draw the deck. Draw the deck.
Draw the deck.
Let's go.
So here we go. All right, Glaring Fleshraker, folks. So Lotus Petal making a Scion. Now we got the Fireball going. We can do some damage. Does he have enough? So Petal, Mopal. That's 3.
I see a Kozilek's command in his hand. That's
Another Petal.
Fireball plus Rip.
Oh, another Mopal as well. All the free spells. Chris just drawing all kinds of heaters off of this paradoxical outcome.
It's strange for me to root for Glaring Fleshraker, but we just have to pick the less evil Glaring Fleshraker in this matchup, and I am hyped right now.
So here comes Kozilek's command. So we're going to crack the petals, make some more dudes. And Chris is, I believe, just trying to calculate how I can kill you. Yep, there it is. And so there you go. Game 1 goes to Chris Cornwell. Shield after resolving paradoxical outcome in Legacy in the year 2025.
Yeah, it turns out Ket's strategy of control Mystic Forge did not pan out, but it almost did. It actually did come down, like I said, looking at the deck list, that Force of Will bought 1 turn. If Chris wasn't showing blue cards, blue mana, Ket just had Karn Lattice GG.
Yeah.
And he had to play around it, and that's the turn he died.
And so going into so first we're going to take a look at these players' stories from the season. So Chris Cornwell Shield looking extremely normal in his photo. Qualified via winning a BCQ at Paradise Games and Gifts. But as I said, constantly out there grinding for points. So Season 2 win rate was, again, a smidge under 50%, but a guy who's used to grinding at level up games with a bunch of killers It's not as bad as you might think it is in chat. So that is a pretty solid win rate.
Especially accounting for his predilections to play insane decks.
That's the other thing, yeah.
He's not out there busting reps with Reanimator.
Yeah.
He's played PO Plagon.
So, and today he is playing Paradoxical Outcome, Plagon, with currently 2-0 and a game up in the match against Ket. So we're going to take a look at Ket's record here, qualified via winning a BCQ at #Gaming Arena, and is the store champion from #Gaming Arena, a new store to the DMV Legacy League this year. Saw what we did last season, and we're so hyped that they were like, let us in. And we were like, absolutely. So season 2 win rate 63.83%. That's a heck of a win rate right there.
Hall of Fame career win rate right there.
Playing Mystic Forge today. Current invitational record 2-0. So Ket is cruising through here today, but running up against a stiff challenge in Chris. So as we look at the sideboards here, so it looks like of course we kind of know. Ket as a Karn deck there's not a whole lot of cards that are designed to be brought in the matchup. Is there anything that jumps out to you as something he would want to bring in?
There are 2 Disruptor Flutes, and that is really important that one has flash, so you don't have to predict. Like Pithing Needle, it's like, do I think my opponent has the One Ring, or do I think they have Urza Saga? And then you have to guess proactively or play it behind the gun.
Mm-hmm.
This one, Disruptor Flute, you can wait until the payoff is on the stack and then turn it off in response. And there's 2 in the sideboard indicating that at least one is meant to be boarded in. Probably both, because if you're in a situation where you have 6 mana, Resolve Karn, Make a Wish, then have to Disruptor Flute something, what does that game practically look like?
Yeah.
So I think those Disruptor Flutes will be coming in.
Also on Chris's side, we have Consigned to Memory, so that's another thing that he gets access to in blue.
That feels like cannibalism somehow. Is this cannibalism?
He's also got a Disruptor Flute of his own with no Karn. That I assume that one will be coming in alongside the Pithing Needle.
Yeah, his whole sideboard is actually a sideboard. He's got Chain of Vapors that are probably meant for Null Rod type effects, the clearing out things that are holding him back, not defensively. Those are offensive Chain of Vapors. I don't expect those. Consigned for sure. Force of Negation for sure. Disruptor Flute very likely.
Would you think about Chain of Vapor just in case a Karn ruins your day?
So Karn is the one variable here, but with 8 counterspells for Karn, the 4 Force of Wills, 2 Force of Negations, 2 Consigned to Memories, I feel like at that point bringing in Chain of Vapor waters down your plan so much. It really depends on...
You'd rather battle on the stack?
I would rather battle on the stack. I would also rather just shove.
Yeah.
We're talking about all the counterspells in Chris's deck, but let's not forget Kit has none.
Right.
Yeah. It's might not this might be a play draw thing where on the draw, Chris has his Force of Negations and consigns in, and on the play just shoves.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I do see a consign in his hand, and Basic Island is the turn 1 play. So Ket opening with Tomb, Monolith, Mopal, so pretty fast start out here. And Chris just Island Go.
Yeah, but Island Go representing Consigned to Memory in this spot where he didn't die on turn 1 is great.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Ket now saying, okay, Basic Island Go. What the heck do you have in your hand? 2 Urza Sagas, looks like another Ancient Tomb, the One Ring, and Kozilek's Command are the rest of the cards in Ket's hand. Chris, I saw at least 1 Lotus Petal. I think I saw 2. So, not really. I mean, we have the One Ring, so I assume we'll see that here, and that'll probably catch the Consigned to Memory. Oh, no, okay.
Yeah, so Ket has demonstrated the range, or I don't know if range is the right word, but the tendency to want to test for a counterspell with something that looks scary before playing the thing that's actually scary. This could be an end-step Kozilek's Command to ramp and dig, and then let that get countered, untap, jam the One Ring, which is actually what your deck's about.
Yeah.
And
although Chris tapped out a blue to cast
He
Grim
did.
Monolith, so this looks like this is going to resolve.
Oh, I think that this is happening in response to Grim Monolith.
Oh, okay.
Chris has a Lotus Petal in his hand that would make no sense to pass without deploying because he has Consigned to Memory. So Kit actually doing this here, if he did this to flush out counter magic to resolve the One Ring, he just failed because he did this in a spot where Chris couldn't consign even if he had it.
Right.
But if he wanted to resolve Kozilek's Command, he found the perfect spot.
Yeah.
This is actually really interesting, depending on what Ket's actual goals are for this Kozilek's command.
Yeah, interesting. So we've learned that if we're trying to bait out the free counter magic, we have found out that Chris does not have it, but we could wind up in the situation where Ket is like, oh, cool, the coast is clear, and then Chris plays this Lotus Petal, and just kidding, there's a consigned memory in my hand.
Right, and I believe I also see the One Ring in Chris's hand. He might just jam One Ring here and then still have...
Oh, he's got a key.
Oh, he's doing it.
And a second monolith.
Never mind.
So he's just doing the thing.
Who cares? He's just out here. Yeah, he has
Here's
a
the One Ring.
with counterspell protection that Ket just cannot match because he doesn't play the counterspells.
Okay, so here's my turn. What do you got? I showed you mine. Please respond.
Yeah. Don't leave me on red here. And it's also really important to note that pings from Glaring Fleshraker are the primary win con of this Mystic Forge deck, and Chris currently has ring protection. So unless Ket can set up a spot where he has Glaring Fleshraker in play, 20 mana past you, Kozilek's command in your upkeep,
Yeah.
then he still can't even win, even if he somehow puts his whole deck in his hand right now.
Yeah, so he's puzzling through that right now. Looks like he does have another Kozilek's command. So that was one of the draws. And puzzling over how to approach the One Ring protection that Chris is currently sitting under. Again, we know that Chris has consigned memory. I believe I just saw a Paradoxical Outcome in that hand as well.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah.
I'm so ready.
So, all right, here we go. Tap Ancient Tomb. We'll start with that. Or maybe not. Both players taking their time before making plays here. This one's for all the marbles, so it's all led to this. So here we go. Kozilek's command is that for one? Or how many? I lost track of how many Eldrazi we cracked there.
Yeah, some number of spawns were sacrificed. I'm not sure what that number actually was.
I think it was, it was for three.
Okay.
So
And
make three.
This is suspicious because, like we've talked about, Kozilek's command pays for itself. Why not tap all the way out here? What are we fishing for? Why leave up exactly 4 mana? Why did you stop at 3? Why not 2? Why not 5? He just basically told Chris, I have the One Ring in my hand. Would you like to counter my Kozilek's command?
Yeah. So we have Glaring Fleshraker, and I believe that's Tezzeret. Or no, that's Karn. It's Karn the Great Creator.
Yeah, that's Karn.
So both very good cards here for Ket. So that resolves, and then here comes Karn. So Chris is going to consign that. We can't let that resolve.
Had it ready.
So sharp from Chris, not jumping at the first bait from Ket, and taking care of Karn so that he can continue to play Magic the Gathering in Game 2.
Yeah, Karn, pretty good against a board full of One Rings, Grim Monoliths, and Manifold Keys, I dare say. I don't think it's controversial to say that.
It's a bold take, but I think I agree with it. So here we go into Chris untapping with the One Ring. Let's draw 2 more. We have key and 2 blue sources untapping. So just plenty of cards to choose from here.
I see a monolith floating in that hand. Now it's going to be a dance of mana sources to cast the cards and untap to get the cards. And this can be awkward to navigate because you need a blue at the end of the chain to get Paradoxical Outcome onto the stack. And if Chris can navigate it, he's just gassed up forever.
So, all right, floating 1 over casting the 3rd Grim Monolith, going to 4 colorless floating and a blue, and then 1 colorless floating over Paradoxical Outcome, and pick up everything.
Yep, including the ring, which tells us that Chris is trying to win this turn, because the ring on 3 counters next turn is really big. That's worth more than playing it back out this turn, but that 1 card could be the difference, because Chris was out of blue mana here to keep any sort of PO chain going.
Yeah, so here comes Grim Monolith, one of the 3 coming back down. Chris taking 2 from Ancient Tomb there to cast it. Still have his colorless floating. So here's Manifold Key. That's going to use the color. That's going to take care of the floating colorless. There's Mox Opal. So lots of mana here.
And
restocked.
Mox Opal with triple Grim Monolith means any number of POs drawn this turn will happen, and they will pay for themselves.
So here we go. So here's Grim Monolith, 2 of 3, and into stock up via the Mox Opal. So tracking, so 2 colorless floating.
Yep, come on, stock up. Show us a PO. I want to see this deck flip.
So players agree, 2 colorless floating. Taking a look here at the top 5. Looks like Chris has his 2 candidates, but just taking a second to make sure that those are the ones he wants. And they are.
I think I saw Fleshraker and Consign in those stock up options.
Okay, so already made the land drop for the turn. That was the Ancient Tomb.
Any key is mana. He does not play Tezzeret.
Yeah, so we definitely have Consign. I see a Kozilek's Command. Of course, the One Ring is still in there. The 3rd Grim Monolith is still in there. We're going to untap a Grim Monolith with the key.
All right, and now mana just
There it
flows.
is. So Fleshraker, Mox Opal number 2, which is going to make a dork and ping.
Importantly, that second Opal also unlocks blue for the consigned to memory that we know Chris has, and this might be another tempo game. I don't know that Chris has the mana to just 12 ball
Yeah,
Kit from here, but pass, consign you, easily win next turn.
yeah. Just pointing out that there is a legend rule there in taking effect, so that the tapped Mox Opal is going to go to the graveyard. And Chris still has some mana available to, plenty of mana available to him, really. He's got a Grim Monolith untapped with a blue source from Mox Opal.
We know he's holding the One Ring.
So do you think he's considering, well, so we could cast the One Ring while still holding up Consign, but that would cost us the Eldrazi.
Right, and I think I see double Kozilek's Command flashed in that hand, so that is the first Kozilek's Command would be for 3 if he taps out here, which would make a spawn on cast. Ket's at 11, then for 3 goes to 8, and then the next one is 1 less. So if Ket taps 2 Ancient Tombs here, goes to 8, there might be a path to just burn him out on his own turn.
Oh, wow.
And might even be able to do that with Consign still up.
And yeah, and it's hard for Ket to know that Chris has that line available, because how, are you ever going to put your opponent on having 2 Kozilek's Command in hand? I mean, I know he just drew a bunch of cards with Paradoxical, but
Really, it's a matter of what can you play around here. Like, if your mana is a spawn, an Opal, and 2 Ancient Tombs, you got to cast spells. You bet if you don't. Maybe there's some sequence where he can tap only one of the Ancient Tombs while finding mana from somewhere else and survive at 2 life instead of 0 exactly. I don't know. But I think Ket is just fully under the gun, knows it. He is behind 2 One Ring activations and a resolved Paradoxical outcome versus a deck that has counterplay and he doesn't.
Right.
I think he knows whatever's going to happen better happen now.
yeah. So Urza Saga just floating a colorless, not making any constructs. That's not what we're doing this game. So picking up a Manifold Key out of the library as well, which will help unleash this Grim Monolith. And there comes Urza Saga number 2. We do have the One Ring in hand for Ket. That would be a good one, but Chris has access to the Consigned to Memory.
Oh, that's Perilous Snare.
Oh, Perilous Snare coming in, which is functionally just the Oblivion Ring,
Yeah, it's
right?
an Oblivion Ring, but it's an artifact.
Yeah. So Chris is going to respond to that with Kozilek's Command for 3 or for 2?
This is actually really interesting because 2 Ket, Glaring Fleshraker is the scariest permanent on this board, and he's not wrong because that one's also scary.
Yeah.
But his best chance to win this game is probably actually to snare the Mox Opal, turn Chris off blue. But
Yeah.
that is kind of a nonsense play because we know Chris has 6 forces in his deck
Right.
and 2 consigns, one of which is already in the graveyard.
Yeah.
So he's got the 1 of consign over the 6 of free counter.
Absolutely.
This is one of those things, if you could read minds, there's a play to find the way out.
Chris does also. I
Oh,
see
yeah.
a Force of
He
Will.
does
As
have
I
that
don't
one.
know if he has a blue pitch for it, but yeah. So we're gonna.
Yeah, Yep.
I think we're countering the triggered ability of Perilous Snare to keep our Glaring Fleshraker in play.
There it is.
So I believe that does have start your engines, so Ket is at 1 speed.
Yeah, speed him up. Yep. And if Ket had led on the 1 ring and it resolves, which we know it wouldn't, but he's just got to make a plan with what's best for him. The Ancient Tombs wouldn't damage him this turn, which could both survive this Fleshraker for a turn from Chris, as well as protect him from his own lands by basically a full turn cycle worth of mana out of that. But he's committed to playing Control Mystic Forge, boarding in Oblivion Ring after that Pithing Needle boardable whole game 1.
So here we go. All right, 3 more for Glaring Fleshraker.
Yep. And still exactly enough mana left to cast the 1 ring. Does Chris care about this with 1 card left in hand? It's in. Chris making a stink face.
Yeah. He's not a fan of it.
Yep.
We're resolving the Fleshraker. I don't know if Chris has the pitch card.
He does not. Nope.
Yeah. So Force of Will just sitting there, hanging out. Not able to interact with what Ket is doing this turn. So 1 ring is going to come in, give Ket protection from everything for 1 turn cycle. Draw a card here. Of course, that will come back around and cause Ket to lose a point of life, which could become relevant depending on how much damage Chris is able to do in Ket's upkeep.
Right. Could just die in his own upkeep here. Ket's all the way tapped out here, so it's not going to come up this game, but the protection from everything, if you're going to try to pick up and play this deck, it's important to remember that includes Kozilek's command, which does target a player for the draw mode and for the make spawns mode. And one of your primary win cons is making spawns under Glaring Fleshraker. So Chris can't kill Ket here, but Ket also can't kill Chris here, and both players know it.
There it is. So I think we forgot that we needed to indicate that we're at number 1 speed.
Yeah,
so we're resolving that situation.
Zoom, zoom.
Okay, so Chris untapping everything but his Grim Monoliths. Getting a turn here to see what he can set up to potentially win in Ket's upkeep. Again, Ket has protection from everything for this turn, so Chris is not able to affect him on his turn, but could set up Kozilek's command, which with Fleshraker triggers could do it.
Yeah, Chris drew Sink into Stupor. That's the blue card that was missing for the Forest last turn. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is exactly lethal with Force backup. Or it's actually 1 more than he needs because he gets the cast trigger as well.
So, so Chris says pass, and then your upkeep, we're going to cast Kozilek's command.
Yep, you're going to
take 2.
10, and also
From
ring
Ancient
trigger.
Tomb. And, yeah. Yeah, just put it all in there. Chris leaving 2 blue sources up so that he has the option to hard cast Sink into Stupor if he wants to. So
yeah, I guess if he has lethal without it, then you might as well. But he also has lethal with it. And forcing the action in the upkeep in response to the ring trigger. So now Kit had to draw to try to find an out to whatever this is happening. But now the ring's going to deal 1 more to him.
Right.
And now 2 more to him.
Let's do 2 more to him. Draw 3 more. Can we do anything? Do we have anything?
The only thing to do is to Kozilek's command back over the top and somehow find 14 damage at instant speed.
Yeah.
And Chris dropping the Force blue card casually as he extends the hand.
Just in case.
We love us still had all these.
So Chris with an impressive 2-0 victory here over the other main Ancient Tomb deck. I wonder if that is part of the reason. I know he's been playing this Plagon deck. I was like, he posted it in Discord, and I was like, what is that card? So I think he's been having a good win rate with it against the other Mystic Forge decks, or the Mystic Forge decks.
Yep.
So we saw there clean sweep for him in the match against Ket. So Chris moves on to 3-0. So our X-0 with paradoxical outcome.
Yeah, I am now officially rooting for that deck all the way to the finals. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to drop in live on our backup match. And it's going to be Daniel Scutt, whom we saw yesterday on Esper Blink, still playing that deck against Michael Ide on mono green lands. So another lands versus Blink. Well, not another lands versus Blink. It's another matchup of decks that you might not expect to see in the metagame, but this is Legacy, baby. You got to come prepared for everything.
Yeah, Lands made a deep run yesterday. Jubes here again today, defending that top 4, trying to go a little deeper. And then Michael here, also playing mono green Lands. And we are in Maryland, which means people are going to play Lands.
So I believe that was a free Once Upon a Time as the first spell cast this game for Michael. So into Disruptor Flute. Scut showing Felia with 3 lands untapped. We'll see what Disruptor Flute was naming. This is game 2. Scut is down a game. So presumably was on the play.
Yeah, what does Disruptor Flute even name in this position? That seems such... If you have nothing else to do, you just do your best, I guess. But like, even if he named something that happened to be in Daniel's hand, like Daniel had Polluted Delta. Normally you fetch in response to it, but the needle effect, he's just like, yeah, whatever.
It
I
could
can
be
flicker that out
Kaito,
if I want.
right? It could be Kaito to stop ninjutsu.
I suppose, yeah, if that's what you're worried about.
But this
Oh,
is
it's
starting with
Overlord.
it's Overlord of the Baelmerk. Okay.
Okay, so that is the only one that makes a lot of sense, because that would make Overlord cost 5 to impend it, and doing that pre-combat matters versus doing it post-combat, where Felia could have flickered out the flute.
Absolutely. So instead, Scut has the other payoff in Quantum Riddler, which was warped in, and then Felia blinked it.
Right.
So now we have a full Quantum Riddler. We're not warping that out. Wasteland taking care of Scut C. Life from the Loam attempting to get some lands back, but Scut with a Force of Negation to take that Life from the Loam fully out of play.
Yes, that's a sideboard card. 2 Force of Negations out of the sideboard, only Force of Wills in the main. I suspect that is a side grade. Force of Wills in the sideboard, Force of Negations in, because the card you care about countering cares about being in the graveyard.
For sure.
And like we've talked about yesterday, lands, when they're firing on all their cylinders, when they have 1 or 2 engines running, can feel completely unbeatable. And when they have no engines running, you wonder why this is even a Magic deck.
Yeah.
And currently we see Quantum Riddler, Felia, Orcish Bowmaster, all in play and active versus a Seiju Thespian Stage in play. This is one of those situations where it's like, why is this a Magic deck?
So here we go, crunch, crunch, crunch. The Blink deck doing its thing and showing the value of Felia, the goodest dog, perhaps in the metagame. I
Yep.
think for
Comet.
sure, right, in the metagame. So RIP, yeah. So here we go, and crack. Yeah, we've seen enough here. We're buried under mountains of value, and Scut leveling it out, and we're going to go to see a game 3 here with lands on the play. So we can take a look at the sideboards for these players, and what jumps out to you from, let's start with Scott's sideboard. As far as we saw the Force of Negation, that definitely came in.
Yep, we know he's got that one, and I would too. Prismatic Ending is an option. He's got 2 of those in the sideboard. That's probably it. And Clarion Conqueror is not without text versus the Mox Diamond deck, but it's not good enough. I probably would not bring that in, actually. But I would think about it. He's got 2 Consigned Memories that we might see in there for the Urza Saga part of the game. But
Yeah.
definitely Force of Negation and almost certainly Prismatic Ending, and then maybe Consigned Memory.
So let's take a look at Michael's sideboard then. So 4 Disruptor Flute, 4 Force of Vigor, 3 Reclaimer, 3 Macabre, and a Bone Crusher Giant. So that's an interesting one to see.
You just got to beat the One Ring somehow. Stomp on your own face technique.
Yeah.
I am bleeding, making me the victor.
So we saw Disruptor Flute. Those definitely, some amount of those have come in here for Scott's matchup. How do you feel about any? Is there? I don't think nothing else really jumps out to me for this matchup. Esper Blink used to be sort of Aether Vial dependent, but doesn't use that anymore.
Yeah, Elvish Reclaimer, there's 3 of those in Michael's sideboard. That can just be a body that can challenge Felia in combat. If you have to blink Elvish Reclaimer just to get in every turn, then you're not blinking your own stuff. That actually sounds pretty good. The flutes are interesting. I don't know what the hope is with that. That you just have it on turn 1 or 2, you name Felia, and then collapse Daniel's engine. It seems
Right.
like to be the idea behind that.
Yeah.
But as we saw that last game, that brief look we got at what happens when you flute when Felia's already in play, the answer is nothing. You die.
All right. So both players are examining their first 7, and it looks like Michael's going to go take a mulligan down to 6 on the play here. And Scut is I believe still tanking about whether or not he wants to decide to keep.
Yeah, he put his hand face down on the table and took a deep sigh, leaning back in his chair. He's either in the tank or he's not entirely hyped about his hand. And he's like, I'll keep. Yeah, he does appear to have kept, so that was a centering, self-calming deep breath, not a thinking deep breath.
That's the maybe I should have skipped beer number 5 last night. Could also be that one.
I don't know his life. I don't want to judge him for those decisions. But I mean, if you had 5 beers the night before in Invitational.
Nah, I don't think Scott's that. I don't think he drinks at all. So, but he except a giant jug of water. So, so he's well hydrated. He's well prepared for this matchup. That's maybe the face that I make at tournaments, which is more so than certainly more so than Scott.
Yep. Taking care of yourself is underrated. I mean, people who grind a lot of big tournaments know it, but sleep well, get breakfast, hydrate, all of that stuff adds up over 8, 10, 12 hours of Magic.
Oh, and you know what? Honestly, I've been hitting that as well today. I mean, right now I've got a water in my hand and made sure to get some time for breakfast this morning. So.
Yeah, I saw you slinking into the hotel buffet 15 minutes after our call time.
I asked. Okay, I was given permission.
I'm glad you made time for breakfast.
So Tamio here crashing in for 0, making a clue. Michael with Yavimaya Urza's Saga Mox Diamond opening to make a construct, get that party going.
I think I saw Michael draw Exploration last turn and then not play it, which probably means he's out of land drops, which is not ideal for the deck that is called lands.
Right. Well, he does have a Forest and a Caracas, but might be interested in hiding that Caracas until an opportune moment, or do you think it would be worth deploying here to hit Tamio?
So last turn he could have played Exploration, use a second land drop to play Caracas, and then have the option of both Caracas or activate Saga, and just didn't do any of that. So either he was playing around a counterspell on his Exploration, or he drew the Caracas this turn. Those are the two explanations.
Yeah.
And
so
I think it's more likely he drew the Caracas.
So it looks like we're getting Pithing Needle on Tamio, so probably not going to Caracas there. That's probably our opted for solution. So crash in with a construct here for 4 damage.
I'm going to assume until we're shown otherwise that he named the butt side of Tamio. It's not naming the front one that doesn't do anything. It's naming the Planeswalker side.
Yeah, that's a safe assumption to make. So we are going to deploy Caracas, but we're not going to use it. Scott using Caracas for white mana to take care of the other construct. Send Michael up to 23. And untap, try to clear the pathway here.
Yeah, that sequencing was interesting because Daniel took 4 damage in combat. He could have made it 0 and impacted the board similarly, and instead decided to be patient, use his life total as a resource, see maybe if something like an Elvish Reclaimer, or if Michael's land drop for the turn was Thespian Stage, maybe he just takes his medicine and holds on to that plow to make sure he doesn't get 20-20'd.
Yeah, it could have been just leaving up Clue Token just in case you need to rip something off the top. But so here's Bogart Trawler. That's going to exile these Urza Sagas.
Has Garfield intended the 3-mana 3/1 creature that exiles 2 Urza Sagas and blocks Construct Token? Banger.
Yeah, I'd happily trade that up for a construct here.
Me too.
Although it would be nice to keep that around to blink to continuously deprive Michael of Graveyard as a resource. So Michael needed to figure out a plan here, falling back on plan B. There's a Saga being plan A in this game. So here comes our exploration.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Scott's got a Force of Negation here.
Wow. That's interesting. Okay. I guess if Scott thinks that he has the Graveyard under control with Trawler and won't need that force for a future loam, then sure. I'm really interested in what Michael boarded out to make room for all these Disruptor Flutes, because we caught game 2 where Disruptor Flute came down too late, didn't do anything, and then he died because he didn't have an engine. And now he has Disruptor Flute in his hand and he's dying because he doesn't have an engine. Like, what came out of the deck to make room for these cards?
Yeah, so Wasteland on Caracas there to take Scott off of white mana. Still got blue and black. It's hard to see. Those are the snow-covered swamps.
Yeah, that's swamp and island, I believe.
Yeah, so he's got 1 island, 1 swamp. Making another clue with Tamiyo. And let's see how else we would like to develop our board here.
I like the beta forest in Michael's hand and the secret lair, pixel art, barely tell what they are, snow-covered basics in play for Scott.
So here's Mox Diamond. I think this is intending to pitch this forest. Yep. So that we can get this Mox Diamond in, grow the construct, get in for 4. So Scott going to crack a clue here on end step. I'm missing a land drop indicating he would like to get some more lands to build this mana base out. Hopefully get some actual blink happening. Maybe flip this Tamiyo.
Yep, and I am...
Here comes Caracas on Tamiyo, so...
I feel like it's time to name something with this Disruptor Flute. Like, what do we have? What are we doing? What is that for, if not naming Felia before Scott has the mana to play Felia?
Yeah, so interesting interaction here. So Michael choosing to Caracas proactively on Tamiyo in the upkeep, and Scott with the Brainstorm in hand, deploying it here, which is going to turn this Tamiyo into a Planeswalker and dodge the Caracas. So now we are going to have a flip Tamiyo in play. Unfortunately, it is still locked under Pithing Needle, but it's perhaps better in play than in the hand.
And to me, the choice to have a turned-off Planeswalker in play rather than a blue card in your hand that keeps Caracas tapped every turn is that this Pithing Needle is not going to be in play for very long.
Mm-hmm. So interesting. Scott choosing to pass here without attacking with Bogart Trawler. Coast seemed to be clear, but perhaps wanting to save it for blocking purposes. Michael with drawing an Urza's Saga for turn, so hand is still Disruptor Flute in hand. Saga on 1, and crashing in with the Construct for 4 at Tamiyo, so that's going to take care of Tamiyo.
Yep, and Scott, basically that Brainstorm was a card he wanted to cast anyway, fizzled the Caracas bounce, and then gained him 4 life.
Right.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I was saying he'd rather have a turned-off Planeswalker than a blue card in his hand, but he'd rather have 4 life than a blue card in his hand.
Yeah, he's already at 11, so this construct can become lethal in short order. Michael is going to be able to make some more soon, as well as the Urza Saga Chapter 3, potentially following it up. Scott casting another Brainstorm, really desperate to try to find some lands here.
Yeah, Scott was crushing on every metric except life total, and this second Urza Saga now takes it from a small but real threat to a very real threat that these 11 life points might not hang out very long.
All right, so Brainstorm here, putting 2 back, and then just passing the turn. So appears to be Brainstorm locked and not able to find what he's looking for. So here comes Disruptor Flute. Might as well deploy it here. Buff my squad. Good old Glorious Anthem Disruptor Flute.
Yeah, the Glorious Anthem part of it is huge. This is also a spot where, I mean, Caracas has Felia under control now that Tamiyo's not part of the game.
Mm-hmm. So Scott choosing to Force of Will the Disruptor Flute there, pitching Quantum Riddler. And Michael drawing Lava Spur Boots.
Nasty.
Just top of the deck being much more friendly to Michael than it is to Scott. So that's going to do the match.
Wow.
So just like that, couple of draw steps, couple of missed land drops, and suddenly Michael takes the match over Scott 2-1. And so just both players playing pretty tightly, making pretty good decisions, but
yeah, I've been there on Scott's side so many times. I call it the blue-white problem, where you have cards like Force of Will that are great in certain situations. You have cards like Swords of Plowshares that are phenomenal in the situations that Force of Will is not phenomenal. They're normally not both good at the same time. And we saw Scott Force of Negation a spell, Force of Will a spell, and then just die to a single creature that went coast to coast. It got some help at the very end, but
yeah,
having 2 forces in your hand when you'd love a prismatic ending to stabilize, the blue-white problem. Brainstorm twice, your Brainstorm locked, you don't have the spell you need, and all you can do is watch as your life total dwindles to 0.
Yeah, so that is all that we have here for you on round number 3. So we're going to take a break here, quick break, swap back in Ari and Jarvis, and we'll take off with round number 4. Just a reminder, folks, we are still raising money for Trans Lifeline. Our fundraiser crossed the $4,000 mark yesterday. I'm not sure where we are yet, but you can check that out on the website. We do have a progress bar going. If you have it up all on the screen, you can scan the QR code, enter command charity in the chat, check out our raffles. Those raffles will be closing in a couple of hours here, so make sure you get your tickets in, get your bids in, and hopefully you can take home some really cool items that we've got over on the
I was in there
table.
on our break round last round.
Yeah.
I finally spent my tickets, and I'm in the game on several of the very cool items.
Did you get in on the Wasteland?
Of course.
Yeah, of
that
course.
one is very popular.
Yeah.
And I did an in it to win it strat on that. Like, the first ticket is worth so much more than the second. You go from 0% to slim percent.
Yeah.
But zero, it doesn't get any worse than that. So
Right.
I put one in Wasteland, and then I spread the love around. So some of the other stuff I'm pretty excited about. The Urza Saga pre-release poster. That's the one I put the most tickets behind.
Yeah, that's a nice piece of Magic history right there. Okay, folks, so we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes, and we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back to the DMV Legacy League Invitational here. Ari and Jarvis stepping back in the booth, letting Brian and Jameson get some much-needed rest after some fairly arduous games of Fleshraker versus Fleshraker, and then a bonus match on top of that. We did have a rather long overtime last round, but fortunately it lined up pretty nicely, such that we're right back in just as their bonus matches got a little cool down after it. And we got some good ones lined up this round. We are going to feature one of yesterday's top 8 competitors, Harain.
Yeah, that's nice. I think he's on his signature Stiflenought with Torpor Orbs and Stock Ups.
Yeah. I believe I missed this deck on camera for the most part yesterday. I mean, from my point of view, I think he was on for about all of 5 minutes as Nathan was dismantling him for Game 3, I believe. Does that sound correct?
That sounds right to me. I mean,
or even Game 2 might have been.
I think that matchup just has to go fast one or the other, right?
Yeah, I mean, one deck is trying to make a 12-12, and one deck is trying to make a Traxxas or similar.
Well, the thing is, Torpor Orb Dreadnought actually does trump the Atraxa Archon stuff, right?
Well, specifically Torpor Orb, right? That was the whole
Sure.
thing. That's why I think this Torpor Orb build of Stiflenought, it's not even really Stiflenought, right? It's Orbnought.
Right.
I think that's really interesting right now because it is very absolute. The plan of turning an Atraxa into just a 7/7 flying lifelink, Vigilance Death Touch, or an Archon into just it takes a turn to get up and running. It really changes the dynamics of how the Reanimator deck has to play.
Right.
So.
On the flip side, that's an Ancient Tomb deck versus a Daze Wasteland deck that has a lot of cheap cards. So
yeah, and that's what we did see at the end there is that Nathan was able to theft out that top 8 match yesterday just via direct damage. So we'll see how this matchup plays out because the opposing deck's also an interesting one here, right?
Yeah, it is Boros Initiative. So I think the Torpor Orbs might be a big deal here.
Yeah, Torpor Orb pretty good against Initiative.
It's fun. The best Initiative card is still banned, of course, White Plume Adventurer, but I'm sure there's some Seasoned Dungeoneers in Caves of Chaos Adventure.
Yeah, I mean, so Seasoned Dungeoneer, still, reasonably functional here, right? It's still, the attack trigger on Seasoned Dungeoneer is, I mean, obviously you want it for the initiative, but, that card is no slouch in combat.
No, it adds up to, 3 + 4, maybe, +5, maybe. It depends on the Explorer, of course, but the protection clause is super powerful.
Yeah, it really is. So, and Caves of Chaos also, the attack trigger on that also fairly relevant. So, we'll see what it comes down to. We'll see if it's, Dreadnought's landing and outracing an adventurer or blocking the ground against the Caves of Chaos, or whether the initiative creatures are able to undercut and then start getting an advantage there. And then backup feature, if it pops up, classic Legacy player, one of the Hatfields. Yeah.
Yep.
I long past their high tide days, but there is high tide in the room.
Well,
but they are not the high tiders.
It's one of the Nova, the old Nova people still just hanging on to the days of 2010, 2011, whenever it was unbanned.
Yeah. High tide doing its thing, untapping some lands, tapping them again for mana, but not on our feature match, unfortunately.
No, I believe the backup match is actually Yorion Death and Taxes versus Jeskai Tempo. I'm not sure what a Jeskai Tempo deck looks like nowadays. there's a lot of details you could fill in there. It could have Delver Secrets, it might not. It could have Fourth Arrowingus, it might not.
Could be Felio Riddler.
It could also be Fourth Arrowingus, like lower to the ground. But
Yeah.
well, I'm kind of interested to see exactly what that looks like. But we
Yeah.
will start off with the Dreadnought Boros matchup.
Yep, and we'll be kicking right on into that. So players have resolved mulligans, it looks like.
Or we're thinking.
We're thinking. Nope. That's one. And from the side you sort of expect, right?
Yeah.
I guess, the Dreadnought side can have some, like, non-functional draws where there's just, like, too many Torpor Orbs, no Dreadnought or whatever. But the Initiative side, it's a lot more specific about, like, what do the cards in my hand actually assemble?
Yeah, I remember this being an issue for the Boros Initiative deck as opposed to, like, mono white or, like, mono red. Your mana base is a little bit more finicky. Like, Chrome Mox imprinting Fourth Arrowingus is actually one of the best ways to fix your mana, right?
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that is worth mentioning in the context of the Boros Initiative deck is that, so this deck was mostly more of a big deal, I would say, 2 years ago at the 2023 Legacy Champs. And one of the problems for that deck then was the question of how you win a game. Like, if you were on the draw against a turn 1 DRC or Delver, or against, early Bowmasters, like, it was easy for the Initiative to be upset as we get on to 5 cards on the Initiative side. But as the blue share in the metagame, like, morphs over to Reanimator, less likely you're going to get the Initiative stolen.
Yeah, and in fact, like, the lists of Reanimator we've seen today, they've kind of shied away from having Bowmasters even in the main deck, so it is really harder to wrangle the Initiative from them and protect it. Whereas I think 2 years ago, that was the height of Grixis Delver, where you had DRCs, the Delvers, and the Bowmasters. So if you were just like, remove your threat, steal the Initiative, maintain a stranglehold from the Delver side, it was almost impossible to get it back.
Right. And I mean, like, you could, the Nadu decks put Chuko on a Tamio, right? Get a little cheeky with it.
Well, some of the Nadu decks can do that. The other Nadu deck can just play Tamio into Noble Hierarch, which is the same effect.
Yes, but it's still some work. So let's see if this 5 is going to come together or not. See if this Chancellor of the Annex is going to hang out or not.
So I would guess probably not, unless if you have a Chrome Mox to imprint on, like Chrome Mox imprinted, reveal the Chancellor,
Yeah, with a 5-card hand, that's a reasonable concern. So we are keeping the 5. That's good. 4 is not something we ever want to see there.
Wait, so there's a Chancellor, right?
Yep.
All right.
Looks like we are off to a Cavern of Souls. Presumably naming human in this deck, right?
Yep.
Unless you have like an Archon and you're naming Archon. Or I guess maybe a dragon and you're naming for Calarian Conqueror?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're leading with Archive.
Yep. That's fine. We weren't going to do anything with 1 mana on turn 0 anyways, besides pay for like a Chancellor Force. But if we're bending a Force, I mean, we've kind of conceded that like this Cavern is going to stop that from mattering. Okay. Unlicensed Hearse.
So I don't think that's going to be a big concern for Everin. Our deck doesn't really use the graveyard. Our plan is to just make a 12/12.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like Warrior has been named on the Cavern.
What are Warriors? Is Caves of Chaos Adventure a Warrior?
I believe so. I believe Seasoned Dungeoneer is because it's one of the party types. The question is there a third Warrior that's not a human? So Tamio for Evan, clearing that Chancellor trigger with the extra mana from the Saga. Looks like we're going to be doing some City of Traders stacking here. 2 floating, tap the other city, 5 total mana. This looks like an Undermountain Adventurer.
So that's a Warrior, because that's how else are we getting the green mana, right?
Correct.
So is this Boros Initiative or is it Naya Initiative?
They're mostly the same. Naya, okay. So probably some Once Upon a Times floating around in there.
Yeah. It's always interesting to see the creature type overlaps for Cavern of Souls, because that's like an easy way to fix your mana, right?
Yes, my bad. Seasoned Dungeoneer is a warrior, but the Caves of Chaos is a barbarian.
A barbarian.
You know, I don't want to. I don't want to
okay.
start too far down the road of
Sure.
talking about which cards made it into the party types and not. But that's a.
Wait, did we miss the Saga trigger?
It's not even a trigger. It'll tick up.
Well, you can miss the trigger to make constructs, I believe.
You can't miss the action to take the Saga up. Though.
Exactly,
So
yeah.
Sagas are very hard to have a miss trigger happen on. But this Curie, okay, so do you know the text to Curie?
Can I tell you what a function does instead of the exact text?
Sure, you can go
So it has an ability that you can exile basically another artifact creature until end of turn. Maybe not until end of turn, but it becomes a copy of that with the power and toughness. And it also gains the ability when you hit your opponent, you draw a number of cards equal to the amount of damage dealt to your opponent.
Yeah, so if you Curie up a Dreadnought, you draw a lot of cards.
Yes, so you can respond to the sacrifice trigger, copy the Curie, copy the Dreadnought, and just let the old Dreadnought die, hit them, draw 12 cards, which should probably be enough to branch you to doing a bunch of stuff, right?
Yep.
So this is a big deal that the Saga's not in 2, right? Otherwise we could just tutor up Dreadnought next turn.
Yeah, and maybe we set it and we just didn't take the dice, but we'll get there.
Okay.
So this looks like a Swords to clear the Undermountain. And we're in the thick of the Undercity.
Right. How many times have you played with the Undercity?
A decent amount.
Yeah.
So the thing that I actually find that's really interesting with the Undercity is that like everyone is really afraid of the forge into traps line. So this is you get the land, you put 2 counters on your thing, you deal them 5. I find myself going down the card advantage route with it a lot more.
Do you know the more experienced Mono White initiative players, including one XJ Cloud, the grandfather of Mono White, they went down the other path more often than not, because if games go perfectly, sure, it's great to go Fortune and Trap. When the games go poorly, you would actually rather go down to the other route.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to envision like XJ Cloud as anyone's grandfather.
The grandfather of Mono White initiative?
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like we just like didn't move the die in the
sure.
Saga. We're good.
Okay.
And Chris with no action, unfortunately. It looks like the mountain plus these lands is not going to add up to anything because we know that we have
This looks like a concession to me.
Yeah. Okay, we're done. We don't even need to go through the Curie steps. And Chris's hand is kind of bogged down. Of like, okay, so there's the Chancellor in there. There's a basic land we don't even want to cast.
Yeah.
No other 4-drop threat necessarily. So let's just move to the sideboard. So, those Solitudes, those are in. Actually, no, they're not. Do you really want
Torpor Orb is the problem.
this isn't Stiflenought. This is Torpor.
So the problem is, you haven't seen a Torpor Orb from Everin yet, and you haven't seen Ancient Tomb to imply that there's a Torpor Orb, right?
But did you see Everin top 8 last night?
Yeah, that is the question. If you're paying attention, sure. Touch the Spirit Realm, I think that one should come in for sure.
Yeah, and Trinisphere is another one that you could easily get tricked into, right? Like against Stiflenought, you might want Trinisphere. Against Ancient Tomb, no. Though I guess Urza Saga kind of makes it dicey either way.
Sure.
But yeah, Touch the Spirit Realm almost certainly coming in on the Naya side, which is fine. Like that deck doesn't really want to delve too deep into sideboarding usually, right? Because it needs all of its cards to do stuff. Like it just kind of produces a threat, and you're minimal on the disruption past that. Okay, so Everin's side. Rest in peace. No consign. Actually,
Maybe.
I might consign here. Maybe this is a play draw thing. Like it's probably not the best on the draw, but on the play, I'm easily consigning. I want to KO a Chrome Mox. I want to KO a Lotus Petal. I want to stifle an initiative trigger. Like that. That's easy. Force
of Negation, probably not. Like the reason to have in your deck, I think, is for Chalice of the Void. Really.
Or just like exchanging for their mana.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't really think Prismatic Ending or Wrath is what we want. Fairy Macabre, no. Not a whole Breacher matchup.
I think Path to Exile is probably good
Yeah.
enough, though.
I don't think it's a Hydro Blast matchup now that, like, if your opponent showed Caves of Chaos Adventurers and you're debating whether you're, like, is your opponent on, like, Force and Caves of Chaos, like, heavier red, then maybe you would want it. But once they're, like, Undermountain, you're kind of in the, like, okay, I don't expect this to get too crazy there.
The card I have more questions about is Clarion Conqueror from Everin's side. It cuts off all of the artifact mana from the initiative deck, but that's probably just too clunky on the draw.
I think, yeah, that is not an on-the-draw consideration.
Sure.
Looking at cards that both players would want to board out. So on the initiative side, I think you probably don't want Archons in your deck. Maybe you just want them in general on the play, but on the draw, I'm really wanting Archons out. Like, I guess the Archons and the Maguses are actually just both big question marks.
I would probably just axe the Hearse.
Okay, well, yeah, that's a free one.
Sure.
Yeah. So, and I guess we're probably going to have to keep in some number of this. So maybe actually on the draw, because the card you might consider bringing in to fill those slots is Solitude, it's probably Magus going before Archon does.
Well, you did see Urza Saga. I mean,
yeah, true.
I don't know. Like, I'm not sure what I would cut personally. I think I would axe the hearse, and then after that, maybe the Trinisphere.
Okay, yeah, you could just have 2 touches and cut those.
Yeah.
And live with all the creatures. That's
Sure.
fine. And then on the Dreadnought side of things, the Ghost Vacuum you don't want. The Pithy Needle you probably don't want.
Yeah.
So the question is, like, do you want to trim Null Drifters? Do you want to trim Stock Up? Like, Stock Up actually seems... I don't think I want the 3rd Stock Up in this matchup. This is, like, nitpicky.
Yeah.
But I want to make my deck a little leaner.
Well,
Which,
you saw... Basically, I think all of the cards you saw in Game 1 tell the entire story of your opponent's deck. You just don't know
Well-
if there's red or not, right?
are you sure of that? Because I don't see any Once Upon a Times in the Naya list. And that's a
Right.
card that's maybe in or maybe out, and is actually
Sure.
the kind of thing that could make or break a decision on whether I want Force Negation in my deck.
Right.
Because
Well, I was referring more to the fact how you would identify what your opponent's deck is based on the cards played in Game 1.
Oh,
right?
sure. Yeah. But, like, I could see that, like, that exact situation leading
Sure.
to a spot where you end up with Force Negation, where, against this exact list, Force Negation's kind of dicey, because it's 8 Spirit Guides and the Artifact mana.
Right.
And, like, if it was a case of, like, oh, I think I can nab Once Upon a Times and a bunch of, like, mana rocks with the Force Negation, and maybe this is just a me thing, I really just, like, if I can go mana disruption on people in these spots, like, having that angle for free wins, I'm
Hold
here
on.
for it.
Are you telling me you like Stone Rains?
Yes.
Or you all didn't
Ooh.
see it? Ari just gave me a look, and he's just like, yeah, obviously I love Stone Rains.
Can I introduce these people to the word of Corey Dustdrinker? If you want to talk about, as we're waiting on the Naya deck to mulligan,
Yeah.
you want to talk about old school cube things to be doing, Corey Dustdrinker, Armageddon. Yeah, like, the decks these days.
So Hokori Death Drinker is a 2-white 2/2 spirit from Betrayers of Kamigawa. It says, players may only untap 1 land per turn.
No, I believe that's incorrect. I believe it has lands don't untap and upkeep.
Oh,
You
yeah,
untap
sorry.
a land.
Lands don't... Sorry.
Yeah.
I
It's
skipped
not
a few
quite
steps.
Winter Orb, but it's
Sure.
Winter Orb.
It's Winter Orb. I don't think that type of effect has aged very well because you just cast it and they're like dismember it, haha.
Yeah,
Very
it's a lot
funny.
better to play a creature with initiative and power and toughness these days. So, as we see Chris going to a 6-card hand that can hopefully assemble that, looks like he might have gotten a Disruptor Flute on in.
Sure.
This hand, we'll see where he goes with it, but I'm liking the look of this hand. Okay, so land to bottom. Looks like it might have been a duplicate Ancient Tomb. Go with this first Ancient Tomb to lead off. Chris potentially debating just the blind turn 1 Disruptor Flute.
So how do you feel about that in general? Like, it's kind of weird.
We just talked about this, Jarvis. How do I feel about land destruction?
Flute isn't land destruction.
What are you naming?
Well, what do you want to name with it?
What about Flooded Strand?
All right. It could be land destruction. That's probabilistic land destruction. I don't think it's going to name Flooded Strand.
We're thinking about it.
I think it might name Urza Saga.
If it was going to name Urza Saga, I would wait and cast it.
Yeah.
Because you can just name it
Sure.
after the saga resolves. I just... Okay. See, I would have been right in this situation. I'm just...
Look, there might be another... There could be a different fetch land in Everron's hand.
Yeah, but if I named Flooded Strand, they wouldn't be able to use Flooded Strand.
That's true.
That's tautologically true.
I cannot deny that.
So, basic fetch from Everon, some expectation of moon effects potentially, and just a Tamio on the battlefield.
Well, I think the worry is probably more Wasteland.
Wait, no. There's no way the season Dungeoneer deck is wastelanding you.
I don't think Everon knows that for sure.
I would know that. I am... So, Trinisphere hitting the battlefield for Chris, sort of as the, this is your...
This is the
test
force
threat.
check. Yeah.
Yeah. So everyone showing 2 forces before this Tamio gets to go to town. Here's the Saga. So this will... Here's the problem with naming Saga. The Saga fetching Dreadnought is everything the Saga wants to do.
Yep.
So I don't really... I don't know if the Disruptor Flute cuts anything off, but it looks like if we name Flooded Strand, we'd be in maniacal business. I mean, there's obviously Misty Rainforest in everyone's deck, and you know...
There were
I think
actually
I'm
two
being.
Fleshraker.
I want to be serious. I'm being extremely unreasonable.
Yes.
But also, maybe not.
There were actually 2 Fleshrakers in everyone's opening hand.
Vibes were immaculate, you know. So Chris going to extend the first actual threat of the game. You know, Transfer is the implied threat of being unable to do anything, but here's the Undermountain Adventurer entering the dungeon, going to get a basic land.
Not entering any dungeon. There's a Torp Orb in play.
Oh, no. There's no Torp. Yeah, no dungeons. No dungeons.
No
just
dungeons.
Just a 3/4.
No dungeons. It's a 4-mana 3/4 that taps for a green, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So it's 6 green if you've ventured through the Undercity?
If you've completed a dungeon, yeah.
Yeah. So Tamio up to 2 clues. Looks like that sounds like a Swords to Plowshares declaration on that Undermountain. And this is looking pretty brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Everin could choose matchups, this would be one he would choose relatively often to play against, right?
Probably true. I think that maybe the issue is, like, if you want to talk about fundamental issues, the initiative deck is very good at presenting a threat and a half, and that threat has some sticky value, but Everin's really good at answering that threat and then firing back with something large. And you kind of have this battle where one of the decks is committing a lot of resources into its threat, and the other deck really isn't. And
Yeah,
that
I mean,
leaves Everin open to have more disruption.
Right.
Yeah, but like the blue card draw coming into play. Yeah, it's the Naya initiative deck compared to something along the lines of like Red Stompy, where like you just have a backup threat or two, or like the Forge deck as well, like is going to struggle against this style of configuration.
Yeah. I also think the Torp Orb actually is a big deal versus Chris's deck. You just go down, you're like Caves of Chaos Adventurer, Seasoned Dungeoneer, Undermountain Adventurer. Their primary trigger is all cut off by that, and it's also a combo piece for Everin.
Yep. As we see, it looks like that Dreadnought's probably going to hit the battlefield with the colorless floating off the Urza Saga trigger. Yep, big 12/12. And that EOT Tamio clue and the floating mana. Tamio probably, I mean, I guess it could flip with a land here, right? You crack a clue, attack, but maybe that brainstorm is probably the best way to go about that.
Yep.
So clue gone, just up a card, just a little bit of value here and there.
It's kind of funny that the Stiflenought deck gets to play some of the best cards from multiple types of decks in Ancient Tomb and Tamio.
Yeah, I mean, this is the like appeal of the stock up archetype, right? Is that you are, I mean, we saw this sort of last round with the PO deck. You have a lot of the good parts of the blue decks, and you have a lot of good parts of the Ancient Tomb decks. And the question is whether you like lose on reliability or intensity to an extent that is concerning. So we got Curie right here.
It's very shiny.
Yeah, this is. Do you know what the naming of that foil is? No.
No,
It's one of the very special foils.
Yeah.
It is also capable, I will note, of eating the Dreadnought in play if you want to draw 12 cards. We were being informed that it's a Surge foil.
Chris has had enough. It kind of just looked like he had 2 draws that could not possibly compete.
Yeah, I mean, two mulligan hands, that means that you're unlikely to produce two threats in those games.
Yeah.
Also, just like if you look at the way the mana is distributed, like there were some issues with actually casting spells where like if you had a Chrome Mox hand, and I guess if you actually look at Chris's deck, it's configured very much to be bursty, where like your land base is 4 Petal, 8 Spirit Guide, 8 Soul Lands, and then your like sticky mana sources, right? You have a spread of basics, which might not actually help you cast the second threat, and then you have to draw a Cavern or maybe a Chrome Mox. Again, there's no 4th in this deck, so you don't even have that necessary overlap. Right. So there's some amount of like alignment issue there. But you know, if your assumption is that just like I'm going to produce a Seasoned Engineer, good luck, have fun. Your deck is very good at doing that. It's just a question of whether your opponent's deck is good at answering it, and the Dreadnought deck was. So we're going to kick into the backup with that cleared relatively quickly and get into some non-Ancient Tomb side of the metagame. We've got turn 1 Ether Vial from the Taxes side, a little Sky Noodle action on the side, Force of Will, pitching Daze.
This is a matchup, a very classic old school Legacy matchup, right?
Yeah, this is about like you say that it was Taxes versus Jeskai Tempo. That sounds like it's about like 2013 that they printed True Name Nemesis, and this would be the thing that's going on.
So Steven Borikov finished 14th at Eternal Weekend, a very good showing.
Ooh, with Taxes?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
This person, they'll play Plains every chance they can get. I believe the deck that they played in some RCQs, standard RCQs, was Bant. Just Bant with Collector's Cage.
Oh, that deck's sick.
Yeah, I know.
I love a good Collector's Cage.
Collector's Cage is a sick Magic card.
The Bant Hideaway decks have a storied history. Big fan of them. So Jesse representing, so we got Tamio Mishra's Bauble, which does represent a Tamio transform next turn, given that we've slow rolled the Bauble. Prismatic Vista from Steven's side. Wonderful backup to the fetch lands that is basically like sort of the same in this deck for the most part. The way your mana is spread, you're not like, oh, I need Scrubland to make black, and white at the same time for the most part. You're just kind of, basics are good. If my basic can make black mana, that's also good. And Prismatic Vista is, you have 4 Marsh Flats, but you have 80 cards.
So I see a Witch Enchanter. Let's see what else we got.
I think the question here is that, like, Steven's passing representing an Orcish Bowmasters, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
There
this
it
is
is.
a very, very clear Bowmasters. It's a Daze taking that out in response to the Mistress Bauble trigger that Jesse had slow rolled so that it would happen on his turn, so that when the Tamio attacked, if there was a second mana, the Clue would flip it. But instead, we're just going to get a little bit of card build-up, card advantage on the Jeskai side.
A Ponder still flips it, so if there's a Ponder, that does the trick.
Yeah.
No Ponder, though.
No Ponder. And you were wondering what's in this Jeskai deck. It looks like it is largely Izzet Delver with access to a bit of white removal. So instead of swords, instead of bolts, we have swords, prismatic ending.
Interesting.
Yeah, and actually, it doesn't look like anything in the sideboard. No white cards.
I would also say there are no Delver of Secrets, so it's a little bit more of a mid-rangey deck.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, once you get out of the realm of Bolt, then you have the Delver of Secrets is definitely worse than Tamio debate going on. So Lion Sash hitting the field hitting the stack for Steven with a shadowy Backstreet's back. All right. That's my one.
Backstreet back, all right.
That's and moving forward. Yeah, and then the just looking at the Yorion side of things, pretty classic Recruiter of the Guard, relatively light. This is probably the card that Jesse saw. This white Orchid Fanta that Jesse is looking at is probably the card that was revealed to Mishra's Bubble. And, what does that one do? It's kind of a Ghost Quarter on a creature.
Yep.
So moving along, Ponder. This is the turn after that little bauble action, so we're still a card draw away from Tamio transforming. Flipping through some cards. I guess from Jesse's side, do you think you're looking for an additional threat, or are you happy just sitting on Tamio and taking up cards here?
Well, I'm happy if I can survive to use all of the clues I have. I'm not sure that's actually the case.
So Recruiter from Steven before a land drop's made. We're going to find Skyclave Apparition. Great answer to Tamio, whatever side it lands on.
Right. I mean, the worry is, do you cast it and they have a blue up? And you're like, well, do I actually want to cast it? Like, there's a fear of Brainstorm flipping it, right?
To some degree, but less so than the other things because you still get the 2/2 out of the exchange, and that's still a creature with some sizing to keep Tamio managed, even if it shrinks every turn. So Tamio ticking in third clue. Jesse light on physical cards available right now, but heavy on future cards available. Recruiter of the Guard gets first combat blood.
The problem with the clues is they take a long time to activate. I mean, you might end up with all the time, depending on how aggressive Steven's draw actually is. But I think in this matchup, what tends to happen is that the Yorion Death and Taxes deck will just try to kill every single creature that the tempo deck plays.
As we start by doing that with the Apparition actually landing on the Tamio. Yep, and so Jesse, just like walking through this game, so Tamio's accumulated, 3 or 4 clues total?
Yep.
Okay, Witch Enchanter hitting as a land so that Steven has 2 extra mana to cast something from hand. But like Jesse's got these clues for future card advantage, but has gone down with the force on the Bowmasters and the force on the Lion Sash.
Right.
Down 2 cards, down actually a Temio that could have been a backup threat, and is now just trying to find somewhere to go against Steven, who has no real threats, but just something on the battlefield.
The problem I have in this matchup from the tempo side, or like in general, Delver decks in general, is I don't think the long game favors you. I think you eventually do have to get the game over with. Of course, if you have a flip Tamio, the story is different. But here, I think the issue is, even if Jesse gets like 1 or 2 threats into play and gets a bunch of cards off the clues, does that trump Yori in endgame?
No, and this is always, literally always, all the way back to when I won Legacy Champs with Death and Tax has been how the matchup goes. The Delver deck comes out early, maybe actually like lands a Wasteland on something, dazes, like actually Delvers out the Yorian deck because it is full of 3-drops and 2-drops and cards that should be bad against Delver. But some amount of the time, the threats just get managed and the Yorian deck hits lands, and from there, the Delver deck is kind of competing in the wrong weight class.
Yeah, I've actually found the easiest way to win this matchup from traditional Izzet Delver is I just play Protect the Queen on Murktide and hope it works out.
Yep.
It often does not work out. You'd be shocked to find out.
Ooh, okay, so there's a Felia landing from Steven as
Yeah.
Jesse just kind of spends a turn cantripping and playing a Wasteland. But Steven firmly in the driver's seat because this Felia looks like it's threatening to flicker the Recruiter, and then from there it should be like whatever you find, fairly easy cleanup. Steven might actually even go on the offensive against Jesse's lands if you with that White Orchid Phantom.
There's
So,
only one basic island.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you wouldn't expect a Delver deck, let alone a 3-color Delver deck, to have more. So, yep, there's that Tundra out of there. Definitely a fail to find going to happen. Felia going to grow on end steps. Yorian going to go to hand for Steven. Recruiter coming back. Felia growing. So,
Probably searching for Solitude is my guess, right?
Solitude and Bowmasters are the 2 cards I'd be looking at.
Oh, so Bowmasters was the find.
Yeah, I think because of the Felia.
You have Murktide managed.
Exactly. Whereas you, in theory, could lose to like a very specific chain of like draw spells and removal, and the Bowmasters is just a thing that stops that.
I think it's very hard for Jesse to come back from this board.
Yeah. I don't know entirely which one I would get. Also, some amount of it may depend on whether Steven has a white card in hand so that you aren't just like leaving up 5 mana for Solitude, getting wasted off of Solitude.
But certainly this is exactly where Steven wants to be. Ahead on cards, ahead on lands, ahead on life, ahead on board presence. So,
I would describe this as ahead. I don't know if there's a metric that Jesse is ahead on. Besides
uncastable
cards. Unclear. Cards in graveyard, maybe. Brainstorm resolves by putting our entire hand and all of our other cards back into our library. The game has ended. Steven, game 1, asserts a little bit of dominance in that matchup. So we scan through to the start of game 2 and try and catch up in real time. So, yeah, do you think this gets better after sideboarding for the Taxes side or the Delver side?
This is an interesting question. I don't think the Taxes deck has a lot of... Like, it has a Path to Exile and maybe a Wrath of the Skies. I'm not, like, a huge fan of Wrath of the Skies. I think you're sort of just pre-boarded the matchup, so maybe just +1 path, -1 something.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the, as we see an Ether Vial land for Steven and Jesse just fetching on turn 1.
There might be a Daze here.
Okay, yeah, we could be there. I thought I saw something, but looking at the sideboard, I don't see anything that Jesse is really boarding in here, unless you're like boarding in the Null Rod or the Fire Magic. Fire Magic Pyroclasm are fine.
Yeah, they're fine. I think the problem with attacking Death and Taxes that way is they are so good at playing that grindy game, especially with cards like Pre-War Formal Wear. Like, it's kind of a nightmare.
Yeah, so like what you Pyroclasm them, you kill the Felia that's already flickered something. If it hasn't just... Okay, so there's the Daze on the Vial. You were correct.
Does that say see me after class?
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, but like one of them said F-, and the other one was like not your best effort. The Dazes are grading his opponents. So there we go. So Death Attacks aside, choosing to be the Wasteland player of this game. Tundra and a Ponder for Jesse. So no one's advancing the board, just kind of stuck in the early turns. Yeah, I guess maybe neither side is really sideboarding a ton. So from there, then, which side do you think is more advantaged by knowing the opponent's deck? Definitely the Taxes side, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Because the selection of whether you want removal heavy hands or not is kind of a big deal. So I would say that Steven taking game 1 is pretty big.
Yep.
Not like unexpected, but also like a big deal. So, yep, 2 basic planes. You know, Steven wants to be the Wastelander and no part of being the Wastelandee.
There are games, I think, versus these Delver-style decks where you don't want to wasteland them because your third mana is so precious to cast your 3-drops.
Yeah. I think it's a hard ask when your opponent like fetches and then replays the tap land, like just keeping them in that, like you are not undercut in any way. You want to keep them under you there. So Lion Sash actually just sticking. And are we going to see this card just kind of pop off a little bit? Start growing? There are a lot of permanents in graveyards.
So we're not going to go for it this turn. But we have
We don't need to do it aggressively.
Right.
We can just sit on, you know. Okay, so we're actually going to take some game actions. Recruiter. Looks like a Day's hard class. Yeah, I expect much better.
Oh, those are some nice. I actually do appreciate those. They're kind of funny.
Yeah. This is some alternate art with charm.
This is some 2012 Delver humor, right?
Yes. Okay. So we do have a wasteland on both sides. That Caracas heading out. Third land. Oh, big Murktide. Maybe last turn was the window we needed a Lion Sash.
There's a Plow and Solitude in hand for Steven, so I don't think I'm too concerned about it.
Okay.
Like, as we mentioned, Jesse has no bolts, so you can easily tank 1 6-point hit from the Murktide as well, and it probably will be fine.
Okay. Well, what if we take a negative 6-point hit?
Give Jesse 6 life instead of us taking 6
Yeah,
life?
Jesse's life total is not something that concerns me. I do not expect this to be a game of racing. I think that the Taxes deck, if it's going to win, is going to win convincingly. So Steven tapped out. No days proof access to Solitude, but Jesse's already through 2 dazes, right? So, and plus you can always just untap and make a decision later. So Brainstorm from Jesse, trying to reset the position here. Not actually even under that much pressure from this Lion Sash, so the game is still definitely in Steven's favor in terms of like who is better from a neutral stance. But at the same time, Steven doesn't have anything going on that is progressively advancing the board besides just like, yeah, picking up a Yorion and we're going to, cast it for a 4/5 flyer? Which is a problem, but like it's just a card.
Well, I think he might not even spend it on that. He might just be willing to play even longer game, just really drag the game out. After Solitude is hard cast, flicker the Solitude, kill the next threat after that, really drag the game out, right?
Yeah, he has to get to somewhere where he has generated some kind of Shriek Maw or similar kind of 2-for-1 advantage and then over-leverage that. Whereas Jesse is just, got some cards. Traded one, Days versus Force. Like, Days is a 1-for-1 trade and just needs to find a way to maneuver a threat into play underneath this and then attack the fact that Steven is the hand's all 5-drops, right? You got Solitude, you got a Yorion. You're either down cards or you're tapping all your lands. There's a Corey Steelcutter, all-star of the Jeskai deck. Swords on the Lion Sash, so it is gone. And Jesse gets a Monk token.
And an attack for 2,
Yep.
probably. So Solitude is not the best lineup versus Corey Steelcutter, of course.
No,
but
Yorion's not bad, though.
yeah,
Just big flying.
right. It
So-
is going to take a really long time to kill Steven, though.
Yeah. So I'm just looking. Jesse does not have a second sort of Veil land to find here. So
Right.
this Scalding Tarn is just a Scalding Tarn, whereas Steven is finding one of the 2 shadowy backstreets and getting value now and potentially more value later. I do appreciate that the 80-card deck has decided that it's time for 4 Caracas for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really good with a lot of your cards, right?
Yeah, really good with Yorion. I mean, as much as you even need it. Like, the second Yorion it always feels unnecessary, but it's not always unnecessary. So what costs 3 mana here for
Recruiter of the
Steven?
Guard would be the best one.
I'm okay with Skyclave.
Skyclave is
Actually, that's
pretty
probably
good
better
here.
than
Yeah,
Recruiter. Cut off an extra turn of Corey.
It's kind of funny. I think the Yorion Death and Taxes deck now sort of reminds me of a Jund deck full of like Shriek Maws and Flame Tongue Kavus or whatever, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the Yorion experience has always been just like, I am going to produce arbitrary permanents like, the Arkham's Astrolabes and the Abundant Growths of the world. And just all I have to do once I click the Yorion button is have cards in play that result in this becoming a bigger and bigger Muldrifter. So Jesse firing off yet another Brainstorm, which the fact that we're like so many Brainstorms deep in a row is, I mean, you're casting them because you want to actually get somewhere, but it's like they're not. The second Brainstorm in a row is not as scary because it's usually like, how can I reposition the cards that have been stuck in my hand? And now you've unstuck those cards, and like if you had more cards stuck in your hand was really, really bad to start.
Yeah, the problem as I see it as this game progresses further and further is Jesse's really not like putting a clock on Steven.
Yeah, as Steven has a window to just fetch another Shadowy Backstreet, probably go to an untap with 5 mana. Like, Jesse not having additional pressure is scary.
Yeah, the problem is, like, you will round out of counter spells for all of the beak effects from Death and Taxes, so then eventually you'll just die to them casting, like, 4 or 5 drops in a row.
You will die to the Recruiter or the guards in combat.
Yes.
Everything else will kill you too, but the Recruiters will come with just to make you feel bad about it. Right. Yeah, and Ether Vial, it is well past your time. You are going straight to the graveyard.
That's basically that's like worse than drawing a land by that point, I think.
Oh yeah, way worse, because it doesn't, you're trying to cast 5 drops. It doesn't add mana for another 5 turns to do that and do something else. So basic Swamp Fetch, we're probably out of the realm of Wasteland doing anything here, but it's just nice to have your basics lined up so that you can't accidentally, you can leave up a swamp without fear of your opponent like wasting you and then moving to another phase.
Well, it's also Prismatic Vista, so it's not like, what does the fourth planes do for you?
Exactly. I mean, they're white mana and not black mana is really what it is. 'Cause you do have, like, the Line Sash is gone, but... So Thoughtseize resolving after the Swords takes out our Skyclave, creating a 2/2 Spirit on Jesse's side. And Thoughtseize just stranding Jesse with a Brazen Borrower.
And we're just main phasing the Solitude because we know it's a safe window for it.
Yeah, and it's the debate of, like, is the Monk token going to be bigger than a 2/2 on average? I don't think so.
Nope.
So I'm okay with just taking out the token we just made.
So Jesse's last card is Brazen Borrower. Not an ideal one versus Solitude or the Yorion hand.
Really bad versus the Solitude because you don't want to bounce it. And Brazen Borrower versus Solitude, there's not even like we can trade off. It's just one of these players is attacking for 3 and the other is life-linking back to 3 damage and attacking for 3.
It's basically a Flash, Rashad, and Airship at this point, right?
Jarvis, would you like to explain what a Rashad and Airship is?
It's a 3/1 fire that can only block fires.
I just want you to know that the player who won yesterday's event is younger than Rashad and Airship by a decent margin.
Why would you bring that up?
Time marches on, Jarvis. Time marches on. I mean, Rashad and Airship Classic Pro Tour top 18 card. Brazen Borrower, Pro Tour champion,
Yeah.
So, very powerful card, showing up in Legacy, doing a lot of stuff, just not necessarily right here. And it looks like Jesse's like, what do I do against that 3/2? What's my plan against that 3/2?
Probably take 6 hits from it and lose.
Yeah, that's kind of what it's looking like. Because the first,
plan.
if you don't have a prowess trigger for that Monk right here, I think that's pretty dicey. So passing right on back, don't even need to deploy the Yorion. Why would you?
There was one point in Legacy where some of the Delver decks were main decking Pyroblast.
Oh no, that's a Bowmaster from Steven.
Well, that's very good.
That's very, very good. So we got a
the story about
Orc token, and where's the damage going? Did the damage go to face? Oh my gosh,
so.
The disrespect. I think
no,
that
is it disrespect or is it respect? Because if you have a spell in response,
what spell is Jesse casting in response?
Swords to Plowshares.
It would be exactly Swords. Yeah. Okay, we're just attacking with the army token. We don't even want to get this Solitude in combat. We're just here for even more equity off of this Yorion.
I mean, we're just going to flicker our Bowmasters by this point. Wait.
No. The Bowmasters has to sit there.
Oh, to cut off Brainstorm?
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah, can't give our opponent a chance to brainstorm. Like that's the thing is once you have them in the like choose a target pinch of Bowmasters, it's almost to the point where like, I guess the thing is that okay, you're right. There's no reason to Bowmasters the Monk because if you are going to Yorion next turn, you can just Yorion the Monk.
Anyways, what I was talking about before was it was very disheartening to get your Yorion Power Blast in game 1 by the blue-red style decks when Expressive Iteration was everywhere.
Oh, yeah, and you had to counter it?
Yeah. Well, you just got incidentally countered from like a mono white, like a Power Blast did something for some mono white deck.
Yeah. Okay, so Prismatic Ending, clearing the Bowmaster so we can try and brainstorm our way into something. Still facing down 8 power. Like, we have to pick that apart and then from there, like,
So
find a way to
Disruptor
win.
Fleet came in. Interesting.
Reactive answer to Aether Vial.
Yeah.
Reactive answer to Stoneforge Mystic. Or a lot of similar cards. Like, I could see from the tempo side of things, actually, okay, so DRC landing for Jesse. Looks like instant sorcery land.
It's just instant sorcery land, right?
Yeah, no Delirium.
Does-
I can see Flute versus Stoneforge Mystic being a good
Yeah.
answer because if you the Stoneforge, all your answers are exile, so you don't have the same pre-war formal wear issue. But like you could have the issue of if you swords a Stoneforge and they play another Stoneforge, you just don't want to be involved in that. But if
Right.
you Flute a Stoneforge, they just can't Stoneforge their way out of it. So, that's a hard
Hard
cast
cast
Overlord
over.
of the Bailmerk.
We're
Okay,
really
so
just pummeling our opponent with haymakers here.
yeah, just battling down for 8. Oh my gosh, that's another Solitude going to
Yeah.
get picked up by this Bailmerk. Or we could get Recruiter, or we could, that could also be another Solitude. This is tough. Steven, over 20. Jesse, these Delver decks are not constructed to generally come back from this. Their comeback mechanism from this spot, usually when you're facing out a bunch of stuff, is play a Murktide Regent, hope it is bigger than all of your opponent's stuff. Murktide
Right.
Regent, not bigger than Overlord or the Bailmerk attack return Solitude.
Right. I think Steven's too far ahead. It's actually impossible to come back from here.
I believe that is correct. I think that also there's the part where if you ever accidentally hit Delirium, your Dragon's Rage Channeler is just like dead on the spot. Either it
Yeah,
attacks into
yeah.
your opponent's life total and does nothing, or they actually choose to block it. Either way. Yeah, this feels like the story of Game 1 was just the Tamio got undercut. But the story of Game 2 is that not having a 1-drop was really problematic.
The problem is when you only have 4 DRC, 4 Tameo. I mean, that is 8. That is a lot of them. 4 of them don't actually kill your opponent, though, very quickly. I think what actually has to happen in this matchup is you actually want to get the game over with.
I think Tamio kills your opponent pretty quickly. You just actually have to get into the spot where it transforms.
But then it just gets skyclaved.
Yeah, but so does anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a drawback of the Jeskai list is that I think there are spots where the Is It list might have more ability to
I
maneuver
agree.
out with a Lightning Bolt, even if it doesn't have a Swords for like an Overlord or something like that, whereas this deck is kind of under the gun.
That is Phantom Blade. That is a Shriek Maul equipment.
Yeah. Is that an Assassin's Creed card, I believe?
Correct.
Yeah, it's an equipment that kills a creature when it enters the battlefield.
Yeah,
It
it's
has
actually
some-
better than Shriek Maul because it can destroy black creatures and artifact creatures.
Good point. And so that
And
looks,
it also auto attaches and give +1/+1. So
that's cool. And it looks like this is a lethal attack. Okay, so Jesse going to lose. Steven going to advance to a very strong 4-0 with
Yeah.
Yorion taxes. Very decisive and kind of, I guess, that's probably the expected outcome for that matchup, right?
I agree. I think the way this specific Jeskai list is constructed, this is going to be very, very difficult. There's no elements like... In the past, we've seen cards like True Nemesis occasionally plunk out Death and Taxes. I'm not even sure that would be good enough anymore because of the card quality and Death and Taxes.
Well,
nowadays.
also, like Solitude, you have a significant density of lifelink creatures.
Sure.
Like, actually, even dating back to when True Name Nemesis released, it was not actually good enough on its own to beat Taxes. It was something they had to figure out how to beat. But the thing that actually beat Death and Taxes proactively was when your True Name hooked up with a GT or some other similar equipment, which just isn't going to happen in this deck as configured. You just
Right.
can't present a deck that's like Stoneforge Mystic True Name these days. Just really cannot with the quality of these 1-drop threats. So, of these decks, I guess, I kind of want to talk about this with, like, we did see 2 different iterations on, like, an Azorius deck this round, right? I would consider this this tempo deck more of an Azorius deck than a Is It deck. Like, it is Jeskai, but, like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I think the reality is this is like a mid-range tempo deck instead of an aggressively slanted tempo deck.
Yeah.
Tempo might even be the wrong word. I think it's just a deck trying to accumulate advantage with Corey Steelcutter and Tameo more than anything else.
I'm not going to ask you to define tempo. I'm just going to say that whatever your definition is, Wasteland and Daze are tempo.
Sure.
But yeah, this is an eternal problem with designing legacy decks is that like how you design your deck for a Lightning Bolt deck with blue cards versus a Swords of Polisher deck with blue cards is just vastly different. But like, I'm kind of interested in like how you think this Death and Taxes deck would line up against the other Azorius deck we saw, the Dreadnought deck. Like,
so I believe you don't want any part of that matchup.
Okay.
Have you read the card Torpor Orb?
I have.
How good do you think it is versus this Yorion Death and Taxes deck?
Very.
Okay, there
Very.
we go. I think if Everin could choose to play against Death and Taxes every round, revealing Yorion, he would snap that off so fast.
Probably true. Okay. Good point. Yeah, the Wrath of the Skies is kind of the only thing that's especially scary there.
That's
So,
like...
and that may
yeah.
be, again, this is an interesting discussion because if that, we talk about traditional Stiflenought as opposed to Torpor Orb Knot,
Yeah.
that matchup's a lot worse for the Dreadnought
agree.
side because, again, you are, just like even one of the basic interactions of like, you Dreadnought, they Felia. If you stifled, your Dreadnought's dead. If you Torpor Orb, your Dreadnought is a 12-12 on the way back in. Yeah.
Yep.
So, notably, none of those decks Reanimator, none of those decks Nadu,
Yeah,
none of those decks.
so-
and the top tables, there's a bit of it, but there's also a lot of stuff like this floating around.
Yeah. Actually, interestingly, the Death and Taxes matchup profile is very polarized. I think your matchup versus Nadu, like actual Nadu midrange, not fantastic because the cards just don't really line up well. You don't kill your opponent very quickly. You try to play the grind them out the game, and they're just like, all right, draw 16 cards, plow all of your creatures, shuffle everything back in with endurance. That's not the game you want to play. Mystic Forge, also, I really don't think you want any part of that, especially in Game 1. Post-board games are closer because of Deafening Silence and Disruptor Flute and Null Rod, but I think it's tough.
Do you think the Nadu matchup profile changes depending on whether your Nadu opponent is mid-range or Cephalid Breakfast?
Yes, I think you would rather play against the breakfast component of the deck.
Okay.
I mean, I just think you have Containment Priest, you have Lion Sash. That's more disruptible. It doesn't generate as much of an advantage. They have less like interactive tools against you as well.
See, I would have assumed the other way around almost, where like I think that it might be a situation where you maybe can keep them off of both halves of the comp. Maybe that's not true.
I
maybe,
don't think
Maybe
that's
you're actually
realistic.
maybe you're just in the spot where like if they go Nomads and then Nadu and then you kill the Nomads, then they cast another Nomads. You have to kill the Nadu and then they're up a card. It just the back and forth doesn't work out for you.
I also think just like they put Nadu in the stack and you're like, well, I kind of want to kill this to get somewhere damage-wise, but I also kind of don't want to kill it because they get value out of it. But you always have to kill the Nadu essentially.
Yeah.
So
no.
it's not great. I just think most of the games where you play Death and Taxes versus Nadu, you don't kill them fast enough to prevent them from like recomboing a few times.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, maybe the actual worst case scenario might be the Cradle Nadu deck. Like,
Oh, yeah,
like
that-
Taxes has a long history of being bad against Gaia's Cradle.
Well, so I think specifically Gaia's Cradle that combos not with Glimpse of Nature is the nightmare. I think Bowmasters can very easily manage the Glimpse of Nature nonsense nowadays.
Yeah, that's why you don't see a Glimpse of Nature anywhere.
You very occasionally see it. I don't advise doing it.
Is this part of like the eternal rotation of the Cradle control decks back into Elves? Yeah, so I guess one thing, we were talking about matchups, but on the side of this we have something that is Magic related but not Magic related, and that is the charity raffles. Mm-hmm. So, as you can see here, we have that wonderful wood-edged Wasteland set of Final Fantasy Commanders deck, collector editions. We have Revised Plateau. If you want to use the command !charity in Twitch chat or scan that QR code, that'll bring you to the page where you can get raffle entries. And those will be picked at, I think we said about 5:30.
5:30 p.m. I believe.
So you've got about 4 hours, maybe 3.5 to be safe to get those in. These will, I believe we were told they will ship to North America anywhere if you're not in-house today or even in region. Unfortunately, we can't figure it out that much further, but North America, pretty easy to get to.
Ari, you have your eye on one of those. Which one
Again,
is it?
it's a Weave Fate. I've been, listen, it is a card from Khans of Tarkir. It's not my favorite card from Khans of Tarkir.
But you are the Khan of Tarkir.
Yeah, you gotta have a little artifact to that, a little bit
Yeah.
of Siege Rhino. Yeah, so, take a look at the spread. Got a lot of the stuff. One of the other highlights is an Urza Saga, like the set Urza Saga promo poster from way back in the day.
Oh, that's super cool.
Yeah, it's got the chimeric staff art on it, I believe. Not like the reprint style, the actual, like, Snake's Head chimeric staff that I believe showed up on. Was it the art on the booster packs?
I don't remember anymore. Sorry.
Yeah. That was that's going on for the next few hours. Again, we just started the rebound side tournament for the wood edged brainstorm.
Yep.
Similar to that wasteland. Really great. It's the masked art of brainstorm reproduced. Not even just art. Like you saw with the wasteland, it's like full card frame, full everything. A little hard to shuffle up, a little oversized. I didn't ask if they size matched it to oversized cards, so you can just have one big wooden card in your deck. I haven't figured out the logistics of shuffling that either, but you just got to know.
Well, maybe I'll shuffle my Mox Diamond in with those as well.
Yeah, you are an oversized card aficionado these days.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, so if we were to delve back into the more stock decks in this tournament, what would you expect to, like, based on what we sort of see, what would you expect to be doing the best, and what would you be interested in looking at?
I think Mystic Forge and Reanimator are doing better compared to Nadu, both yesterday and today. So we'll probably see those in a match or two. We did see Mystic Forge lose to Fleshraker Paradoxical Outcome last round. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that is really interesting to me because
those decks are obviously sort of
very
similar.
Yeah. It's hard to tell for me from a surface level whether the Mystic Forge deck is loaded up on cards. They're both probably about at parity in terms of being like combo decks. Like that was one of the things when I started testing the PO decks in this run when they first started popping up, is that they're capable of comboing, but the setup required to combo is it's just a very similar amount of setup to the combo kills that Forge presents. It's just a little more consistent at converting from like, oh, you're like dead next turn to you're dead this turn. So maybe that was really decided on the back of the blue cards being able to interact from one side versus the cards on the other side just being yet another 4-drop thing that runs into the blue cards.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited to see all of that next round. Maybe when Brian and Jemison come back, they'll get to see Chris Cornwall Shields back in action with the Fleshraker PO deck.
Yeah.
All right, folks, welcome back to round 5 of the DMV Legacy League Invitational. Brian and I joining you again here for more excellent Magic the Gathering action. And Brian, I'm excited for this one. Did you hear who our feature matches are?
I did. I just heard it over the loudspeaker. It's the finals rematch from yesterday.
Yeah, finals rematch. So Scott Waldron and Nathan Stoyer are going to be going against each other, battling in the Swiss rounds this time around. They were paired yesterday, but they were already at the point where they could intentionally draw into the top 8. So today they'll have to be playing it out, and I'm excited to see the rematch, see if we get any repeats of the games that we saw last night that were really a fun match to watch.
Yeah, really close, and yesterday Nathan was, I hate to call it little kid luck because he's a grown man at this point. He's got a job and stuff, but we saw multiple games in a row through the top 8 where it's like locked out by Pithing Needle, in trouble, big trouble next turn, top deck's Petty Theft clears a Pithing Needle win. And the final match yesterday, it's like Scott finally stabilized versus Tamio, about to put him to the life total where he can't reanimate anymore, rips Reanimate for a turn. Reanimate, easy game. There was a lot of super tight magic.
Yeah, and especially it's been sticking with me when Nathan cast that Reanimate on Barrogoyf with Scott had Surgical in hand, and just Scott not willing to counter that individual spell, and wound up making the difference in the match. He really wanted to save it for the Atraxa, but the Barrogoyf did him in.
Yeah, that an interesting level system of how good every player in the game is, and I think that play only works if both Nathan and Scott are very good and understand what's going on. A bad player just fires off Surgical and Reanimate goes on the stack. Easy. But the simple play sometime the correct one. And like if Nathan's bad, he just targets Atraxa, but he's good enough to target Barrogoyf. If Scott's bad, he just fires off Surgical. If he's good, he thinks about what if there's 2 Reanimates.
Yeah.
But then if he's really, really good, he realizes he can't beat Barrogoyf either, so he better fire off the Surgical. And there's just fun levels there.
Yeah. So I'm excited to see that one. We do have a backup match, Kemper Pogue against Rachel Feinger, so we'll see if we get a chance to cover them. But either way, I'm really excited to head down to the table. I think our players are just about ready for us, so we can head down there and check it out. All right, yeah. Good to see you again. All smiles in the booth. I've been told by our table judge down in the feature match area that they're having too much fun down there.
It looks like it. It's like nobody's taking this seriously, this competitive endeavor.
Right.
This is an outrage. Start giving unsporting conduct penalties until they sober up a little bit.
Two sporting conduct? Is that a
Yeah,
is that a
two
thing?
sporting conduct.
So vibes are great here, and these players are getting ready to oh, great, we get to see the die roll. All right. I think that was an even odd. So
Squeaky clean,
we're
even
still
odd.
we're still on in the dark as to who gets to go first.
We'll find out soon. I
Yeah.
can see from my chair, unrelated to what's on the screen right now, that Chris with the PO deck, the Plagon PO deck, is at table 2.
Yeah.
Undefeated, still making that run. That's exciting to see. All right, we got hands back to the actual match.
Yeah. So I see lands and spells. I think Nathan is good to go with that, and Scott is going to take a mulligan. I see Wasteland and Daze, and I believe he's on the play. So whenever you have a deck constructed in this way, it's usually a good sign to have both of those cards in your opening hand, as well as a fetch land. So we have the blue source.
Yep, and if you'll remember in the finals last night, I was talking about Nathan's life total is getting low. Pretty soon his only out's going to be Animate Dead, and you pointed out he didn't have an Animate Dead.
Yeah.
And immediately after the finals, I saw Nathan walk over to Jarvis, who he borrowed the deck from, and say, I want an Animate Dead for tomorrow. And the list today, almost the same as yesterday, but he has gone down from 4 days to 3 and added 1 Animate Dead.
Well, there you go. So Nathan recognizing the value of having that sort of backup reanimation effect. Looks like Scott is going to be keeping 6 here, putting I believe that was a volcanic island on the bottom. And we are ready to get going.
Oh yeah, I love when the spell hits the stack before the land to cast it. Business.
So here we go. Crack, fetch, underground sea, Thoughtseize. Scott's like, okay, here's my non-lands, and here's my lands. So 2 wastelands and a fetch. All right.
Do you find it useful to help the Thoughtseize player by separating Thoughtseizable cards and non? I like to shuffle my hand completely random and just fan it out.
I think I usually do. I mean, I'm not generally gonna just like, okay, what do you want to take this Thoughtseize here? But yes, all right, let's do turn 1 over again. So waste your sea, and let's see if you have anything else that you'd like to do. You got another land to play, Nathan?
Yep, this is a rerun turn 1 situation.
And I think he did rip a sea off the top, so he's got fetch land and underground sea.
Yeah, he had Delta already and ripped C, so he is fine here.
Yeah.
That wasteland is just a redraw for both players.
Absolutely, and then I think he just drew another Delta, so he's just Scott. The angle of making this a non-game via land destruction is not going to play out for right now, but still lots of magic left to play in this game.
And Nathan, by taking that Delver with Thoughtseize on turn 1, put Scott's hand to Lightning Bolt Unholy Heat.
Mm-hmm.
Lightning Bolt could matter eventually if the life total gets to a spot where reanimating Archon or Atraxa becomes dubious. But that Unholy Heat, largely irrelevant. Which basically means Scott's hand was almost empty.
Right.
And Nathan knows he has time to chill.
Absolutely, and Scott is going to go ahead and crack a fetch for a Surveil land here to take a look at the top card, try to get some more business here. He needs to get that clock going to get the tempo started.
Yeah, it might be counterintuitive that Nathan is a combo deck and Scott is an aggro deck, but the longer the game goes, this favors the combo deck.
Yeah, it just gives him more time to assemble whichever A plus B he's got, either the Tamiyo plus Brainstorm as the backup or the main plan of reanimate a big creature. So I believe we're surveilling to the top, and then Nathan is going to go ahead and crack his own fetch here. Get his own surveil land.
Okay. This timing's really interesting.
And this is still in Nathan's end step, I believe.
Oh, I know what he's doing. He is putting a surveil on the stack, brainstorming in response, giving himself the high roll to hit a monster here, and the medium roll to just clear one of the Brainstorm cards he doesn't want.
Looked like Petty Theft, Reanimate, and Land, I believe, were the draws. I think it was the other Undercity Sewers.
Yeah, he wasn't holding Archon or Atraxa that I saw, so he'll probably...
Oh,
he
he
did have
was
the Archon.
holding
Never
Archon.
mind. It was all there.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that Brainstorm found the Reanimate. We are here.
Yeah.
We're gaming.
We're in great shape. Nathan in great shape here. Got A+B ready to go. So Scott is going to have to figure something out here to turn this game around. He's got Wasteland. He's got a lot of blue spells. I think he's got Daze, Brainstorm, and I'm not sure what the other blue card is. But we knew about Bolt and Unholy Heat. So neither of those are going to help against an Arcana Cruelty.
Yep,
So we're wasting C.
Scott's just hoping that there's not another land there and that Daze is on for a turn.
Yeah.
But we
But
know
there
it's
is.
not. And this is a spot where that Unholy Heat, though not particularly good in the matchup, this is the monster it can kill if Scott can get to Delirium.
Yes. All right. So Brainstorm in response to Reanimate. Nathan thinking. Scott does have Daze available to him, but this Wasteland can pay for it. Nathan may also have a Daze in his hand. I think he does. So I believe he's considering doing that. Yep. And he's going to go ahead and pick up his Sewers to Daze the Brainstorm. Scott's going to let that go. Here comes Arcana Cruelty.
Yep. And this is extra sick because that Wasteland hanging out there will just kill the Thundering Falls,
Right.
which means Scott now needs to achieve Delirium and generate a red source before targeting this Archon with Unholy Heat, which then may or may not resolve.
Right. And that's going to be pretty tough to do. I think we do have a creature in the graveyard. That's probably going to be the hardest one. Mishra's Bauble can get there if we
Wow, just
rip one off the
discarding
top.
the Heat.
but-
Doesn't even want to play that game.
All right, we're not even going to try it. So, get
I guess if
wasted
you
off
can't
of-
get Delirium, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. All right, well, he did draw a fetch land, so he does have mana, but I don't think it's going to be enough mana.
Yeah, if he had a sorcery or artifact to discard to the Archon trigger, he would actually be able to clean this up and play on. Being down a million cards, but still, the game isn't over. But he has whiffed here.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to be having some sort of conversation.
It's incredible board state that you. All right, there we go. We're good. I think Scott may have been asking Nathan, if you got the force or something. All right, so we're going to take a look at how these players made it here. Of course, we saw how Nathan made it here, but Scott qualified as the store champion from Level Up Games. He's been a longtime grinder, always playing sicko mode there. As you can see there, 68.54 Season 2 win rate.
Pretty good, and I'm really excited to see Nathan's scorecard that's about to roll over, because he's only played one event and he went XO in it, right? There it is.
All right, Season 2 win rate, 80%. I believe it doesn't count the draws.
He had two
The
intentional
IDs.
draws yesterday,
Yeah.
and I believe he's had one unintentional draw today.
So top 4 at the Classic 5K. Of course, we all watched that happen last night. Season 2 win rate of 80% from yesterday, and playing the same deck again, although, as we mentioned, with an Animate Dead this time.
Oh, it says he's 4-0, so maybe he doesn't have a draw today. I must have misheard him talking between rounds. But, yeah, I mean... Oh, coverage is wrong. We got him. Okay, 301. It's been updated. Yeah,
301, okay.
yeah, tanking that win rate. It's really tough to be Nathan out here in the DMV.
So we're going to head back to so taking a look at sideboarding. I mean, we how many times have we seen these players on camera talked about their sideboarding, but I don't think there's anything different here in the sideboards today.
No, this morning when Nathan was switching out the Animate Dead, there was a conversation about where do we put this Animate Dead, and Nathan wasn't sure if he wanted 2 Force Negations main, but he was sure that he wanted 2 in the 75, but then he didn't want to have to change his sideboard, so he ended up just cutting a Daze. There was a conversation about what is this Engineered Explosives in Nathan's sideboard even for, when do I want that, and the conversation was able to convince him that Chalice of the Void's enough of a problem that he should keep the 1 Engineered Explosives in the sideboard. But yeah, despite like 15-20 minute conversation, the sideboard is the same.
After all that, we decided to make no changes. So we'll probably expect to see some amount of probably Fatal Push. Barrowglyphs, of course, going to come in again. Probably Fatal Push. Probably Orcish Bowmasters against any Brainstorm deck, you think?
Maybe not. we saw yesterday. I mean, yesterday we had a bunch of conversations about the juke. Do they cut 3 cards and just bring in the Barrowglyphs to supplement the combo? Do they cut 12 cards and just become Dimir midrange? Do they go somewhere in the middle? And I mean, we have information that Nathan just keeps the combo in this exact matchup that he played just last night. And based on what we know about these players and how they approach the matchup, I think Nathan will be on the full send, supplemented by Barrowglyph. I don't think we're going to see the Bowmasters or Voidwalkers or those sort of things in here.
All right. So on Scott's side, I mean, hopefully we'll probably see some amount of the burn spells coming out, although, of course, you want to keep pressure on the life total because of the card Reanimate. Now, Nathan does have an out, doesn't have to lose life to reanimate creatures now because he has the Animate Dead, but we'll see. Scott has some useful cards in the side, definitely Pyroblasts for sure are a very useful card. Force of Negation, Graftaker's Cage, Surgical Extraction. We saw that last night, so I definitely would expect to see a lot of those cards come in.
Yeah, and that's a lot of cards coming in. What does he cut? You could maybe shave a Wasteland in this matchup. Maybe Quarry Steelcutter is a little slow. He has 3. I could see playing 2 of those. There's not cards in this deck that are obviously must come out, which a part of sideboarding is bringing the good cards. The other part is taking out the bad ones. And Delver is just a lot of the same. Like, he might not bring in the Force of Negation in his sideboard, in fact, cut the one that's in the main and just value something like a Surgical Extraction going 1 for 1 versus a Force of Negation going 1 for 2. Just a small upgrade on the fringes rather than maxing out on everything that could conceivably interact.
Yeah. All right, so Scott has, I believe he's snap kept this hand. Looks like Volk, Dragon's Rage Channeler, Force of Will, Ponder, Pyroblast, all the good stuff. I believe there's a Lightning Bolt in the back there as well.
Yeah, there's a crazy Dark Border card, which might be a Quarry Steelcutter with the sick Tarkir Dragonstorm treatment.
I think it's the Thundering Falls.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
We'll find out soon.
So Quarry Steelcutter is the draw for the turn, though. So
okay, yeah, you were right about Thundering Falls, and there's suddenly a Quarry Steelcutter in hand as well.
So taking a look at the Surveil with the Thundering Falls. I'm going to leave that on top. All right, get in there
He
for
likes
1.
it.
Nathan, just an Underground Sea and pass. He does have Fatal Push showing
Fatal
as well
Push is
as
there.
Reanimate. I'm not sure if he has a Tomb, but he might be going for it. Sorry, we're just going to Fatal Push Dragon's Rage Channeler here. All right. Scott lets that resolve. Not willing to pitch a Force of Will on that spell.
Yeah, whether a Daze would go there is a little bit interesting. He does have Pyroblast, and let it happen. Let this Brainstorm happen is... So the decision there, the combo is black cards. Pyroblast will not help you if Archon of Cruelty is on its way onto the battlefield. Pyroblast can kill Atraxa, though Nathan will refill his hand and Atraxa will still be in the graveyard for the next Reanimate. That's not a great solution, but holding that Pyroblast in a spot where it could potentially collapse development, that one is actually interesting. Saving it for the showdown rather than the build-up.
Yeah, definitely. So Brainstorm putting 2 back on top, cracking the fetch to shuffle them away. The old build your own Ancestral Recall. Get 2 bad cards back. And here comes Thoughtseize. Nathan tapped out here, but I don't think Scott has a Daze, so I believe this is probably likely to resolve.
Yeah, Nathan has tested Daze twice, with the Fatal Push and with the Brainstorm, and he can reasonably deduce there's not a Daze over there. I actually bet that Scott would have Pyroblasted Brainstorm if Dragon's Rage Channeler was still in play.
Yeah.
The problem with collapsing a setup is that only matters if you're pushing damage. If you slow down his setup while you're setting up yourself, it gets a lot worse.
Yeah. So Thoughtseize is going to take Ponder, I believe. Yeah. I believe that's what I saw Nathan say. So Ponder's going to the graveyard. Force of Will now turned off as well. So for now, sort of a 2 for 1, but of course Scott's going to get to untap and draw a card. But without Ponder, going to be hard to dig for another blue sword.
And he did keep this card on top with a Surveil.
Right. So it is Surgical Extraction.
Yep, that one plays.
Yep, that's a pretty good one.
I get it.
So, but not a whole lot he can do this. I mean, he could play Quarry Steelcutter. He has the option to in theory, he could play Quarry Steel Cutter and then proactively Surgical. There's nothing really good to hit in the graveyard right now.
I'm not into that. If there was a monster already in the graveyard, might as well clear it, start pushing damage, but taking Fatal Push Thoughtseize out of the deck, that is not actually a good play.
And electing not to play the Quarry Steel Cutter at all, because if that makes land a live draw, because he can then play Quarry Steel Cutter and perhaps a Lightning Bolt proactively. But now with 2 bolts, he can run this out.
Right. Plus the option of protecting his Surgical Extraction with Pyroblast. If Nathan suddenly has Entomb Reanimate here, and
which he does.
He does, and he has counter backup, and we're tapped out of both paying for days and casting Pyroblast. I think casting this Quarry Steel Cutter is going to kill Scott here.
Yeah, so Scott already down a game. Looks like Nathan is doing the Reanimator thing. This match might be over a lot faster than it was last night. So there goes Archon to the graveyard. Here comes Pluto Delta. Let's shortcut this while we have the library in hand.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a full look at Nathan's hand, but I'm pretty sure Reanimate, Daze, and Force of Will are all in it. And with 2 mana up, that's exactly enough to pay for Daze and Pyroblast Force while resolving Surgical Extraction. And with no mana up, you have none of those things.
Yep, so Surveil sees Flooded Strand, put that in the bin, and then here I definitely saw a Daze there. So here comes Reanimate on Archon. Oh, Ponder. Okay, we're going to Ponder first. Reanimate, Daze, and Tamiyo. It's a pretty good 3.
Yeah, not bad. I think Nathan here, what he's doing is I already have Reanimate, enough mana to pay for Daze, my own Daze, and Force Blue card. Might as well take a peek.
Yeah.
You know, maybe my turn could be even better.
So taking the second Daze here. Here comes playing C for turn, Reanimate Archon. So I believe Scott's going to fire off Surgical. Might as well give it a shot. And here comes Daze. Scott can't pay for that. And Archon is going to come crashing in.
Nothing could have been done about that Daze, that's for sure. Yep, Scott's just staring at his cards. He has Double Bolt. He can let this Archon come in, take the Cruel Ultimatum, discard probably
Force of
whatever.
Will.
Force might be necessary. It gives him the high roll of drawing a blue card here. Whatever that 4th card is, Pyroblast might be an option. All right, he did choose to dump the Force, which means he's going to get roasted by the second Daze here unless he draws a land. But Double Bolt can technically take the Archon off the board.
Yeah.
Though it is still in the graveyard for the next Reanimate.
Right.
But this is actually perfect. If Scott has the land to pay for Daze, Double Bolt, killing Archon, attack for 2 with the Monk from Quarry Steel Cutter is 8. And that is the cost of Archon, which means it can't be reanimated. And
right.
I know Reanimate is one of the top 2 cards of Nathan's deck.
So I can't quite see what Scott drew. I think it's a Mishra's Bauble. This is not going to help here. It could help. He could draw in upkeep, and Bolt is still something he can do in Nathan's upkeep, although he won't get the chance to attack with the Monk.
Right. And having discarded the Force, there's no draw here that beats Daze. Yep, he's in the tank. I guess the follow-up decision here is ignore Archon, take 9, Nathan goes to 13, draws an extra card, Double Bolt you end step, put you to 7, get a Monk, untap, cast 2 spells, get another Monk and some prowess triggers. Could that possibly be enough to win? Yeah, the defensive Double Bolt or the offensive Double Bolt is the only decision here.
Yeah. So worth noting that Scott does have a 3 out of 4 for Delirium, and he's missing land and artifact. Bauble would get him there. So Unholy Heat would be a live draw as well.
Right.
So I think that's a 2 of. I don't think he may have taken it out though, because it's not super useful. But if he's left any copies in, he is live to find it.
Yep. And Nathan just loving life here. It sees him bolt the Archon and says, "Yup," and then the second bolt, the Daze.
Yep.
And
so we do
here.
get a Monk, but it's gonna
die immediately.
Have a tough time against Archon of Cruelty.
Yeah, Archon not known for tolerating creatures being around.
Yeah. So some confusion over, I think, cards in hand here. Uncertain about what exactly is going on, so I think we're going to have a judge call.
Yep, weird thing to be confused about all of a sudden.
Yeah. I wonder, if Scott did leave those unholy heats in. If he, it's not like it's a super high percentage either way, even if he brought the second copy in. But
Yeah, he has somewhere between 0 and 2 unholy heats in his deck that he could draw right now, and then somewhere between 0 and 2 in the sideboard, depending on how he thinks his matchup's going to go. I think with Barrowgoyf in the mix, you probably need your unholy heats. A good chance he has both, but you're taking a 2-outer. Wait, what? What's going on around here? I guess Nathan
may be paying for.
I think Nathan just figured Scott was done and went to his turn. And Scott was like, hold up, I have a 0-drop.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That
yeah,
makes sense.
That's smart. Okay. So Scott wanted to attack because the Archon had 3 damage on it, and that prowess trigger lets him get through a little bit.
Yeah.
So maybe Scott passed and said, wait, hold on. And as long as information doesn't change, then you're allowed to back up, even in competitive Magic.
Yeah.
There's a small window with conditional backup. It's allowed.
Yeah, we call it reversing decisions in policy. It's capital R, capital D. So I believe Nathan surveilled there, left it on top, and then we're going to cast Reanimate again on one of Scott's creatures.
Yeah, there's a Dragon's Rage Channeler in there.
Take your Dragon's Rage Channeler. We'll lose 1 life. And pass turn back to you. Here's the land that I needed last turn. And that's going to do it. So Nathan takes Scott down quite much more easily this time than he did last night with a 2-0 sweep. Both players certainly still in the running for top 8, so we're going to head right on over to our backup match, which we are joining live. We are in Game 2. Rachel is up a game over Kemper Pogue. Kemper is on Mono Red Painter, and Rachel is playing Nadu Midrange today. So I think we saw this in the very first test stream that we did for this event with Brady Monroe running the gauntlet against Eric Farmer. But what are your observations? And we have a Blood Moon in play, so what's this kind of quick? What do you think about this match where it currently is?
Yeah, we tuned in just in time to see a Goblin Welder being hit with a Hydroblast, and Rachel is incentivized to do that in her main phase because Mono Red Painter plays somewhere between 5 and 8 red elemental blasts, and if she wants it to resolve, even though there's no artifact stuff currently happening, that's a good time to do it. But then immediately blasted with this Blood Moon, and Dryad Arbor, funny interaction with Blood Moon. It is a mountain 1/1 instead of a forest 1/1.
So Kemper with Goblin Welder and equipped with Lava Spur Boots, which is interesting. The Welder can have haste, although I don't think that he has any artifacts to swap this Great Furnace out with. So just juicing up the Welder for a potential attack step. Dryad Arbor getting in there, squeezing in a couple points of extra damage.
Okay, Rachel does have Plains in her hand. We just saw it, and she's still playing out non-basics, either feigning weakness or just doesn't have a white card to play.
Yeah, so Welder cracking in for a couple points of damage. Here comes Basic Plains. And then Kemper's going to take his draw step.
Yeah, Painter does have the ability to cast Painter Servant, name blue, and then start picking off lands. Because they're blue now with red elemental blasts, and that might have been why Rachel was hiding the basic. There's no painter in sight, but that can change with a single draw, and she might have been just sandbagging that until the moment where she had to play it or miss a land draw.
Yeah, and it looks like she getting some clarification from our table judge Jack there, our spotter there, explaining the understandably very confusing interaction of Blood Moon and Urza's Saga. It has a lore counter on it. It does not have the ability to tap for colorless mana. It does have the ability to tap for red mana because it's a mountain right now. Won't gain any more lore counters while Blood Moon is in play, but for now, doesn't immediately die anymore thanks to the rule change.
And while you were telling us how Blood Moon interacts with Urza's Saga, Basic Island rolled off the top of the deck. Still no plays, though. Nadu Midrange is primarily a green deck.
Yeah, we need green here. So both players just in draw go. Nobody's got anything to do. Blood Moon has slowed this game to an absolute crawl. But Rachel with a Ponder off of the Basic Island, that's going to help her to try to find a way to get some green mana out of this and start getting out from under this Blood Moon.
I saw 3 green cards in that pile.
Yeah. So, considering her options, definitely a Green Sun Zenith and a Nadu as part of the 3, but I'm not sure what the third card was.
We're pointing at permanence. Oh, she is interested.
She's going to keep that.
She's got a plan.
Keep that and draw.
I wonder if there's a Force of Vigor in the mix here.
Could be, yeah. So there's a Misty Rainforest there for turn, and then pass right back to Kemper.
I'm a big fan of...
Ooh, Fable the Mirror Breaker, that's a helpful one.
Yeah, that card's great. I'm a big fan of Rachel's aesthetic choices here. We've got dual lands, we've got that Japanese Zendikar, Misty Rainforest, and then basic land bin.
Yeah.
Just the worst basics you could ever imagine.
Nice artwork, though.
Yeah, I mean, all basic land artwork is great. Just the zoom out vibe of modern frame, core set. These could have just like... I wonder if there's some meaning there. I like asking people about their basics. Like, did she draft with these basics at a Pro Tour or something?
Yeah.
Is there a tale to tell? And Force of Vigor is the name.
You called it. Force of Vigor, pitching Delighted Halfling. And we're going to take out Blood Moon and
Boots.
And the Boots. So Fable the Mirror Breaker survives the onslaught of the Force of Vigor, but Rachel's mana base is now unlocked and fully armed and operational. So I believe I see Brainstorm and potentially some other lands in there.
Yep, and we know that Nadu was kicking around.
Ooh, Green Sun off the top. Right, that was part of the ponder. So we've got Nadu, Brainstorm, a couple lands. I think we're just going to go for Nadu here. Looks like that's what we're gearing up to do.
And Nadu versus Green Sun Zenith is an interesting choice here because Nadu gets red blasted, where Zenith does not.
Yeah.
And they both end up in Nadu, but Rachel does have 7 mana to play Nadu, see if it works, and then Zenith for Nadu. And if Nadu just works and Kemper doesn't have the red blast, then she can Zenith for Scythecat Cub or Bristly Bill or whatever the target landfall target thing is in the deck.
Yeah, an interesting decision by Rachel in tapping her mana here because she's tapped herself out of blue, so she doesn't have access to be able to cast Brainstorm. And okay, so we're playing a fetch. I was going to say we only have 1 fetch land, so we can't Brainstorm and fetch. But with the second fetch land, we have access to that line if she wants it.
Yep, and she's decided rather than dumping out a Nadu and passing into removal, where if Kemper were to red blast it, she would at least flip a card for Nadu, but she's going for a situation where next turn she could just do a lot.
Yeah. So Kemper exchanging Goblin Welder, using Goblin Welder to exchange Great Furnace and Lava Spur Boots. So the Boots are back. Saga and Fable both checking up to Chapter 2. So we're going to be able to make some constructs. And Kemper debating what he wants to rummage. So we're rummaging away 2 lands.
Easy choice.
Yeah. Don't need more of those right now, although we only do have 1 red source from lands, but we can make treasures, of course.
Yeah, he can make treasures, and that Goblin Welder can switch artifacts back into Great Furnace, which is now in the graveyard. So Goblin Welder is kind of a red Land of Werewolves at the moment.
Very true. So tapping City of Traders for 2 mana, make a construct, looks like. Yep.
That might just be damage time.
Table Judge, please hand me a construct token. I'm going to put my Lava Spur Boots on it. Play Basic Mountain for turn. City of Traders goes away. Tapping Ancient Tomb here. Take 2 damage.
More big stuff coming.
Another 3 mana red spell. Oh, it's Goblin Engineer. Okay, 2 mana red spell.
Ooh, okay. This is functionally Entomb Reanimate.
Yeah.
As Goblin Welder in play can flip any artifact in play into any artifact in the same controller's graveyard. And Goblin Engineer lets you put any artifact from your deck into the graveyard. If there's a Chaos Defiler here, or it might be something more simple like Pithing Needle just to turn off potential Nomad stuff, it's Chaos Defiler.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So, an interesting line here is that Kemper with the mana floating could have gotten Painter. Oh, no, he doesn't have Grindstone. Okay, so we still need to get, we would need both A and B there. So let's just get Chaos Defiler and just start wrecking Rachel's board.
Well, Chaos Defiler destroys non-land permanents when it enters or dies, and Rachel currently has none of those.
Yeah.
But Goblin Welder can be activated as an instant, which means at any point, if there is a non-land permanent in play, it can die.
Yeah, and also, just to add insult to injury, it's also like a really efficient beater. It's what,
Yes.
5/5 menace or something like that. So,
And I'm going to look up the exact wording of Chaos Defiler. I think this might be a weird thing where
it
it's
doesn't target. And
Yeah, so...
It's choose at random yeah.
Right, yeah. When it enters or dies, for each opponent, choose a non-land permanent that player controls. Destroy one of the chosen ones at random.
Yeah.
So with only one opponent, this is basically a non-targeting Vindicate of anything. So this will not trigger Nadu. Hexproof doesn't save it. This is just going to get you.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's reading. It's like, do I even get a card
Protection
here?
doesn't save it. Yeah, it's nasty. It's really hard to play around. So, Rachel, staring at her hand, looks like Brainstorm, Land, and Green Sun Zenith, and debating how she wants to approach this Chaos Defiler. It's functionally, I mean, it's active and it's actively a threat because we have a Welder active, right?
Yep. It can impact the board at instant speed. What Rachel needs to do here is kill the Welder, then Nadu combo, or deal with Chaos Defiler out of the graveyard somewhere, then Nadu combo, or pressure with two Nadu combos where Nadu comes in, it gets Chaos Defiled, second Nadu arrives somehow.
Right.
It's a tall ask regardless.
So Green Sun Zenith I believe this is for 2?
Yep, that's probably a Keen-Eyed Curator going for the challenge the graveyard route here. And the timing of this is great, because Keen-Eyed Curator with 4 mana up can target that Chaos Defiler over top of Welder. Like, target it, Welder in response, target it again.
Yeah.
And you win the exchange. But there's currently no non-land permanents in play for Chaos Defiler to kill. So
right.
It's either in play or it's not, and there's no window to snag it once it is.
Yeah, and Kemper may be digging through his memory banks because the Green Sun for 2, by the time Kemper knows what creature this is getting, it's already in play. So Kemper has to think about what Rachel might be getting with X equals 2 and may not necessarily conclude that she's going for Keen-Eyed Curator, might conclude that she's going for some other card. It could be, of course, Collector Oof is usually in the Green Sun decks and usually comes out against the Artifact decks. Doesn't stop Goblin Welder, so is not... Probably not the card that Rachel's going for.
Right.
Oh,
Wow.
Okay. So this is Gene Morph Imago. This is from Edge of Eternities. This is one of the. This is the new Scythecat Cub payoff spell. So with landfall, can turn creatures into give them a higher base power and toughness. I believe it's 3/3, and then it's 6/6 if you have at least 6 lands, which Rachel clearly does.
Right. And so here the line is play a land, immediately get a target trigger on Nadu. Now, if Kemper tries to weld, which he probably should, Rachel can fetch twice, get 2 more Nadu triggers over top, and then whatever happens from there happens.
Yeah, so that is, Kemper is going to go ahead and do the Chaos Defiler, swap it with the Great Furnace, so Rachel is, exactly as you called it, cracking a fetch here to get the Gene Morph trigger.
Yeah, the decision to do this
So we
is
have
an
our
interesting one.
Here's our little helper to tell us how many times we can target these creatures.
Yeah, I love when cards exist that require external objects to help you navigate how to even use the card in physical meat space. Great design, Nadu is. But the decision here to get Imago instead of something like Keen-Eyed Curator tells me one of 2 things. Either Keen-Eyed Curator is not in the deck, which Painter's kind of a graveyard deck, but only under certain circumstances, and only if your Swords to Plowshares haven't killed the Welders, and only if you don't have like endurance to back it up. There's a lot of hoops where this specific thing is a problem. Or she might have determined that this is as good as it's going to get. I can't pass the turn into a situation where he untaps with multiple Welders available. I'm never getting through that, and just decided to send it.
Yeah. So now it looks like the Chaos Defiler is resolving and destroying Nadu now. And Rachel has picked up a Sylvan Safekeeper, a Prismatic Ending, and a Brainstorm.
And is dead.
I think we're going to call it there. So going to game 3 now. And so we're going to take a look at these players' sideboards. So Kemper, 3 Disruptor Flute, 2 Abrade, 2 Damping Sphere, 3 Blood Moon, 3 Fury. Looks like he's got a lot of potential tools for the Nadu matchup.
Yeah, I could see Flute, Abrade, Moon, and Fury, and Cage all coming in here. That's a lot of that. That will come to the critical mass of how many cards can I remove from my combo deck that requires engines to layer on top of each other to function to get these 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 sideboard cards
Right.
in. I don't think he gets them all, even if he would like them.
We saw Blood Moon in play last game, so probably he's brought those in at least. I don't remember seeing any of the other ones, so it could be a light change here just to bring in Blood Moon.
Right.
On Rachel's side, we do have Collector Oof in the sideboard. That's probably has come into the deck. Fairy Macabre is probably a reasonable card to bring in against Goblin Welders. What do you think about that?
Well, we just saw Rachel not have a Keen-Eyed Curator to get, and maybe I was focusing on the Chaos Defiler while we were casting it live. It might have been that Keen-Eyed Curator was just dead anyway to the Lava Spur Boots plus Urza Saga. It makes another construct. Like maybe there just wasn't even a line there to consider. So I don't think you want lots of graveyard hate. I think you want passive graveyard hate if you have something like an Endurance or a Keen-Eyed Curator or a Scavenging Ooze, a Lion Sash. Those cards are nice to have in your toolbox versus Welder, but I would not treat this like it's a Reanimator.
Gotcha. So mostly stay the course. Don't degrade your combo core too much, and be able to keep your deck able to do its thing as often as it can. But Hydroblast definitely.
Yeah, I see Hydroblast, 2 Force of Vigor, Prismatic Ending, Collector Oof that I would definitely bring in here, and then Consign to Memory is an interesting one because some of their cards do care about that. Some don't. Their engine cards are all red, but some of them are sagas, where even if they're red, Consign might have a home, and you can counter Painter on the way down. But if a Painter is already in play, Consign can't counter anything.
Right.
And that one is a little bit potentially messy. I would probably be keeping it light if I were Rachel. Maybe the Dismember comes in as well.
Definitely. Consign also could, in theory, it could counter the Engineer trigger. There's some triggered abilities that you could handle.
Right.
Of course, we saw how damaging the Chaos Defiler can be, so that would be another potential usage of it. But yeah, it's definitely can be quickly invalidated by a Painter Servant.
Yeah, I suspect Rachel has 0 Force of Wills in her deck right now. That's not you're not excited to go 1 for 2 to deal with anything, and you're never excited to do it into a deck that has 7 red elemental blasts. Like you generally have to play against Painter to the board as these blue decks, which empowers Painter to then do stuff like jam Blood Moon on you, which might happen right now.
So Rachel with turn 1 Hedge Maze tapped in the red zone, which I appreciate the pushing into my opponent's space. But Blood Moon turn 1 for Kemper, which resolves and is going to stick around. Rachel with just Tundra Pass. This Blood Moon might do a whole heck of a lot of work for Kemper.
Yeah, unlike last game where she dropped Plains Island from hand and was able to play on and had Force of Vigor kicking around most of the time, none of those things are true right now. Her hand is a bunch of uncastable spells.
Yeah. So, all right, here's Painter Servant on blue. And this game might be over as soon as the very next turn if Kemper has indeed the Grindstone. So Painter Servant attacking for 1, which is, of course, its primary usage in the deck, attacking for 1 point of damage.
Yeah, it's definitely there as Lumen Grid Augur first, and then all the color shenanigans it does later. But yeah, this is scary both ways for Rachel, because if Kemper follows up with anything, the deficit grows and he pulls ahead. If Kemper stops playing cards, then what's in that hand? The best case scenario is it's lands. The worst case scenario is it's a bunch of red blasts, and your next spell won't resolve, and the land that cast it is dead.
Yeah, and Kemper with a 4th land drop into Fable of the Mirror Breaker here, kind of telegraphing that he's got a red blast up, ready to defend this Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So probably has one because this deck plays 15,000 of them, give or take. Yep. So we've got Goblin Shaman active. We're going to go to Chapter 2 of Fable. Rachel just only able to make land drops and pass without being able to cast any spells. So Kemper the only one able to play Magic right now.
Yep. And I know that look on Rachel's face. I've had it myself, just slowly fanning your hand back and forth as you stare into the middle distance. And she had a fetch land in her hand to start the game and decided to develop the Surveillant first, figuring I'll get at least one turn before Blood Moon happens. And this is a gear of Painter. Lists can be built on a spectrum of kind of pure Painter to red Stompy that contains Painter.
Yeah.
And especially in the sideboard where it is common and correct to board out all your Force of Wills, if they become red Stompy, that's a deck you want more Force of Wills against, not zero.
So
We
Goblin
did it.
Engineer is going to get Grindstone. Oh, we did get a basic Forest, and it's like the other ones, pulled straight out of the draft bin.
Yep, and she was clearly like ready to concede, and then I was like, oh, here we are. I think the only green card in the hand is a Zenith.
I think you're right, yeah.
And what do we got? What can clean this up? Nothing.
No, nothing. We're good. All right, and Rachel extends the hand, and Kemper takes the match 2-1, advancing to 4-1. Rachel Feinger's falling to 3-2. So both players still live for top 8, potentially. So going to keep grinding it out here. That's all we have for round 5. So that was a really fun match to watch, though. Really interesting game 2 that we jumped into. Really complex, back and forth. A lot of things happening, and then game 3 was just sort of like, oh, Blood Moon turn 1. That's all she wrote.
Yeah, and we can say, like, oh, yeah, really interesting match, Blood Moon. But also, it is interesting that both players knew about what you should sideboard, which is Force of Will out, which makes Blood Moon better. And Rachel had access to a basic and did the calculation of Mountain plus Ancient Tomb is still turn 2. But then Kemper had Lotus Petal Ancient Tomb Blood Moon, which is turn 1 on the Blood Moon. And Kemper just had exactly what he needed to, given all of the different things being calculated. What's my sideboard map? What is my opponent's deck capable of? What are they likely to be capable of versus their nut draw? And I'm going to make these decisions in the most likely scenario, and oops, it's the nut draw.
Yeah. And that's going to do it for us here in round 5. So we're going to go ahead and sign off, take a quick break here, and then we'll go over to... Oh, no, we're not going to take a quick break here. We're going to... we have an important announcement to make about our... Sorry, I have the producers in my head here. So the charity event has gotten over 4,000. We're over 4,000 off of just the raffles. We've also gotten profits off of our events here today, which last count I had was $800 off of that from yesterday, probably some more from today. So I believe we are over 5,000 in the aggregate for Trans Lifeline, which is excellent. We're halfway to our goal of 10,000. So very excited to have that. But we are only halfway. So if you all have if you're on the fence about putting in any of these bids or on any of these raffles, please go ahead and go over to our website and check those out. Again, Command Charity in the chat. You just saw the instructions on screen. Make an account. Make sure you put your name in there so that we know who to give the items to if you do win. So just make sure that we can find you. We do want to find you. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back for round 6. Ari and Jarvis are going to rejoin you for that round, and then we're going to be we'll be back for the final round of Swiss, round 7, before top 8, and we'll see if we can get some win-and-ins for you. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Hang out for just a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to the DMV Legacy League Invitational. We are here with round 6, our penultimate round, very critical round in determining who will make the top 8. We have a somewhat similar setup to yesterday, but actually because of the buys, we're going to have a little more contention in terms of like whose tie breaks matter or not going to last round, a little more contention over those last couple slots. But we do have 2 players at 5-0 who have drawn, and we are going to be featuring a couple of the 4-1 players who are playing for that 5-1 slot. Chance to maybe draw, chance to maybe have to play for another one. Right. And one of these players is actually someone we saw in top 8 yesterday.
Yeah, Nicholas DeJohn. I think he's from the New Jersey area, somewhere in the Mid-Atlantic. Not from the DMV itself, but, Great to see him in contention again. Well-known Workshop player in Vintage, I believe.
Yes. And today going to be showing up playing the Legacy equivalent of Workshop.
Right.
The Planar Nexus, Urza's Tower. I don't want to really call it. It's not Mystic Forge anymore.
The One Ring combo?
One ring combo. Yeah. That's where we're at. So this is the deck that won North American Legacy Champs Eternal Weekend, a few weeks ago, with Tezzeret, Cool Captain, and Ugin Eye of the Storm as two huge ads from this year. Besides that, it's mostly just get a key into play, untap our Grim Monolith, untap our One Ring, cast a bunch of colorless spells, trigger our Glaring Fleshraker, maybe Kozilek's Command at the end to just big giant fireball our opponent. And then the mana fueled by Ancient Tomb and then Planar Nexus with like Urza's Tower, Urza's Workshop to really ramp out if our if our Grim Monolith doesn't land, our lands will get us there anyways.
Yeah, so there's a few interesting differences for this specific colorless mana deck as opposed to the other ones. There's a Walking Ballista included. There's also the Ugins are in the main as opposed to sideboard where you sometimes see them. And we do see a Mishra's research desk sneaking in there.
Yeah, I think that is that one's more of like a 50-50 there,
Sure.
not whether you want the value target for Urza Saga. On top of, I guess, like Soul Guide Lantern is a quote value target, but not like as value. I feel like the Candelabra in these decks has become fairly stock.
Yeah.
Like that was an innovation last year in the 2024 Legacy Champs that has just stuck and become a key piece of the deck, especially with Tezzeret able to find it.
Right.
Like it's the way I've heard it described is that Tezzeret normally can find a key, but if you can find a Candelabra, it's like finding your first monolith a lot of the time.
I
with
agree,
Tezzeret.
yeah.
So that deck on one side, again, I guess the other like contender for best deck. I mean, this matchup was the finals of North American Legacy Weekend. So on the other side, we have Rubble Seifu on Dimir Reanimator. This is basically the list we saw Nathan win with yesterday. Very slight difference to fit in the one Animate Dead over the 4th days in the flex slots, which, depending on die roll here, I would say is going to be a good swap or not a good swap.
Right.
Going through, it looks like there's... We'll get to the sideboard, but it looks like relatively prepared for this matchup. And we'll be kicking it down to the players real shortly as they get into the pregame. So, we said Nicholas John lost in top 4 of our Open yesterday. And playing a matchup that he has presumably played a lot.
Yeah, I mean, if Mystic Forge weren't at least competitive versus a Reanimator deck, it would be kind of an interesting choice to play it, right?
Yeah, and I think these decks are pretty even. Again, I keep referencing these data compilations. It's hard to read too much into it, but when they say that the matchup is like 51-49 over a huge sample size, the matchup is going to go one way or the other, and no one can tell until the cards fall. So we got turn 1 Tameo on Robble's side. Nicholas firing up the engines here, see how fast we're coming out of the gates.
That's an Urza's Tower.
That is an Urza's Tower.
A very shiny one, so it's kind of difficult to tell.
We've generated a new version of the age-old question of which Urza land is that. It used to be is it a mine or is it a power plant, and then you don't know now if it's a workshop or a tower or a saga, just a different set. So Soul Guide Lantern coming down, taking out that Misty Rainforest. Tameo ticking up as Robble is probably forced onto the backup fair plan to win this game.
That would find Brazen Borrower to create a window for Entomb Reanimate, right?
Correct. So here's that Tameo flipping on turn 2. This is actually, this kind of setup is what took Nicholas out of the tournament yesterday, right? The fast Tameo flip.
Yeah, and the drawn Brazen Borrower to release the Pithing Needle on Tameo Inquisitive Student.
Yeah. So, definitely under threat here. And just sort of mapping this out, this Tameo is going to hit 4 this turn, 6 the next turn, 8 the next turn, and then ultimate. So if Nicholas lands a Saga this turn, is that fast enough to outpace the Tameo? That's the question here for immediate, or does he actually have to go for the kill somehow?
Yeah, the other issue is obviously Wasteland from the Reanimator deck.
So there is that Saga that we mentioned.
Whoa.
So Tameo will go to 6, Saga will go to 2. Tameo will go to 8, Saga will go to 3, and find the Pithing Needle just in time, just like we saw yesterday in the semis. We're back to this exact thing. We've seen this before.
And there is, in fact, a Pithing Needle in the main deck. You always got to check for that one. I think it usually is in the main deck.
Yeah.
It's also a good insulation versus Wasteland.
But it looks besides that we might be taking it a little slow on Nicholas' side. And Rubble happy to just take that time and use it to fetch up an Undercity Sewers and surveil away, attempting to find, maybe that borrower or maybe some other threat to get going. Because we are approaching Murktide range, right? So there's two cards in graveyard. Surveil the top, so we're not getting any closer to the potential Murktide, but Tamiyo up to 6. Rubble showing at least 1 force in hand. So this might be on the Urza Saga to take it home.
I think I saw a Forcible and a Force of Negation.
Yeah, I mean, with the Brainstorms mixing everything up, could be anywhere between those cards, but it feels like the forces are the things you're keeping.
Mm-hmm.
So, sort of idly looking through, so Nick probably, okay, so second Surveil land, clearing that, effectively clearing that Brainstorm, getting half of it out of the way, getting a Reanimate that we no longer care about into the graveyard. Looks like this is just a Kozilek's command.
Or cycling Kozilek's command.
Yep, exactly. So, scry 0, draw a card.
Yeah, not the way you really want to use that card normally, but
no.
Well, when you got to get things going, you got to get things going, right?
Nicholas is probably looking for some mana to kind of jumpstart the curve. That's a really, really good land for that, right? The Urza's Workshop.
Well, it only taps for 1 now, but once you get Metalcraft, it will be much better at doing that.
Yes, and that's very soon because the Construct token is a piece of Metalcraft. Presumably the Pithy Needle we find next turn is a piece of Metalcraft.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we're not going for Construct time. We're going for Spell time with this Saga. Nope.
If we drew the Needle naturally, it's kind of a disaster, actually.
Yeah, always a risk with these tutor setups.
Mm-hmm.
Debating over game actions to take.
I think we are just making, we're trying to determine if a Murktide is likely to come down next turn.
And how big it is if it is. Because it looks like that Murktide is feasting on 2 Brainstorms and a Reanimate right now.
So that'd be 6/6, so that's a 4-turn clock.
Yeah, I believe that's correct, because the one Reanimate went Surveilled to the graveyard and the other Surveil went to the top.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we do have that, just sort of idly counting through some mana situations, Nicholas would need a, okay, so Clue Crack from Rubble's side, constrained on mana, short on, we've already played land. Do we have the mana for this Murktide? Do we have the graveyard count for this Murktide? We'll leave that up to the players to figure out because I can't see the full graveyard. However, just thinking through Nicholas's mana next turn, we have Urza Saga is going to die, presumably, before Nicholas gets Metalcraft, so there'll be 1 floating. We'll get Metalcraft. Tower is 1, Workshop is 2, so that's 4. But if we have the Planar Nexus, we go big.
Yeah.
And an uncounterable Ugin could answer, a Murktide could answer that Tamiyo too. Just putting that out there.
One interesting thing is we cracked the clue. If we had drawn Wasteland, since we played our land first, we would have been slightly punished,
Yes,
I think.
that's true. So that Saga is making a construct. Then we'll untap and draw and see where that Saga wants to go after that. And I think this time, having the construct in play is also really nice for Nicholas because it is going to be sizable to actually not just like... So the issue last time, right, was that the Pithy Needle got borrowed.
Yep.
This construct can also take Tamiyo off Ultimate for temporary purposes, even if the Pithy Needle disappears. I guess not if the Pithy Needle disappears and nothing else resolves, because the construct is going to be a 3/3 with a needle, shrunk by 1, and if you borrowed, it would be a 1/1. The Tamiyo would be at exactly 7. But you know, that's a that excluded. You putting the Tamiyo down to 6 and having the needle is a really big buffer. Again, this is literally the scenario we learned about yesterday, and literally the scenario that we should be thinking through right now.
But this time, Nick did make the construct, and I think it's going to be a big deal here.
Yeah, I believe last time he ran out of threat and it got countered or something like that. Sure. Whereas this time he didn't even have the mana to consider running out of threat. Ooh.
Wait, so does that mean the needle's in hand then?
Needle could be in hand or an Ugin can be in hand. So that's a Candelabra of Tawnos. So that will let us double tap this Urza's Workshop. What land are we playing for the turn? Second. Ooh. Okay.
So that's 7. That's 7 naturally.
Yep.
So it might just be
So
Ugin.
we're up to 7 mana floating. Tap to untap those 2 down to 5 mana floating. Yep. There's that math. Tap. So we have 12 mana available this turn already. Also, this construct is going to keep Tamiyo off with damage, right?
Yep.
So, like, we're set. We don't even need the needle. Okay, so this taps for 3, so we have 8 colorless. This looks like Ugin.
That's going to nuke that Tamio on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, it still probably has to eat a force anyways because
Oh, yeah.
just the effect will be too much.
Yeah, Ugin, it's not even like the abilities, the activated abilities of Ugin. It's just you aren't beating that static. You just aren't. So Ugin gone, Murktide out of the way.
Yep.
Nicholas still with access to another 5 mana.
Yeah, I mean, like...
Actually, hold on a second. We're going to play Manifold Key. It's going to get bigger because that can, we mentioned this whole Candelabra is effectively a monolith. So we didn't even need to use that. We were just going to use the colorless floating.
Yep.
So cool. So Key is on the stack. Are we going 4/4 construct too? I'm just keeping track of that number.
Yep.
So Key, 3 floating or 2 floating. Untap the Candelabra. That 2 floating can convert into untapping the workshops.
Mm-hmm.
We got a turn. We got a turn ready here.
So I guess this is why you didn't go for the needle. It's just like I can do way better than that with the Candelabra.
Okay, so 0 mana floating, 3 mana off the. And great, you couldn't tap Mishra's Workshop for that.
No, I think Dejan, a noted workshop player, I think Urza's Workshop is way overperforming here compared to Mishra's Workshop.
And that was a Force of Will pitching a Force of Will from Ravel's side. So we are down to, it looks like 2 cards in hand potentially.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a difficult one to get out of now for Ravel.
Yeah, we've just consumed so many resources, and we've kept the Soul Guide Lantern on Dejan's side. There's a Karn, so that's the 3rd threat of the turn. That one sticks.
Yeah, when they say this colorless deck is really good at force checking, we literally double force checked and then had the one we actually wanted to resolve behind, right?
Yeah, so you minus this. Do you just go get a Tormod script and just add another layer so you don't just randomly get, like, Brazen Borrower, bounce, the Soul Guide into Reanimated off of all the top decks? Yeah, so this is a 5/5 construct. Okay, that's a good turn, I'd say. Also,
so,
I just want to note, you say force check. The first force check just killed the thing, too.
Yes.
Actually, not 5 damage. We're -1 for the Tamio still.
Sure.
For all the amount that exact damage matters.
So for what it's worth, not that it's very relevant, Lattice does turn all of your lands into artifacts as well, which pumps the construct even more.
Good to know. Your opponent can concede
At
while
any
they're
time.
conceding. Yes, at any time. So big Merc, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Big Merc. So
well, I'm checking for Perilous Snare. Do we have white mana for the snare? We don't, but...
Not yet. Not yet. What else can we get to potentially deal with that? I mean, there's a bridge if we care about that. We could get Lattice in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we'd have to make a few more permanents to make that a force block with the Murktide on the construct.
Right.
Nice little 8/8 chump blocker. So 3, 4, because we added the second Urza's Tower to the sack.
The One Ring might be sufficient anyways.
Yeah, so 1 ring, we're going to tap, draw a card. Do we want to draw 2 cards, or do we want to go other places? Do we want mana or cards?
I think we want cards.
Okay.
I think mana's not an issue with the Candelabra.
Yeah, with the Candelabra and 10 total mana on board of lands. So we're looking at 4, then, 2. So 10, we're representing 10 mana on board with just Candelabra and the untapped lands we have.
So, if you're the opponent here, do you concede to deny fun?
No, I kind of want to make him do it. Like,
Okay.
Maybe you don't know Dejan's full deck list. Maybe you, probably not. But in theory, someone could go Maniac mode and cut the Lattice or something like that. And just assume that Karn is going to kill them some other way. Through, like, a ring or a forge. Just make him do it. Oh, there's a Fleshraker. Okay. Cool. Gonna continue to go off here.
So, Fleshraker plus Lattice might...
Oh, is that a second Fleshraker?
Oh. Well,
Okay, so we're running out of cards to make these Fleshrakers just, like, really pop off, but...
Well, does it matter that much if we minus get Lattice and then the Lattice makes all of the spawns artifacts as well?
Not really. We do have only... Unless there's floating mana somewhere that's not being tracked on our side, we do have only exactly enough. Maybe we have another low drop to just jump off the ground on that front. Also, we still have protection from everything this turn, Jarvis.
Correct.
Kind of funny, this construct has only gained... We've put so many permanents on the battlefield, construct's only gained 1 power this turn.
And let's see. What do we got? Notably, we also have the ability on later turns to like sneak. I mean, I don't think he's going to come to this, but the other ability of Manifold Key can come up in these scenarios. The unblockable. So what are we revealing? We've got.
That is
Forge?
Mystic Forge, yes.
Yep. Okay. So 4 mana from that. Mystic Forge, our opponent is going to, so they took, Rabble took 2, and then they're going to take 4 off of the double spawn token here.
Yep. I mean, you don't need many spells to kill your opponent here, right?
No, we really don't. Okay, what do we got on top? We keeping it? Yeah, the mana's going away. This is going to be over. That's
just
we're
lethal.
done. We're done.
Yep.
The players are not done yet, but we're done.
Well, you just unblockable your construct and it's lethal. Or you could just cast another spell and it's also lethal.
You have so many options. I like that. Just, don't even want to go to combat.
So, would you say double Fleshraker is Tendrils of Agony?
No, it's more because it's actually 4 damage per spell.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it's like Ignite Memories?
I guess it's like Tendrils like through the Yogg Will. Like it's actually, yeah. So let's see. So these two players, Nick, they're last second qual. Now well on his way to a top 8 here.
Yeah.
Nicholas DeJohn. Season 2 win rate, 2/3. Was that all yesterday?
I believe that was all yesterday, yeah.
Yeah. Mystic Forge, chopping it up.
Yeah.
Doing great. Let's see. What about Rabble's side? What's the qualification battle going on here today? So, store champion from Dice City Games down in Silver Spring, playing Dimir Reanimator. So we've got the long-time season player versus the show up on a weekend and just run the tables. Just the two sides of the coin. And like you said, two sides of the legacy coin. Looking at those two sides of the legacy coin, let's talk about Rabble's sideboard. Pretty well prepared for this matchup. So consigns, null rod. Do you want engineer explosives in this matchup?
So this is a point of contention. If you believe you cannot defeat the constructs any other way, I think you do. If you believe you can handle it otherwise, then probably not. I think more importantly than that, I think Damping Sphere looks excellent here.
It looks fine.
It cuts off the lands, which is a big deal.
I think here's the thing, is that I think that the two halves of Damping Sphere, where it cuts off the lands and makes spells more expensive, are not adding to more than the sum of their parts. Like, once they don't have lands, they're going to cast a spell, maybe 2 a turn.
Right.
Even through the taxing ability. So I think that it forces the game to the same point where they're sort of minorly functioning, and whether you can beat that or not when down in Damping Sphere is still a question.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, do you do Shouldred's Edict here?
I don't think I would. I think that's not the type of game I want to play. I want to stop them from getting the Planeswalkers into play, period. I don't really want them to get into play, then have to Edict it.
That's fair, because at that it's basically the same against Ugin. But Karn, it is a pretty big difference. Like, Ugin, they'll get a card or some mana out of it, and the exile trigger is going to happen regardless. But Karn, them getting the Tormod script is 2 things. The other side, there's some fair Macaws. Those are good here.
Yes.
Do you dismember here? I kind of. I think it's a question of how. I probably wouldn't.
Probably same. I think. Okay, well, let's talk a different way. What do you want to cut from the
right?
main deck
That's
out?
why I was saying that. Is that the only thing I would even consider cutting here is the Ballista.
Ballista definitely goes, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure besides that. These decks, it's so hard for me to justify cutting a lot of the cards. You really can't cut mana. You can't cut the Planeswalkers.
Yeah, I would be looking at the research desk in the Ballista, just because, not because I can imagine grindy games where I'm going to want to draw cards. The problem is that so often when you're talking about a Tezzeret activation or an Urza Saga trigger, you're going to find the Lantern.
Right.
That's where you're going first, and then from there, you have research decks for the second trigger. It's not going to happen on the first trigger.
So I think with that logic, I probably wouldn't side in Dismembers. I just don't think there are enough slots.
Yeah, I don't think so either. You just try to beat Tamiyo in all the other ways you have to beat Tamiyo. So yeah, fairly straightforward sideboarding, and obviously the from the other side of the equation, we can do some trimming around the edges, maybe a bit less Murktide region going on in exchange for those null rods and consigns.
Right.
Still some, but a bit less. So our players shuffle up and begin. Robble, I mean, Nicholas, he stole the play, right? And his deck's definitely better at doing that. So, aside from the part where he's up a game, like he has a lot of favorable edges going for him in this scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think maybe well, the problem is Rubble's hand's never a mulligan. It's just good basically in all matchups. It just sort of played out in a way that maximally punished him, right?
Right, but I'm just talking about, like, if you
Sure.
inverted play draw that game, it's just a complete route in a different way.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was a complete route anyways. So.
Right, but if you're on the draw with that hand and you, like, are Tamio against an opponent who's getting a second turn already,
Yeah.
a little dicey in this matchup. Looks like a thinker on one side and some lands and some forces on the other, which is kind of not a thinker.
Well,
Okay,
so
down to 6.
It was funny because the pile of forces wasn't actually good in that scenario. Like,
Yeah, I think that it's very specifically like the forces. I mean, that's what we were talking about pre-match, right? Where if you can't Grim Monolith your way there, you can get your lands the way there. And it
Right.
happened that Nicholas had the lineup of lands and Ugin against forces, and those are the cards that specifically there is no point of contention for Force Will to profitably stop.
right.
So.
The Ugin was the brutal one for sure because I think our entire plan hinged on ultimating that Tamio.
Well, I mean, it's tough to say because, I didn't see anything from Rubble's side that implied that the Construct token wouldn't be chipping the Tamio back down.
Sure.
So I think it's very possible that even without the Ugin, if it was just 3 random cards, it'd just been like a 4/4 Construct in the face of that Tamio.
Yeah, which buys a lot of time for the Forge Check to just set up shop and, cast its powerful Haymakers.
I guess notably by the end of the turn, there's another way to pseudo Pithing Needle a Tamio, and that's Liquid Metal Forge Karn.
True.
Or Liquid Metal Coating. Sorry, I'm thinking like Lattice and Forges and getting out, but yeah, you can coating the Tamio,
Yeah.
like even ignoring the Lattice full mana situation.
I mean, if we Lattice our opponent who has no creatures in play with Karn out, the game
I'm
is
just
over.
pointing out that Tamio's activated ability you can't activate in that spot. So Robble with not even necessarily a slower start, just no Tamio. We haven't seen the presence of an Entomb or not.
Yeah, you never know if you're just going to get Entombed Reanimated on turn 2, right?
Yep. So Urza's Tower. So if you have, so no Entomb. If you have Tower plus Planar Nexus, you lead on Tower, right? Because
Yes.
the Nexus has so much equity in backing up your next tower and backing up your workshops.
Right, exactly. I think even basically in all of the decks that play Planar Nexus has other use besides Urza's Tower, so it's actually better for the Urza's Tower to get wastelanded usually.
Yeah, also a source of white mana if you need to snare
Correct.
or hole something.
Yep.
Okay, Brainstorm to kick it off. So definitely looks like a slower reactive hand from Robble's side.
I mean, once you have drawn like a bunch of consigned memories and like maybe extra reactive cards, or setting up shop for a null rod or something like that.
Or just setting up for the Thoughtseize before you
Sure.
reanimate to clear the way with through a Macabre.
Right. I think often in game 2, you're actually forced to be like A plus B plus C versus a bunch of decks because of the presence of Macabre.
Yep. So Brainstorm, fetch, pass. There's that prismatic or the Planar Nexus. There's our first threat of the game. How is Karn going to go from the stack to a different zone?
It looks like consigned to memory. Yep.
Yep.
I think if you have a daze there, it's better to use the daze, but nothing indicates to me that Rubble has a daze in hand.
Yeah, and I mean, Consign very specifically is one of the cards you can line up with Ugin to stop the trigger there.
Correct.
Which is, once your opponent has already shown that they have turned on Urza's Tower or Urza's Workshop, is a concern,
Right.
but not the hugest concern. Just having raw card count is pretty, because also, like, if any of those forces are of negation, we're approaching the point where we can just cast them from our hand for full retail.
Yep. Classic Dissipate.
Yeah, Dissipate or what was the Void Shatter?
Yeah, Void Shatter is actually probably a better analog.
It's not, because you can't pitch that to a Force of Will. Get devoided, Jarvis.
Get devoided.
Yeah. Okay, so Brainstorm putting back 2.
This is the second brainstorm problem where like you've already filtered. Okay, so we're using a ponder for the shuffle. Yeah, a couple options here. We'll keep it on top. Okay.
Huh. So maybe the third card is the one we needed then.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a card in hand.
Well, I think once you've already drawn. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that was about.
We're good. We're good. It was just like a double checking where everything ends up. You know,
Sure.
a lot of cardboard moving in a lot of directions.
Ponder and Brainstorm do that a lot.
Yes. Yes. I mean, that is the feature of the Legacy format.
Right.
One of the reasons I think Ponder should probably remain off the modern legal list is just the amount of time you spend on there.
Loading
Let the
screen.
format get a little faster. Oh, that's Macabre, Karn, Workshop, Saga. So
Yeah, the Saga's kind of a problem. Unless if Robo has a waste.
Yep. So this game is now, Robo has to go through some alternate way to win the game, and has to answer this Urza Saga, and has to answer this Tezzeret that's on the stack, and has to answer the entire top of Nicholas's deck.
Yeah, that's the most impressive part of the Forge deck to me. Is its threat density is so much higher than it used to be.
Yeah. So, what are we hoping? It's got to be Murktide's like got to be the thing you're looking for, right?
I agree.
Yeah. Even though okay.
So the Barrel Glyphs got boarded. I don't think I see that often in this matchup. Do you?
No, but it's possible that you could say that like, so in the argument of Barrowgoyf versus Murktide, yeah, Murktide's blue,
Sure.
but Barrowgoyf gets very large with all the card types in Forge, lining up with the card types in Reanimator.
Sure.
And if your opponent has, a Lantern or a Crypt, it's a lot less effective against a Barrowgoyf. Notably, this Saga is going to make 2 constructs and find an artifact. They're just 3/3s. No other artifacts on the Mystic Forge side of things. We're going to hit Metalcraft next turn, but that's what we got.
So we're chump blocking with the token. So I don't think we will get to Metalcraft next turn, right?
No, not anymore. And I think
Yeah.
that chump block is just, we are ooh, that's big.
That's a lot of threats real fast.
That looks like a 5 counter Murktide.
Yeah.
Unsure if that Barrowgoyf is going to shrink down at all, but the block there was mostly just probably I'm afraid of getting Barrowgoyf actually provides tangible advantage when it hits
Correct.
you. It's not just a life swing.
Right. The Goyf is now 3/4.
Yep. Goyf is a 3/4. Saga ticks up to 3 on this main phase.
So the funny part is, if you exile instant sorceries from Robo's graveyard, the Murktide grows as well. So you might want to avoid doing that if possible.
Yeah. So we make a construct. Gonna end up being a 2/2. I think at this point, the card you're almost forced to get is Candelabra, unless you have the research desk in.
Well, and try to push forward.
Yeah. That's definitely, this research desk here is a definite sign of weakness, I would say.
It's
Weakness.
a load. Would you say it's a load-bearing research desk?
I don't think that's even true. It's a almost. This
Desperation
kind of
move?
implies. Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
Okay.
it kind of implies if I was looking at this and I saw Nicholas get Candelabra, it's oh, we're gonna be flipping this tower around and doing some stuff this turn. Research desk is oh, we don't have stuff to do.
Yeah.
Our 2 cards besides these Macabres aren't doing anything. That's not great. We
Right.
do have the Unearth available through this Planner Nexus that gets tapped for the activation here, so maybe in the future we can unearth it.
Yep.
Another Nexus.
And a Karn. I don't think that Karn's helpful here.
Not this turn.
Maybe next turn.
Yep. So do we build up for a big turn next turn, or do we play yet another land with the Urza subtype and try to get 3 artifacts in play?
So I think Dijon was just picking up his cards because, it's kind of hard to have separate hands.
Yeah. Now it's choose one of those cards immediately. Ancient Tomb. So
I think Karn was chosen, right?
yes, yeah, yeah. That is the castable exile zone, or the castable until next turn
Oh,
exile
no.
zone. And the other one is the exile zone. So Grim Monolith. Karn.
How was the monolith cast?
There was a floating mana, so
Okay,
the Urza
sure.
Saga
Got
cost us
Got it.
the Urza's Tower tap for 3. There's just a
Okay.
floating mana floating there.
Got
Because
it.
Urza Saga, 2 mana from the 3 from the tower. We just tapped an extra land in the middle and we're like, wait a second. So we're good. So
That's
Get
an
the-
Ensnaring Bridge foil 7th edition, right?
yeah, pretty nice one. And the fact that that resolved implies that Rebel doesn't have a counterspell for that just yet. So we're actually back to a sort of stable spot for Nicholas.
It depends exactly what happens this turn.
Right. It is on Rebel to try and find a way out of this bridge.
If we find removal for the Baraglyph, we can also clear the top of our deck with the Baraglyph hit as well. from
Oh, yeah.
Brainstorm.
Baraglyph is effectively a shuffle outlet
Yes.
for Brainstorm. Removal for the construct, yep. And I expect the Murktide to go after this Karn. You just can't let your opponent get away with that.
Well, a Brazen Borrower, I would just bounce the construct, send Murktide at Karn and Baraglyph at Dijon because that's the way the Baraglyph trigger would work.
Yeah, and I almost don't even want to bounce the construct. I'd rather bounce the bridge on a later
Sure.
turn and get a Murktide hit in with that.
That's reasonable.
Yeah. So we are deciding what to do with these damages. So looks like that is yet another construct chump block. Urza Saga generating a research desk and gaining us almost 10 life.
10 life. Wasteland. What can this Wasteland do?
Go after the tower. Go after the Nexus now that a Nexus has been exiled. Nicholas sitting on 4 mana, so still out of Daze range. Right, because Ancient Tomb,
Right.
Urza Saga, Urza's Workshop, Urza's Tower. So the five total mana. We don't even have to take Ancient Tomb damage. Putting this card on the stack. Does it leave the stack to the battlefield, the exile zone, or the graveyard?
Borrower buys a turn.
Okay. Okay. So from here, untap. This is only 13 damage.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to. We're still looking for a way out.
Well, so Borrower could theoretically, or Baraglyph could theoretically find another Brazen Borrower.
That looks like a shuffle. That looked like
Yeah.
some removal.
Yep.
Baraglyph could. Yeah, another Brazen Borrower off the Baraglyph would be very powerful.
And there's only 2 in the deck, so there would be 1 more to hit. But I mean,
even a Tamio off the Baraglyph
Sure.
is pretty good, right? Because
Right.
that's a 0-power creature that can threaten through the bridge.
for some definition of threaten,
I mean, I would
Also-
call it threatening.
hold on,
What
it-
else is Nicholas doing?
is a Murktide lethal? If you just delve the rest of your
I don't think there's physically enough cards in the graveyard because
Okay.
the Baraglyph damage is in combat,
Sure,
right?
yeah.
It actually looks like that 5th land from Dijon was actually huge, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
it looks like we're going to exactly 4. And that non-tomb land, okay, there is enough material. It would have been
Sure.
just barely not lethal. I was counting only 3 instants and sorceries in there.
Okay.
But Dijon's going to go to 4 on this attack.
Mm-hmm.
And not having to tap that Ancient Tomb over 2 turns is just like, that's the difference. That's
Yep.
4 life.
or we can tap the Ancient Tomb after casting the One Ring because it gives you protection.
Good call. Good call. But I think the first hurdle is getting that Ensnaring Bridge in play
Yep.
and hoping it stays there.
Yes, that's the first step you have to pass.
Also notable about that 4 life total is that there is technically a Lightning Bolt in the blue-black Reanimator deck in the form of an Archon ETB trigger. Now, there's 2 Fairy Macabres to fight through to get to that point, but if you're at 4, that's not really a thing you have to worry about.
Right. I mean, maybe we get to 8 mana to cast it the hard way.
Still only 1 trigger.
Correct.
Five, 6. Looks like another Baraglyph. Null Rod going to the graveyard is a little sigh of relief.
Yep.
So we don't end up in the absolute garbage time of one player bridged out, the other player null rotted out.
Mhm.
That can only really end with Borrower or Fleshraker at that point. So I don't think anything else is getting big enough to get through the Baraglyphs after if that happens.
Is Nora Bridge actually garbage time here?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. I'm just checking.
It's I mean, garbage time in the sense that like a lot of Magic played before the year. I don't know. Pick your favorite year in the 2000s was garbage time.
I mean, I think Nicholas has 1 play.
Yep, that's bridge. There might be cards before the bridge though, just to get our hand size down. And then the question is, does Robble have a force?
I mean, he's representing Vaughn, but like we're always forced to call here.
Okay, that's
Okay.
step one.
Do you go to 2? I guess not. I mean, I saw a monolith. The question was, do you cast monolith?
So the
this
interesting
turn?
part here is that I think we have just the number of cards in hand that if we don't go to 2 to cast that, Robble could have put the Borrower on the stack and into the battlefield and chipped in. Like, Bridge doesn't stop a 3-power Borrower from
Correct.
attacking 100% of the time. But it looks like we're just going to dig for this second Borrower and try and get this over with. Or that's the only other way. That's the only way to get that off the battlefield is that second Borrower, right?
Right.
So
I was thinking about this for the Reanimator decks. If Macabre is such an issue, is it correct for them to play Pithing Needle sometimes?
possibly. What about? I mean, I guess like most of the time, you don't expect your opponent to actually draw 2 Macabres.
Oh, so like maybe Pithing Needle is equivalent to Cabal Therapy in those spots.
Yeah,
right?
or just the Thoughtseize. Like
Sure.
you can, yeah, that's the problem.
Right.
Is like every time they'd have multiple, you might just want therapy instead. So
Right.
here's that Tamio we were talking about. Great backup threat.
2
Adding
Ancient
another
Tomb.
Ancient Tomb that we cannot tap to the battlefield just because it's a card out of our hand. Just less concerned about that Borrower getting on in there. Untapped Grim Monolith. We do have Metalcraft now. We have 3 Urza's lands, so that Workshop's going to tap for 3. That's
So-
what we got.
Do you think Urza's a better artificer than
Yes.
Mishra?
He
Okay.
literally won the heads up.
Okay.
Learn your magic lore.
I'm just providing the information.
There
to
is literally a
define-
head-to-head. It's one of the most important pieces of the lore, and Urza wins.
Okay, fair enough.
So Tamio coming in.
Sneaking under the bridge, right?
Yep, clue token.
Do you crack the token now, or do you save it for next turn to flip?
Looks like we're cracking now. I'm fine with cracking it now just because so many of our blue cards add up to beating that. Also, like, if you let the clues sit around, you're kind of in a spot where, yeah, like, drawing, let's say we drew that Wasteland. Like, that's great.
Sure.
Now John is on 4 mana, of which, so you can only use the Ancient Tomb once.
It's 5, right?
But, yeah, the
With
Grim
the
Monolith
Monolith,
you can
yeah,
only use
sure.
once
It's
right
a
now.
one-shot,
And then the
yep.
towers are 1 mana lands. Like, this is just so much more constrained than the Urza's
Mm-hmm.
Workshop situation. Grim Monolith, 4, 5 mana, 7.
6/7. Ugin.
Ugin nuking the Tamio, using our last damage there.
You probably have to expend a force on this, right? Because it gains
Yeah.
all of the life back.
Gaining life, drawing card,
Well,
and also like the
the
fact
drawing the cards might actually be a liability in some ways, but
is it?
probably not enough. So.
Are you going to get to 7 or 8 cards in hand there? I don't think so. Is that sticking?
Maybe there's no blue
No.
card to pitch.
Oh, that would be a problem. Yeah, if there's a force and no blue
Well,
card.
this looks like it's sticking to me.
Okay, that's really good for John. What Ugin's ultimate that we're working to is that what it finds 4 Fleshrakers and your opponent explodes?
Yeah. Does it only say Eldrazi cards, or is it colorless spells?
Colorless.
So you could really just cast your entire library and kill them, right?
Colorless non-land cards. Yeah, they die.
So it's
I
just the
haven't-
biggest fireball you've ever seen in your life.
Well, so you want to cast like some of. It's probably like you.
Sure.
I don't really want to talk too far through it because it's kind of absurd. But you ultimate it. You're gonna find the Fleshrakers in every card that draws you a card. Like you might actually find all the 1-rings and draw a card off each of them, and then like all you have to do is draw all colorless cards off those to cast.
So what's the exact wording on it? Is it you may cast these this turn, or does it?
I think they just all go on the stack.
So what if a replicated consign hits all of the Fleshrakers? Then what happens?
Oh, until end of turn you may cast them. Oh yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay.
over. It's
Okay, then you can stagger them so that consign
yeah.
can't tag.
And
all
there's
of them.
that Planner Nexus. So we have every mana we could possibly want on Dijon's side. We've gained life. Yeah, this is basically Brazen Borrower or a bust, it looks like. And even then, I don't know if we have enough damage to break through this.
I think there's a good chance that Dijon has Kozilek's come in by this point, right?
Yeah. Let's see, because every single colorless spell he unloads here is taking a large threat off the table. And if
Sure.
we just cast 2 spells, we're just so out of range.
Yep.
I don't even think a Borrower matters.
But we're activating Research Desk, so maybe we just have no spells.
Maybe. I mean, that's a pretty good way to find a spell.
That's true. That's a spell.
That's 2 spells, actually, because the Tezzeret resolves.
There goes the entire board, right?
Yep. So we get a Tezzeret minus, probably when it comes in. This is going to exile something with the Ugin.
So I have to imagine Robo just didn't have a blue card to pair with the Forcible that we saw in hand, right?
Yeah, but even then, with how fast this Tezzeret was coming, I don't even know if you get out of it.
Right.
I mean, Tezzeret doesn't find anything urgent, but it probably, well, actually, Tezzeret doesn't, like, tick up, right? It just kind of sits there until you manifest enough artifacts for it to matter. And the ultimate would eventually overwhelm, but that's a pretty long eventually.
Well, also because you have to get 4 cards in hand to attack with your 4/4s because of Ensuring Bridge, right?
True.
Although that might be faster because you have Ugin going, which draws you cards, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Ugin wouldn't be in play in this hypothetical, but yeah. So yeah, there's the Ugin really just dominating this match. Taking game 1 just taking out the Tamiyo, and then game 2 just taking out everything after the bridge hit the battlefield.
I think Dijon's having his revenge versus Reanimator from yesterday in this match.
Tapping that Ancient Tomb now that we've built up a life buffer.
Sure.
Taking some serious game actions here. That looks like a Kozilek's command. Just cycle to some degree, taking out the Borrower just because it's there.
I don't think that's in play. I think that's Adventure Zone, is it?
No,
no.
We cast that on one of the
never
dead turns, waiting on stuff.
I think this is the match where I've seen the most small ball Kozilek's commands, including CC draw card.
Yeah, you're always allowed to do that. No one's stopping you.
Always allowed to do it?
If you have CC.
Sure.
I guess maybe Teferi's setting some rules differently, but yeah, this looks like it's Nicholas Ajan's game to lose. If
it doesn't
pretty
seem
clean way to forge another path to top 8 again.
Yeah, it doesn't seem very easy for him to lose from here, frankly.
Nope. I agree. Seems very difficult to lose from this board state. Yep, there we go. That looks like the hand, and that looks like colorless permanents working their way through an effective double mulligan there, and Fairy Macabre doesn't matter. Don't need them. Don't need the cards. Just gonna win the game. Okay, so we actually have a game 3 of the backup match here to talk about as well. This is Jesse Hatfield again on the Jeskai tempo, not really Delver. Very similar to the Is It Delver deck, but with Tamiyo instead of Delver and Sword instead of Bolt against Robert Avolio, Mono Green Lands.
Yeah, Mono Green Lands.
And this is a matchup we saw in yesterday's top 4, go the way of the DRC player. But that Swords to Lightning Bolt conversion, pretty big deal.
I think so. I think also no Delver Secrets matters a lot. I think basically the one-drop threats that actually deal damage matter a lot more. Of course, you can lose to flip Tamiyo as Mono Green Lands. That is a big issue.
And the Swords does manage a fast depths a lot better. But
sure.
I think if they Sword your depths, you have so much time.
Right.
So we have a little exchange of first lands here, Wasteland versus a Volk. And now with this Tundra, clearing through some stuff with the DRC. Looking at, looks like some more lands and a Murktide. Is that what Jesse wants?
No. It's funny because I think the Surveil saw Murktide, he left it on top, and then the Ponder revealed 2 bad cards underneath. So, obviously, it looked weird to Surveil it on top, then decide to shuffle later, but I think the Ponder was just too bad to keep.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting spot for keeping a Murktide, too, mostly because
Delirium?
Creature is such a good card type to hit for Delirium that I would be tempted to just get it in there. Basic Forest. That looks like we are explorationing. Looks like we are exploration. Here's that
no, that's Expedition map.
Yep.
What land is that? Is that a Rashadenport?
Is there Rashadenport in this deck? No way. I don't believe you. It's 2025. I don't believe you.
It's sad for me because that is one of my favorite arts. But
I know. So we've got a Brainstorm on the stack for Jesse, with the resolving the Surveil trigger as well. We instant sorcery land going to be in the graveyard after it resolves.
So you need artifact or creature.
Which it looks like that's a Tamiyo, so that's a creature. So we have Delirium.
I would say Goliath online, but I don't think that card is quite Goliath.
That is an old reference. Also, did you know Jesse, when he brainstormed, he shuffled the cards around? That's an old trick to disguise what you brainstormed into your hand than what you're deciding to put back. I've seen Reed do it a non-zero number of times. You
shuffle them in fast enough as you're like skin through
I don't
them.
bother doing it anymore. I think it's just, I don't know.
Okay, so we're clearing the brainstorm using the ponder. So we put back a Corey, milled it. Now we're looking at the cards and even deciding if we're keeping or shuffling after that. But with no red source, getting that Corey out of the way is pretty nice. So we're keeping those on top, drawing a card.
Attack for 3.
Yep. And this clock's not the fastest, but does it have to be?
Well, it sort of depends on a bunch of things. If Robert has just...
There's a life from the loam on that wasteland, it looks like.
That
so
is somewhat scary.
that is a reason
Wait, is that a Fairy Macabre to break up the loam on waste? I guess the question is how do you use it? You can force first, then Macabre both. Or you could just Macabre that, or you could let that resolve, then just...
Let them waste you and Macabre both.
Yeah.
I think that's better. Like, our land looks like it's less important than...
Yes.
It's a surgical.
Oh, it's a surgical. So going after the loam does make sense.
Mm-hmm. That's a 3-shot with that DRC. It looks like Jesse has a fairly reactive hand, but with a threat on the battlefield. And we're surgicaling now. Is there a reason to surgical now versus draw? I guess the traditional draw step thing, I guess you could eat their draw step, so it might even be better.
Well, no. If you try to surgical draw step, they have the chance to dredge loam by that point, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So if you want to surgical life from the loam, you have to do it now.
Yep.
In the past, the reason to do it now would be a cycling land,
Yep.
but all of the decks have cut that card by
Yep.
that point. So there are no tranquil thickets to be found here.
Nice little spread of loam arts,
Yes.
including, I believe that's the Ultimate Masters reprint.
Yeah, and I think those 3 are from a secret lair.
I believe it.
Yep.
So we are now loamless on the mono green side.
So in hand is Depths, Rumble, right?
Yeah, I mean, so really, realistically, the thing is that rather than what's in hand, that's how the Lance player is going to have to win this game, right? The loams are gone. We're probably going to have to win with depths.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you see something like Walk-in Closet. I think maybe I like that card too much compared to other people. I don't see other people play it very often.
Yeah, I mean, that is a historical thing where, like, occasionally there's, like, a Crucible or an Excavator. I guess in Closet's probably the best one. But
It's the best one because it doesn't die to Meltdown.
Yep, that makes sense.
And you can also pitch it to Force of Vigor.
Also makes sense. You never use the other half of it. I don't even know what the other half is.
I have done that to return exploration. Yawgmoth wills.
Mm-hmm.
So if a bunch of explorations have been blown up in a long game, you can get them back and like sort of go off.
That's adorable. Looks like we're trying to figure out how to exile cards to Murktide and maintain Delirium.
Well, we attacked first, at least.
Well, we still want to maintain Delirium after that. So, yeah, it looks like we're making a 6/6 Murktide.
Yeah.
Instant creature, artifact, land, and graveyard that I can see, so...
I mean,
Pretty
6/6 does speed up the clock. Technically, if you got it to 4/4, it would speed up the clock enough because that would be 2 turns, right?
Yeah, but you want a lot of power. Again, if you have to burn this swords on a Dark Depths token,
Yeah.
the clock is a much longer clock if you don't add power.
Oh, is that land and play Thespian stage?
If it was, that would be pretty good way to start down this road of going off.
Yeah.
That looks like a depths, and that looks like a look.
It was a stage. I am not familiar with that printing, but it is something that it seemed like it could be because I saw like a tap symbol in the second ability. So here's a Lage, and now it's on Jesse to answer this. But there's prismatic ending. There's a plow in hand.
Yeah, been there a while.
I think
Jarvis,
yeah.
that's the Hatsune Miku Thespian stage.
Oh, that's a nice one. I like Hatsune Miku. I think a lot of people.
You
like
heard it
that
here
too.
first. You heard it here first. Just putting it out there.
I've been outed.
Nah.
My love of Hatsumi
Listen,
Miku.
they make these cards for a reason, and that's because they sell.
Yeah.
And look, did we have another depths to follow up that first depths?
Yes,
Like,
but I don't think there's a second stage. There's just two.
I mean, there's the
rumbles
map,
behind.
right?
That's true.
That's the second stage, and like if this, at least from Robert's point of view, the question is Jesse ending?
Ending would be much worse for him.
Right.
Than a plow.
Swords were pretty clear. Ending.
I
we're
think you
probably
still
dead.
have to fire the swords now that you have missed on ending, right?
Yes, I agree. You can't just let your opponent have a 20-20 and run your DRC into it. Can't do that. Okay, so up a bunch of life, down another 9, so plus 11 from where we were.
Sure.
We're on 3-ish turn clock from here, depending on what follows it up. So, Saga, play the land, get a stage. Do we even want to do it that way? I think we probably have to, right? We need to do this in a fashion that avoids letting one of our mana sources get forcible, right?
Right.
And we're soft to Wasteland no matter what we do,
Yeah,
so
I
there's no
agree.
reason to not play the stage right here, right now, so that if we draw more lands, we have more follow-up action next turn.
That is Mazavith.
Okay. We have a lot more time now.
Okay.
Okay.
My worry about this is I think this might be equally vulnerable to Wasteland.
What about 2 Wastelands?
I think that might be good enough for Jesse to win the game with, frankly.
Yeah, I think you're supposed to keep every... Looks like Jesse might not even care about the second Wasteland.
Well, we can just draw it next turn, right?
Yeah, depending on how we stacked it up.
Yeah.
Maybe what we're also doing is we are setting it up so that we can surveil away the Strand and keep
Sure.
access to the second Wasteland.
Right. That makes
So
sense to me.
that Maze of it's gone. If it was a depth, it would have been gone too. So we're in the same boat. And I guess this sort of leaves us the ability to draw more Dark Depths off the top, though I don't even
You
know
mean
if
more
that's...
Thespian stage?
Or, yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
stage is the one we're looking for. But, like, I don't know if it's actually better to have, which of the lands in our deck to draw
Right.
to.
So yeah, it works. We do have
there's a
spawn
stage.
token. We have a spawn token as well.
So we have a stage, and we have a spawn token.
So you just main phase.
Yeah, we got a 20-20.
Yep.
That was a very powerful flip.
I mean, Malevolent Rumble is excellent in this deck.
Yeah, very, very good. So we are going to see if Jesse has yet another swords, and this game goes.
I think
yes,
there's a
it
swords. Surveil away the Fleshraker.
Does. Yep.
I think Jesse can still win in turns. We were outputting a lot of damage per turn.
Yeah, I haven't thought about. We'll let them see when they call time, but yeah, this is very much in range of lethal damage. It looks like we're wasting the Saga to avoid whatever it's going to chew her
remember,
up.
all of the looms are gone, so the rebuild mechanism from here is actually not very good.
Depends what we hit with this Rumble.
Well, we can't hit both halves unless we've drawn one half.
Well, we just need to hit one half here, and then hit the other half later.
I suppose. So maybe you just get Dark Depths and hope it works out?
I don't think you have another winning line.
Sure.
Like, how else are you stopping these creatures? I mean, you could... Again, because we don't have Loam, there's no way to get all the lands off the battlefield to make a Tabernacle win. Right? And our Maze of Ith is dead. So unless we have something crazy like an Echoing Deeps, do we not take the depths? Oh, 2 Wastelands. Okay.
Okay, so now Tabernacle is at least a Wrath of God to force a draw. Right?
Respect. Big respect for the force of draw. Okay. So where are we going with this? Do we have our way through a Force of Will here? Reclaimer.
I think you need to force the Reclaimer, otherwise it represents Tabernacle next turn, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, could we have dazed that Rumble last turn? Or was that our second blue card?
I don't know.
Yeah, okay. So this looks like, at least from Robert's side, this is, do I find a, is it Tabernacle?
Crop Rotation, Rumble. There's actually quite a number of cards that actually
Yeah, but
work.
with that land in play, I don't even
Yeah.
know if it's enough. That looks like it. Yep, Boseiju at the top is none of the above. And it looks like Jesse manages to take this one in game 3.
Let's be clear. Jesse gave the opponent 40 life. It didn't matter because we had shut off all of the engines. like circling the life from the loam, that was a critical part of the piece. If Robert had been able to loam while getting plowed that entire time, the game would not have looked close, I think.
I mean, I like the counterpart of this is that every time he did that, he traded one card for 2 of his opponent's cards and gave them 20 life.
Right.
And it's 2 very specific cards.
Yes.
And I think the question is, how good would like Force of 20 life be if you couldn't use it as a combo kill? And the answer is,
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe in a pre-Murktide world, you could have bought a lot more time.
Sure.
But Big Regent does a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, that was 9 damage, like, for 6 turns in a row or something absurd.
Yeah,
like
and that wasn't even full-size Murktide.
Yeah.
There wasn't even a backup Murktide with it. It was just big beatdowns. So, yeah, that looks like so we had Nicholas DeJohn advancing to 5-1 and Jesse Hatfield advancing to 5-1.
Yeah.
I think after this round we will see where standings fall, where all that sits, and who gets to draw in and who doesn't. We'll also get to see our charity raffles kind of wrap up. That should be within, 5:30, so it's currently got a bit under 2 hours here to, !charity in chat for the link or use that QR code. Buy your tickets through the site, put them in on whichever raffle you want to be a part of.
So someone has to give Ari a run for the money on the Wii fee.
No. Yeah, so as you can see, there's the wood-etched Wasteland that's been shown on camera a couple times, Final Fantasy Commander decks, Plateau. I've mentioned the Wii Fate sketch, the Urza Saga poster. I think one of the ones is also like a year's supply of sleeves or something like that.
Oh, I myself and KMC Sleeves donated that to the raffle.
Win Jarvis's sleeves. And
is this like when Ben signs money?
I don't know if people know that reference anymore.
Oh,
I don't even know if I know that reference. It's okay,
no,
Jarvis.
You have seen the show.
No.
Okay, maybe
it's okay, Jarvis. Anyways, as we said, if you're on site, great. If you're in North America, you'll be shipped. We can work this out. So, so get those on in, another 2 hours. I believe the last total I saw for that was over 4K, correct?
Yeah, over 4,000. Hey, y'all, it would be great if we could, for the memes.
4.5 now.
Can we get to over 9,000 for the memes?
Okay, Vegeta. Listen, I'm just counting it $1 at a time. Over $1 at a time and 4.5K is pretty darn good for a weekend.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, pretty darn good for a weekend of people just hanging out in Baltimore playing some Magic. Doing everything, pretty, I will say Baltimore is a really, really great event city. Like, very unfortunate that they decided to have not this event, but the previous Baltimore event.
You mean 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, a little bit of Spider-Man OMW stuff, or Omen Pass, whatever. Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Legacy and how great Baltimore is as like an event city. So, really great centrally located place. We've mentioned, this is the DMV area, so D.C., Maryland, Virginia. But again, we have people coming down from New York, people coming in from
Chicago.
I was going to say Pennsylvania. So, really great centrally located, great food, pretty fun city. So, if you're not here at this event in Baltimore and you're anywhere in reasonable distance, definitely consider the future ones. Big thumbs up for Baltimore.
I have a question for you. Have you seen any Spider-Man cards in play?
In play? Have we? I mean, there was the Peter Parker's camera on the deck list, but it would never made the battlefield.
Okay.
I have has the in Web 3/3 that looks at players' hands and chooses card type. Has that card hit Legacy at all?
No, I don't think so. I think the card I've seen the most of in sideboards is Spider-Punk, which means it says your spells can't be countered.
And your spiders have Riot.
It literally says spells.
But your spiders also have Riot and damage can't. Jarvis, you forgot damage can't be prevented yet again. Another great card against the One Ring.
Oh no.
Yeah, okay. This comes. The reason I'm talking about this is that this actually does come up in some of the Nadu contexts with Frenzied Bailout, another very reasonable ad. That is not a Spider-Man card.
It is worth noting Spider-Punk is symmetrical for the spells can't be countered.
Yes, yeah, this is the Lier situation. But yeah, so that's it. We'll be kicking it off to a quick break here as we swap over and get ready for the 7th and final round of Swiss. See who's playing in for those last couple slots and which decks manage to draw their way on in. And then which players will end up competing for the DMV Legacy Championship.
Okay, welcome back to the final round of Swiss here at the DMV Legacy League Invitational for Season 2. We are back with you, Jameson and Brian, and we have 2 win-and-in matches on camera today, Brian.
Yes, I've been told by our tournament math expert Arilax that it was a pretty clean cut. 6 people have drawn. They should all be safe. There's no breaker prayers here. And there are these last 4 players are playing for the last 2 slots.
Yeah.
As clean as it gets.
Yep. So the winners that we see on camera in this round are going to be our last 2 slots for the top 8. Of course, they'll wind up, because they have to play in, they will wind up somewhere in the middle of the seeding. So they should have at least one match on the play once they get there. But we have on tap, I forget which players we have on tap, number 4 and number 5.
I've been told the matchup is Jeskai versus Stiflenought that
Yes.
we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, so it's Jeskai Tempo. I think it's going to be Jesse Hatfield again against Bobby Westcott on Stiflenought. Bobby Westcott is... Esper Stiflenought. Okay,
Cool.
We've got black in there today. Playing, of course, Bobby, a frequent guest on our test streams. So, and Jesse, a long-time local and long-time Legacy head. So we'll have a good match there. And then on the other side of the table... we'll have, I think it's Nicholas Dejean again, and
Yeah, it's Nadu versus Forge.
Nadu
It's
versus
one of
Forge,
the
yeah.
quintessential matchups of this Legacy format.
yeah, so should have some good matchups here on tap, and so we'll go down there. Once those players are all set up, it looks like they're about to get ready. They're kind of getting their decks all shuffled up and ready to start drawing the hand. So I think we're going to start with the Jeskai Tempo against Esper Stiflenought, Brian. And what are we looking for here?
We are looking for the Dreadnought deck to do some big thing that Lightning Bolt doesn't keep up with.
Yeah.
And we're looking for the Jeskai deck to not let that happen. Jeskai wants a slow, steady pressure, and Stiflenought wants a big turn that can't be come back from. And they're going to be jockeying to make sure that big turn does or does not happen, and is damage being dealt underneath.
So Jeskai sort of assuming the control role here, because Bobby's going to be doing push something through at some point. So I think we're about ready to get down to the table here. The players are cutting their decks, and Bobby, of course, has his sleeves with his face on them.
As you do, and his pen dangling from his head.
Yes, that's right. He also has his pen dangling from his glasses. So, okay, just about getting ready to get started. So those are their opening hands. We'll see. Bobby's got a Stiflenought and I believe a dress down, or not a Stiflenought, a Dreadnought and a dress down, but not a good enough hand for what he sees in this matchup, and going to take a mulligan down to 6.
Yeah, being play draw matters here, of course. Jesse being a Daze deck, and then Bobby's hand looked like it was dressed down double Dreadnought, but only 1 land, and it was raw tundra, so it's as wide open as possible to a wasteland. But that dress down double Dreadnought hand is one of the things that you're looking for in a matchup like this. You find a spot to end step a dress down, jam 24-hour power into play, and say, figure it out.
Yeah, do something about this.
Unfortunately, getting your only land wasted or your only dress down dazed, that figures it out.
Yeah.
Then you get to look at 24 power in your hand while you die.
Right. All right, it looks like Jesse is going to keep 7 here, so I think that is a double wasteland hand.
Yeah, good read, Bobby.
Yeah. Not willing to walk into that one. All right, down to 6. Bobby going to draw his 6 in just a minute. Take a look at it, I suppose. Technically, the way the mulligan procedure works is you're supposed to put a card on the bottom and then decide whether or not you want to keep the hand. But most players just shortcut it like, yeah, there's no combination of these cards that I'm willing to keep, so let me just ship this back.
Yep, show me the situation where that is mechanically different.
Yeah.
The only spot where that matters sometimes and causes some confusion is with the card Serum Powder.
Right, yeah.
All right, we've got a game.
Right. So here we go, off to the races. So Jesse on the play with Flooded Strand, cracked.
So Jesse wants
Right away.
pressure and disruption. Bobby wants to not be pressured or disrupted.
So Tamio on turn 1 with an island, so avoiding any kind of wasteland shenanigans there for Jesse.
And
Pass the turn
Tamio is
back.
not pressure in the traditional sense. It creates it's more of an engine. If we consider Howling Mine pressure,
Right.
That's kind of what's going on here. It is a problem over a long game, but Bobby's life total is not dropping.
Yes, absolutely. So here comes Tamio cracking in for 0, but making a clue.
And Jesse, with that signature Brainstorm Tamio open on the play, backed by Daze, already disgusting.
Yeah, but Bobby is the kind of deck that might have a lot of different answers to this specific line of attack. So we'll see. He's cracking a fetch here, so he does have some kind of a response. It could be a lot of different things. Jesse has not played a second land yet, so Bobby's going to start with Brainstorm, see if he can find an answer.
Yeah, it looked like Jesse was trying to bait Bobby into maybe something like Swords to Plowshares here, and then Jesse can daze the plow, flip Tamio, waste the Tundra, and basically be running away with the game.
Yes.
Bobby did not have that, and so it was not possible to fall for that trick. But Bobby is spinning here, and what are we looking for? Probably Daze or Force of Will.
Some kind of free interaction, but unfortunately it looks like he found 3 lands. Looks like 2 Urza Sagas and a fetch land. So nothing that can help stop Tamio from flipping here.
Yep, there is a Curie there. That card normally could keep up. Speaking of personal Howling Mines, that card's usually okay, but the Tamio bubble, it's not going to deal damage.
Right. So Curie is one of Bobby's ways of making Phyrexian Dreadnought, or making a 12-12, I suppose, because Phyrexian Dreadnought gets exiled with it, but it sets Curie's base power and toughness to the same as Phyrexian Dreadnought, which is 12-12, and then you get to draw 12 cards if you connect with it, or however much damage you connect to face with.
No, you were right the first time. Curie reads when it deals damage, you draw cards equal to its power.
Oh, it's just the full power. Okay.
Yeah, so if you trample over for 1, you still draw 12.
Yeah. So, yeah, that'll offset a Tamio, so.
Yep.
I wonder if, now I called this shot on one of our test streams where we had a Tamio go ultimate and then also a Nadu player going off and doing the Nadu thing. So
Nice.
I wonder if we might get a scene here where Tamio ults and Curie draws 12 or 24 cards for Bobby.
Right. And I don't have Bobby's list. Does he have Stifle in it?
I don't think he does. I don't think he has actual Stifling. He might have a couple of copies.
All right, I see our production team scrambling to find deck lists for us. The card Stifle, if it exists, does give him some counterplay where Tamio goes -7 and you just counter that ability and we restart the clock, basically.
Yeah.
If that does not exist, he has to get in there with combat or bounce it with Petty Theft or remove it with Prismatic Ending, and we know Jesse has double Wasteland Daze over there.
Yeah, definitely. So Wasteland, strong possibility we see a Wasteland hitting Urza Saga here.
I would expect Jesse to do basically everything in his power to stop Bobby from playing the game in any conceivable way. With Tamio ticking up, already at 4, about to go to 6, on the draw, facing down double Wasteland.
Here we go. So we're going to Daze Curie. That was still on the stack, bouncing the Surveil land. And now we're going to tick up Tamio. And yep, there is the Wasteland on Urza Saga. Let's just set Bobby back another turn. Buy some more time for Tamio.
Good chance Bobby concedes this game with 2 lands in play, or 1 if Jesse decides to Wasteland first.
Yeah, definite possibility. All right, Brainstorm here. Trying to rebuild this hand a little bit. Looks like a couple of fetches and...
Barrogoyf?
Yeah, I think that's it. That is a Barrogoyf, yeah.
And none of that is what Bobby wants here. And Jesse does have a Force of Will. I'm not sure if he has the blue card, but he did Surveil to the top. So whatever he needs there, it's probably there.
Yeah. All right. Well, Fleshraker for Bobby, so that'll protect him from Wasteland for this turn. But this Tamio is very quickly approaching ultimate status. All right, replay the Surveil land there for Jesse. Looks like he's fine with that card staying on top, and then we're going to ponder to draw it. All right, Force of Will and 2 Tundras in the 3. Very quickly deciding to keep. It's probably the Force of Will.
Right, that's 2 forces in hand. Are there 2 blue cards to go with them?
Definitely putting up a lot of shields here, so Bobby is needing to find an answer, but this Tamio is just about to go off.
Yep, it's deal with this non-creature permanent this turn or lose.
Yeah. It doesn't immediately win the game, but it's kind of hard to lose it once you draw half your deck and have no hand size.
Let's be serious. All right, we have been handed the list. There are 2 prismatic endings in Bobby's list, and
No stifles.
those appear to be the only. Oh, there is 1 pithing needle, 2 ending, 1 needle. There are 3 outs here.
Okay. So I see a Dreadnought. I think it's a Spell Pierce, and kind of hard to see what that. Oh, I think it's a Marsh Flats.
And Jesse, this white splash into this tempo deck is for Swords to Plowshares, which gives this deck, Jesse's build, so many more answers to Phyrexian Dreadnought than just Blue-Red Delver would. Like, if Bobby could, like, Dreadnought Consign, just have a Dreadnought here, he doesn't even have Consign. He doesn't have Stifle or Consign. All of his setups are Doorkeeper Thralls and Curies.
Yeah.
Dress downs. Yeah, he doesn't even have a 2-mana Dreadnought line. They're all 3 mana. So Bobby cannot present a Dreadnought here, but even if he could, there's going to be a Swords to Plowshares and a White Source in half of Jesse's deck, and then we're done.
Yeah, so Bobby's had enough of this game. Yeah, we're going to scoop it up and go to game 2. So taking a look at, let's take a look at these players' stories of how they got here. So Jesse Hatfield qualified by winning a BCQ at Labyrinth Games and Puzzles in DC. Is also the store champion from Cario Cavern. So Jesse earning a bye from qualifying in 2 different ways.
Nice.
Season 2 win rate is hovering at 57%. Really, really awesome win rate for a store that has multiple EW champions, I'm fairly certain. And playing Jeskai Tempo today, of course, Action 1 right now, and playing a win and in to get into the top 8.
Yep, and Jesse is one of these longtime players back in the mid-2000s, late 2000s, the Jupiter Games era up in upstate New York. Jesse and his brother Alex were up there all the time. The Star City circuit, the Hatfields are very known names in the Legacy world.
Absolutely. And Bobby is our store champion from Game Haven. Bobby's a longtime grinder, also plays a lot at Level Up Games. Season 2 win rate hovering at 50%. Playing Esper Stiflenought, Bobby well known as a Phyrexian Dreadnought player, and apparently wants to become well known for hanging a pen from his glasses.
Yeah, I mean, the look has started.
It's fashion, baby. It's fashion. So Bobby also trying to get a win and in here. He's down a game. So taking a look at Bobby's sideboard, is there anything that's jumping out to you that might be more useful in this matchup?
I see 3 Path to Exile. Just keep that pressure off while you try to maneuver into a position where you can do what you need to do. Shadow Spear might be win more here. I don't think that's for this matchup. That's probably for the Red Stompies and the Eldrazi's of the world, but I mean, gaining 13 life against this deck would probably put you out of reach.
Yeah.
But, I mean, hitting them for 12 probably already means you're doing what you want to do.
Definitely.
I don't think that's going to come in. Unlicensed Hearse. Let's see. There are 3 Murktides, 4 Dragon's Rage Channelers, and Tamiyo cares about the graveyard a little bit.
We didn't see. Did we even see like a Dragon's Rage Channeler or anything like that in game 1? I don't think we did.
Oh no, Jesse showed us nothing except Tamiyo and the means to protect it.
Yeah.
But Bobby did not play it out to know what was going on. Like, he could have sat there and waited for, hey, sure, draw your 24. Just show me how you win.
Yeah.
Just put a Murktide on the stack, put a Dragon's Rage Channeler, play an Urza's Saga. What is it you're doing? But he didn't stick around for that information, so he probably already knows what Jesse's up to.
He could, especially this is the level of the tournament where you're playing against opponents that you've seen 1 or 2 tables away from you for most of the day,
Yeah,
so you probably have a
they
good
played
sense.
next to you. Jesse was on camera last round,
Right.
and we have the stream beaming into this room. So,
Yeah.
There's probably not a lot of secrets here.
So, all right. And then on Jesse's side, probably a little bit more of a linear deck over on Bobby's side. So what do you think? I mean, Pyroblast, of course, for any blue deck, that seems like an easy one.
Yeah, Pyroblast is good. The interesting thing that Jesse has to navigate here is how much dreadnoughting is Bobby going to try to do? Because Bobby has Barrogoyfs, he has Curie, who's a perfectly fine Ophidian on its own, even if it's not dreadnoughting. There's not a lot of damage output without Dreadnought, but Dreadnought's also really bad versus this deck with 6, 7 main deck answers to it and more coming in out of the board. I would not have a lot of faith in Dreadnought. Bobby plays 3. I might have 1 in my deck.
All right. So let's head back down to the table. We've got game 2 starting off. So Bobby off to the races here with his signed Tundra, signed by all of his friends. It was his first dual land that he ever owned.
That's sweet.
Yeah. So Jesse with Valk into Tameo and Bobby end step Brainstorm. Sometimes that's a powerful move an indication that you've got a handful of good cards.
Yes, the end step Brainstorm rather than main phasing it is either you're trying to curve out perfectly with your nut draw and you just need one more piece, or there's not going to be room for a Brainstorm anywhere along the way.
Yeah.
Or it's pure desperation and you just need to see a card to do anything. And Bobby does not have a second land right now.
Yeah, I think it was the latter version of the end step Brainstorm. So Ponder finding no lands is going to lead to a shuffle here.
It's just a brief slump of the shoulders by Bobby looking at those Ponder cards and not finding what he's looking for. By the way, I have signed that Tundra. That signature,
did you?
That signature going the wrong way right up the middle on the type line, that is me. So I have interacted with Bobby and signed that Tundra before.
Awesome. That's super cool.
That looked familiar when he played it.
All right, I don't think Bobby hit his second land, so he's going to pass back to Jesse here. Jesse with Tameo cracking in. Bobby needs to hit some lands here, although Jesse with a second Volcanic Island, indicating that maybe he doesn't have a white source.
Might not have white, definitely doesn't have Wasteland. If Wasteland was there, it would have happened instantaneously.
Yeah.
That's the first side release for Bobby. The second is ripping this Urza Saga. Like, he's a turn behind, but we might have a game after all.
Yeah, for sure. So interesting. Okay, so
Nice.
Bobby drawing Urza Saga for turn and playing it out, and then Jesse, after cracking Clue on end step, Bobby's going to Path to Exile the Tameo to take care of that.
Jesse does have exactly one basic land in the list.
Yeah. It looks like Jesse's deck is basically Delver, but we've replaced the Delvers with Swords to Plowshares. Blue-red Delver,
yes.
but,
Yep.
but yeah.
Yeah, there's 3 Mishra's Baubles instead of 4. There's Prismatic Endings and Plows instead of Lightning Bolts. Yeah, it's the Izzet Delver threats with Jeskai Wizard's removal suite.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Jesse untapping with 3 lands now, thanks to Path to Exile. Another Tameo in hand. We'll see if he wants to deploy it. I do see a Force of Will, and he's got a number of blue cards. Oh, there's a Corey Steelcutter. And Fetch and Tameo and all of these. So we're going to make a Monk off of Tameo. And get Crackle-lacking with that.
Is Tameo canonically a monk?
She's a
Jeskai
scholar.
are into monks, right?
She's a scholar, I think.
And scholar, is that that's like a job, not a class.
Yeah.
I know, like, she's been a planeswalker a lot, but
Right.
Corey Steelcutter is a Jeskai card, and she's the Jeskai clan leader, and she's monk adjacent, I would think.
She is officially a wizard.
Yes, this one is definitely a wizard.
Yeah. So, all right. So Monk crashing in, dealing some damage to Bobby, I believe, and then Urza Saga ticking up to 2, but Bobby I think has missed another land drop, so the Saga is just going to make some mana for him. Not going to be able to make any constructs. So Brainstorm here has found a fetch land, so that's a huge find for Bobby.
Right, and Urza Saga is kind of a trick in these Dreadnought decks because they play 2 to 4 dress downs, and dress downs, one of the greatest functions of dress down is to wipe out Saga tokens that come out of constructs that come out of Urza Saga.
Yeah.
And these decks are generally not trying to make 2 constructs just to the next turn dress down Dreadnought. This is to put Dreadnought onto the battlefield. And Bobby does appear to be sculpting a turn with multiple dress downs in his hand, where he's probably going to fire dress down at Jesse's end step, see if Jesse fights over it, untap, play another one if the first one got answered, and then tutor up Dreadnought, have a 12-12 in play, and then we'll see what happens after that.
Yes, that might be enough to get a Dreadnought into play. We'll see if Jesse, of course, once it's in play, Jesse's got a deck full of Swords to Plowshares, so might have an answer regardless.
Yeah, I would classify this as the nightmare matchup. I think that's a safe way to call it. And I was peeking as Bobby fanned through his deck looking for Underground Sea, and he does have all 3 Dreadnoughts still in the deck, valuing that necessary damage output over the risk of getting 2-for-1'd by all these Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, so Bobby electing to cast Curie in his main phase as his first A for the A plus B.
Right.
And so we'll see Jesse's got, of course, plenty of answers to carry. It does resolve, and Jesse's going to fetch for a Surveil end on end step.
Yep, draw 12 would be a potential path out of this game from Bobby.
Yep, and Jesse is reading the card just to make sure that he can explain the card and checking out how Curie interacts with Dreadnought. He's going to be like, okay, well, that's pretty sweet. That's exactly what I said the first time I saw this card spoiled. I was like, oh, wow, that's pretty sweet for Dreadnought.
Yep, I have it. I top 8'd Eternal Weekend last year with Curie in my deck, and I really enjoyed playing with that card. Interesting that Jesse fetches another red source. While we've been talking about the power of all the white cards in his deck this whole time, his 4 lands in play. None of them are white. And he's got a grip full of cards. He might just be sandbagging it to play around Wasteland, but it is notable that right now there's not white showing.
Definitely could be. Yeah, so there is a Tundra in hand. Okay, so his only Surveil land is the Thundering Falls. He doesn't have the Meticulous Archive, so that could have something to do with it, but having Tundra in hand does help a lot. So there goes the Prismatic Ending on Curie, taking care of that particular way to get a Dreadnought into play. And here comes Ponder.
I also saw a flash of Meltdown in that hand, which is pretty good against a 1-mana artifact.
Yeah, probably pretty good. So and then there's a Brazen Borrower, a Dragon's Rage Channeler, and a Murktide Regent in that Ponder. Brazen Borrower, another heater here for a Dreadnought deck.
Yeah, that's one of Jesse's 7 main deck answers, and we know his hand has at least one of the sideboard ones as well. Yeah, nightmare matchup here. Bobby's best bet in this matchup, both in this particular game we're playing and in general, are those 2 Barrowglyphs that he plays, and I don't see one right now, which is bad news for Bobby.
Yeah. So, yeah, Meltdown, Ponder, Force, and Murktide Regent. It looks like we're going to have a big dragon entering the battlefield here. Or no, we're cracking a clue.
Yeah,
okay.
Getting that Tamiyo upside down.
Oh, right, because we cast Ponder so that we can flip Tamiyo over. All right. So we have another flip Tamiyo and an active Corey Steelcutter. Bobby is against the ropes, down a game. Got to do something here. So Chapter 3 on to Urza Saga, float a mana. I believe we're going to see Dress Down here. And, of course, Jesse has been holding a Force for a long time.
Yeah, he's not going to fight over this, though. He has Meltdown in his hand, Brazen Borrower on top of his deck, Prismatic Ending in the graveyard that Tamiyo can grab. This is a person who does not care, does not respect a 12-12 right now. Right. Not even worried. Could even take a hit from it, just to taunt. He might even be able to make a monk and get prowess big enough to defeat the 12-12 in combat, just with the instants that are in his hand. This is an extremely disrespectful handling of the card Phyrexian Dreadnought all across the board by this Jeskai Tempo deck.
Absolutely. So here comes Flooded Strand. That's going to, well, Tundra is going to help cast Prismatic Ending on Tamiyo. Take her off the battlefield, so at least we have that going on.
And Bobby is holding another Dreadnought. This almost looks so good. If I were Bobby, I'd be stoked right now.
Yeah.
And then so sad when that Meltdown gets cast next turn.
So lots of power in play for Bobby. Unfortunately, Jesse does have the answer in hand that he needs. I think he naturally drew it or maybe kept it in his opener, so he didn't have to dig for it either.
Yeah, that wasn't a find. Good chance the hand was just kept on the strength of that.
Yeah.
When you have the first 12-12 answered, when you know you're playing against Dreadnought and you don't have to sweat, what am I going to do about the first Dreadnought? What if they jam? Then everything else just becomes so easy.
Yeah, all right. So Bobby cracking a fetch for Scrubland here.
And this is the last round where deck lists are not open.
Mm-hmm.
So Bobby could probably presume that Jesse plays the card Meltdown because it's good against a lot of decks in the metagame right now.
Yeah.
But he doesn't know in what number, and he's not 100% sure, but he's about to be.
All right, Jesse untapping with 2 monks and a Corey Steelcutter, 5 lands in play. Here's Meltdown for 1. Nothing Bobby can do about that but sigh and put the Dreadnoughts in the graveyard.
Yep.
Here comes Ponder. Just to trigger Corey, well, not just to trigger Corey Steelcutter, but also to draw some excellent cards. But so now we have 3 monks in play, some prowess triggers going on. That's a bunch of lands for Jesse. He doesn't need any of those. He's got plenty.
Yep, he is all set. He's trying to win this turn, would be my guess.
Yeah.
He currently has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 power in play. He needs literally a spell. Any spell puts 3 damage on this board with Bobby's 11 life.
So any 1-mana spell, actually, unfortunately, Daze is not going to do it, and I don't think he actually has one because all of it. Well, he could Petty Theft.
Yeah, he can play Dragon's Rage Channeler and daze it, and that'll
Okay,
do.
that'd do it. Yeah. So I think we're going to see that. Yep, that is what we're going to see. So here comes Daze on my Dragon's Rage Channeler. Trigger Prowess on all my monks. Pay for Daze. And attack you for lots and lots of damage.
This should be exactly 11.
I believe it's exactly 11. So I think the players are counting that math right now. Double checking. Yep, those two have 3 triggers, 3 non-creature spells cast this turn. So they're 4/4s. That's 8. And then the other one was not on the battlefield for Meltdown or Ponder, but it gets +1/+1 from Corey Steelcutter. So it does get and it gets 1 from Daze. So that's 3 there, in addition to the 8. That's 11, and that's all she wrote for Jesse and Bobby here. Jesse taking the match down 2-0 in pretty quick succession.
Yeah, if I were Bobby and looking at the other X1s in the tournament, figuring who do I need to beat to make top 8 of this tournament, I would be crossing my fingers, all of them, just like every finger I can cross, hoping not to crash into Jesse in this final round. And that was a bad matchup, and it showed.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to head down to the backup match here to see who our other win-in top 8 competitor is going to be. So Nicholas DeJean against Alex Edgar. Mystic Forge, of course, from the Mustard Man. And Alex Edgar on Nadu Breakfast. And we are in the middle of Game 1. And this is time shifted, so we're backing up just a little bit. But Planar Nexus, Ancient Tomb, Eldrazi, using the cast Karn. Alex is going to brainstorm in response to that. I believe that's the Lotus Petal, the fancy, what is it?
Yeah,
the inventions.
That is the invention, Lotus Petal, and that foil Grim Monolith. I think that card's a cool $3 grand these days.
Yeah, I think so.
I know Nick has had these cards for a very long time. He's been a foil shops gamer for a long time, but that's an investment that paid off for him.
Yeah.
As far as the game itself, though, Karn the Great Creator turns off Shuko, which if Alex has Nomad Nadu ready to go, you can ignore Karn for 1 turn. But that second turn it's in play, like he doesn't have the mana to represent 4 mana worth of spells. There's not a Nomad already invested. He's not ready to go here. And if Karn gets a second turn in play, it could get something like Disruptor Flute and turn off Nomad as well. Then Nomad and Shuko are both nothing. So that is a fight that he did have to have there.
Yeah, so Brainstorm, I found Force of Will, and Force of Will was used to stop the Karn, the Great Creator. Then we fetched a Hedge Maze to Surveil 1. It looks like we kept it and drew it for turn. Coming down.
Oh, he's got 2 Bs in hand, no A. He has Nadu and Cephalid Illusionist in hand. The 3 mana is the critical number of Illusionist plus target object, and he has 2 ways to go off with a target object, but nothing to target.
So here's Nadu, adding that to the board. Nick says, "Yep, you got a big bird, and I am going to try to do my worst on my own turn." So Nadu passed back to Nick DeJean. That's an Urza Saga there. Nice fancy store champs promo.
Yeah, funny story about that Urza Saga. One of our carpetbaggers, Harain, who is X2 right now, he lost a match earlier today because he plays that Urza Saga and the full art Path to Exile.
Yeah.
And he kept his hand thinking Path to Exile was Urza Saga and just didn't have any lands.
Hand had no white sources, so the Path to Exile couldn't even be cast, and just died staring at it.
Yep.
So Nick is going to cast a Kozilek's Command here. Pretty sizable one. Nice little, well, for Mystic Forge, perhaps not a very sizable one, but I believe X is 3.
Yep. Oh, right on. Oh, that's actually quite a twist, because Nick probably thinks, good thing I answered that Nadu, and Alex is like, hell yeah, brother, Cephalid Illusionist.
Nadu taken care of by Kozilek's Command, but as we saw, Alex has the Illusionist and now has the Nomads, so Nicholas perhaps not fully aware of how much danger he's in at the moment.
Yep, and that's one of Nick's 3 main deck graveyard hate cards now spent. The Kozilek's Command, it can kill Cephalid Illusionist, could kill Nomad, could kill Nadu, can exile Thassa's Oracle from the graveyard. That is one of your best tools in the matchup, and that one was just spent proactively dealing with Nadu when we know Alex can shove Illusionist right now.
Yeah, so here comes Nomads. That's going to resolve. Cephalid Illusionist, yep. Nick's going, yep, of course you got them both.
Yep, Nick went from very calm and still to frantically flicking the cards in his hand. That's probably a bad sign for Nick.
And now I'm going to mill my deck. Are you ready for this trick?
All right, we're going one at a time.
3.
Nick has not conceded.
There's an Archamoeba.
Kozilek's command also has the mode of target player draws a card, which means when the Illusionist deck goes all the way in, you can cast it for the modes of exile your Thassa's Oracle and make you draw a card for the double win.
All right, so Alex going through the motions here, we see, so Nomad's Encore has a 0 mana activated ability that can redirect damage to any target creature, the next damage that we dealt to it, and you can just activate that over and over again. Whenever Cephalid Illusionist gets targeted by a spell or ability, you mill 3 cards.
Did you see that?
Oh.
Nick had an untapped Lotus Petal in play, Soul Guide Lantern in his hand, and was like, yeah, let me just show you this before the game is over. It just, doing.
Could have put it in, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. So that does it for game 1. Alex able to assemble the A+B with a lucky flip off a Nadu. And sometimes that just is the way it goes.
Yeah, I mean, and the breakfast build of this deck, we've seen the mid-range deck on camera a bunch, which is really just trying to draw a bunch of cards at some point and play normal Magic otherwise. The Illusionist build of the deck just has so many funnels of A and B, the Shukos and the Nomads and the Nadu and the Illusionist and Urza Saga, which can get Shuko, and just all of these things that if they come together, and the mid-range deck, if you kill their Nadu, that's a bummer for them.
Yeah.
They only got 3 more, and they're going to have to find one. This deck, playing Nadu face up like Alex did that game, and then it dies, draws a card, happens to be the card we need for the other more brutal combo.
So into game 2 here very quickly. Nick off to a roaring start with lots of artifact mana. We got a key and a monolith, so he's got plenty of mana juicing. I believe that is the Soul Guide Lantern as well, right? So he's got that early. That's going to be helpful. Help to cut off or at least delay the breakfast combo. Now, breakfast has ways to get around something like this being in play. It can activate, I forget what the name of the card is, the flashback instant.
Memory's Journey.
Yeah, Memory's Journey, that's the one. You can shuffle some cards from your graveyard back into your library so that you're not immediately dead, but yeah, it is definitely a speed bump that Alex is going to have to work through.
And the hybrid of Nadu existing in Cephalid Breakfast. Cephalid Breakfast has been a deck since the Cephalid Illusionist was in Standard. Like this is a very old strategy, but the Nadu innovation in it lets them do stuff like Nomad plus Nadu spam activations until I draw my Thassa's Oracle. Now it's in my hand. I have all my lands in my deck in play. Play the Cephalid Illusionist, target that, mill all of it away, then just cast Thassa's Oracle from hand. They don't need their graveyard at all to combo.
Yeah.
It takes an extra step. You do have to go through Nadu to make that happen, and that's quite a bit slower. But
oh, this is a big play for Alex here because Nicholas had a One Ring on the stack with 2 keys in play. This game was looking like it might get out of hand really, really quickly, but Alex has a counterspell and 2 lands in play against Nicholas's entire opening hand. Needed something to help stymie this assault, and so he looks like he does have Force blue card. It looks like another Consign in hand, so he's got what he needs to fight this fight.
Yeah, choosing to develop the Nomad, trying to high roll the land off the top to cash out the Nadu in hand over holding up Consign plus Force to make sure he doesn't lose. That is a decision here, and once Nomad Nadu is online, it's very hard for anyone to beat that. But Alex is in basically full control mode in these sideboard games. Mystic Forge is a more focused, more linear, and faster combo deck than Breakfast is. I guess not necessarily faster. That's play draw dependent.
Yeah.
But Alex knows that if this game goes forever, it favors him.
Yeah. So Nick attempting a Karn the Great Creator, that's going to draw Alex's Force of Will, pitching a Brainstorm. And Saga on 2, but not able to make any constructs. Nick is out of mana for this turn at least. So Nomad's Encore is free to beat face. And we'll pass back to Nick. Alex missing a land drop. So that he's got Nadu in hand, but needs the land.
And that's a clutch land drop to miss, because that's at least 8 cards flipped off Nadu that he's not going to get. And if Nick grabs Pithing Needle here, naming Nomad, now Alex is just on 3-4 beatdown.
Yeah. So Alex does have a consign in hand, could counter Chapter 3. I'm not sure if he's considering doing that right now. I think he actually might.
I think he should, because although Nick having 2 cards in hand and all this mana available is scary, Pithing Needle cuts off all plan to play this game.
Yeah.
Like, we just have to hope Nick's hand is not something really good.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great to trade Consign to Memory for a card that's already going to the graveyard, but functionally you're countering Pithing Needle that way.
Yep.
By doing this.
Yeah, would you consign Pithing Needle if it was cast from hand?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so another Saga going to Chapter 1 here. We have 5 colorless mana floating, and here comes Karn number 2. So Alex, good news for Alex is he's already got that side of the combo, and it's not the artifact part of it. So Karn is not. We don't care about Karn shutting off Shuko right now. We have the Nomads.
Yep. Karn can get Liquid Metal Coating, though, and turn Nomad into an artifact, which is now functionally Shuko.
Yes. So, yep. So now we have Liquid Metal Coating, and we're going to turn Nomads into an artifact.
It might target a land instead, which does seem to be what's happening.
Yeah.
Because Nick knows that Alex is missing land drops. Nick knows Nadu is the payoff. And hitting the land turns off both developing the 3-4 body, and if the 3-4 body's not there, then we don't care about Nomad.
Yeah. So Nicholas is all set here. Alex is kind of very much stymied. Only has 1 land available. His hand is 2 Nadus and a Force of Negation now, which was the draw for the turn. So not a whole lot that he can do on this turn. It looks like he's trying to game out how the rest of this game is going to go. And has made his decision on how the rest of this game is going to go. It's going to end right now. So scooping to move to Game 3, go on to the play, and hopefully have a better draw.
Right, that was a great opening hand. Force of Will, double consign, Nadu, Nomad. We just need lands to string it together.
Yeah.
Missed on 2 different turns to develop the land. And importantly, the pressure that Nick put Nadu under, those 2, the Force of Will pitched Brainstorm. Like, that was one of the ways to dig for the lands, to cast the Nadu and pull ahead. All of it is interlocking pieces.
Yeah, so we're going to head into Game 3 here. We don't have deck lists for these players, so we're not really sure how they might be sideboarding, but we're going. It is a time-shifted match, so we are going to jump right into Game 3.
Well, I'll tell you, those consigns came from the sideboard. That's a sure thing.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Alex is already on his way down to a mulligan to 6. And Nick is, I think just drawing his 7. Taking a look.
Yeah, a thought occurs, though, with Nick's aesthetic of the most gaudy, blingy foil version of every card, he would look really good with this DMV heavy championship ring on.
Oh, man,
casting
yeah.
all these gold, ridiculous, crazy-looking cards. Opulence, I guess, is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. Living the dream of not being qualified, rolling into the classic, the literal last-minute qualifying, and then turning that into a top 8. That would certainly be an impressive feat to come in here.
Yep. And if I were Nick and did all that, I would wear this ring every day for the rest of my life.
Okay, it looks like Alex is good with his 6, and we're going to get started here with Island and Natamio.
Well, he has the other AB combo in the deck, Tamio Brainstorm.
Yeah.
This is the matchup where that's not quite as terrifying as it is versus everyone else trying to play normal Magic. But he's got it.
Mishra's research desk here for Nick DeJean off of Planar Nexus.
Alex reading it, as every single player who's ever had this card played against them does.
Okay, so Alex taking his turn, drawing Nadu for turn. Looks like he's got a Savannah in hand. Tamio's going to crack in for a clue.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be incidental Tamio stuff. Alex is going to want to brainstorm here to find both something to target Nadu or interaction, or the third land.
Oof.
Oh,
He found three
holy
heaters.
moly. The three things I just said he wanted were the three things off that brainstorm. That's consigned to memory, Nomad, and the third land. Wow.
Literally, as you were saying it, he was like, "Oh, you mean each of these?"
Yeah, just speak it into existence. Say the name and it will appear.
So Tamio going to flip here. Alex with all of the tools that he needs to try to combo out in this matchup.
I love the smoke inner
Yeah.
sleeve where it's just dark on the back. It looks like one of the Comic-Con Planeswalker
Yeah.
promos from a few years ago where they're completely unreadable.
We have one of those available on it's on the raffle.
Yeah, and can people do ! charity in chat to get links to raffling for that?
They
Is that how
can,
that
and
works?
they should try and see if it works. All right, so Urza's Tower here with Planar Nexus. So Nick has has assembled Tron with 2 lands.
Right, and this Tamio, I said it was probably going to be incidental what this game's actually about, but now we can see the entire matrix of consign Nick's play this turn, untap, pick up consign with Tamio, develop Nomad, consign something else, play Nadu, game.
Oh,
And,
wow, Nick
like,
with
the
no
whole
play.
path is here.
Yeah, Nick just passed the turn right back to Alex. So nothing for Nick here with 4 mana showing. So Alex is going to go ahead and take his turn, hit his 3rd land, tick Tamio up to 6. We have at least Nadu plus Oracle. I think the other cards are Brainstorm and Consign. So pretty solid grip here for Alex.
Yeah, this is impressive patience from Nick, because if he just tapped out there, that consign line that I outlined would be how the game goes.
Yeah.
But holding up Kozilek's command means that Alex can't actually develop the Nomad because it will just die, or he has to protect it with consign on his own turn, then Nick untaps with the full gas.
Yeah.
And Alex choosing here to take it easy, pass, I can consign your play and then draw a card with my clue. If I draw a land in the top 2 cards of my deck, I can just full Nadu you next turn and we'll be fine.
Yeah.
Or pick up the consign there. Nick definitely bought himself an extra turn of this game by sequencing it that way.
Yeah. So here is Ancient Tomb here for Nick, and then there goes the 1 ring. And then I believe that's going to catch a consign to memory.
Yep, but the clutch, 8 mana. Every important card in this deck costs 4, and Nick is in the spot where he can cast 2 of them.
Yeah, so we'll see if he does decide to do that, and he does. He's got the
outrageous.
second 1 ring. So cashing in the Eldrazi from Kozilek's command, taking 2 from Ancient Tomb, but putting the 1 ring back onto the stack. And I think Alex may be firing off Brainstorm here to see if he can find an answer to it. Unfortunately, he only 1 blue source remaining, so he can't find another consign. It's going to have to be probably a free counterspell. And I think he would have to pitch Nadu out of this hand, but doesn't find anything that can interact for free. So fetch and hedge maze, 2 Nadus, and the Nomads and core.
This is actually fine because Nick has spent all his mana this turn.
Mhm.
He can't hold up something like Kozilek's command. He can't even really get a Disruptor Flute on the stack unless his hand is double Lotus Petal.
Mm-hmm.
And if anything can keep up with the 1 ring, it's Nadu Nomad. Both
Right.
players are going to be firing their engines right now, and we will see who that favors when the dust settles.
Yeah. So Alex stacking the fetch land on top, and he's going to crack it right away to get to his 4th mana, and presumably assemble Nomads plus Nadu and start going to town.
Yes, it is very rare that a game that involves a resolved 1 ring or a resolved Nadu Nomad is interesting, but we might have found one when both of them are keeping up with each other.
Yeah.
I still think Nadu is favored here between the 2 engines and the spot of their development.
Okay.
If Nick had 2 keys in play, it's different.
Yeah.
If Nick had drawn, if the ring was a turn ahead of development already, but instead, I think Nadu is going to be far enough ahead here to pull it.
Yep. So there it is, Alex assembling the Nadu Nomads combo, and then we're going to start gaining some value. So target Nomads, target Nadu, target Nomads, target Nadu.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out is Nick
Ooh.
plus Tamio already, and generally you want to make decisions, like final decisions, that you can't make differently after you've seen all the cards you're going to see in a turn.
Yeah.
So if Nick flips an island in the top 8 cards of his deck here, Tamio minus picking up Consign to Memory would protect him for a turn. But instead he is relying fully on forces to get this done, which he currently has none of, but he does have 4 more flips on Nick's turn.
Yeah. So flipping 4 cards, 2 Nomads, a Prismatic Ending, and I think it was the Urza Saga was the 4th one, right? That's how that wound up in play. So
Yep.
Tamio sitting on 8, threatening to potentially go off next turn as well. We can might see a Tamio ult if Nick can't find an answer to it.
Right.
And
Rather than hold up Consign to Memory on faith that one of the top 8 cards in my deck is an island, Alex has said, I'm going to win with this engine or with this engine, but I'm willing to put the shields down to double engine you.
Yeah. And Nick entering the tank pretty deeply here because he knows that Alex is kind of presenting 2 different ways where it's going to be difficult for him to lose the game.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Force of
There's
Negation is an excellent card to put into the hand with Nadu. And we're going to respond to that one with activating the 1 ring.
Okay, so the second of 4 possible Nadu triggers is currently on the stack, which means Nick has a chance to cast the instants in his deck, which are Kozilek's Command and Disruptor Flute. He might have a Dismember, something like that. This is the window where he can do that and maybe clear Nadu.
Okay, so it looks like he is gearing up to cast some kind of spell. And it looks like we're tapping 3 for Urza's Tower, and it's going to be Dismember.
It is Dismember.
Paying 5 life with 2 colorless floating. Interesting choice to tap the Urza's Tower there to floating 2 mana rather than tapping like Planar Nexus, for example.
I mean, that just means he's got more.
Yeah.
This might mean there is another instant in hand, another removal spell, another flute, another command, or it could mean that he didn't want to take the damage from Ancient Tomb.
Yeah, so in response to the Dismember, Alex is going to get the rest of his Nadu triggers of value. And then I believe is considering whether or not he wants to fire off this Force of Negation on Dismember here.
I don't think he does because he has a second Nadu in hand. But yeah, it's kind of get it both ways. The Nadu is the last blue card, not even true anymore. Well, Nadu was the last blue card, so do I pitch the Nadu in my hand and maybe lose to some other card, but I keep the Nadu in play, or do I just accept the Nadu in play is gone and I can replay the Nadu in my hand, but not if I have to pitch it to force?
Yeah.
Kind of a fun squeeze in both directions, but that last flip gave him the other blue card he needed.
Okay, so the 1 ring is players getting some clarification from our table judge Garrison there. So, all right, where are we? We're going to crack Mishra's research desk.
Yeah, with that floating mana.
Yep. There's Grim Monolith, and
I think that's Pithing
I
Needle.
believe that's Pithing Needle. Yeah, that's the invention one.
Yeah, the golden toilet version of Pithing Needle. And Nick needs this giant ring.
Okay, so 1 mana floating still. I believe we're still in the upkeep because I believe that's when Alex prompted the action.
Yes, Alex did it in the upkeep, which ended up dealing 1 extra damage to Nick from the ring because he tapped it in response to the damage trigger. And this also means that this last Urza's Tower mana Nick was able to spend 2 of the 3, but burning off any amount of mana is nice here for Alex.
Yeah. Okay, so clear where we are looking. Alex is looking into his sideboard, checking to see what he's got back there.
Yeah, Nick has a decision to make here. Grim Monolith and Pithing Needle are offense and defense. Does he play Pithing Needle, name Tamio, hope there's not another Nadu? Though he did just see Illusionist, so he might have to just take his medicine on the Tamio. Does he know that Illusionist is face up and Tamio Ultimate's face up? I'm just going to take Grim Monolith and try to win.
Right.
But that only matters if his hand actually supports that happening.
Yep. So it looks like he is going to take the Pithing Needle here.
Yep.
And leave Grim Monolith in exile. All right, so we're clarifying, yep, the mana is gone now because we have moved into the main phase.
And my advantage bar is firmly in Alex's direction here. Depends on how much mana Nick can come up with this turn, and Planar Nexus as land for turn is not inspiring.
It's not adding a whole lot to the equation. So Nick's showing 4 mana right now. Okay, and we're going to tap 1 of that, play the Pithing Needle.
And If I'm Alex, I don't even fight over this because you have 2 different activated abilities that both win the game. You're holding Serenity.
Right.
That will just clear the needle if you wait a turn.
Yeah, and it won't clear the One Ring, but that's okay, I suppose. We're not really worried about that. We're about to untap and probably win the game.
Right. I mean, I am worried about One Ring if Nick gets another turn. I just don't think he's going to get at least another meaningful turn. He might technically be allowed to play one more turn, but Alex is either going to Nadu him into Oblivion, combo kill him with Thassa's Oracle, or draw half his deck with Tamiyo and then do all those things anyway on this next turn.
All right, so tapping 3 more mana, taking 2 damage from Ancient Tomb down to 10. And in comes Tezzeret.
Okay.
That's a pretty good one.
It's 3 more cards off the One Ring at minimum, and if Nick is holding a Lotus Petal or a Portable Hole, Tez could get the other one and then handle the Nomad.
Yeah.
Okay,
So it was good enough that Alex decided to cast Force of Negation on it, pitching Cephalid Illusionist, so that does take off that piece, but he does have another Nadu, I believe, still in hand. So there's Lotus Petal for Nick.
Yep. Nick, having the Petal is meaningful because Alex made the choice that he did based on you're out of mana, and 1 mana suddenly appearing could represent Dismember, depending on how many Nick plays and how many he can afford to use.
So I believe Alex has a Prismatic Ending in hand, so we'll see if he chooses to deploy that, but we're going to put Nadu back onto the battlefield.
Wow,
Tamiyo
it
is
does
currently
have
locked
it.
down. Ooh, he does have Dismember. Okay. Down to 6.
And Nick is at 6, and
We do have more Nomads, though.
oh yeah.
I think Alex has another one in his hand as well, so I think we've got lots of Nomads. So I think the first Nadu triggers gave us 2 more.
Yeah,
so
that's generally how Nadu works. Once it happens a little bit, it becomes very hard to break it up. Even if you technically can kill a thing, so what?
yeah.
It's gotten 8 cards already, and we're like cheering for Nick. Like, wow, he had the second Dismember, as if Alex didn't just draw 8 cards anyway.
So 2 Tamiyos coming in off of Nadu triggers. There's an Urza Saga. We're going to cast Tamiyo and get some more Nadu triggers. We got a Nadu and a fetch land. So just an embarrassment of riches piling up on Alex's side of the table. Lots and lots of resources.
Unlocking white mana is clutch. That opens up things like Prismatic Ending being flipped off the deck and remove the Pithing Needle, then we're just done.
Yeah. So I think he has one in hand. I think he's just going through the Nadu motions before he casts it, just to see what else he might be able to draw. But I think we are about to see Prismatic Ending on Pithing Needle to ult Tamiyo. Tapping a white. Oh, considering it, we fetched a basic plains. Do you think Alex is considering putting Serenity into play just in case Nicholas has some crazy stuff happening in his turn?
The problem is Serenity is not even good. It kills Pithing Needle turn after next. Yeah, Prismatic Ending is Serenity, except it's right now.
Yeah.
Serenity now, as they say.
So, all right, Prismatic Ending does come down, take care of Pithing Needle, and then we're going to do Tamiyo, take down. We're going to count out half of our deck and put all of those cards into our hand, and then we have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. As you'd imagine, in a deck full of Force of Wills and Force of Negations and various other things, this is going to be pretty tough to come back from. So, and additionally, Alex is going to have the chance in Nick's upkeep to get a whole new refresh of activations and Nadu triggers and get 6 more Nadu triggers at least. And so we'll see if that potentially turns into, well, it's going to be Nick's in a tough spot.
Yep, Pithing Needle
Ooh,
on
Pithing Needle
the
on the
One
One
Ring.
Ring. Yeah.
Now it's just a one-sided Sulfuric Vortex. When Nick's at 6, Nick is dead to deck points and life points and Thassa's Oracle on this turn cycle.
Yeah. All right, so land for turn is Tundra. And Alex sorting through the embarrassment of riches in his hand to see what else he might be able to play here. We've got some consigns to memory. We've got some forces of negation. We've got some Narcomoebas in hand, which is the last place you want those cards to be.
I mean, right now they're pretty good because they're just blue for the forces.
True.
They do not matter. With all the Nadu activations, Alex can put the remaining tiny sliver of a deck in his hand, cast the Thassa's Oracle. I think the only out for Nick here is if he suddenly flushes out all of the interaction somehow, and then Alex goes too hard on Thassa's Oracle, and Nick makes him draw a card with Kozilek's Command. But that's such a... I don't even know that that's possible, much less if those are the cards Nick has.
Urza's Saga on 1 is the land for turn. That would be good if this game was going to go for 5 more turns. Unfortunately, it's not looking that way. So, okay, it looks like Urza's Tower plus Planar Nexus for 4 mana. We're going to cast... Oh, we're unearthing Mishra's Research Desk, so not making 4 mana. We're using the second secret mode on Planar Nexus of making colored mana.
Yeah, that Planar Nexus card is pretty nice.
Yeah, oh, the 1 ring there. That's not too bad. Urza's Workshop as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nick has already played his land for turn. The Workshop taps for the same because he doesn't have Metalcraft. There's this
Protection doesn't really save you from
no
a whole lot here.
and he has to go to 2 to play it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it literally gives him another card, at least theoretically, or another turn.
It also makes it so he does not die into his own 1 ring. But Force of Negation on the new 1 ring from Alex and Nick extends the hand. Of course, Alex, we know we have the benefit of, although Nick could probably have guessed that there were, I think, 3 force of somethings in Alex's hand.
Right, and a flip 6 cards available still on the board that Alex didn't even need to tap into.
Yeah. So Alex Edgar gets it done, wins his win-in, and is made the top 8 of the DMV Legacy League Invitational. So we have our top 8 all set, and we're going to be joining those folks and seeing some really high-level Magic with some untimed rounds when we come back from break. But before we go do that, I believe there's still a little bit of time left. Was it 5:30 when it closes? Yeah, you still got a little bit of time left for the charity raffles, so get those in. There's a lot of items that actually don't have very many entries in the bin yet, so if you there's a real high probability that y'all can win some of these even now by going to our website. Again, donating to Trans Lifeline. Every dollar you donate gets you a ticket, and those tickets can be used to enter any of our raffles. You can scan the QR code on your screen or type command charity in the chat and find out all the information you need to know. It's going to take you to our DMVLegacyLeague.com website and go through that page. Create an account if you don't have one. There will be a button there you can click to donate, and then it will take you to the Trans Lifeline. Well, it'll take you to Tiltify, but it takes you to the fundraiser, where that will be the money that you donate there will be traced back to your DMV Legacy League account automatically. It's actually really nice. It's very smooth experience donating the money through that. So yeah, we got a lot of really awesome stuff on tap that you guys can potentially win in these raffles. So I really highly encourage you to put it in. We've made a lot of, we've raised thousands and thousands of dollars for charity. So we've broken $5,000. All right, we've broken $5,000. We're more than halfway to our goal of 10K, and we're having a great time here, raising a lot of money for a great cause. So thank you all. Thank you, by the way, I haven't been doing this. Thank you to every single person who has donated so far. You are the best. Giving money to an awesome cause like this really means the world. So thank you so much for doing that. So we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to get the top 8 all settled, and I think we're going to bring Ari and Jarvis in. We'll do that 4-wide panel to talk about the top 8. Oh, no, just Ari and Jarvis. All right. We're going to bring Ari and Jarvis in for the top 8 round, and then we'll see you guys back for top 4. And, yeah, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back to the DMV Legacy League Invitational top 8. Now, we have advanced to a top 8. Clean-cut top 8. Everyone who had 5 match wins in a draw, so 16 total match points or more, has made it. We have a top 8 bracket for you. We also have great news. We passed $5,000 to charity in the charity raffle. So, you still got half an hour to get your stuff in there. Or you can spend that half an hour watching us go through what's going to happen in this bracket and watch some of the matches. Or both. You can choose both. So, yeah, let's start talking about some Magic. So, we watched 2 of these matches last round on stream.
to see which players from that would make, those winning ends would make their way into top 8. Here they are at the top of the bracket, number 1 and number 8 seed. So Jesse Hatfield on the Jeskai Tempo deck. That is very similar to the Is It Delver decks we were watching yesterday, except instead of lightning bolts, we have swords. And because we have swords, we'd rather be attacking our opponent on a non-life total axis. We've swapped Delvers for Tamios, but otherwise very similar deck. Going up against Nadus. I believe Nadu Breakfast specifically.
Right.
Fun fact, Alex Edgar unintentionally drew the first round of this tournament with someone else that's going to come up in this top 8 bracket.
Right.
And they're both here.
Right.
Yeah. So any thoughts on this exact matchup?
Yeah, kind of interesting. I would say I just like whoever is on the play, and that is Jesse Hatfield. But I think in general it's kind of even otherwise.
Okay. How much does being on the play matter a lot less when you aren't literally Delver, or is it kind of a push either way?
Well, I think
Is it
the
just too much at
Wastelands,
base?
the Wastelands become a lot better on the play as well,
Okay.
as well as your Dazes, and maybe you have a chance to constrain them that way. Also, you get first crack at flipping your Tameo as well.
Okay. I think the advantage is I am concerned about a lot of the things that the breakfast deck is relatively efficient in how it can deploy, and I think that the Wastelands would be almost, because the threats out of that deck are actually slightly more expensive than you expect. The Wastelands are rather efficient in both directions, as well as Answering Saga.
Sure.
So I think it's less of a deviation either way than maybe you're suggesting. So I think it's going to be really close. But again, the player on the play is going to be slightly advantaged,
Right.
and we'll kind of see how that plays out. Okay, then we have Chris Cornwell Shield versus Michael Eide. So we've got, I believe Chris was on camera one of the rounds that we were not here, just paradoxical outcoming his way through a deck adjacent to the Forge decks, I would say. This is Glaring Fleshraker plus Paradoxical Outcome. You see, you put all the colorless cards back in your hand, and then you play them again. Your opponent takes a bunch of damage, and you also drew a bunch of cards, so there's more colorless cards. Playing against lands, mono green lands. I don't think the Lions player is in a great spot here.
Yeah, I think this is some of the issues that Lands has versus fast combo in general, exacerbated by the fact that Karn is really, really tough to deal with as well. And also on top of that, this is a Force of Negation deck post-port as well. So I think a lot of the issues are magnified. I think a lot of the game will depend on how fast Chris Cornwell Shield deploys threats.
I would say the other thing too is we got to sit down with the exact list, and we got to see I could see a world where the Lands players, knowing that they're going to have to go up against Forge, show up with Null Rods, and that would be a big game changer.
Yeah, I'm not sure a lot of them play Null Rod because a lot of their stuff is artifact based as well. But
true. They that matchup is, I mean, the Painter players have had Null Rod. That's the level of that matchup and the level that you want to distort. So we'll see exact deck list.
Sure.
This could be anywhere between we're riding out mulligans and sideboard cards, or it's over before we even look at it. One or the other.
Right.
Okay. Nathan Stoyer, we saw him yesterday. Saw him again today. Same record through the Swiss both times. He's currently 13-0-4, so 13 wins, 0 losses, and 4 draws.
Yeah.
Again, those draws, 3 of those draws were offered. The only person to forcibly take a match point off of him this entire weekend is Alex Edgar.
Forcing an unintentional draw round 1.
Yeah,
I was watching that match. I think if the match had gone on, Alex would have actually won that match.
I think so. It wasn't. Yeah, it was just one of those where the prior games just took a while. One player disrupted the other. The Nadu player probably had some short combos in there, and just got down to a state in Game 3 where the clock ran out and both players had some stuff, and it was very indeterminate who was going to win or not.
Right.
But both players, see them both in top 8. Maybe we get to relitigate it in the finals. We'll see. Nathan Demir Reanimator, I believe he changed a card or two. You can find that list. Just go to MTG Melee, look at the DMV Legacy League, look at yesterday, you'll find it. Stefan Vasek, I have here as a deck we didn't really see a lot of yesterday. Mono Red Stompy?
Yeah, it's interesting. I believe he has Karns in his deck as a nod to all of the Forge and stuff like that. A funny comment was made when I was talking to people. I think Moon Stompy is the deck that has the best matchup spread versus a lot of the decks commonly played in our area. So it's not popular. I'm not exactly sure why. We'll see how effective it is versus Demir Reanimator.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between are your matchups good and are your matchups viable. That's the scary piece, I think. And I think I actually Stefan Vastek is a back-to-back top 8er. Top 8'd last year, top 8'd this year. Also playing Prison last year.
I think he also top 8'd Vintage Eternal Weekend this year.
Playing Mono Red?
No, Spear Shops.
That is Mono Red adjacent. That is very Mono Red adjacent, Mono Red coded for sure. I believe actually the only repeat top 8er between the 2 years that I see. And then the final match, Steven Borokov.
Yeah.
I believe I was told was this year's Legacy Champs. Among the players in this room, the highest finisher at this year's Legacy Champs.
Yes.
Top 16 with same deck, Yorion, Death and Taxes.
Yeah.
And we'll be going up against Scott. We saw Scott yesterday. Repeat from yesterday. Second place yesterday. Seventh place today. Is it Delver? So I guess we didn't really litigate the Dimir versus Mono Red matchup. I think Nathan probably has an edge on the play because you mentioned the whole days on the play, like huge difference. But we'll have to see how that plays out because it's rather volatile on both sides.
Sure.
This matchup I think is a little less volatile.
I think the way that these decks are constructed right now, I would much rather be on the Yorion, Death and Taxes side.
Yeah, I think the other piece of this that's really critical, if you flip the seating here and you put Scott with Is It on the play, I think you start talking about it's anyone's games, and we got to take a look. With the Taxes deck on the play, it's going to be an uphill battle. Now you can still do it. There's still like any kind of there's a lot of ways the Yorion deck can stumble.
Sure.
Not just because like there's some amount of added inconsistency of 80 cards where like you only draw your Ether Vial so much. Maybe you like miss a land drop here. Like those things are both really fatal against the wrong Is It draws.
Sure.
But assuming things just kind of move forward.
Yeah.
If the Is It deck starting on the back foot, and that's where it does not need to be there against the Taxes deck.
I think the best way of putting it is in a median game on the play where both people have like a normalized draw. The Death and Taxes deck is reasonably far ahead.
Yeah. So looking at the matches that we're going to be covering, we've got two on the cameras for you. One of them is going to be that Is It versus Taxes matchup. We got that on the backup because we're going to watch PO doing its thing versus lands, I think, here. So that's where we're starting. And it might not be long. Might be long. I don't know. How long does the PO combo take?
I don't think it takes very long, especially if your PO, like your first PO draws into Fleshraker. Then like everything.
Once the second Fleshraker hits the board, then we can wrap it up real quick.
What? How did you put it? Every color spell becomes 4 damage?
Yeah, it's a Tendrils and a Yawgmoth Will. Something like that. I think that's. Yeah. Is that right?
10 Yawgmoth Will? 10 Yawgmoth Agony Will?
Glaring Fleshraker, just Yawgmoth Will. Heard it here first.
Nice.
Probably won't be the last time we hear it. Maybe it might be. I might be done with that one. So yeah, those are our two matches. We'll get some word on the other results as we go through. Pretty exciting. If I counted right, that's 8 different decks. Like the closest thing you could classify as an overlap is it Delver versus the Jeskai deck?
Yeah, and those are like pretty different in my opinion.
I think historically we have, maybe you could like argue the nitpicks, but like back when it was Grixis versus Jeskai or
Grixis versus Is It in like 2003.
Teamer versus Jeskai. Yeah, like they're very different. They're different. They've always been classified different. I'm counting it as different.
Sure.
And there's only like even if you just count by pillars, there's 2 Ancient Tomb decks. There's 3 blue decks. The Nadu deck's clearly not a blue deck, even though it has a lot of the blue cards. Like it's trying to do something completely different. And then like lands and taxes are just off in their own world.
Yeah.
It kind of interesting to see 8 different decks, like very, very different decks,
Yeah, last year this tournament gave me a lot of warm fuzzies about that format, even with Vexing Bubble cramping the styles of a lot of players. This weekend, could say the same exact thing. The decks are very powerful, but the games have been pretty good.
Did actual, Mystic Forge did not make it in this time, correct?
Yeah, it was a near miss. There was Dijon playing for back-to-back top 8s, just like Scott, just like Nathan, just came up a little short in Game 3 against Alex playing Nadu, which I think is of the other big matchups, the rough one, right? Like between, you're kind of pinched on both sides of interaction. It's like a pretty classic case of the almost as fast but more interactive deck in the matchup. And like this is always how it works, right? Like going very far back, like the creature combo deck versus artifact combo deck, always favor the creature combo deck, just because, like, name a green card that interacts with artifacts. Okay, name an artifact that interacts with creatures. This is a very unbalanced equation in terms of rate.
Well, also I think the Nadu breakfast deck is just a lot faster than, say, Nadu midrange in that matchup, and that matters quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you also have this question of, like, I don't believe we saw a collector who hit the battlefield, but, like, that is the level of card in play on one side of the equation.
I don't think the Nadu breakfast decks tend to play that
No,
card.
because they don't have Green Suns.
Well, they also have Shuko and a bunch of other associate cards like that in their deck.
Yeah, and just, like, speaking in general across the entire Nadu sphere, there's just a lot of tools that, depending on the exact version, make it a lot tougher than you'd think for Forge. Even though we saw Forge defeat a Nadu deck and possibly one of the hardest to beat Nadu decks in the finals of EW 2024, that feels like a case of, like, a lot of factors coming together to have one side really crush the other. Right. I mean, I say all these things, and Forge is not without reaction. Causal X Command, fast hands, a lot of powerful ways to fight through it. But I believe that last match, someone drew half their deck with Tamiyo, and then we moved on with our lives. Right. So, good news. It looks like players are migrating to their seats and potentially exchanging deck lists even. We're really close to playing a top 8. Yep. And again, we are really close to the end of that charity raffle. So any last-second ads, pitch those in. They'll go in the bucket. Literally buckets. I believe it's literally buckets, and they will be randomized later. So we have deck lists.
Yep.
We have deck lists for the entire top 8. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll trade you these out. No, it's fine. I know what they are. We're good. Yeah, and a huge thank you to our wonderful production staff. This has made my life really easy, made Jarvis's life really easy. They even were able to send, event staff to come round him up before the top 8. They had to track down a Jarvis. He got lucky. There was a lot more margin than he expected. Okay, so we have our 4 versus 5 lists up top. I do want to really talk about the 2 Plagon Lord of the Beaches as part of your 6 creatures in the PO deck. Can we discuss where the creatures with toughness greater than power come from? So Plagon Lord of the Beach, I believe that is a Jumpstart card from, is it Foundations Jumpstart or something like that?
I think it might predate that a little bit. It might be Jumpstart year, whatever the year is.
But it is a 2 and a blue for an 0/3 that has some text about, like, paying Azorius mana to Doran things for a turn. Really,
it actually targets, so it's seen fringe play in Nadu variants.
But really the actual text is ETB, draw cards equal to the number of creatures you control with toughness greater than their power. Glaring Fleshraker, toughness equal to power. Glaring Fleshraker tokens. Ooh, that's a lot of cards.
Yes.
So, this is I would describe it as a way to, air quotes, paradoxical outcome your tokens. You can't bounce the tokens to draw a card, but you can bounce the Plagon and draw cards equal to your tokens. So we get started shuffling up. And then Michael's list. Okay, no, we got a match here, I think. I think there's Force of Vigors.
Yes.
And that's a big deal. It's not an Null Rod level.
Right.
But 4 Disruptor Flute, 4 Force of Vigor. I think the Elvish Reclaimers could come into play too. That's a pretty good sideboard. Is that an emotional support Bone Crusher Giant? Much like, I do want to point this out. This has been a trend lately. So there was the Spotlight here, where the player won with a Poison Dart Frog in their deck, in their sideboard as a 15 card. There was the Chinese RC this weekend. There was a Proma Tifa Lockhart in the sideboard of the Mono Blue Affinity deck. Here, I think this Bone Crusher Giant actually has utility. It's a kill spell.
It's a kill spell mainly versus Magus of the Moon, I think, is the intention. You can find off Malevolent Rumble.
Also, notably, that the Magus matchups are ones where they have the One Ring, and you can stomp One Ring, like, prevent damage, doesn't matter. Still take 20 off of Dark Depths, game over. Sorry, Merit Lage, not the Dark Depths.
It theoretically could come in here because the same interaction could happen where Chris has protection, and you're like, well, I have Lage plus Boots, and I also have enough mana to stomp. Maybe not, probably not, but it could.
Could. Yeah, and just to sort of talk through, like, this PO deck is adjacent to the mono colorless Forge deck. However, you're looking at Force of Will, PO, Paradoxical Outcome itself, stock up. Actually, Plagon playing an important role in filling out your blue card count.
Yes.
Sink into Stupor, Soporific Springs is another blue card count. And then instead of the Urza land mana, you have your blue sources.
Yes. there's not as many like lands that tap for 2. In fact, there are no. The only land that taps for 2 is Ancient Tomb in this deck.
Yeah. Also, notably, just one Manifold Key. Not many Manifold Keys, just one.
Well, there's a Voltaic Key as well.
1 and 1. Got to
Yeah.
gotta dodge those pithing needles.
Yes.
Players are looking at some hands. 6 on the PO side of things. So, if you're a lands fan, that's a good start.
Yes.
Especially because this deck is slightly more sensitive than Forges to mulligans.
Yep.
Yeah, you have stock up to erase that, but the thing is that when Forge produces a threat, it's a Karn that is everything you need. This deck is about halfway to that. Like, you don't have Karn, you just have One Ring, and then all your other things are amassing multiple permanents. So this mulligan doesn't look like it's stopping anyone. We got Ancient Tomb, we got a Chrome Mox, we got a stock up right off the bat.
This has some vintage vibes to me.
It does. Notably, this is a Chrome Mox Opal deck, not something you see every day.
Yes.
So 5 cards. What are we taking? A lot of options. Stock up, really, really powerful card. And less play here than in Vintage. It feels like, but that could easily change any day.
So it looks like we're taking a One Ring and something else. I didn't catch the other card.
Yeah, we'll see what Chris decides to deploy moving forward, but. It looks like that was like a pretty good spread, just like one of a bit of everything, and you just get your pick of the litter of what you want.
Yes.
Okay, Michael, I would say under the gun, but you got to keep a hand that's good in this matchup. So that's a Saga. Tick and just pass. Okay, things getting scary.
It might be racing to Pithing Needle for the One Ring.
Could be. Fleshraker for Chris. We're gonna start on some damage here. That is a Spire of Industry, I believe?
That's a Cavern of Souls, I believe.
No, Spire.
Oh, it is
There's no
Spire.
Cavern on this list. Spire.
Oh, you're right.
Soul Guide.
Yes.
Damage. Ping off the spawn token. Jarvis, the deck list is right here.
It is.
Okay, Saga going to tick up to 2.
So we do have an
Ancient
Tomb
Tomb
to
on the
make.
land side. Oh, whoa. Dueling Ancient Tomb decks. This is the one Ancient Tomb in the lands deck.
Yes.
Lets you kind of use Crop Rot as a little bit of a ritual, right? You
Yes.
tap a green for crop rotation, sack your land, jump it into a 2-mana land. So we are looking at Saga activation for a Construct, but I don't know if that's the right time frame for this game, depending on what the stock up took. So Battle for 2, Construct would only be a 1/1 blocker, so that's kind of free. We're not blocking the Constructs with that Fleshraker. Way too important. Soul Guide cutting off the Loam angle here. So we got basic island. Oh, second Fleshraker. Oh, boy. This game could be done real quick.
Yes. So the question
Be done
is,
real quick.
what other land are we tapping to cast it? It looks like the Ancient Tomb.
Yep. As a note, in real quick, about 15 minutes left in the charity raffle. So, again, any last-second ads, get those in real quick. And then we'll be drawing some winners real shortly, too. Just a pass. Okay. So, can Michael handle dual Fleshrakers well under the pressure of his own Ancient Tomb?
So is this a grab Pithing Needle, name One Ring sort of situation?
Do you think your opponent they might have played One Ring last turn if they could, right?
Yeah.
You would have, they have 4 mana.
Yes, yeah. So I would write One Ring off, but the question is the top deck One Ring still an issue?
Welcome back. We were talking about the charity auction, which closes, I believe, now in just under 10 minutes, but apparently the power at the venue decided it wanted to close
a
with
slight
it.
energy fucks?
No, Jarvis.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
It's okay. We're back up. We're back live. Again, I believe I already said this round, but thank you again to our wonderful production staff who handle such events with grace, dignity, the appropriate amount of panic.
And aplomb.
Yes. All of the above. We have paused the matches. We will be right back where we were. And we will wonderfully watch our production staff high-fiving over getting everything live in that quick of a turnaround. And we will be back right at it very, very shortly. Good. We are jumping right back in, right where we left it. So we have a Saga on 3. We appear to be in Michael's main phase, just as we left it. We were discussing the fact that Chris clearly does not have a 1 ring because it would have entered the stack probably. And so now this Urza Saga is going to be floating mana, it looks like.
So
And it looks like now that that has happened, we are going to cash in the Soul Guide Lantern for a card, just so that we don't get Pithy Needle and Soul Guide off of the search.
these players have had like 5 minutes to think about this sort of thing. So
This is a good long tank.
yeah.
And are we just going to get the Pithy... You know, this was what you said. Are we just going to get the Pithy Needle anyways? Or are we going to...
Looks like maybe Expedition map? Is there an Expedition map?
There's a map.
Yeah, okay.
There's this Boots. There's a Cage. And there's a Needle. And then there's Mox Diamonds.
Well, Cage does nothing.
Cage does nothing.
Boots doesn't seem very appealing on this board.
What if we're going... Okay, Boots. We got to go fast.
Maybe there is Boots. Okay, so maybe there's a line where you have Yavimaya double crop rotation. So Yavimaya.
So we have a colorless floating.
Yeah.
We would play Tomb.
Or play Yavimaya.
We play Yavimaya. We would tap Yavimaya for... Doesn't quite work out.
No.
I think. So we're just filtering all of our mana through the map and trying to set up for a kill next turn, it looks like.
Right. So if you're doing this, you probably get Thespian Stage or Dark Depths, one of the two.
Potentially. Tabernacle. Interesting. So that buffers us, and that also opens up a lot of those Yavimaya plays we were talking about next turn as well.
Right.
So the buffer here is that it basically eats up the spawn tokens, right? You have to pay colorless to keep a spawn token when it's worth a colorless.
Well, I think my issue is Chris will just use the spawn tokens to pay for the Fleshrakers instead, right?
Yes.
The only reason you wouldn't do that is if you have Plagon in your hand, correct?
I mean, you're keeping the Fleshrakers one way or the other, yeah.
Sure. Well, my point is, if you have Plagon in hand, you would tap Ancient Tomb to keep the spawns around.
Okay, we got a Kozilek's Command as well. Things, this looks like lethal. I don't know how the math works, but it looks like lethal.
Well, we'll find out in a sec. So that's 1, 2. There was 2 floating, right?
So this is 5 Scions, which is 20 damage. Are we good? We're good? We're good? Just some lights. We're fine. We're fine. Just putting the fear into us. Yeah, that looks like Michael exploding to a Kozilek's Command. Okay, moving along.
And there was the Plagon in hand, but you know what? We didn't need Plagon because our opponent just died to 2x Blaze instead.
Just the natural. So let's go to the sideboards. Okay. So on one side, which I want to start with the let's start on the left. Let's start with this PO side. So we have Chain of Vapor. With open deck lists, I believe you know that you don't need... You may want Chain as protection against Depth Token, but that's all. That's the only thing you want.
Yeah, I mean, like, maybe I would have one. I guess my concern, as is true for decks like this, I don't want to mess too much with the engine because a lot of your deck is, like, supporting trying to combo, right?
Yeah. And, like, you could make a similar argument for, like, oh, yeah, Consign interacts with some of the land stuff. Fairy Macabre interacts with some of the land stuff. Force Negation interacts with some of it. Disruptor Flute definitely interacts with some of it. Pithy Needle, Surgical. So maybe I think from this, maybe you want, I could see Force Negation being pretty reasonable, and then a small amount of Graveyard Hate, but I don't even know. Like, what are we sideboarding? We don't really want to cut our combo engines. We don't want to cut outcomes or forces or commands. So I don't think we can afford to cut Grim Monoliths, and I don't think we can afford to cut mana sources. So, like, the only thing that you might trim is, like, the second key.
Or Plagons.
I think that the real thing is that you're looking at this sideboard going the other way. And the big thing that scares you out of the land stack is Force of Vigor.
Correct.
And how do you reduce your exposure to that? I think it's going to be your Plagon Fleshraker draws that have no exposure to it. So we might just see basically no sideboard.
I think that's reasonable.
What about the land side? So Force of Vigor.
Sure.
Easy. Okay. We got to get 4 cards out of here.
So the ones that I think can go... Saturi's Step is not fantastic, but does protect you from Chain of Vapor. I think Maze of Ith is actually a brick. The Tabernacle of Pentroveil I don't think does very much. And Cage doesn't do very much. So
Karakas doesn't do much. What are you going to do, bounce your opponent's Plagon? That's what they're doing.
Right.
So
yeah, probably
So I see, we 5, Bajuka Bog 6. 6 pretty easy cuts here.
And that's 4 forces.
And my instinct is to side in Reclaimers after that.
Reclaimers over flutes? Just setting your combo up faster.
Well,
Flute
also
is
green count.
Also green count for force. Good
Yeah.
point. Your green count is 4. Do you want to... So that gets you 2 Reclaimers. Are you trimming, like, Loam or Once Upon a Time for Reclaimer then?
I'm a notorious hater of Once Upon a Time, so yes, I would trim that card.
Yeah, it's kind of funky to be like,
Yeah.
I'm bringing in another card that I would want to Once Upon a Time into that
Yeah.
actually, like, fundamentally changes what I can find with Once Upon a Time, but I'm
Sure.
also cutting it. So it's kind of a weird
Yeah.
balance, but yeah, I agree. And I think that that all checks out. I don't think you want the Bone Crusher.
No.
Yeah, I guess with the Pithy Needle is better than the Flute would be. Like, the only thing you would
Right.
do with Flute is, like, hope to name outcome on a critical turn, but that doesn't seem like it lines up right. Maybe, you know what? Actually, I did say the Bone Crusher Giant didn't seem great, but it actually does seem kind of really good here.
So it does a few things. It lets you get around one ring protection to lethal with a Lage. It also technically answers a Fleshraker
Right.
if it's naked,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Those. I mean, what are they protecting it with? It takes 2 damage. You're gonna force. You have to like have a Fleshraker, have color spells, have Force of Will. It's a lot. Actually, speaking of all this, I think that one of the swaps that's going to happen is that the Force of Wills are going to become Force Negations. Maybe that's not true because crop rotation.
No. Also, the reason that's not true is you cannot force of negation a Force of Vigor on your turn.
Right. Okay. Never mind. I was thinking that you would want to be able to exile loans, but maybe some split, maybe like a 3-1, but yeah.
I sort of don't believe the loam aspect of the matchup matters very much, barring the Wastelock. But then,
That's fair, and that's basically like, it's not the loam, it's the exploration.
yes, right.
Yeah. So, Michael, on the play, staring at a hand, is this good enough?
It sort of looks like we want a mulligan. When people do that to me and I look at them, I'm just like, my response is, it looks like you want a mulligan.
It does. It looked like that hand was a bunch of lands and 2 crop rotations. Which
It also looked like a bunch of colorless lands and a bunch of crop rotations.
There was a Yav,
Okay.
but it's we're not getting anywhere fast. It didn't look
Right.
like it was going to get to. You could maybe expose yourself to Force of Will and make a turn 3 Merit Lage and go for a turn 4 kill, which falls apart to any sort of whiff of disruption. Not a huge fan of that.
Remember that the land stack is capable of turn 2 kills on even like 5 cards.
Turn 2 kills on 5 cards.
Yes.
Turn 2
Yavimaya-
Lages or turn 2 kills?
Or turn 2
Right.
Lages, yes.
Yeah. You're not turn 1 Laging, turn 2 killing them on 5 cards.
No, gone are the days of Mana Bond put Depths combo into play.
Long gone. It looks like a mutual agreement on 6.
Yes.
Okay. We have.
The Disruptor Flutes did come in some number, but that looks
Some
like
number.
a lot of not lands to me.
Yeah, your deck's named lands, and that looks like a lot of not lands. So that looks like a 5. Still, again, not the end of the world. Just means that we're probably angling for like a Wasteland Loam hand more than anything else, right?
Yeah, or like Path to Fast combo. Like that can still happen on 5 cards.
Yeah, very much can. Saga hands could be good.
Mhm.
So, what do we got? What do we got here? So yeah, Chris keeping a 6. Michael, one of the things about the London Mulligan is that you feel like you have so much more agency about your openers. So there's a lot more players. It feels like players are thinking a lot more when they shuffle about like not necessarily manifesting what their hand is, but like when they are looking at a hand, what are the pieces they're looking for a key?
Right.
Like what are they trying to piece together, as opposed to just like looking at a hand and just saying, well, those are cards. Got to keep them. And this, looks like we're sticking with it. So we shall see exactly how everything lines up. It looks like there's one easy ship. Yeah, it looks like a flute to the bottom potentially. You know, in terms of 5s, the cards I'm seeing here, pretty good ones. And we are off to races? I don't know if this match is a race. So we're passing.
I think it kind of is, but it's kind of a race that just flavors the Fleshraker deck inherently.
Basic land, no wasteland exposure from Chris's side. Yep, so no wasteland exposure to that wasteland. And just a little malevolent rumble action. Just a little mill. Just a little O1. It's all fine.
A little mill as a treat.
Mm-hmm. Flip him up. Oh,
Okay, we got a full spread of selection. Probably don't want the second Yav. So this is probably coming down to a Ghost Quarter versus a Sagas. So we're taking the Ghost Quarter, binning the Sagas. Interesting.
There are 3 islands in Chris's deck, so it does take a while to get through all those islands with regards to Ghost Quarter.
That's true, but adding a second piece of disruption so that you can wasteland a land that makes mana and then
Sure.
pop a Saga with your Ghost Quarter is pretty nice.
Sure.
And like if you aren't just like, I'm not going to kill my opponent with a Saga.
Oh no, 2 islands have been drawn.
Oh, okay.
That actually makes the Ghost Quarter a lot more effective.
We are in business.
Right.
Note this wasteland taps for a green still, so we can do some stuff. Okay, tapping the Avamaya for green first. Cool. Wasteland can tap for a colorless, a green, a kill land. Got a lot of options there. Map. Quarter. 2. 1 to green. Loam. 3-4-1. No, 3-4 exile 2 of your cards. That is the Force of Negation, exiling the Sink into Super. So Force of Negation in on Chris's side. And we are... Okay, so does that change your plan significantly on Michael's side?
I guess it probably does because we can't go for the like lock you out fast plan.
Yep. Chris firing off some artifacts. Metal marginally off of Crafted with that Mox Opal and then a Grim Monolith.
Yes.
Chris dropping down to 18 off that Ancient Tomb with 2 blue up.
So an interesting dynamic with Force of Vigor versus known paradoxical outcome in your opponent's deck. When do you actually Force of Vigor?
I kind of would just tap my mana and do it now. Like
Yes.
actually, if Michael has a 4th land, I would be interested in using mana and not cards to do
Right.
that. In part because I don't even care what that card is. It can just be used on a future Force of Vigor.
Sure.
But it looks like we might not have a land, but we do have the Force of Vigor.
Yes. And we do have 4 mana.
Oh yeah, we do. Might be time for this token to take one for the team. Oh, though I guess we can't do it right now because the Grim Monolith represents a PO.
That's what I'm saying. Like the
Oh.
timing on this is actually kind of interesting, right?
It's kind of dicey. I guess we can map and get Ancient Tomb and then have it up. Oh, Boseiju. Like that. Like that.
So
That's
we're
another
just
Ghost Quarter.
So we're just trying to layer disruption upon disruption and hope to like force a low resource game and draw away from the loam at some point.
Yes. That's kind of where we got to go.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we got a Wasteland, 2 mana. Boseiju, target, Monolith.
So there's a
PO.
paradoxical outcome as predicted. It seemed pretty likely to me because Chris deliberately didn't play the monolith on any of the earlier turns. He waited until he had PO up.
Yeah. And maybe we could have done that on upkeep and had a Force of Vigor in response.
Yeah.
Spire of Industry from Chris, 3 mana available. Drew a couple cards, not like a ton. So 2 of the cards in hand are the known Monolith and the known Mox Opal.
I mean, that was like a force of will in the opposite direction that drew 2 cards instead of pitching 2 cards.
Yeah, that's true. So Monolith lands. What more artifacts are going to land? Looks like Chris's hand, though, might be... That's a lot of brown and silver cards and not a lot of blue ones, I see.
Yeah, I mean, the Cosmos command would be a good one to draw right now, but
Very true.
One Ring also would be good. Basically,
Those are part of the brown and silver card family. So we got Disruptor Flute.
What are we fluting? That's the real question.
Boseiju is in graveyard. Do you name Ghost Quarter or Boseiju?
There are 4 Boseijus, but the Ghost Quarter's in play. I mean, you could also name Wasteland. You could also name Force of Vigor to make it cost a lot. We'll see what actually gets named.
Yeah, this is a very we've devolved the game into no player doing anything, and we're going to proceed from there. Okay, Chris on some cards in hand. Michael on some cards in hand, and both players just passing back and forth. Michael debating whether now is the time to force some vigors.
Who do you think this favors in this position? I think it favors Chris.
Okay, so we're stacking the Ghost Quarter to crop rotation. I don't actually know. I literally have no idea.
Yeah.
It favors whoever draws a good card first. Okay. Urza Saga off Crop Rot. That's a really good one to Crop Rot into.
Yep.
we have action.
And for those of you who don't know, there is a trick with Thespian Stage and Urza Saga where you can basically get a factory in a few turns.
You make a copy of the Saga and gain the abilities and then turn it back?
Yes. But another thing here, Michael has another crop rotation in hand. However, the card that this is off to is Kozilek's Command, of course.
Yeah. The second crop rot in hand representing Depths combo on board.
Yes.
So we're going to make a construct.
Yes.
It looks like we've named Loam on the flute just because we've made it cost more mana, and therefore we're less... I don't want to say less prone to getting looped, but it definitely bought some time if Loam was accessible. So Saga to 3. What are we doing with it? Floating a mana, making a creature. Looks like making a creature.
Well, Esper Boots is in the deck. It will never leave the deck in this matchup, I think, because I think
it's really critical.
Yes. I think just closing the turns you take to kill your opponent matters so much here.
Mm-hmm.
And we're crop rotating the Saga with the trigger in the sack, which is a nice little
equity play.
Yeah.
We just more Saga.
Yep.
Okay. We have abandoned any plan of comboing. We are just going to let this Saga trigger on 3 resolve.
Well, have we abandoned comboing, or is this just a different?
I think our opponent is going to die at the same time to combo and not combo.
Exactly.
Basically.
I think this is just a different form of combo.
Yep. So boots. We're going to have a mana to equip. We're going to be able to attack for 7 this turn.
That's what I see.
Good. I can still math. That'll put Chris down to 11. I'm fairly sure that another construct token with haste closes this out, right?
Yeah, I mean, you ever play against Packrat?
I never played with Packrat, so the math was all on my opponent's part. I didn't do the math. They just did the math.
Does a sink into Stupor? Does that buy a turn?
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah, clearing a construct is worth so much damage.
Yes.
So Saga to 2. This Saga can now make constructs. And we're gonna start moving stuff around and going for stuff. So we got construct. We got haste. We got an attack for a large number. A less than large number. We're going to bounce the equipped construct because that is the largest one. Pay for the ward cost.
So
just
this is 6
damage again. Yep. So Chris facing down lethal next turn.
So we need to draw an action card of some sort.
Pio or Ring does it.
Yeah.
Plagon does not really do it.
Stock Up might do it, but that's a little bit more dicey.
Stock Up is in range because we can stock up and then tap our Monolith to cast any of the 4-drops that matter.
So do you Wasteland here to try to cut 1 mana off?
So I think so. I think Wastelanding actually fundamentally changes the PO situation or the stock up situation because you would stock up, use your pedal, be out of mana after the PO resolves.
Yes.
That's a pretty big deal. Or like just cutting the margins on that. Like just whatever you to do like the way the games where a PO is on top of your or a stock up into a PO is on top of your opponent's library are lost are where that monolith re-enters the stack. And I think whatever you can do to cut that off.
Michael identified that. In one of the matches, not on camera, Nathan won his quarterfinals match, bringing his record, really, really impressive record this weekend so far.
14-0-4. That's a lot of wins.
That's winning a lot, son.
Okay, so now is the Force of Vigor time because we're pretty sure our opponent doesn't have it. Because if they had it, they would have done some stuff.
Just mono mana.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a weakness of these style of decks sometimes. It's like the ramp disease you've described before.
Yeah, ramp. I don't think that's me. I think that's Andrew Ellenbogen, a different Pro Tour champion. But we brown cards versus robots. Robots have won, and we got the player cards to show how these players made it. So. Yeah, Chris won a BCQ at Paradise Games. Pretty even season, but much better than even today, as evidenced by this top 8. So, yep. I mean, winning a BCQ, winning a qualifier event for anything, pretty darn good.
Yeah, I know Chris. He loves Grim Monolith, you know.
I mean, Grim Monolith players love Grim Monolith.
Sure.
Okay, and then on Michael's side, a double qual. So, pretty dominant over at Curio. And
Do you know Michael as a longtime Lands player or someone as a recent convert?
I think he generally played a lot of Doomsday before, and he said he was sort of tired of losing to random Torpor Orbs and Stifles and Dress Downs and stuff like that.
That's funny because Lands is also a deck that might actually lose to random Dress Downs and Stifles, but not as hard as Doomsday. It crushes your soul with Doomsday. With Lands, it's like, okay, that has answered a thing.
That's annoying, but you can come back from it.
Yeah. So, yeah, I understand that the battle with Doomsday is equal parts your battle against the opponent and your battle against the mental trauma of some of the losses. I believe the last time I played Doomsday before swearing off it for a long time, I lost to Mono White Cats. So, these things happen to every single person who Doomsdays.
Well, I love saying that when Doomsday's cast, someone's going to die. It's just 50-50 who's going to die.
I think we literally had a 50-50 earlier on camera where the Doomsday players stack had to get shuffled, and then they had to 50-50 whether the top card was the last card or the Oracle.
Oh, that's not great.
50-50. Someone dies.
Yes. Chris is mulliganing.
Yep,
Michael...
so that's 6 every single game. Michael on the draw. Joining, it looks like? Okay.
So I think in open deck lists, when this matchup is well known, especially post-board, there's just going to be a lot more mulligans fundamentally.
Force of Vigor is one of the cards that can keep the mulligans back, but I don't even know how much. So that's 6/6. So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 6th mulligan of the match, average of 1 per player per game.
Yes.
I think Chris has had it evenly distributed.
Yeah.
And then Michael has been like 0, 2, 1 now.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of mulligans.
I think just fundamentally the London mulligan makes this more likely to happen as well.
Yeah, I mean, both players do have Ancient Tomb. That card's a draw too.
One person has 1 Ancient Tomb, the other person has 4.
Yeah. Very powerful.
Yes.
Yeah, but both players have a lot of cards that effectively put them up and down cards, so opening hand counts are a little wishy-washy. So Michael looking at... I like that hand. I like the look of it.
There's a Chain of Vapor in Chris's hand, so that did come in to try to buy time versus Outage. But it looks like Chris is going to 5.
Yeah. Not just buy a time versus Lage. There are spots where you can target your own stuff, too.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not PO, but it tries to be.
I remember playing a bunch of Vintage Storm way back when and using Chain of Vapor as, Builder Storm count up by, +6.
Vintage, you had in Legacy Storm.
When the deck used to play that card off and on over the years, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this was the entire Ad Nauseam Tendrils era, which...
Sure.
That was formally ended by the banning of Gataxian Probe, give or take. Does that sound about right?
Well, it depends on who you ask.
Yeah. Okie dokie. So we've got Mold of 5. Could be an upset. Could be Lands advancing on to face against the winner of...
It looks like we are not thrilled. I don't think there was a single land in that hand.
That's tough.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Okay. For Chris's sake, here's ideal hand. Ancient Tomb, Manifold Key, Grim Monolith, the One Ring.
That'd be a really good hand. That'd be a really, really good hand.
Very possible to just have that on 4. Just hope we won't name the card that we hope your opponent doesn't have on 1. On 0. On turn 0, right? We won't name it.
I mean, I don't even know if Force of Vigor would be that good versus that hand.
You Force of Vigor, the Key, and the Monolith with the untap on the stack.
Oh, yeah, true. That's true.
I would never
you
let
have
them...
to have it turn 0. You said turn 1, and I was thinking turn 1. Turn 0, though.
Yeah, turn 0. I would never let them untap the Key there.
No. Absolutely not.
Your opponent's mold to 4, and their
you get to take
empty.
2 of their cards and put them into the bin.
Okay.
Ooh.
Is this close to that?
This is actually better than that.
Oh, is it Lotus Petal? Okay, so this is the exact hand I mentioned, right? Almost exactly.
This is better.
Yes. This is closer than nuts for Chris, right?
This is the best possible 4-card hand. I think Michael might have it covered, though. If you took a peek at Michael's hand, I think...
There's a flute, but does it arrive on 1? If it arrives on 1, that's a huge tip. Oh.
There's the Ancient Tomb.
Oh, that's not fair.
Oh.
Come on. Chris is like, come on. He
1
worked
damage
so
a
hard.
turn. Take that. Oh.
Okay.
Whoa.
We got a game.
We got a game. Okay.
We got a game.
Michael got a Wasteland for that. Michael got a Force of Vigor with the trigger on the stack so that we don't get the mana ability. Okay. But Michael doesn't have anything right now. Michael has a Wasteland. Chris doesn't have anything right now.
Chris has deal 1 damage to myself per up. We have Juzem Jin that can't attack.
I was going to refer to it as Curse of the Pierced Heart, but sure.
Well, that would be a permanent on Michael's side.
That's no, it's, sure, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Saga. This is bad for Chris.
Yes, I think Chris is basically going to die
To
very
Constructs
quickly now.
Very quickly. Yep, Constructs up to 2. That looks like a once upon a time drawn for Michael, but the times have been onced upon. There is no green mana.
Yeah, I don't think that's the route this match is going.
We got a first Construct. We've got an Urza Saga at 3.
It's probably a second construct.
I would believe it.
Do we have an extra mana source to go get boots and equip? Because that would be...
Doesn't look like there's a boots mana source. It looks... Actually, this looks like a...
Is it just mono green?
What, the hand?
Yeah.
The hand looks like it's mono green with no land to discard to a Mox Diamond.
I mean, that's how Mox Diamond is, you know?
That is how Mox Diamond is. It does, in fact, require you to discard a land. So we are making a second construct. We are going to tutor. What are we going to tutor for?
I think
you get Pithy Needle. I think you would just want to put the second piece of disruption for the ring into play. You know your opponent has to use a single card to answer each of them.
Yes. Well, so the other card you can get is Expedition Map. That's kind of slow.
Very slow, very slow. And just like working through the math here, Chris is at 14. Constructs are 4/4s here. Okay, we're getting map. We're getting map. Okay, not too bad.
So I think the reason to get map is if you map for Yavimaya next turn, that gives you a lot of leverage to like channel Boseijus, maybe unlock your green cards in case if something does go wrong. I don't think that much can go wrong because deck lists are known.
Right. I think the thing that can go wrong is literally Chain of Vapor. So that's what I'm trying to
Chain of
cover
Vapor
for.
into spiraling like a bunch of keys untap.
I guess Chris
Monolith.
may just have so few cards in hand that it doesn't matter. That's the problem. Oh, I guess Chris is just dead in 1. I forgot about the ring damage.
Yes.
So, yep, there we go.
That was a real upset, but
Ooh.
I mean, it was really Chris just mulliganing to
Yeah,
Oblivion.
this is the both of these decks. Either one of them could implode it in a game, and it just happened that when Michael mulled the 5, his 5 came to better than when Chris's 4 came together really good, but Michael's 5 was a little more resilient to interaction than Chris's 4.
Michael's 5 actually beat Chris's 6, right?
Yeah, yep, that is what happened.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, wow, Land's advancing to play the winner of Nadu and Jeskai Tempo.
Mm-hmm.
So wow, we haven't received an update on that match, I believe. So probably still ongoing. Probably involves, I don't know, a little bit of Nadu activations. I do see it looks like there's some other bracket updates that we'll be getting to relatively shortly. So I'm gonna pop that up on the screen real quick. Looks like what we predicted.
ASD. Okay.
Yeah, we've got
ASD.
we've got a little Death and Taxes action moving on to
Okay.
face against Nathan Stoyer.
Yes.
So Death and Taxes, Yorian Death and Taxes will be on the
Yeah.
play against Dimir Reanimator on one side of the bracket.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like I said, we are waiting on the results of Jeskai versus Nadu to fill everything out.
Yeah, so an interesting point about the Death and Taxes deck, I've spoken to Steve before about this. I think he likes his Reanimator matchup in general.
I feel like you have to like your Reanimator matchup to show up with it.
Yes. And I think he specifically pointed out the fact that it's actually hard for the Reanimator deck to go over the top of Orzhov D&T because it no longer lacks a hammer like Gristlebrand in the matchup.
Yeah, if you want to throw back to like a year ago, I know
Yeah.
that was it Dave Long won the event. This was back in the Troll
Yes.
Grief era, before Frog even. But there were Gristlebrand's in the deck at that point for this exact purpose. Just
Yes.
to like go over the top of decks that are trying to grind you
I
down.
will also point out there was a MTGO showcase playoff where my friend Stefan Schutz won the finals versus XJ Cloud because I told him to play Gristlebrand. I'm like, I think it's hard for you to beat Beanstalk and Death and Taxes without Gristlebrand in your deck. Guess
Yes.
what happened? Gristlebrand on turn 2.
Yeah, yep, yeah. And again,
know.
these players are all competing for
Yeah.
the DMV Legacy League Championship ring,
Yes.
which I will not open because I've already dumped it on the table once this weekend.
It went thunk.
It's got some heft. It's not just the case. The ring
Yeah.
itself has real heft.
Here, we'll nope, that's too much risk.
Yes.
We're not doing it again. Also, I believe raffle winners have been picked. I actually see some of our co-coms coming back with, it looks like that Urza Saga poster.
I believe Brian Koval won the Ursa Saga poster, and he's going to take it home with him and put it in his office. It's pretty nice.
Nice. Yeah. Featuring such artwork as Argothian Worm, Urza's Armor, Somnophore, Phyrexian Colossus,
Wow.
Herald of Sarah, Karn
Nice.
Silver Golem, Child of Gaia, and then the Chimeric Staff.
Nice.
Did I rattle those off right? Am I good? Do I
Yeah.
know my Urza Saga a little well?
Yes, and there's a Fallout poster as
Yep.
well.
Yeah,
I
there
don't
was
know if
there was a selection of posters among the.
that's super cool.
Yeah. So a really cool selection of stuff. It probably sounds like I didn't win the Wii Fit, but that's okay. It's okay. I don't know
Oh
where we're going.
no! Wait, is that the Wii Fit?
No.
Okay.
It's much
Well,
smaller.
We'll
Okay.
find out who won the Wii Fit. Maybe they'll be generous
me.
and donate to you.
I do I do want to talk about something notable. You know, we don't have the Nadu matchup. We don't have the results.
Yeah.
But I do want. Oh, we do have the Nadu matchup, and we don't have results because they are only going to Game 3.
And we're moving them over because they were off camera. I think they are being moved to the future match area.
And I would like to discuss one thing. There's a curse totem in the sideboard here.
That is a real throwback card.
Yes.
I believe
It
the
comes ar-
Hatfields have played long enough that they knew about that card.
That card orbits, like, it's so
Yes.
often that it comes back, and Nadu is the latest reason it has. So that's in the Jeskai side of things. So before we get on camera, let's just start going down the matchup. So the Jeskai side, pretty straightforward main deck. If you're sideboarding, you're kind of trimming stuff across the board. Don't want Force Negation. I think you do want Pyroblast in this matchup. You want to answer Nadu before it hits the battlefield.
So the one issue with that is Cavern of Souls, but I think you probably still want
But then
it
you
in
can
your
issue,
deck.
it kills
Yeah.
the Nadu once it's on the
Yeah.
battlefield. Either way, you want Pyroblast. I think you want Surgical here, just because I
Yeah.
think that. So the way that this matchup plays out, right? So they are Nadu Breakfast.
Yes.
I don't even want Surgical to disrupt the breakfast part.
Yeah.
What I think is going to happen is there are going to be layers of things you have to fight through, and actually removing one of their threats from their deck is a very relevant thing.
I agree.
Yeah.
Like, the meme is Surgical is overboarded, but I think this is one of the matchups where the threat density or the things that matter are actually very concentrated.
Yeah. Actually, I want to point out one thing. Is Curse Totem actually that good here?
No,
Because the Shuko, this is the
Yeah.
the variant with Shuko. This is the breakfast version.
Correct.
So all Totem is doing is shutting off Nomads. If you're going to do that, you may as well disrupt a flute.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be going down to them, just skimming through the rest of the sideboard. Fire Magic, Hydroblast, maybe Meltdown for the Saga, but like Null Rod's the flip side of the Cursed Totem situation. So we're going to be seeing, maybe the Surgicals, maybe the Meltdowns, but just like a spread of interaction here. And then on the Nadu side, probably the Swords to Plowshares out of the board, not Fairy Macabre's Consigns or Forces. Second Cavern for sure. I think you can have an interesting discussion about whether you want Ghost back or not, but it's probably
Yeah.
too slow.
My instinct is not to have it, but
Okay.
I'm not completely sure.
Yeah, and then I don't really want to speak too much about what comes out because I'm not I feel like there's a very expert level of finesse in terms of like, can you trim the second Archamoeba in this matchup? Can you trim the Memories Journey in this matchup? Very, very hard to say at any point in time, like which one of those is expendable, and I'm just going to wait to see what shows up in the games there. I guess the other piece of debate is, do you want Prismatic Ending in this matchup? Because it doesn't really stop Murktide that well. But it is quite good against DRC. And then Tamio kind of 50-50, and same with Corey Steelcutter.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. Both sides have access to similar tools in a lot of ways, like removal counts, disruptive elements. And the question is, how much of that stuff do you have in your deck versus the other opponent?
Yeah. Do you want max dazes and force wills from the breakfast side? Or do you trim on one of those?
Well, there's only 2 dazes, so maybe max. Like max being
Well, I'm saying
6.
there's 6
Okay,
copies
sure.
accessible. How many of those do you want? And
Yeah.
also, it's play draw dependent. We
I was
don't know
about
the
to say,
order
yeah.
that these players won the games,
Sure.
and we'll find out when they just start playing.
Right.
So that could be another point to cut. Okay, so hands going up. Ooh, okay, that's a sideboard card I had not considered. That is a
Yeah.
classic. That is a counterbalance on Jesse's side. And it looks like Jesse was the last person to lose the game. So leading off game 3 on the play with a turn 1 Tamiya.
I'm actually not surprised Jesse brought it in because I know the Hatfields and Bob played Counterbalance and top in the sideboard of their Delver deck at GP New Jersey.
Years and years ago.
Yes. So I'm actually not surprised to see it.
Oh,
come
was
in.
this the Treasure Cruise GP?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like Alex, I would guess, probably just going to swords this Tamio and let the game proceed.
Yes. It's either Swords, Ponder, or Tamio of his own.
Could be Nomads. A lot of one drops. But
I don't
it
think
looks
I
like a
bet
swords.
much.
We're just not going to let this happen if we can.
Yeah.
Yep. Game proceeds. Back to neutral. Which is definitely a position that favors Alex. The neutral position in this matchup very much favors Alex. At least until we're through the initial wave.
Yep.
So Ponder for Jesse. Setting up some cards. Maybe setting up a future delayed counterbalance of like, if we keep these 3 cards, we draw one this turn, we draw one the second turn. We know the third card, and then we can cast counterbalance with a mana cost protecting.
I think I also saw a Wasteland, and there's already a Wasteland and Jesse's hand. I think attacking the mana base of Nadu Breakfast is a very real thing because they also play colorless lands in the deck
and like
as well.
we talked about Cavern. Like Cavern is a colorless land for a lot of cards in the deck. Okay. So we have, that's a scary land to deploy as your second land here. So that's naming Wizard. We have landed a Tamio. Uncounterable Tamio.
You don't try to forcible that one.
You can try, no one's going to stop you. Okay, we have landed a counterbalance. Okay, so this is a cute little battle going on here. And what?
I think a Ponder was left on top.
Yep.
So, do you run Shuko out?
That's a weird question. I don't know.
So this is like kind of an for those of you who haven't played it like against a naked counterbalance with Ponder, it's kind of an interesting mind game on exactly this turn.
Yeah.
Like, what was stacked?
And future turns because of Brainstorm. So it's all just going to get weird. It looks like I think Alex is going to, on the basis of potentially having a backup way to get this going, is the top card a 1-drop for Jesse?
I thought I saw a Ponder.
The way he's looking at it.
No, I guess it wasn't. Huh.
Oh boy! Ooh,
Beat
Tamio
downs.
getting feisty. That is a 1 damage ping with that Tamio. I don't think it's gonna matter.
Yes. But I don't.
You gotta put him to the test.
Well, also you just got to get your clue.
Yeah, but the 1 damage. You could just not equip. The Saga tokens will probably you could have that wrap up that way. But looks like we have an archive joining for Alex. Hence the sequencing on these lands. Little. I don't know if it's more or less scary. Oh, Null Rod. That Shuko is not going to go anywhere but that Tamio. Okay. 19 more turns, Jesse. 19 more turns.
And also the clues can't be cracked, which actually I think is a real big deal.
Oh, good point. So that's an interesting decision on what to wasteland. So Jesse had the option to wasteland the land that makes blue or the Cavern. That's a really tight decision, and I don't know what's correct. And we'll see. It's going to play out, and we're going to find out what's correct. But those clues are just going to sit there until the construct picks up the power from them. This looks like a Ponder.
Blind flip.
Oh! 1. We're at parity on the counterbalance.
We're counting the number of blind flips, right?
Yeah, that's also a really, really, really good flip, right? Because that answers the Tamio. And now that Alex has missed a land, you kind of have Alex on 3 dead permanents. And, I mean, you haven't done anything.
I think I would leave any 1-drop on top,
anything.
right? Almost any 1-drop on top.
Good question. Would you?
Is that another Cavern of Souls?
It is. It is.
So you probably Cavern Wizard.
No.
Oh, no, you could Cavern Encore and play the Encore, right?
Cleric, right?
It's also a core.
Yes. Oh, Cavern Encore, not Cavern Encore.
Is it tempo?
Jarvis, we got to remain on speaking terms for at least another couple rounds. So there's a Nomads. Counterbalance.
And that was known from the Seville land.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was concerned about this exact sequencing.
Well, that's why I was like, I mean, jokes aside, the Cavern forcing through the Nomads on cores does seem like a reasonable plan, right?
Yeah. So this is actually, so if you actually look at Alex's hand, it's a really interesting spot about what card you want to push through into this Pyroblast, because he has Illusionist, he has a Tamio, and he'll eventually have a Nadu.
That's
so,
a pair of Pyroblasts, right?
Yes, it is. So Tamio,
So
getting a clue.
I think Tamio itself actually isn't a threat, because how on earth are you going to flip it? You
Brainstorm?
can't use the clues.
Brainstorm. That's the scary part.
Right. But Jesse...
And then you can't ever Pyroblast it. So yeah, I guess Tamio is the right one to lead on, correct?
Right.
So it looks like Alex is trying to figure out, am I supposed to just run this Nadu out here and then force a trade of Pyroblast for Nadu and me drawing a card? Which I have to assume yes.
Right. I think you have to. The issue is, how else can you trade with a Nadu because of the Cavern of Souls, right?
Yeah, you can't.
Do you flip to see what your top card is to get more information, or no?
What information?
Just see your top card.
What's gonna change your plan? You want to use the Pyroblast for red
Sure.
here because you want to leave up a Pyroblast. So
Yep.
like, no need to blind and flip and show
Sure.
your opponent your card. You're gonna see the card in
Oh,
the draw
fair
step,
enough.
right? Like,
Yeah.
the question is, like, I feel like this play is so forced. Oh, that's really good for Alex. Really good for
Exile
Alex.
without Nadu. No, never mind. It's Pyroblast.
What? Exile.
I was confused by the plow
Jarvis,
being
we have
flipped.
to we have another whole round after this before they kick you out of the booth. You have to keep your head on straights.
No, my head's falling apart.
All falling apart. So
Sure.
fetch land from Jesse. No more surveil lands to find in deck, but surveil land for Alex. Flipping
Flesh
fetch land into graveyard.
Yep.
Just a little Tamio beat. Just adding up those. These Urza Sagas are going to be huge. Do you just natural the Cephalid? You got it, right?
Well, it's by natural you mean play it off Cavern.
Yeah, I mean, just play it as intended
Sure.
with the like damage prevention and everything.
So here you flip because then you can use the fetch to
Yes,
shuffle
yes, it's
something
a surveil.
away. Yep.
Well, scry at this point, effectively. So I think
Yeah.
you're supposed to shuffle that force away.
I don't think it does very much, right? Like
No, because like you don't have cardboard. Like the best thing you would do is you get to 5 mana and you just tap to cast it.
I think the issue with trying to like draw that here is, what if your opponent just draws Urza Saga, it ticks up, and you're suddenly dying to like enormous constructs, right?
Yeah, I mean that is the direct way to victory for Alex.
Yeah.
Especially because 2 Wastelands are already out of the deck for Jesse.
Right.
Just tracking some other objects in this game that matter. Merc tied off the top for Jesse is threatening just the right power, 6/6.
Yep.
Though-
But the plow is known in hand, right?
Correct. But on the way back, the force is unknown.
Sure.
Though, let's
We finally have a clock. Maybe.
a DRC. I do want to point out, do you know the game text of Cephalid Illusionist?
Yes.
Okay. Also, we don't have Delirium, so there's no clock. But Cephalid
Right.
Illusionist matches up pretty good into this.
It can fog.
It can fog this a single threat. It's the worst maze of it you can imagine.
So you know who else knows the text of Self Illusionist?
Jesse?
Have Javier Dominguez.
Yeah, one of the best players in the world right now, but also a long-time breakfast aficionado.
I think the Spaniard showed up with that deck at Pro Tour, whatever.
For whatever, back in the dark ages.
It might have been Valencia way back when. I don't
That
know.
sounds about right.
Yeah.
Interesting attack with the Tamio. I would have been tempted to just chill with it because
Yeah.
it's the best thing for you to target. Like, you can just block with the Tamio and then damage prevent. So
Jesse has his own Tamio, but it also does not very much. Actually, I think Jesse's Tamio is much worse than Alex's Tamio is. Because the clues don't do anything for Jesse, right?
yeah, they're both at about the same parity in terms of like
Well, I
card
meant
draw left in deck.
I meant the
So we're firing a swords. Okay. Oh.
Brazen Bar. Does that do anything?
I don't think so. Does kill it represents killing a construct token, and it represents now that this Tamio is no longer wearing a Shuko, a way to that's a big one.
Is that a
And-
Disruptor Flute?
No, it's a brainstorm,
it's a
and you want
brainstorm.
to fire that now because you know the top card of the library. Right now.
Correct.
So you want Jesse to be forced to do something about it.
Jesse could also just let it go, I think, maybe, right?
I mean, Jesse could Pyroblast the Tamio. So, like, from Alex's point of view, you know Jesse has 3 cards.
Right.
The second Pyroblast is not known.
Well, I meant you could maybe just let the Brainstorm resolve, Pyroblast the Tamio later.
Can I offer one other point of this?
Mm-hmm.
Stiflenought Illusionist is a reshuffle. You can mill yourself
Sure,
for 3 when
yeah,
you
yeah.
target it with its own ability.
Right.
Get a little spicy with it. 2, second Cephalid.
Uncounterable.
Squid beatdowns. The squids are coming for you, Jarvis.
I don't believe this.
I don't believe they are coming for anybody.
Yeah. I think the risky part of this is, what if Alex draws an answer to Null Rod? Then you sort of explode in a ball of fire, right?
Potentially. Do we have enough clues that don't do anything yet, though? What? I guess no, we don't, because we actually want to make our the number that it stops mattering is rather large.
I think the answer is like at 8 or 9 it stops mattering, or 7
Yeah.
rather. Yeah. Is that a
looks like
memories journey?
That looks like a memories journey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a great place for that card. Okay, so Jesse draws a 5th lane. That's actually a relevant number. We can tap 5 lanes and put Force of Will on the stack.
Traumatic visions.
Yes, Traumatic Visions. We will let the people who did not draft in the 2000s look up what that card does.
Late
Okay.
2000s.
Late 2000s. Yeah, it was 2009. That's
Yep.
a year. Okay, so Ponder for Alex. Are we putting that on the stack?
Yeah, the scary part of it is the counterbalance, just like picking your spells off randomly. But what are you going to do, not cast your spells?
Yeah. You would. Okay. Days on top.
Days.
Ponder. So we got a 2 on top, and it doesn't look like a way to reset. So shove. Ooh. Okay.
Is that a Nomads on core?
That's a Nomads on core,
Okay.
and another Brainstorm, and then a Shuko that's not going to do anything. So Alex almost certainly wants these. Has a way to clear the dead Shuko off the top too, like we discussed. Yeah, this is a really good stack of cards.
Yep. Do you draw the Brainstorm as well?
I mean, you draw the Nomads to start,
Sure.
and then you put the Nomads on the stack, and then you can think about what happens.
Sure.
So it doesn't get any better than the Nomads right now, right?
Right.
You know your opponent's got a 2 on top. You know you're in the clear. Okay, I like firing the Brainstorm first as bait.
I mean, is it really bait? Because
Yeah.
we... Oh, right, yeah.
Because suddenly that forces the issue on the Tamio. Right, I guess the Brazen Borrower, though, that versus the Tamio is a pretty good lineup, right? Like, you can cast the Borrower and just attack for 2. So it looks like Brainstorm's going to resolve. Draw Brainstorm, Shuko that we knew about, and Archimedes.
I really like the patience from Jesse here.
Oh, do you like what's going to happen here?
Yes, you can use Self-Lit Illusionist to target self-mill 3 inside combat and get the Narcomoebo to block Brazen Bar.
Yes. Tamio going to be at 4 after this transform.
Oh, that's a very dark Tamio.
They're the DFC sleeves that are, or the inner sleeves that have dark backs.
I see.
But they're nice for concealing like the back of the card, adding an extra layer if you have like lighter sleeves with the DFCs and just all the nuances of paper play. Oh, we're just gunning it. Okay. Well.
I think this is a hard cast Force of Will.
Yeah.
Oh, are we Pyroblasting to try to hit a blind 1?
Yeah. Okay, I like that.
So this also gets you 1 closer to a real card as well.
Don't mind that at all. So now you have a question on Alex's side. Yeah, this is all fine. So Tamio Pyroblasted. Counterbalance trigger. Flip is 0.
No, that's not great. So
and it
now
looks like
you're
now we just force pitching days though. So correct. There's no
there's
no other
nothing
lineup.
else you can do, and then you have to mill the land on top, of course.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Counterbalance traded for a card and has provided a lot of scry value.
Yep.
So yeah, a really powerful card so far. Also, just like the impending threat of any time it gets the second card, it's brutal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Jesse's slightly debating which card is, like, if there's a reason to force later this turn, try and cut off a Dread Return. If you want to
Well,
pitch not the days and maybe have like days up for the rest of this turn, but I think it's kind of scripted to just pitch your days. And
I think the
force.
problem with that is there's multiple problems with that. Theoretically, your opponent could just have the Oracle in hand, and you die to the Cavern on Oracle. That's one problem. Second, if the entire library gets milled and you don't have a card to counter Memory's Journey on top of your deck, it also doesn't work out great for you.
Yep.
Because then you just put the Oracle back in your deck, draw it, and cast it off the Cavern on Wizard.
So I do want to bring up one thing, is that Alex is actually in a spot where he can, in response to the... Oh, I guess you could have responded to the DRC surveil and just fired off a Brainstorm into your own force.
Sure.
But I think this is gonna all happen.
Mm-hmm.
I think next upkeep we might see an Illusionist activation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so back to Jesse.
So the Brazen Bar is the
Draw.
last card, right?
Yep. Draw another land. It looks like I'm still just counting. We don't have Delirium.
No.
I don't see a creature. I just see all the easy types.
And
Sorcery,
no
instant
artifacts
land.
either, right?
Yep, correct. All the types we want are just on that battlefield lined up or in our hand.
Yes.
So DRC,
Wait, so if you attack, it gets fogged by the Illusionist, right?
no, we're short mana. The question is whether you want to, like, does Alex want to trade? I don't think Alex can afford to trade.
Sure.
Alex wants all these Illusionists.
Right.
And here's where, okay, so
Would you upkeep activated to mill away the Narcomoeba?
I think I might have. Whoa, okay, business time. Business time has been entered.
So I guess our plan is to cast Narcomoeba?
Yeah, I guess it is. Not a wizard. Not a wizard. I just want to put that out there.
That's a Tameo, Inquisitive Student.
On top of Jesse's library?
Yep.
Okay. Not a card that does anything.
I wonder if you still keep it and hope you draw a Brainstorm to try to flip it.
Yeah. I think there was another thing to discuss there, which is that we could have then used, at that exact point, use the Borrower to mill that and then get Delirium.
Yeah, but maybe he thinks that that's not good enough in this game.
It might not be. I just wanted to put it out
Sure.
there as an option. Like there's
Right.
there's a lot of you got. Okay, so Shuko is going on the stack.
I don't think it... I mean...
Just don't even reveal, right?
I think you want to reveal to Scry, maybe. Maybe not. I guess the answer was not.
Okay. I feel like that Shuko was almost better in our hand as material.
Sure.
So we are moving back to Jesse's turn. Okay, that's the card that matters.
Is that a Murktide Regent?
That's Big Mercs. Yep. And Alex is going to be on a 3-turn clock that way.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 7 Murktide, right?
Looks like 8 to me. Right? Like there's...
Yep.
Yeah, I just sort of assume that we've gone through enough instants and sorceries. Doesn't mean the DRC is going to be hanging out on the ground doing some surveillance for us, but heard of worse.
So you probably leave a sorcery.
I would want to
here?
leave a sorcery, yeah. Probably the ending.
Or maybe we're just not maxing it out.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah,
this
is
first
actually
off,
better, yeah.
it's types, but potentially we can reboost with a second Murktide next turn to kill him too, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we have Brainstorm on Alex's side.
Any one drops on top?
Actually, this is kind of awkward because Alex has this brick walled.
Oh, a blind flip! That's number 2, right?
Yeah, that's really good. Alex is stable here. That Murktide's going to get sort of Mazavith by these Illusionists, right?
Oh, yes. So eventually we'll have to get through... Huh, interesting.
I think Jesse wants to, like, if there's a card that Jesse wants to surgical, it's Nadu.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can do it on Alex's turn and have some debate about, like, you do it in Alex's draw step, right?
Yeah, probably, because, I mean, tagging off the Nadus, like, if you get one for free, that's actually a big W. You will never be able to counterspell it because of the Cavern of Souls as well.
Yeah. Okay. It's kind of funny that the surgical is probably going to get used on the non-graveyard half of the combo.
It is. That is funny, but you know, it is what it is sometimes.
Yep. Okay, so, oh, we're just going to main phase it and minimize risk, I guess.
Maybe.
Okay. Down to 12. Surveil off DRC.
Oh, maybe we're looking for delirium as well
Oh, okay.
to push damage. That's the reason to do this, right?
Oh, counterplay. Have you considered Memories journeying the card back into deck? I think Alex looking at what else he would like to do. I think you want to put the Swords to Plowshares back in with the Nadu. Does that sound correct to you?
What about Nomads on Core?
Yeah, also good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is in response to the DRC trigger.
Yes.
So that that Jesse has minimal. Okay, Wasteland not going to counter anything.
Yes.
Wasteland probably going to just. Actually, where's that Wasteland ending up? Do you want that on top or do you want that in graveyard? Because it kills the cavern, and then suddenly all the wizards are exposed.
Right.
I think we'll see. But also, it's so well. I guess okay, it's gone.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I'm really adverse to like leaving that on top and then pigeonholing ourselves in terms of where the counterbalance can lead us.
Right.
And this attack with Murktide, now that Alex has
Tapped the
yeah,
mana sources for the Illusionist Fog
correct.
ability.
We're gonna tank a hit for 7. Okay. Mana's been constrained. Draw a card. Didn't quite catch what that was. That's not a good one.
That's
Didn't wanna
Dread
cast
Return. That's actually the reverse one outer, right?
The reverse one outer. I mean, yes, in the sense that like the.
It has no
It's not
game
like
tech.
it shut him off of what he
Yeah.
was going to do. I guess we have brainstorms. So it doesn't really matter. Like,
Well, you might have Brainstorm. You might not have Brainstorm. Oh, it's a Daze. That doesn't counter Brainstorm.
So brainstorm's going to draw 3. Oh, that's a good set of cards. Alex suddenly back in the driver's seat with that one.
Yes, because the Wasteland was milled.
That's the third Wasteland gone, right?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so we've got Urza Saga. We've got this Swords of Flesh. That has to go on the stack right now, right?
Well, you know your Brainstorm was good, so your Pal's likely good as well, right?
Well, your opponent has Scalding Tarn,
Yes.
so it's not assured good.
But you force them to crack their fetch then as well, right?
Yeah, and I think it's a question of whether you want to crack now, you want to crack upkeep, you want like the other option is that Jesse's also sitting on. Okay, this is where you respond. This is
right.
where you swords.
Because it's known that a bad card's on top.
Actually, you know what?
What?
Let's rewind this a bit. We started this off by talking about how the illusionists have the Murktide on lock. Is really the thing you want to be doing, swordsing a Tameo in response to a brainstorm later? Is that actually what you're afraid of?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Very weird game state.
This game has gotten very grindy.
Yeah. Drew a card. We will see what happens with it. Still no Delirium. Only one Wasteland in deck to handle this Urza Saga. I don't think there's any other cards in deck that directly handle. I guess there's a Meltdown in the 75.
Right.
So we have Murktide getting blocked by Narcomoeba. We have Illusionist doing its thing.
Right.
This is not Illusionist doing its thing. It's doing the thing that it was printed to do, not the other nonsense that it is unintended to do. And that looks like a Tarn. That
Wait,
doesn't.
do we need to tap blue mana to activate that?
There's a blue mana somewhere in there. Yeah. I mean, we might not have tapped it there, but
Okay,
we're
sure.
fine. We're moving along.
All right. So another Scalding Tarn was drawn, right? And
Yep.
Played out.
Yep. And so now Alex is sitting on 6 mana, enough to stop that. Actually, you know what? This is going to get spicy because the other piece of this is that Brazen Borrower cast and then Murktide in the air is lethal.
Mm-hmm.
So we could be in blind flip territory. Jesse opting to not go for it.
It's soft to Swords of Plowshares is the issue, right?
Soft to Swords, soft to Hardcast Force. So this Wasteland, and I think Jesse may actually just want to allocate the Brazen Borrower to this construct, right?
Right.
'Cause he drew the 4th Waste.
and now the Petty Theft is going to kill the Construct. Surveil to a zone.
I think that Daze is bad.
I think so too.
Yeah.
And I guess, does Alex know the top card of his deck is Dread Return?
Maybe.
Okay.
If you know it's Dread Return, you should not draw it, right?
If you know it's Dread Return, you should not draw it. Good question. So, yeah, we're repeating our Maze of Ith run backs.
Sure.
Yep. Expensive
maybe,
Maze of Ith.
Maybe our mana's too tied up that we have to redraw it.
I think that may be the case. Our mana and our illusionist activations are very tied up here.
Yeah.
I think Alex is going through this debate in his head on upkeep right now, because like this is well, I have the swords to spend. Do I need, like, if I do this, I probably have to spend it on the Murktide because there's just too much risk of getting, the last damage done to face by the DRC. Alex is sitting on this counterbalance that could disrupt anything I do. I think you got to put the Dread Return on the graveyard, though. I think you really have to do it.
What you could do is just plow first and see if it's good.
Oh, that's a good point. So we're going to mill Dread Return, Flooded Strand. Ooh, wanted that Nadu. It's okay.
Another plow.
Oh, that's really good.
Well,
oh, no,
maybe.
It's not that good because we tapped in a way that we can't cast both. That's tough. It's real tough. So I think we're sweating it. I think and this is also awkward because we're giving, Jesse either gets the counterbalance, effectively gets to,
Number three.
Counterbalance, running away with games here. Ponder also one of Jesse's best possibles.
I know.
Right?
He's been searching for action for so long. This is Surveil for DRC. We might get Delirium.
Not Delirium. Delirium would be a nightmare here for Alex.
How about the Force of Will? Is that a nightmare as well?
I think that's pretty bad for him, yeah. I would say that's not good.
Was there another Ponder as well, so you could also just redraw?
Flip Tamiyo.
Yeah.
That would be really, really bad, yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm kind of tracking here is what is Jesse's fetchable count? Because we've used... I mean, there are...
There's
okay,
three
they're
of
basic.
each,
They're still
there's
basic.
a base
That's,
guy one. The question is if you sided it out or not.
Yeah. So we are here, and I believe was that an announcement I heard of $7,000.
$7,000.
That's a lot.
Yes.
That's a lot. That's a good number.
Weekend.
Great weekend, in fact. Yeah, clean 7, not even counting side event profits or anything like that.
Sure.
Just is pretty great weekend. I'd have to say. So Tamiyo uptick, and Jesse just sitting on 5 mana Force of Will counterbalance, and a Murktide in for 7.
This has been a very messy game, but it looks like Jesse's going to eventually close it out. I mean, the blind counterbalance flips obviously helped a lot.
Yeah, but you're going to add up to some number of those eventually.
Sure. Are you? Theoretically, you could just add up to none.
Statistically, you're going to add up to
don't
expected.
Don't. No. I guess I had this coming.
Expected is correct, and you know it.
I know.
So Alex kind of sitting on his last legs here. Nothing to pressure the Tamiyo. So we actually have to kill our opponent before that happens. So we got to flip.
Is the top card known to be a 1?
Top card's not. Top card could be known. So it's known to not be a 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Brazen Bar are also hanging out on an adventure.
Well, with your opponent at 3, that's a big deal.
Very big deal.
So I think if you blind flip, you actually win the game this turn, right? A blind
Sure
flip
looks
1.
like it to me.
It's a 1. And that also implies Delirium for the thing if we want to... No, there's no way to get in our graveyard, right?
Well, I mean, we could have hard cast Force on the... Yeah.
Oh, no, but this is fine. This is the same thing, right?
Yeah. This is... And then also the Tamiyo can minus. Everything has fallen apart. I believe this should be Jesse as our number 1 seed. Yeah, double checking all the math, but stamping his way into it. I believe
not a rematch against Michael, but a rematch against Lands in the semifinals.
Sure.
So again, I believe our matchups are going to be, assuming let's just make sure Jesse has done the math. There's that handshake. Yeah, Jesse advances to the semifinals here. So it'll be Jesse versus Michael and Nathan versus Steven. So Lands on the draw against Jeskai, and then Reanimator on the draw against Death and Taxes. Yeah, so here it is. That's the bracket. Just as we said, congratulations to all of our top 8 players. Did not make it to the top 4. Really good runs today, but there's only one person who will be crowned the winner. It'll be one of these 4 players, and then I believe we are going to be switching out.
Yes.
Yeah, and Brian and Jameson switching back in. So see you all for the finals, everybody.
Yep, see ya.
All right, welcome back to the top 4 of the DMV Legacy League Invitational. Jameson and Brian here joining you for our last time today and this weekend, really. We recently, while the last round was kind of playing out, we had the drawings for the charity raffles go off, and Brian, I understand you won a couple items.
I won an item.
Oh, one item,
But
okay.
it was the one I wanted the most. It was the Urza's Saga release poster.
Nice. Yeah, if you've got it.
Oh, yeah. It is just off screen. Production is grabbing it for me.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
Yeah. Here it comes. Ooh, bring it.
Come to
There
Papa.
we go.
Yeah, check that thing out.
It's really big, and that makes me very happy. This will adorn the walls of my office forever. Look for it in the backdrop of future Boston Roll Channel videos.
Yeah, that's an excellent, excellent poster. Very cool piece of Magic history for you to own there. So
Yeah, I
congratulations
love
on that.
old paper stuff. Just the books, posters, anything like that. I have a stack of the rule books that used to come in tournament
Oh, yeah.
packs and those like magazines, comic books. I have all that.
Yeah,
That
it's
squirrely stuff from the 90s.
Yeah, that's when I started playing too. So I used to have a lot of that stuff. I'm not sure how much of it I still have. I know I still have a copy of that Microprose game, Duels of the Planeswalkers,
Nice.
on CD-ROM for like Windows 95. So
Beautiful.
that's still hanging around.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's in a storage locker right now, but that game's a lot of fun. So we're going to head in here. Our primary matchup for the top 4, first one we're going to drop in on is going to be Nathan Stoyer and Steven Borikov. And so Nathan Stoyer, again, I don't think he's lost a match all weekend.
He has not lost at all. He has 3 draws. One of them was involuntary.
Okay.
And the player, Ari phrased it as the only player to involuntarily take points from Nathan Stoyer was our Nadu player who just lost in the top 8.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The only person who has hinted that gods can bleed is now dead.
So, and we just watched, we were hanging around watching that game play out, that last game play out with Alex and Jesse Hatfield in a really long game 3, really involved, a lot of moving pieces. Ultimately, null rod, enough of a log jam that Jesse was eventually able to find a win condition and close it out.
Yep. Yeah, that game went on for thousands of years, and it was interesting because there was very little going on, but if one thing did happen, like that, there were 8 clues in play that were locked down by a null rod, and if a construct arrived, it would easily be the biggest thing in the world.
Yeah.
But it did not.
Unfortunately, not quite enough. So Jesse was able to move on, and Jesse will be sitting in our backup match. So Nathan and Steven are going to be playing here. So we're going to get Blue-Black Reanimator against Black-White Death and Taxes. Full Yorion 80-card Death and Taxes. And the players here are sleeving up. So Nathan, of course, incredible pro player, former world champion. Steven, local legacy head. We'll see if any of these folks can finally take down Nathan and reclaim the mantle of legacy specialist.
Yeah, Steven is on the play as the 2 seed over the 3 seed here.
Okay.
So that will help. The important things about these matchup is Death and Taxes is phenomenal at outgrinding anyone.
Yeah.
It is, like, I used to play blue control decks featuring Uro Titan of Nature's Wrath, and that was, I had to change my deck building because Death and Taxes was frequently decking me. Just like beating every card in my deck to the point where I had nothing left to do. And that's what's going on here. And so Nathan's ability to play the game beyond the two combos, the Brainstorm Tameo and the Entomb Reanimate, I would not have faith in Barrogoyfs or Orcish Bowmasters or anything coming out of the sideboard to save him.
Yeah.
Murktide Regent, kind of a joke versus this deck. The deck has 4 copies of Caracas to help manage Tameo.
Yeah.
Plus 4 Swords to Plowshares, 4 Solitude, 4 Recruiter of the Guard that can tutor things like aforementioned Solitude, Skyclave Apparition, Lion Sash, Containment Priest. Of course, Steven needs time to get these things in place.
Right.
But Nathan will not win a game where he doesn't execute. And the inevitability favors Steven. Every turn the game goes, Steven gets slightly benefited by some amount.
And it looks like Steven is taking a mulligan here, so he's going to mulligan down to 6, and I think Nathan is keeping, looks like a pretty great hand for Nathan. Thoughtseize, Brainstorm, Force of Wills, various
he has
things.
the Tameo Brainstorm combo. I don't see an Entomb or a Reanimate, and I do only see 1 land.
Okay.
And Death and Taxes is a Wasteland deck. But the deck lists are open at this point. They know what's going on. Steven knows what his job has to be in the matchup. He knows he has to manage Tameo and manage the graveyard. And I mean, being this deep in this tournament over this year-long season, I'm sure he's played against Reanimator. He knows what he has to do here.
Listen, if you're playing Black, White, Death and Taxes in this tournament, you have been playing Black, White, Death and Taxes for many years probably at this point. This is probably somebody who knows his deck very well. I did see a Wasteland in the 7 that he was considering.
I see Caracas.
Caracas as well, yeah.
Nathan's action is Tameo, so this might stunt the development quite a bit. Like, bounce the Tameo, waste the Underground Sea. We might have a non-game if Nathan doesn't quickly find something else to do.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure Steven would love.
Yeah. So Nathan has stepped away from the table for a minute or two, so while we wait for him to come back and for this game to get started.
I think I heard him shout, "I smell a Caracas," and he just ran away. Is that what happened?
He's just done. He's like, I'm not going to lose any games in the top 8 here. I'm just going to walk off.
I will leave early and claim I've not lost a game in the tournament.
So this game in particular looks like it's going to play out as Steven is going to, especially be starting on the play, as you mentioned, he needs time to start deploying his threats and his fair magic cards. He is on the play. That will help with that. And then Nathan's action being Tameo turn 1 potentially means that Steven can potentially set him back, which buys him even more time. So we might see Steven, I think the advantage needle is pointing in his direction before the game has started from what we know of their opening hands.
Yeah, and we'll see. It can change quickly from Nathan if he just hits his next land drop and then he can unlock all those cantrips in his hand. He could be fine. If he just runs Entomb Reanimate off the top, he could be fine.
Right.
If Steven doesn't have a different land to play, if he just has to put Caracas face up, then Nathan can start cantripping and not even bother deploying Tameo, which could unlock that second land sooner. There's lots of ways this could go based on the sequencing that both players employ.
Yeah, and we'll see which one they go with. Looks like Yorian is down there at the bottom of the screen there, so he's hanging around. He's lurking. We'll see if he can come in. Yeah. So, man, I like some of these cards. In Death and Taxes has gotten some heaters in terms of equipment recently. So, Steven's equipment, Stoneforge package is Cauldron Complete, of course, and then Phantom Blade and Pre-War Formal Wear.
And the Lion Sash that is hidden among the creatures on the deck list. The thing that makes me the most excited about this deck is Overlord of the Baelmerk. I love that card. Just capital L, love it. Hook it to my veins. I want to see more of that card being cast in all formats. It makes me so happy, and I love that it has become a staple in larger formats. Modern, Legacy, we see it kicking around.
So Nathan with just an Underground Sea and no play, and Steven just chooses, instead of using his Wasteland to take Nathan off of the Underground Sea, play Basic Plains into Stoneforge Mystic, which Nathan is going to respond to with his Brainstorm, and take a chance to look at what he's got.
I believe I saw Entomb and Animate Dead floating around. Steven counting his lucky stars that Animated Dead does not reanimate, or else we'd already be done. I mean, I'm being a little sassy about that, especially in a matchup like this one. White removal lines up in a way that is interesting, because there's not a lot of Swords to Plowshares in the format right now. It's basically Nadu is the only deck near the top of the metagame that can support white removal, and that's a combo of its own. So we don't really see Plow the Archon, play on. Like take the 3-for-1, the Archon trigger, kill a creature, discard a card, you draw a card, then I Plow. So 4-for-1 on Archon, and then we play on. If you're not pressuring me, that's fine. Atraxa, poke it with Caracas, we play on. If you're not on the board, Death and Taxes can catch up with the cards.
All right, so it looks like force pitching Tamiyo stopped the Stoneforge Mystic there. Nathan not interested in letting Steven search his library for an equipment. And then we're going to follow that with a Thoughtseize to really fully throw a wrench in what Steven is trying to do to set up his board. Looks like 2 Recruiters of the Guard, the Caracas that we saw before, and I can't quite tell what that other card is.
Something with a funky new frame.
Yeah, some kind of creature.
Whatever it is gone. Oh, that is
it's
Skyclave Apparition.
Skyclave Apparition. Okay, that's the promo Skyclave Apparition. All right, so we take that one. Nathan losing 2 from his Thoughtseize. And here comes Caracas. Not a secret anymore.
And Nathan with the Wasteland target Wasteland strat. If you need to protect your lands, that works.
Yeah. Oof, and another Wasteland for Nathan here.
I think he knew that was there, kicking around from the Brainstorm. And the lineup that we said, depend on sequencing. What if Steven bounces Tamiyo, Wastelands Nathan, then there's not a game. Nathan has, by not just running out Tamiyo, he went Underground Sea Go on turn 1.
Yeah.
He's seen the deck list. He knows there's 4 Caracas in there. He knows there's all these plows. Why mess around with that at all? Let's just start brainstorming, and quickly rewarded by flipping this strategy we lined up for Steven on its head and putting it back his way.
Yeah, and so I believe Nathan passed or is considering potentially doing this in his own turn, but he is going to fire off the Wasteland on the Caracas, and before Steven can use it for mana, so Steven with a fetch land, getting out scrub land, so he has access to his black mana source now.
Yeah, Nathan's hesitation on the Wasteland is that he has Entomb Animate Dead in his hand, and Animate Dead is a 2-mana spell.
Yeah.
By wasting, maybe we screw Steven to the point where he does not play this game, but by keeping the Wasteland up, here's Atraxa, or here is Archon of Cruelty, and good luck.
Right. So an interesting thing here, it looks like Nathan's change to his deck list today was cutting a Daze for that Animate Dead. So if that had been a Daze, then it would have been live here to count to stop this Overlord.
I would still rather have Animate Dead in my hand.
Yeah.
If my option is Daze Overlord of the Baelmerk or threaten my combo, I want to threaten the combo. Oh, there's Solitude.
Solitude, Thoughtseize, and I think a couple of lands. So, oh no, I think that's one of the equipment. So. Solitude going to hand there. Nathan with Entomb.
And that's the thing that I was talking about. If Nathan's entombing here, if he spikes the land off the top to Animate Dead, pitch Solitude in response to Atraxa's trigger. Atraxa is exiled, importantly. This isn't a go for the throw. You can't just reanimate it again later. It's gone.
Yeah.
And that's half of the targets for Entomb in the deck now gone permanently. And Overlord of the Baelmerk is ticking down.
Yeah, so Nathan's draw for turn was the 3rd Force of Will. His Brainstorm reveals Wasteland, Brazen Borrower, and I didn't catch the 3rd card. He does have, so that is, I believe, his 3rd Wasteland of the game so far.
Yep.
And more importantly, the 2nd mana, which could be able to cast Animate Dead on this Atraxa, but not this turn because we tapped the sea to cast Brainstorm.
And everybody knows, you, me, Nathan, that Steven's hand is 2 Recruiter of the Guard and Solitude right now. That 3rd mana is clutch.
Ooh, Caracas for turn. That's a sweet card.
Nasty. Nathan with a little smirk. He knows. He has known every draw for the game. He's been playing with near perfect information, and Steven has been playing the card off the top of his deck every turn. And it's like, yep, I made a plan around that, and you drew a different one. That's magic, baby.
All right, so Recruiter's going to resolve, and Steven's going to search his library for a creature. What do you think he's looking for here, Brian?
He could get something like Containment Priest. Yeah, there it is.
That
is use it or lose it to Nathan Stoyer on this animate. And Caracas being in the mix means that he doesn't even necessarily have to pitch the Solitude. He could just bounce Atraxa at his leisure next turn. Nathan is playing he does have 4 wastelands, so if he spikes the last wasteland off the Atraxa, he could hit the Caracas and at least force the action on Solitude.
It looks like he wasn't able to pull that, though. He
Nope.
did get a lot of lands in that Atraxa hit, but we can't quite see it from our monitors, but it looks like Tamio is definitely the creature there. I believe there was a Force of Negation picked up, probably a cantrip.
Yeah, we'll see it when Nathan grabs it.
Ponder, Brainstorm, Brazen Borrower, and Tamio. All right.
The important thing that's happening here is Atraxa loads up the hand. It found the second blue and 2 blue cards to pitch to these 2 forces in Nathan's hand, and Nathan's hand is Force, Murktide Regent.
Yeah.
And Murktide Regent, go to the dome, hit you 3 times, is the entire plan here. And we all know about the Solitude. Nathan knows about his double force, and this is now Steven's problem to solve. He has many ways to do it, but right now, Nathan is winning if nobody comes up with a relevant card again for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so easy calls for Stoyer here are C and Ponder. Looks like he's pulled those out already. And then Brazen Borrower is under consideration. Puzzling over how exactly he wants to flood his hand with gas. All right, so Brainstorm and Brazen Borrower were added to the pile, and that's going to be what Atraxa gives Nathan. So a nice little draw 4 there. A 6/7 Atraxa in play.
That Barrowgoyf die coming in
Yeah.
handy here.
Clutch
Unintended
Barrowgoyf
use.
die. And we're just not going to mess around with it. We're just Caracas that right now. Let's just take that off the table. So Recruiter of the Guard getting in for 1 damage. All right.
Steven doesn't have... Oh, he does have Phantom Blade in his deck, which is a removal spell that he can get going with. Stoneforge Mystic. That is an out. I think that is the card floating at the top of his hand. I don't recognize that art, but it looks new.
Yeah, I believe that is what that is.
Yeah, so if that is Phantom Blade, that gives him Solitude plus Phantom Blade to work his way through this Murktide, but that doesn't beat the double force, and Phantom Blade costs a lot of mana if you're not zooting it in with Stoneforge.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks like that's the right artwork.
Yep.
Yeah, so, all right. Enters the battlefield attached to 1 target creature you control. Destroy up to 1 other target creature. Just dropping that into frag a creature. If he gets the chance to, but we'll see. So it looks like Nathan is lining up Murktide Regent here. Make a big dragon.
And this Murktide is currently very, very good. It is maximum size. It's double backed up. So at 19 life, this has to connect 3 times.
Yep. So Steven is going to flash in Containment Priest here. Nathan's going to take the opportunity to waste the Scrubland, take Steven off of black mana. And there's a Witch Enchanter for Steven. Can be a mana source if he needs it. He's got plenty of ways to either permanently deal with his Murktide or at least neuter it somewhat with potentially like blinking it out or blinking it back in.
Yeah, flickering the Murktide also kills it here because of Containment Priest. This makes Flicker Wisp and Felia also removal spells.
Yeah. I mean, he does still have Solitude in hand, which I believe Nathan does know about. Of course, Nathan's got plenty of Force of Will action to protect, so...
Yep, Solitude is known. The second Recruiter of the Guard is known. These 3 Wastelands have put Steven in a spot where he can't recruit easily.
Yeah, these 3 Wastelands have been crazy. Steven would be able to do so much more with his turns if Nathan hadn't drawn almost every single Wasteland in his deck.
Yep.
So here's interesting. So, all right, attempted Solitude, force pitching Atraxa. Nathan saying, you know what? This is not going to be useful to me for the rest of this game. It did its job.
Yep, the Containment Priest and the Caracas are the 1-2 punch, deleting Atraxa from relevance.
So notably, Steven deploying the Witch Enchanter tapped, so doesn't want to pay 3 life because the life total does matter with an 8/8 on the other side of the table. It would truncate the clock by a turn.
Oof. Force number 3. And like we said, Murktide needs 3 hits here.
Yeah.
And Nathan had 2 forces to protect it. Now it's 3 forces for 3 turns.
Yeah.
This one
This is
doesn't
pretty
look
brutal.
good for Steven.
Yeah. So, choosing to draw Tamiyo, at least for now. Force may be the next card on top. So, I think Nathan said, I'm going to Thoughtseize you, take your last card.
Yep, the Phantom Blade hits the graveyard.
Yep. So, we're getting in some points of damage. Might as well. Lion Sash would be pretty good if there wasn't an 8/8 dragon that's the current present threat on the board.
Yeah, so the clock is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Assuming this Lion Sash resolves and all the mana is sunk into exiling permanents from graveyards, Nathan Stoyer is still at 2 when he kills Steven here.
Yeah. So gonna need a little bit more. Is that Overlord on 1? I know it's been impending for a while.
Right, yes. Our production side display screen is above the Overlord. If Overlord wakes up, okay, it did,
Yeah,
yes.
and it did.
We're in there. So Steven actually has a lethal attack here.
Okay.
And Nathan just sort of waving his hands, shrug, oh no. Oh, petty theft, that's what
Petty
happened.
theft in the
Okay.
Overlord. Okay, there we go.
Yep. I don't think there's any outs here. There's nothing that channels or isn't a spell.
Yeah. His draw was Prismatic Vista, which he'll crack to get a basic planes out, but not a whole lot doing here. Nathan, of course, has pretty much everything covered with multiple Force of Wills in hand.
Yeah, the extra planes puts Nathan to 1 with Lion Sash, but 1 is not 0, but -6 is worse than 0.
All right, so that's going to do it. So Nathan takes game 1 over Steven Borikov. It looked like a pretty good start for Steven, but Nathan with really, I mean, it's such a pleasure to watch Nathan play Magic. He plays so tight. Very interesting lines. Really kind of saw what mattered, as you mentioned. Recognized that there's a whole bunch of Caracases in this deck, and so probably not even a line worth pursuing, and immediately just was off of it. That's basically Stormcrow to him in his opening hand.
Yeah, I think if you had given the average Magic player, like give 1,000 Magic players exactly the same cards in the same order that Nathan had that game, 800 of them lose the game, maybe more,
Yeah.
900, 950. The temptation to jam that Tamiyo Brainstorm with it on the next turn just walks right into the Caracas Wasteland, then you're not even playing the game. But Nathan didn't even consider the Tamiyo
It
as a
didn't
card
look like
that
he even
in
thought
that
about
matchup.
it.
Yeah.
All right, so heading into sideboarding here, Nathan has, of course, the typical blue-black Reanimator pivot. Do you expect him to potentially pivot in this matchup?
No, I think he needs to send hard as possible here. Black-white Taxes would love to grind into a mid-game against 2 and 3 drop creatures that are cast on rate, fair and square. Nathan's gotta bring the ruckus here and really beat up the hand.
So taking a look at Steven's sideboard, he's got 3 Deafening Silence, 3 Disruptor Flute, 3 Fairy Macabre, 2 Null Rod, 2 Wrath of the Skies, and a Path to Exile. A lot of potential options for him here. Fairy Macabre seems like it's probably going to stay.
Yeah,
in
Fairy
here.
Macabre, Slam Dunk, Path to Exile, I could see. Just we saw him die to Murktide Regent when he had basically all the other aspects of the deck covered.
Yeah.
And just more answers to Murktide are nice. I don't think we're going to see any of the other cards. On Nathan's side, Consign to Memory is phenomenal versus Black-White Death and Taxes. It doesn't counter the other spells. It's not phenomenal in the same ways it is versus Mystic Forge combo, but everything this deck wants to do is a triggered ability.
Right. Infinite triggered abilities, and oftentimes you can't counter their spells because they might have a Cavern of Souls going. Although this list does not look to be playing that. So
They do have Aether Vial and Stoneforge Mystic.
Yeah.
And Defelia. There are a bunch of ways to move things in and out of play without casting spells.
Yeah, so Consign to Memory, probably a very live one. Fatal Push seems like it's probably pretty good against the White Weenie deck.
I would say
Orcish
so.
Bowmaster's another one that can pick off some guys, probably.
So that may have been true when Bowmaster was first printed, when Death and Taxes was built around Mother of Runes and Thalia, Guardian of Thraben.
Yeah.
Looking at this list, the only X1 creatures in it are Lion Sash, Flickerwisp, and Steven's own Orcish Bowmasters. There's no Moms, no Thalias. This deck is constructed understanding that Orcish Bowmaster is a well-played, heavily played card in this format.
So probably won't see that one, but
I don't
might
expect
see
it.
might see engineered explosives, or do you think Nathan might be tempted to bring the other Murktide in, or just leaving that in the board?
Yeah, the other Murktide is, I would expect the Barrogoyfs and probably the other Murktide, just so he can continue to function if the graveyard gets shut down. And also just so he doesn't get run out of threats.
Yeah.
Plow the Atraxa, plow the Archon, float Caracas in play. You basically can't win anymore in your main deck. And Nathan needs that to not happen. He needs more threats than Steven can generate answers in this game. And I think Fatal Push will come in Barrogoyf, Murktide Regent, maybe Brazen Borrower, but answering their things temporarily doesn't always do it versus this deck.
Yeah.
Everything has ETB value.
Right.
Aether Vial could just shoot the thing right back in. You might be helping Steven to bounce it under certain circumstances.
Yeah, definitely not ideal there.
Yeah.
So, all right. So we'll see how these players decide to approach the matchup. I'm sure they're both very familiar with how to play. Well, I'm sure Steven has lots of experience. Nathan, no experience needed, just the experience of being an excellent player.
Right. It is worth noting that Modern Black-White Blink and Esper Blink are a top-tier deck in Modern, and
Okay.
there was just a Modern Pro Tour that Nathan participated in. So even if he doesn't know this Death and Taxes deck well, he knows what a Felia, Flicker Wisp, Overlord of the Belmerk, Value, Solitude, whatever. This core is largely intact in Modern.
Gotcha. Okay. So that will probably come to help him come in a lot of assistance for him in this matchup. He's already up game, so Steven will be on the play again, which will give him another chance to get out ahead of Nathan's ideally pedal to the metal. Ideally for him, pedal to the metal game plan. Try to get this reanimation package going quickly.
Yep.
All right, and does not look. He looks like he has a little bit more of a controlling hand. Multiple Thought Seizes, a Ponder, a Daze, some lands. Does he have 3 Thought Seizes?
Yeah, he's got Trips Thoughtseize. and get to work, I guess.
Yeah, he's keeping it.
What he said.
Ooh, and a Tameo off the top. Oh, man. Okay, so cracking the fetch here to Thoughtseize Steven, who just played Prismatic Vista and didn't add to the board. So, wow, 2 Swords to Plowshares, 2 Wastelands, a Thoughtseize of his own, and Stoneforge Mystic.
I was just going to say he could have fetched Basic Swamp here, but is betting against the 80-card deck having a critical mass of Wastelands. But there's 2 in the hand.
Yeah.
You're 1/3 less likely to see any given card than in a 60-card deck when you're in 80-card deck.
Yeah.
And this would be a good hand, or against Nathan's hand. If your bet is specifically this 4 of, I hope he doesn't have, and he's got 2.
Yeah.
That's just bad news all around, and he's getting Thoughtseize.
All right, so here comes Steven. So Stoneforge Mystic was the choice off of Thoughtseize, so Steven is going to go ahead and fetch up a basic swamp here. Thoughtseize Nathan. So we see that Nathan has Ponder, Daze, double Thoughtseize, Tameo, and the Undercity Sewers. So he does have 1 more land, but it's a coming to play tapped land against Steven's Wasteland.
Right. Important to note here, though, that Steven's not doing anything.
Yeah.
He fetched basic Swamp because he had to. That's Prismatic Vista. It's not like he opted into Swamp to play around Wasteland here. That's just the price of doing business when that's the fetch land you draw.
Yeah.
And this deck is majority white. Black is a splash color. And Nathan Thoughtseize is the only threat. So Steven is actually not doing anything here, even though neither is Nathan.
Yeah. So, okay, looks like Nathan binned and entomb off of the Undercity Sewers.
That means that that face down card that nobody knows is not a land.
Yeah, and it's Force of Will. So Nathan looking for a mana source here. And I think Steven is Thoughtseizing again.
Yep. And Nathan is weighing how important, I guess, the card Tameo is right now. Like, Tameo is the type of card that can get something going from 1 mana off the top. And if Nathan forces pitching Daze, then that first blue source off the top gets Tameo going. And, yeah.
Elected not to do that and just let the Tameo go.
Yeah, the option is be up a card with force blue card versus someone who's also struggling, or down a card, but you have opened up bigger rips out of your own deck.
Yeah. So both players doing into the draw go phase, and Nathan the first to land to get a land off the top. Island into Tamiyo, and insulated in case Steven happens to draw the third wasteland. So
And
Steven
we
draw
once
go.
again saw that face that Nathan has made so many times this week, kind of just like, well, the deck bailed me out.
Yeah.
The best card I could ask for, here it is.
Both of us stuck on lands. Nathan, 2 lands off the top. Here's Tamiyo cracking in for a clue with a fetch land.
Yeah, Thoughtseize sees a hand of no action, take Tamiyo. 2 turns later, Tamiyo is cast off of basic island.
Right.
And now Nathan can fetch basic swamp. He might still just bet against the third wasteland here.
Yeah.
But
So he's going to fetch out Underground Sea and Solitude from Steven, pitching Swords to Plowshares with a forced pitching daze back from Nathan, understanding that, this Tamiyo is what's pulling me ahead in this game.
Yep. And Steven knew about that forced daze as well. Steven is trying to work through the goop here.
Steven, I think he has 2 more Swords to Plowshares in hand, so that's what he's been drawing instead of lands. So
He has an Overlord of the Baelmerk. The next land can recur Solitude, which can pitch onto the Tamiyo, but Nathan's hand is 2 Thoughtseizes, basic swamp, and he seems to have come up with an Entomb. Just all of the pieces rolling out here.
all right, so here comes Tamiyo. Here comes basic swamp. We got another clue in play. We're going to crack that clue right away. Draw an Underground Sea. Thoughtseize again. Just to take a peek, 2 Swords to Plowshares. I think that's Cauldra complete and Overlord.
Yeah, the 2 plows plus Overlord are interesting because basically Thoughtseize is going to take one of 3 different ways to kill Tamiyo if Steven draws a land. If he draws a white land, plow is 1 for 1.
Yeah.
If he draws any land, then Overlord can recur Solitude and then 2 for 1 to kill Tamiyo.
So we're going to take Overlord there, and now Steven draws the Caracas. But it would have been nice 3 turns ago, Caracas. Where were you?
Yep. And I like the Swords of Plowshares here. Get it gone permanently rather than goof around with bouncing it and hoping Nathan doesn't come up with anything like a brainstorm to beat your Caracas.
Yeah. So Nathan's sitting on Entomb, Thoughtseize, and do we know his third card? I think we know his third card. So Marsh
Underground
Flats here
Sea.
for Steven. So that's right, it's Underground Sea. So Marsh Flats for Steven. He's finally starting to draw some lands here. He's going to use those lands to put Yorion Sky Nomad into his hand, which gives him a white card to pitch to Solitude if that comes up. But also potentially, it is a threat. So if he manages to run land, he could potentially get the mana to cast it.
Yeah, you don't really want to spend 4 mana on a 4/5 with no abilities in this matchup or any matchup, but it is nice to just have a card when you didn't have one before.
Yeah. All right, so another Entomb for Nathan. So we have the ability to get creatures into the graveyard, get a reanimation target into the graveyard, but we don't currently have a way to bring it back. And a scrub land off the top for Steven. So now he's drawing his lands. Now they're here. A wasteland for Nathan. That's going to be a big one.
Caracas is an important tool for future Tamiyo considerations. Felia, the Yorion we all know about. Lots of targets for Caracas around
A wasteland for Steven probably would have been a Yorion this turn if Nathan hadn't hit wasteland. So
maybe. The Yorion is so good with almost any non-land permanent in his deck.
Oh, and there's one of them that it's good with. There's a Recruiter of the Guard off the top.
Yep, there's that. Yeah, now the Yorion goes from embarrassing to insane with just 1 extra piece of help. And, of course, the Recruiter gets a creature, and that creature probably will have a Flicker ability. And if Yorion ever blinks 2 things, we're cooking. One really important thing, though, which is one of my favorite tricks in Legacy, is the blinks on Felia, Flicker Wisp, and Yorion have 2 triggered abilities. There's the ability that exiles the permanent, and the ability that brings it back. And if we've got Consigned to Memory in the deck, and Yorion arrives flickering all of Steven's permanents, countering with Consigned to Memory, the single trigger that brings back any number of permanents, just exiling them permanently.
Oh, my.
I imagine Steven has played against Consigned to Memory once or twice in his day.
Yeah.
And is aware of that. Like, he could just play Yorion and flicker nothing or one thing, or just not play Yorion.
Yeah.
But
so Nathan is going to, looks like he's lining up Murktide Regent here, but we're going to start with the Thoughtseize, take the Swords to Plowshares. I think he remembered that there was one in there.
Yep.
So the creature that Recruiter of the Guard fetched for Steven was Stoneforge Mystic, which does threaten to put this Cauldron Complete into play eventually.
Yeah, and it gets the Phantom Blade from the deck, which proactively answers this Murktide, but here's Murktide now.
Yeah.
And Steven is now dead in 2 hits if he can't figure it out.
Yep. So that is an 8/8 dragon for 2 mana. So Steven's got to figure something out to solve this problem. We already know that 3 of his Swords to Plowshares are out of the game, or they're out of play. They've been cast or Thoughtseized or exiled to Solitude. So here comes Phantom Blade off of Stoneforge Mystic that can answer it.
And Steven did draw a land this turn. He could have gone Yorion, Flicker Recruiter, get Solitude, pitch Stoneforge to Solitude, deal with the Murktide. But he knows that the Reanimator deck doesn't have burn in it. Short of like an end-step Brazen Borrower or an ETB trigger of an Archon of Cruelty, this deck's not going to deal surprise damage to you through any means other than combat. And put me to 6, and I will keep as many cards as I can, is Steven's plan.
All right, Nathan is, I believe, going to cast an Entomb on end step here, add something to his graveyard.
Yeah, it's time to just invest one of those, one way or another. You can't afford to draw Archon of Cruelty or Traxa right now, and you might need every piece of mana at the end of a tutor chain to, like if he draws Ponder, which finds Brainstorm, and then you shuffle, then you Ponder, and the last card is the Reanimate, you might not have a mana to Entomb yet.
Yeah.
So just getting this invested for a variety of reasons.
All right, so he's going to pick a Traxa here. Of course, Steven has plenty of ways to potentially take cards out of Nathan's graveyard or shut them down in general, but we're going to put a Traxa in there. Definitely don't want to draw that one.
All right, are we going to see that Stoyer rip?
I think we
Fatal Push
did.
That doesn't solve the problem, though.
Oh, true.
You can still just cast Phantom Blade for 5 mana.
Yeah.
It's not as good, and you open yourself up to daze, but when you have a forced play, and by forced play, I mean you lose if you don't make it, and Steven's just going to tap his lands and cast Phantom Blade here and kill Murktide Region. And if you have daze, I'm dead. I hope you don't, but nothing else you can do about it.
Fetching out a Surveil land is going to give him a chance to control what he might draw for next turn, to potentially give him a little bit more resilience to anything like a daze. But forced play here. Got to get this Murktide taken care of. We're down to 5 already. Don't have a whole lot more life to play with. So Recruiter of the Guard hits the bin off of the Surveil, and Orcish Bowmasters is the draw. And so here we go. Phantom Blade. Let's get it in. It gets attached to Recruiter of the Guard. Take out Murktide Regent.
Oh, Nathan drew the Reanimate at exactly 8 life with a 7-drop to target. Steven has Orcish Bowmaster in his hand. At 1 life, Nathan can't Thoughtseize, can't Force of Will.
Yeah.
This Bowmaster might just clip him right at the edge of stability.
Oh, my goodness
this
gracious.
Is crazy. Or he could, if he doesn't want to play the game at 1 life, reanimate something from Steven's graveyard.
He's certainly considering doing that, yeah.
Yeah, like reanimate Recruiter of the Guard, go grab, I don't know. I don't think he boarded in his own Bowmasters, but there are things in his list he could tutor.
He could get Brazen Borrower. That's a target.
That's true, yeah.
I think that might be the only one, though, because it's toughness 2 or less, right? So we can't get Tamios.
Right, and Barrogoyf, importantly, has a characteristic defining ability, which means it works in all zones. And although it is a star +1, it is not a 0/1 in the deck.
Right.
Oh, there's an Overlord in Steven's graveyard as well. That could get juicy. But that is also a big chunk of damage. And the only reason Nathan would reanimate anything that's not a Traxa is try to preserve life total here.
Yeah.
Big decisions, and this is probably going to be one of the last decisions we get this game.
Yeah.
At least from Nathan.
It's coming down to this. So he's taking his time making it. He's trying to evaluate all the different factors of what he's got. The one reanimate, he knows he's probably not going to get another.
He also has that second Entomb that he's been floating the whole game. He could Entomb Barrogoyf, reanimate it, and just see what's up.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely an option available to him as well. And we know that there's very few Swords to Plowshares left in Steven's deck. There's just the one.
But
and
there is Yorion in hand, though, that can flicker the Phantom Blade.
And get a Solitude out of the deck, and that's functionally a Swords to Plowshares, yeah.
Yep.
All right, so I think we are going to see Nathan Entomb first here. And then Entomb, and then just going to shortcut Entomb Reanimate. Oh, we're reanimating Nate. Okay, we're going to reanimate Steven's Overlord.
We're going to Entomb Barogoyf, reanimate Overlord, mill, pick up Barogoyf with Overlord, cast it. Okay, it's petty theft. So that means if Steven shoves Yorion, Nathan could bounce Phantom Blade so it doesn't get flickered.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Barogoyf is not in or if it's not good enough. It's probably not good enough is the answer.
Yeah. So the Phantom Blade is giving this Recruiter Guard +1/+1 in Menace as well, so that's actually really highly relevant because Nathan can't block it, and then he's at 3, so that would also make the Bowmasters lethal.
Right, he can't block it now, but he could if Steven attacks. Nathan could bounce the Blade, block the Recruiter, have a 5/5 in play, and if Blade gets redeployed, kills the Overlord, we play on.
Okay, so we're shoving Yorion here, so I think we're going to see, I believe Nathan, is that Nathan's only card in hand is now Brazen Borrower? Okay. So weighing his options, whether or not he wants to deal with this Phantom Blade right now, get it back into Steven's hand. He will be able to recast it. He does have plenty of mana to pay the full price for it.
Next turn.
Next turn, yeah.
Right, the Overlord is lethal if it connects. Brazen Borrower could, instead of bouncing something, just arrive as a 3/1 flyer, and that's not going to be enough. There does have to be a bounce here, and it's probably Blade.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, okay, we're going to Petty Theft Blade. Recruiter of the Guard goes out. Recruiter of the Guard comes back in from Yorion trigger, and we're going to go search up probably Solitude. Oh,
I
no,
love
Flicker
watching
Wisp,
the Death and Taxes deck pop off. This is so sick. Even if Nathan, what could he do that represents 2 removal spells here? It's certainly not Scalding Tarn.
Right.
But yeah, he doesn't have like a sweeper or anything.
All right, beat face. Here comes 5. And we're going to mill 4. Pretty good 4.
His Bowmasters are in. This could create a forced block. Before blocks ping Recruiter, now Yorion must block.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no way around that. The Yorion has to block here or you're dead. This is forced action.
That Flicker Wisp tutor was sick as hell, though, because that Overlord of the Bailmark belongs to Steven.
Oh, yeah.
Flicker that out, get it back, grab my Solitude out of the graveyard. Thanks for bringing this back for me. I'll have it, please.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think we're double-checking life totals, making sure that we're all good to go on our decision-making. So both players at very low life totals here. It's 5 life for Steven, 3 life for Nathan.
Yeah, they're kind of playing Dan right now. The next creature that connects is lethal, no matter what it looks like.
Okay, and so I believe we're going to pass the turn back to Steven. And this is make or break here.
Well, I think he's already made it. The Flicker Wisp, assuming the other 5 cards in his hand are blank, the Flicker Wisp reset the Overlord. That buys back a Solitude, or if there's something better, we'll take that.
Yeah.
The Solitude can block the Brazen Borrower that's on an adventure. The Bowmaster is just smaller than the 5/5. This is Steven's game to lose at this point, and Nathan's game to rip out of.
Oh, yeah. So milling. All right, so there we go. Bowmasters comes in as well.
He grabbed that card kind of quick. I don't know if that was Solitude or Containment Priest picked up out of the graveyard. Okay. Nathan's seen enough.
All right, so Steven does manage to take down the former world champion, the baby goat himself, and so we're going to have game 3.
Yeah. Somebody took a game off him.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Nathan lose a game on stream today, so that's an achievement in and of itself. So we're gonna force a game 3 here. And we're going to go to player cards, take a look at Steven's resume. Steven qualified by being the store champion from #Gaming Arena, a wonderful new addition to our Legacy League here. His season 2 win rate was 68.6%. That's an excellent win rate.
That's the highest real number I've seen today. We have Nathan's 80% because he's played in one tournament and he won it.
Right.
But being a store champion means that you ground those points over the season. And
Yeah.
This is a person who shows up week after week playing and maintains that 68.6. That's a real win rate over a real period of time.
And he's winning a lot today. He was EXO through the Swiss, double drew into the top 8. We had 2 players that were able to double draw. Nathan also went 6-0-2, but one of his draws was unintentional and then got paired up to one of the EXO ones in the final round of Swiss. So identical reps. So we had 3 6-0-2s coming out of the Swiss here. And of course, Nathan's season 2 win rate hovering at 80% because of yesterday.
Because draws don't count as wins. And yeah, qualification method, top 4 at the Classic 5K, which happened yesterday.
Yeah. Again, blue-black Reanimator. Just a sicko. Just an absolute insane magician. Excellent player. And we're watching him, and it's honestly, it's such a pleasure to get to watch him play. Because he's picked up this deck so quickly and just seems to know how to find the lines just almost intuitively. And I'm sure his brain is working overtime to figure it out, but really impressive stuff from Nathan.
Yeah, not to beat that drum too hard because we've discussed it multiple times, but that game 1 where he just didn't play Tamiyo,
right?
That was so sick. Honestly, understanding Dimir Reanimator, Nathan played previous version with Psychic Frog 8 months ago before that card was banned. So he has some reps with some version of this deck in this format. Picking up the changes, how is Tamiyo different than Psychic Frog while the rest of the engine is mostly intact? That's something that you can do quickly with that experience. But being able to look at a deck list, C4 Caracas, and say, I'm not going to cast the best 1-drop in Legacy. I'm going to do something else and win the game as a result of that decision. And figuring that out in the 60 seconds they had to look at the deck list, that was cool.
All right, so, okay, good. We did pull the Yorion out. That's the old classic, right? Oh, oops, I shuffled my Yorion back into my deck.
Yep, a disaster.
Yeah, so, all right, we're getting ready. Looks like Steven's making some tweaks to his sideboarding plans in advance of being on the draw here for the first time in this match. So do you think that's going to be a potential major factor in the way this game plays out?
Probably. It depends on how hard Nathan comes out of the gate. If Nathan comes out quick with the Entomb Reanimate days, it matters a lot that he's on the play. If we find ourselves on turn 4, turn 5, and Nathan hasn't presented tremendous pressure yet, it doesn't matter. And in fact, the extra card in Steven's hand being on the draw might be the difference at that point.
All right.
It does tickle me, the idea of Steven changing one card in his sideboard plan in this 80-card monstrosity of a deck. He's like, yeah, this one will make a big difference on the play versus draw.
I'm just envisioning a mad scientist in his engineered control panel. He's just tweaking one little knob, one tick. It's all right, here we go. We're good to go on out.
Right. And this deck is full of tutor effects. There's Recruiter of the Guards, there's Stoneforge Mystic. One card could be a huge deal if it's one of those cards. I'm just thinking of the idea of him I only want 3 Aether Vials when I'm on the draw or something like that. And I'll bring in a Disruptor Flute.
All right. So finishing up sideboarding decisions. Both players making a couple of tweaks.
And interesting that we did see the Orcish Bowmaster out of Nathan. I'm trying to get a sneaky peek as he palms through his whole deck on camera right now. The Dazes are in here on the play. I see the Fatal Push. I don't think I saw any Consigned to Memories. Yep, just some friendly chats at the table.
Yeah, just hanging out. There's not a whole lot of folks left in the hall. There's some people over I see over there on the tables playing pre-modern. That's a really fun. Have you had a chance to play pre-modern, Brian?
I've played pre-modern a few times. It seems pretty cool.
It's a lot of fun. It's like the old school Magic that we remember from our childhood when cards were bad and mana bases were terrible and
Right, but not so old school as to actually be the format old school.
Right. Sort
Which
of
is
that
a little
like
too old school for me, honestly.
early 2000s extended kind of gameplay. Trade Wind Rider is a deck, a card that you can play. Survival of the Fittest is reasonable because you can only get, you can't get super broken creatures. You have Squee Goblin Nabob as your card advantage.
Love that. Yep. I drafted at a Vertex event. They're kind of a CubeCon style tournament organizer, and they do cubes. And I drafted what I believe was called the postmodern Renaissance cube or something like that.
Okay.
It had some beautiful name, and it had engines like Tinker, but you're getting Triskelion, and
Yeah.
Oath, but you're getting Symbiotic Worm.
All right, so we have an update on our backup match, and just for the record, they're still in game 1. So we're going to be here for a minute, folks.
Yep. Jesse plays quite deliberately, especially when not under the constraints of a clock.
Why not? I mean, take up space. You have no clock. The match takes as long as it takes, and make sure your decisions are the ones that you want. So as long as you're not slow playing, of course. But
Yep, and do your best to blind reveal on counterbalance as many times as you can.
yeah.
All right, we've got a real game going here.
All right, Nathan, cracking fetch, getting a blue source Underground Sea to cast Ponder.
Nathan's hand, I think I saw one land in it, and Marsh Flats cannot fetch Basic Island. This is not a choice to get Underground Sea. He must if his intent is to cast Ponder.
Yeah. All right, so Brainstorm fetch and something else couldn't quite make out is what the Ponder pile is. I see a Daze in his hand, a Brainstorm. It looks like an Entomb.
I think there are 2 Entombs and then a new border card, which could be Fatal Push or Barrogoyf.
Yeah, it could be. I think it's a Barrogoyf. Yeah, so Nathan, considering his options here, he needs some land, so I think he's going to keep this. Yeah, put the fetch on top.
Yep.
All right, so Steven, let's see what he's got. He's got Basic Plains Go. That's what he's got. All right.
I think I see the corner of a wasteland in the back of Steven's hand, and he just did not decide to take that posture this game.
Yeah, that could have really paid off for him. Nathan's draw for turn was Orcish Bowmasters, and so he's going to draw Brainstorm Sea Daze.
Yep.
So
And this could be a play-draw decision from Steven. There might be Felia plus Overlord in his hand. If I can read the tiny zoomed-out corners of cards well. Oh, that's Fairy Macabre.
Yeah, there's a Fairy Macabre in
Okay.
there. I think it's a Skyclave Apparition. Wasteland, Solitude. I think that might be a Caracas, and I can't quite make out enough of the very back card in his hand to see what it is.
Okay, so Fairy Macabre changes the entire texture of what Steven needs to do. In game 1, I think he just jams off Wasteland here and hope you can't recover. The Fairy Macabre lets Steven develop with confidence that he's not going to get Entomb Reanimated.
So Brainstorm finishes resolving. Nathan's going to crack a fetch here and land Thoughtseize.
And now he can be Entomb Reanimated.
Yeah. So here it comes. All right. Oh, the last card's Stoneforge Mystic. Oh, it's Felia. Okay, Felia's in there.
Felia.
All
Yeah,
right.
and what happens with this Thoughtseize will tell us a lot about the game. If Nathan takes Fairy Macabre, he intends to shove. If he takes something like Felia, he's going to try to Barrogoyf game.
And there's Fairy Macabre, so he intends to shove.
There it is.
Okay. Still got to worry about this Solitude. Just a little bit at least. Stoneforge Mystic could potentially also be a play here for Steven. We'll see which he's. Now that he's got 2 mana, his hand is opened up. So Prismatic Vista in play.
Yeah, I think with Felia in hand, Steven is not going to play into Daze here. He can Felia in the end step. There's no reason to tap out for Stoneforge and then just get got.
Yeah. Okay. So Nathan drawing that Underground Sea he saw before, and here's Tameo as spell 1 for the turn. Brainstorm is spell 2 for the turn. Steven said, yep, that's fine. So
Yep,
we're gonna brace
Skyclave
him again.
Apparition's ability to exile Planeswalker side Tamiyo gives Steven some comfort that he's not just instantly dead
Yeah.
4 turns from now. He will at least have the opportunity to present counterplay.
So Nathan's draws were Fatal Push, Entomb, and I missed the last one. Ponder, I think it was Ponder. So no shuffle effect, so he's going to have to draw those cards at some point. All right, Tamiyo flips over to 4. Here comes Underground Sea. Pass turn back.
Yeah, the land plus Fatal Push is so good here because now he doesn't have to daze Felia. He can just bonker with
Yeah.
the push and then daze Skyclave Apparition and then untap with all resources available. Tamiyo can pick up Thoughtseize or Ponder. Yeah, everything's coming up Nathan, and it's because he was on the play.
Yeah.
All these exact same cards play draw reversed, and Steven is doing fine, but instead he is in big trouble.
Yeah, so we'll see how Nathan wants to approach Felia here. He is going to daze it. Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
I think he does have a second daze, so he can still daze Skyclave if he needs
Okay.
to. It'll set him back on mana, but it's protecting that Tamiyo is going to be very helpful, and basically time walking Steven. So here comes Skyclave Apparition. Only one target for that.
We've talked a lot about Wasteland and mana development and how Nathan's 3 Wastelands ended up winning the game versus Steven game 1. And in dazing twice is not free, especially when your opponent's at 3 lands already. If Nathan can't quickly convert this short-term advantage, he will start getting buried by his opponent just spending 3 to 5 mana per turn when he's busy replaying his second and third lands.
Yeah. All right, so Nathan considering his choices, and is there any, what's the, it just doesn't want to get, potentially doesn't want to get set too far back on mana is the reason to not do
Yeah,
this
that's
here?
the hesitation. He's weighing, is this Tamiyo worth being back down to 1 land this late in the game?
Yeah, it's a pretty strong commitment to Tamiyo here. So he does have 1 mana available to him for the end of Steven's turn if he wants to rip this Entomb off. And I think he does know the top of his library, so if he doesn't want to draw that card, then maybe we will.
Yep, and this tank in the end step telegraphs the Entomb, because what else would he do in the end step that he would think that hard about? The Entomb is also a shuffle. If he wants to use Tamiyo to get back Brainstorm this turn, Brainstorm, Entomb, that's a lot of value.
Yeah. But just going to take his draw step, and it is Ponder. And I think he's going to fire that off right here. Yep. So Ponder sees Entomb, Fetch, and Murktide Regent. Those pretty good ones.
Yeah, Murktide plays. We all know about the Solitude. We saw that off of Thoughtseize, and Nathan is currently out of counter spells. He can grab the Thoughtseize with Tamiyo, Thoughtseize the Solitude now, and then set up the Murktide for next turn.
All right, and as Nathan ponders his ponder, we just got word that the backup match has concluded. Game number 1. So they're heading to game 2 with Michael victorious over Jesse, and those players are going to be heading to game 2. So we'll join them whenever this game is concluded. Presumably, I'm presuming that match will still be going on by the time this match concludes.
We'll see. If this game gets really interesting, if that Tamiyo gets answered and Nathan doesn't have much going on, this game could still last a very long time.
Yeah, and he is deep in the tank on this one. He's taking his time to decide what he wants to pull out of here, but okay, we made the decision. Murktide Region is the draw. Here comes Underground Sea. Tamiyo take up to 6 and pass turn back to Steven.
Right, so he's still chasing that rooftop nut draw of Tamiyo gets it done, rather than grabbing Thoughtseize, clearing the way.
All right, so Steven is going to play a Wasteland for turn and then impend an Overlord of the Balemerk.
And I saw a flash of Orcish Bowmaster in Steven's hand, which we have not seen this on camera this weekend, but that's one way to counter a Tamiyo ultimate.
Sure is.
Take 24.
All right, so getting Stoneforge Mystic back off of the Overlord trigger, and then we're going to search up an equipment here. And so we have a few options: Lion Sash, Cauldron Complete, Phantom Blade, and the pre-war formal wear.
I don't think we're going to see Cauldra. This game is not about damage race. It's about grind, and whether Steven values grinding his cards back or Nathan's cards away is what we're really talking about here.
Yeah, and so we do see Steven pick up the pre-war formal wear. Nathan firing off Fatal Push on Stoneforge Mystic just to set Steven back a little bit more, untapping and then casting Entomb. And going to put Reanimate in the graveyard and rebuy it with Tamiyo.
Slick.
Yeah, that's a sweet play. And so,
Yep,
and then we're going
that's
to
a
cast another
sick play.
Entomb.
The double Entomb with Tamiyo, basically build your own Reanimate.
Yeah. That is pretty sweet. So we're going to see, well, he's got Archon at the top of the library, but he's still paging through it. So
Nathan's laughing. He's proud of himself for that one.
yeah. And there she is, the Grand Unifier herself, Atraxa.
All right, we know Solitude's over there. I think we're going to see Solitude in response to the trigger. Let's just make sure that's gone.
Yeah. So, and pitching pre-war formal wear, so we're abandoning that plan right away.
Or that could have been the plan. Having a white or a white artifact you can tutor with Stoneforge Mystic.
Right.
That is part of the package.
And we would probably values Lion Sash pretty highly in this matchup and didn't want to grab that one.
It's a mix of it's white if it needs to be, and it's pre-war formal wear if it needs to be. And I do think pre-war formal wear is better than Lion Sash if Nathan didn't have a shove here. Because pre-war formal wear, getting back Stoneforge, is also Lion Sash.
Yeah. All right, so Force of Will will be the instant, Reanimate will be the sorcery, Tamiyo will be the creature. Nathan with a lot of lands to choose from here. Could pick a Wasteland, could pick a Fetch land, could pick the Surveil land.
I'd be surprised if he was interested in Wasteland unless he's predicting a future Caracas being an issue. There's so many basic lands in play on Steven's side. Like the Surveil land and the Wasteland are both kind of action here. I don't think he wants just Swamp.
Yeah.
He could take a Fetch land, though, because Tamiyo's still at 3. It could delete itself to buy back Brainstorm next turn or plus next turn, then get Brainstorm back the turn after that if we're setting up multiple turns in advance.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like he's going to go with the Fetch land as the land out of this Atraxa pile.
And the Fetch land can be the Surveil land if it wants to be, so there's no reason to take the Surveil land here. It's either Fetch land or Wasteland.
All right, so those are Nathan's choices, and he's going to shuffle those up, put them back on the bottom in a random order. Okay, and so nice little draw for action there for Nathan Stoyer. And here comes Steven Borkhoff with Stoneforge Mystic.
Another one.
Another one.
Yep, Nathan has the Force of Will, not interested.
Yeah,
and he's holding Reanimate. He's at 16 life. Tamiyo can go minus on in the Entomb in the graveyard, Entomb Archon, and then Reanimate Archon.
Yeah.
So this is the Atraxa that he knew was going to die to set up the Archon that might have a chance.
Yeah, and Murktide Regent off the top here for Nathan. We'll see, taking a look at his graveyard before he makes his decision on what he wants to play. There's an Entomb there, yep, and cash in Tamiyo, pick up Entomb again. You have any responses to that, or can I? Yeah, okay, good. We're good to go.
So this Tamiyo has been straight up demonic tutor twice this game.
Yeah, that's a really nice usage of Tamiyo because it's at 6. It can be tempting to try to go ult it, but Nathan is saying, you know what, pivot. I want to get my Entomb Reanimate package going, and cash in Tamiyo twice for Entombs. Here comes Archon of Cruelty into the graveyard.
And we're seeing that nervous flick. Steven went from calm to frantically shuffling the cards in his hand, realizing how much trouble he's in here.
Yeah. So here comes Archon, Reanimate, and
but
Orcish
we know the
Bowmaster's
force
in
is there.
response. Yeah.
Sick line, but we all know the force is there.
Yep. So force pitching Tameo. Yep. Taking care of Orcish Bowmasters. There goes Stormforge Mystic. And Skyclave Apparition discarded.
Yep. Steven has to draw a land to cast that blade right now. Or plow or something else. That
Solitude,
clears.
yeah. And here comes Murktide Regent to be the backup. So I believe this is presenting. No, it's not quite presenting lethal, right? It's this, no, it is.
Yeah, this is lethal if Steven misses on an answer to Archon.
Yeah.
This is an attack for 17 if we include the Archon trigger.
Yeah. So Steven's got to get the Archon off the board here for sure, and then Solitude off the top.
Oh, he can get Yorion. So
yeah. So there's the advantage of having Yorion. Solitude, pitch Yorion, take care of Archon of Cruelty. We'll send Nathan up to a pretty high life total. Nathan now leading on life despite having cast and resolved 2 reanimates in this game.
Targeting 15 mana value worth of objects.
Right. All right. So ponder here for Nathan.
A second Murktide. How robust is Nathan's graveyard? Is it just that Tameo we're looking at?
It's a third Murktide. It's a second and a third Murktide.
Oh, second and a third Murktide. Oh,
yeah, and that's gonna do it. So
I've had enough.
Pivoted to dragons. That is the man. I wish we could have seen the world's largest Murktide because it would have been a pretty big one. But Nathan Stoyer once again taking it down through to the finals here. The DMV Legacy League Invitational. Showed up yesterday, qualified by winning the Classic, and then shows up today and is going to be in the finals with a pretty good shot to take this one down as well.
Yep, and showing really incredible aptitude for, of course, Magic the Gathering.
Right.
Controversial opinion about a former world champion, but also this deck. Again, not leading on Tameo in Game 1, playing around Steven's great setup, and then that Game 3, use Entomb as Demonic Tutor for Reanimate for Tameo to pick it up to use the second Entomb to create an Entomb Reanimate. That was sick.
Yeah. Some really slick plays from Nathan in that match. Really well battled by Steven, who obviously knew his deck very well and took a lot of really awesome lines with Death and Taxes. Like you mentioned, the Flicker Wisp, grabbing that. I can't. There's so much that was going on in that match, but just being able to really, he fought well. He won Game 2. It was a grind. Of course, Death and Taxes pilot's no stranger to grinds.
Yeah, there's not many free wins with that deck.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to drop live into the backup match, and I believe they're still in Game 2. Yep, still in Game 2. So Michael Ide on Mono Green Lands against Jesse Hatfield on the Jeskai tempo list that he's been playing, which again is sort of almost a blue-red cutter delver, but cut the delvers and play some Swords to Plowshares and Prismatic Endings. And it seems to have been, obviously he's sitting here in top 4. Been working really well for him so far, but down a game here to Mono Green Lands. And where we join them, we have an Urza's Saga on 2, Mox Diamond and Thespian Stage against Jesse's Volcanic Island. And, well, he'll have another land here soon after he cracks his fetch.
Lands historically quite strong versus Delver tempo strategies. They just go bigger. They beat them on the resources they want to play against. Wasteland, pretty embarrassing when your opponent's hitting 2 land drops a turn. Lightning Bolt, normally not a good answer to a 20-20.
Yeah.
But Jesse doesn't play Lightning Bolt. He plays Swords to Plowshares. So he's better positioned against 20-20s than typical tempo decks would be. But that also means he's not hitting as hard. There is no flurry of bolts, price of progress to steal a game that he's been stabilized against. His removal does not double as reach.
Right. So, getting a Thundering Falls there, choosing to surveil back to the top. Looks like he's got another fetch and a Tundra in hand. Or no, it's a Wasteland. Okay. Wasteland is the land for turn. Michael now puzzling over what that could mean for what his sequencing is going to be.
Yeah, this one's tight, and this will show the experience of Jesse. Jesse didn't just rip off that Wasteland. He waited for Michael to tap out because crop rotation, sacrificing a land that's going to get wasted anyway, mitigates the massive cost of casting that card normally.
Yeah, and a Disruptor Flute here in response to a construct being made. We'll see in a second what that is naming.
Yep, this if he names Thespian Stage, then Stage can't copy Saga. If he parks the Wasteland in play, Stage can't really copy anything. So this is a patient way to play Wasteland as a surgical tool rather than as a blunt object of hit you, hope you can't play Magic, versus you have specific items that at some point might be useful for me to take on.
All right, and we're also going to fire off the Wasteland on Urza's Saga. So Thespian Stage and Mox Diamond, Michael's only mana sources. Here's an Expedition map and a construct that is now a 3/3. It's not a small construct. I mean, smaller compared to what it can be later on, but considering he has 4 permanents in play, it's pretty big.
Yeah, I feel like every time we tune into Michael mid-match playing lands, he just doesn't have any lands.
Yeah. All right, so here's Dragon's Rage Channeler and then Ponder with a Surveil trigger for Jesse, and he's going to keep that, so surveilling twice to the top. Here comes that.
Thespian Stage
Yep,
confirmed.
Thespian Stage.
The flute. Yeah, triple crop rotation in Michael's hand. That is.
Oh, wow.
That is mid.
Yeah. Okay, so here comes Tundra after the Ponder, and I believe that's going to be Prismatic Ending. Is that going after the Construct token? Or
Do we want the construct, the Mox, or the map? Those are all good targets.
Yeah, I think it's going. It might be going after the Mox.
Yeah, crop rotate while you still can.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Surgical Extraction here. There's nothing much that Michael can do about that. He's spent all of his resources to crop rotate. We're going to mill over the days with Surveil. So we see Exploration and Crop Rotation are the other 2 cards in Michael's hand. And looks like we're targeting Urza's Saga with the Surgical Extraction. So Michael's going to be out of Urza's Sagas for the rest of this match.
Sagas out of the deck and Thespian Stage don't work. That means Constructs and Merit Lage are both off as win conditions.
Yeah.
What's left?
Well, if he brought in the Elvish Reclaimers, do you think he brought those in?
Yeah, Elvish Reclaimer could be around.
We could be faced with those.
This is a little different, especially with open lists, having 6 1-mana exile-based removal spells versus Lightning Bolts that a 3/4 body could shrug off. Even if Michael was bringing them in versus Blue-Red Delver, he might not bring them in here.
Yeah. So Michael does have, in terms of ways that he has, besides, of course, he's got 4 Boseiju, so this not necessarily turned off forever. The Boseiju could come in, but he's got to have, on top of drawing a Boseiju, he's also got to get, 2 more mana sources?
Yep. And he does have a 2/2 construct in play. If Jesse doesn't answer that in the next 7 turns,
yeah, hey,
there is a chance.
You're telling me there's a chance. All right. Okay, so a little hopeful Boseiju sliding out of the deck alongside the Ancient Tomb, but Crop Rotation's target will be Ancient Tomb here to give Michael the chance to crack this Expedition map, continue to develop lands.
Yep.
But he is really low on resources here, and Jesse has, with a threat in play, the clock is starting to tick. All right, and then we're also going to crack the map. Yep. So let's just go back in here.
I saw Reclaimer go by.
Yep. There's Yavi Maya. Michael, that's a consideration to make sure that we have some green sources.
Yeah, that turns on the entire hand and lets him not take damage from Ancient Tomb if he doesn't want to.
Yep, and that it will be the card that he picks up. So he's going to go get Yavi Maya here. And Exploration, not looking too hot when I have a hand that is completely empty of lands.
Michael wants Life from the Loam off the top of the deck right now. That would change the game very quickly.
Yep, big draw. What is it? It's Thespian Stage. All right. So here comes Yavimaya.
And anything that's a land here plays.
And there's Thespian Stage. That's land number 2. And back to Jesse. So back up to 3 lands, 4 mana available.
And Jesse knows about that crop rotation. So it is now, in addition to everything else that is going on, incumbent on Jesse to think about what could crop rotation become, and also any wastelands he draws aren't really going to kill a land.
Yeah, Michael also has the opportunity here with Ancient Tomb and Thespian Stage up. He could turn that Thespian Stage into a Yavimaya if the Yavimaya gets targeted by any kind of wasteland action.
Thespian Stage is locked down.
Oh, it's locked down. That's right, yeah.
Yep. Without the flute in play, we have a clean path to Dark Depths. But,
yeah.
I mean, this was Jesse's plan. Turn off Stage, Surgical Saga, and what's left.
Yeah, I think it looks like Jesse's hand is Brazen Borrower and I think Swords to Plowshares.
Yep.
So we need to get Delirium here so that we can get cracking with this Dragon's Rage Channeler over the construct.
I was just going to say, Michael had a window to crop rotate for Bajuka Bog to both shrink the DRC and preempt a Murktide.
Yeah, but why
and
bother?
He just drew Bajuka Bog after Jesse played Murktide.
Yeah.
And now if he bogs him, Murktide gets bigger.
Yeah. Oh, boy. That's not the greatest land. So you can't even develop your mana base by bog. Like, it's the bad... Like bog, when it's not useful, you're at least adding a land to your mana base, but you just actively don't want to play it right now.
Right, and it's a tap land, so it's not like you could save it for the turn where you need the extra mana.
Yeah.
Once in a while,
Oh, are we going to do it?
and you might have to.
Okay.
Targeting himself.
Targeting self. Okay.
Now Life from the Loam's not a good draw. Or
That important to develop his mana base that he was willing to sacrifice his graveyard as a resource. So card off the top here for Jesse is Flooded Strand. So I believe our Jesse's graveyard right now is Flooded Strand. So we have land, instant, and sorcery. So we need something else. We have the three most common ones. We need an artifact or a creature getting in there.
Yep. And Murktide could manage the size of Dragon's Rage Channeler if Jesse would prefer it as a blocker here.
Yeah.
But yeah, he only had instant sorcery land in their last turn.
All right. So Michael's going to crop rotate away this Bajuka Bog and go get Dark Depths.
All right, he's on that YOLO Rip Baseju plan.
Rip Beseju so I can make it 2020. We got to get there. He is up a game here, so Murktide Regent crashing in, potentially presenting a real big problem for Michael. I believe it's a 7/7, right? Because we got one of the cards was Tarn, but everything else pumped it. So, all right, sees the top cards, not Beseju, and we move on to game number 3.
Yep, Jesse didn't have to let him know. I still have Brazen Bar.
Yeah.
You weren't winning anyway, buddy. It's okay. Don't sweat that draw step too much.
Okay, all right. Taking a look at what we've got in the sideboards. So we saw Michael had, I think we saw a Disruptor Flute, right?
We did see that one.
Yeah. So we definitely will see that we have that one in. Is there anything else that Reclaimer is a possibility?
Yeah, we saw the Reclaimer. I saw him fan past it when he was searching his deck.
Ah, okay.
We saw at least one Disruptor Flute in play. That's a card you could bring in any number of. He has 4. He could have 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4 in his deck reasonably, depending on how the sideboard maps out. Whether he think that's important, like I must turn off Wasteland in this matchup to do what I want to do, then he'll probably have 4. If that's like here and there, maybe I can snag Force of Will on a clutch turn, then maybe he would have less.
Yeah. All right. And then on Jesse's side, it looks like both players are actually kind of digging back into their sideboard, reconsidering their options here. So we have a whole bunch of 1-ofs, a whole bunch of spicy different 1-ofs, a few 2-ofs. Surgical Extraction obviously comes in, probably Force of Negation as well.
Oh wait, the flute was on Jesse's side of the board that we just saw, not on
Oh, right,
Michael's.
it was, yeah. So
Right.
so maybe the flute did not come in for Michael.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah.
But we know the one that Jesse has, it was in, and it was in play, and it was really good.
Indeed, it was. So, a few other options here potentially for Jesse. Consigned to Memory is not totally blank. There's a few colorless cards that you can counter with it.
Yeah, there's colorless cards you can counter, and if Michael goes onto a Saga game plan, the consign can be really important. One of the end games of lands is Urza Saga being copied by Thespian Stage, then Thespian Stage ticks up and gains the ability to make constructs, then that just copies Basic Forest. And then there's a Basic Forest that can make constructs for the rest of the game, and it's Wasteland proof. If you can counter Chapter 2 of Thespian Stage, that's a really hard thing. It then has to copy something else, then copy back to the Saga, restart the count.
Yeah.
Or would it still have the count?
It would still have the counter, so you
okay,
have
so
to, yeah.
it actually can't reach Chapter 2?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is a permanent, that Thespian Stage can't make constructs forever. Well, that's kind of sweet.
No, an interesting one here is Null Rod. There are a decent amount of artifacts in Michael's deck, and green is actually, the amount of green he can produce is sometimes a critical factor in whether or not he's able to win the game. So, and Mox Diamond being one of those sources. Do you think Jesse's considering Null Rod, or do you think it stays on the board?
I don't think he's going to have Null Rod in, but right next to Null Rod on this sideboard is Meltdown.
Yeah.
That's like a Null Rod in terms of wiping out all the Mox Diamonds, but it also wipes out all the Saga tokens. I think that Meltdown it probably is in the deck.
All right. So, all right, the players are finished sideboarding, finished presenting, so they're drawing their first opening hands in Game 3 of the top 4. Looking at Michael fanning his out, I see a Maze of Ith, I see a Beseju, I see a Wasteland, I saw an Exploration.
Null Rod is in Jesse's deck and in Jesse's hand.
All right.
So he is heavily valuing those artifact interactions.
Yeah.
And
All
if the
right,
Null Rod's
so-
in the Meltdown, definitely is.
Yeah, for sure. So, okay, Once Upon a Time from Michael. As his first spell, it costs 0 mana. We see Tabernacle, Exploration, Crop Rotation. So, not a whole lot of hits here. I definitely saw Tabernacle. We can at least get that, but it doesn't produce. It's kind of a specialist land, so it's not necessarily a way to develop our board. But it is the one he's going to take.
Yep. If Jesse has a low drop, has a Tameo or a Dragon's Rage Channeler, this Tabernacle will immediately become annoying.
Yeah. So Beseju for mana here, and then casting Exploration. Jesse looks like he's going to interact with this, going to force that, pitching Brainstorm. There's not a whole lot of cards that it's profitable to Force of Will in the lands matchup, and that's one of them.
Yep.
The turn 1 Exploration is a really good card to Force of Will. So, all right, Wasteland on Beseju.
Attacking those green sources, like you said.
Yep.
And we see 5 colorless lands and Malevolent Rumble in Michael's hand right now.
Yep. So Thespian stage go. So the strategy of Jesse's of attacking the green sources from Michael seems to be paying dividends. It might have been also, we tuned in the last game where the Jesse won, and we tuned in and Michael was hurting for green sources, so it probably missed a little bit of Jesse attacking it there.
Yeah,
But,
he was hurting for mana at all in that game.
All right, so Jesse cracking a fetch for a basic island and resolving Tameo. And here's Tabernacle.
Yep, I will at least annoy you if I can't play the game myself.
Yeah. Yeah, and Jesse, comfortably paying for Tameo there. She's going to attack and make a clue.
A little bit of a non-bow here. We know Null Rod was in Jesse's hand. He may have brainstormed it away. Or no, he pitched that Brainstorm to Force.
Yeah.
He has not actually brainstormed. But so Null Rod's in the hand. These clues are kind of Jesse's engine.
Mm-hmm.
But Michael hasn't developed an artifact, so that Null Rod, unlikely to be deployed.
Yep. So the land here for Jesse is Thundering Falls, the Surveil land. Surveils sees it, likes it, is going to pass turn. Michael has a Wasteland available to him. He might fire it off on that Thundering Falls, but we'll see if he does.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance of that happening. But there's no reason to do it in the end step. You can untap, draw your card, and make the same decision with more information.
Yeah, so it looks like Mox Diamond discarding Maze of Ith here.
There we go. All right. The Wasteland first, and the reason he did that, I was about to point it out, is that Daze picking up that Thundering Falls blanks the Wasteland, but
Yeah.
Daze picking up the island to counter the Malevolent Rumble kills Tameo because of Tabernacle. So that Wasteland covered multiple bases of making Daze worse.
Yeah. All right, so there's our Rumble, Wasteland, Dark Depths, Urza Saga, and Life from the Loam. Ooh, I like that Life from the Loam. That's a good choice. The
Jesse,
retro
are you
frame.
ready for a 2020?
Yeah.
All right, Michael taking the safe route. Yeah, that was a 2020 next turn if he wanted to fire it, but that does get blown out by the 6 white removal spells in the deck,
Yeah.
where Urza Saga, we can just grind this player who seems to be struggling to get ahead.
Yeah. So here comes Tameo making a third clue. Jesse with another Wasteland here. That'll help that helps disrupt Michael's game plan here. The Wastelands aren't really in this matchup. My experience playing these sorts of matchups as the tempo player, the Wastelands aren't really necessarily as good at their normal role against most decks, where they're just kind of just a general land destruction role. They're more like surgical instruments. You really kind of got to pick your spot and take care of whatever understand what your land's opponent is developing and try to disrupt that as best as you can. Pick your spot
Right.
with the Wasteland.
Yep, and that Wasteland is just in time because Michael was about to copy Urza Saga with Thespian Stage and start going nuts. Now that's not so much available.
Yeah. All right, so here's Elvish Reclaimer coming in.
a giant body on this board.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty big one. It's full sized. 3/4. All right, and here's Urza Saga coming in. Michael having to pay 1 mana for his Eldrazi probably doesn't feel the greatest, but
Yep, he paid for it as many times as he's going to have to, because that Wasteland taking out Tabernacle, which shows how desperate Jesse is to get mana going.
yeah.
Like, he can't afford to have that island locked down for the entire game, despite Thespian Stage Urza Saga now developed from the opponent.
Yep. So Ponder here is showing 2 Brainstorms and what I believe is a fetch land on the top of the library for Jesse. So
Yep.
you're going to leave that fetch land there, draw it, play it, probably crack it right away. Yep.
Fetch land is the dream here. The only basics already in play.
Yep. So here comes Tundra.
Plains in the sideboard is something that some Nadu mid-range decks have been adopting, because you don't want a Plains in most games, but when you want one, you really want one.
Really want one, yeah.
But Jesse has not done that. There is no sideboard Plains.
Yeah. So clue number 4 here from Tamio. And Jesse is going to cast a Prismatic Ending. I believe that's going to target the Elvish Reclaimer. It does.
I'm sure Jesse would have liked to hit Mox Diamond with that, but Michael has pushed far enough ahead that the Wasteland had to go on Tabernacle, the ending had to go on Reclaimer, and now Michael has untapped with the ability to copy his Urza Saga or just bang out constructs with it.
Yep. So here comes Wasteland from Michael.
Nice.
Waste the Tundra. Keep Jesse on the back foot again.
And not having white mana means the constructs are safe and the Merit Lage is safe if we ever get there.
Yeah. So Jesse drew Valk for turn, so that's helpful. He's got some mana sources, but unfortunately, I believe his hand has Prismatic Ending and a Swords to Plowshares in it, so not going to have access to those, but we can get this Dragon's Rage Channeler going.
And now Jesse gets put to the test. This Null Rod that was in your opening hand, do you jam it to make Urza Saga a little worse and this Mox Diamond a little worse? Well, at the expense of your 4 clues you've banked.
Right.
And the answer is no, just shipping it.
Yeah.
Right now in the upkeep, Michael has a decision to make. If he wants to copy Urza Saga with Thespian Stage, doing in the upkeep immediately gets it to Chapter 2. Because nope, that's not how that works, because it starts on 0. It gets it to
Right.
Chapter 1. It gets it ahead from if you had copied it at any other time.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, wow. He dredged a loam, which flipped 2 more loams.
Yeah.
This
2 loams and an exploration, so
this battle cruiser is operational.
fully armed. All right, so Chapter 3 on the stack. Looks like we made another construct, and we're going to go search up an artifact here. This could be potentially Mox Diamond.
I expect
Or
Mox
Pithing.
Diamond to unlock the loam, refill the hand. All right, Pithing
It's
Needle.
Pithing Needle instead. Pithing Needle naming the backside of Tamio, of course.
Naming Tamio's butt, whatever that is.
All right, I think that our table judges are helping them slide the label into the sleeve so it doesn't slip around. So
That's
there you
a
go.
surprisingly defensive play. How worried is he about this Tamio that is a creature on his turn?
Yeah.
Even if Jesse fired Brainstorm in the end step, that Tamio starts on 2, has to plus before it can grab anything else. Compared to getting a Mox Diamond, unloading Life from the Loam, refilling the hand.
Yeah, so Yavimaya as a land drop, and then we're going to cast Life from the Loam here by sacrificing the Eldrazi. Targets look like Mazavith, Wasteland, and considering the third one, Dark Depths,
Let's go.
or Urza's. Okay. Dark Depths, Wasteland, Saga, I believe, are the targets.
Yep,
So we're going to
that
crack a clue.
Eldrazi spawn currently, technically correctly, in the graveyard.
Yeah.
It'll be gone soon, I'm sure.
All right, and that resolves. So Jesse cracked a clue, but didn't find anything that he could do about this. So those lands go back into Michael's hand, and we pass the turn back.
Yeah, Jesse's under real damage tempo, and the Loam Engine is running, and Dark Depths is threatening. This is where Lands wants to be. Short of that exploration that Jesse wisely countered on turn 1, Lands is doing everything it wants to do right now.
100%. Looks like Brainstorm was the draw for Jesse. He's got Force with Brainstorm now. 3 white cards in his hand with no white sources, though.
Well, good call, needling Tamio's butt.
All right, so here come the constructs. They're both 4/4s right now. We're gonna throw Tamio under the bus. Try to save some life points here. So these constructs aren't quite lethal. Jesse will be at 1 if he takes another attack from them if they're 4/4s, but 1 more artifact added to the board will, and that should be able to do it. So that'll give it to him. So it's gonna start on 1. So next turn it'll hit 2 and he can make a construct, which would make it 5 artifacts in play.
All right, the decision to present lethal versus Wasteland, this 1 land, is an interesting one. Ghost Quarter in the grip. He knows that's just strip mine.
I believe that's loam number 4, so all the 4 loams are either in the graveyard or in the hand right now. All right, Jesse drawing for turn. Surgical Extraction is the card.
That's a little bit late.
Yeah. It'd be really, really good if we could melt down these constructs first.
Yeah, Brainstorm finding Meltdown, I think, is the way that we keep playing here.
Yeah. So, Brainstorm that looks like Volk. I don't think I saw any of those as Meltdown.
Jesse shuffled his Brainstorm cards face down into his hand before turning it face up to look at it. That is the self-sweat. That's the, I want to be as surprised as everyone else if the Meltdown is there.
All right, definitely taking his time to consider. I think for sure, yeah, Force of Will going back on top, and I think Null Rod. And then here comes Dragon's Rage Channeler. That's almost certainly going to be on blocking duty. That one too.
Handful of blockers suddenly appeared.
Yeah. All right, well, that buys us some redraws.
Yep, Jesse is delirious, but the constructs are big enough that it doesn't matter.
All right. So, taking a look at Michael's graveyard, Jesse with a Surgical Extraction in hand, he does have the ability to interact with this. He's considering if he wants to do that right now or if what else he might want to be doing. It looks like he is casting Surgical Extraction. So this is Michael's hand. Beseiju, Stage Depths, Wasteland, Ghost Quarter. And we're going to hit life from the loam.
Yep,
Okay.
taking out all the loams. It's either take the loams, collapse the engine, hope that you can stabilize this battlefield, or it's if there is a redundant copy in the graveyard, because there's been a lot of milling. If there's a second Dark Depths or a second Wasteland in the graveyard, you could clip the one that you know is in Michael's hand.
Yeah.
But then loam is still cranking.
And presumably he's doing this right now. I mean, he could have done this in the upkeep or waiting to see if Michael was going to dredge his draw of loam to see if to snag it from his hand. But I think he's doing it now probably to get these surveil triggers, try to dig to Meltdown and make sure that.
Yeah, he's got to clear these goods.
Yeah.
Or these bads.
Yeah, get this Brainstorm reset. So.
Clearing your Brainstorm cards one way or another.
Surgical. It looks like Surgical has resolved. Did he not do
Tap
his
the cards on
surveils?
top? Did we miss the triggers? Or
think
did we want them there?
It looks like that might be the discussion being
Oh, yeah,
had.
yeah. Jesse kind of sheepishly, I've forgotten
That
to
was what I
surveil,
meant
and
to
Michael
do.
said,
Yeah.
go ahead, man.
Yeah.
A little, nobody would fault Michael for, at this high-stakes match saying, you know.
Sorry you missed it. Yeah,
Yep.
that would be
the
totally
rules
fair.
are clear, but, you know, Michael, I wonder if the game was closer, if Michael would feel the same.
It might be, yeah.
But, yeah, I think I would confidently let my opponent have whatever they want in this
Yeah.
position.
Nice show of sportsmanship there, though, from Michael in the top 4 here. All right, so here comes Dark Depths out of Michael's hand.
Yep, got you dead 2 ways. I'm no longer dead to Meltdown.
Yep. So here come my big old constructs. I believe we are presenting 8 damage. This is still lethal with Jesse now at 7.
Yep.
He could conceivably double block, but that. Yeah. I think he's blocking 1.
Yeah, he double blocked and took the damage from the other
Oh,
one.
he did double block. Okay, yeah. So that was the line that he took. Okay. So Murktide Region off the top here. Does that do anything?
It blocks Mirror Lage.
Yeah. We really need a white source. We need a white source to unlock our white card. There's three cards in our hand that are blanks right now because we have no white sources. And all three of them are a potential answer to Merit Lage.
And this is Richard Garfield's beautiful mana system at work. The proprietary thing that makes Magic the Gathering so great is you can make your deck, you can make your spells more powerful by adding colors, but sometimes you don't have all your colors.
Yep. So Jesse cracked a clue there. He really wants to try to dig to that white source, and he found one. He got a Tundra off the top.
Yep.
Okay, so now he's got to be careful about how he plays this because Michael is a Wasteland deck and could potentially take this, and also a Beseiju deck. And, well, Beseiju wouldn't help because we can just get a land with a basic land type. But
yeah, Michael's just got him coming and going here. If he doesn't present white, Michael drops the Merit Lage. If he does present white, he just makes 2 constructs, tutors Lava Spur Boots, and outmuscles the Plow. Dragon's Rage Channeler has to fight here. It's not available as a blocker.
yeah,
Ooh.
interesting. Okay, so we're going to go with Volcanic Island, Murktide Regent to get a blocker into play for this Merit Lage.
This can create a second blocker on the ground, too, by removing Delirium from the Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Oh, it can, yeah. I think that looks like that's what Jesse is considering doing. Yeah, so we're going to take Null Rod and Dragon's Rage Channeler to get those types out of our graveyard.
And the cool thing about this play is it tries to walk Michael into depthsing instead of sagaing. Like, Michael can just make 2 constructs. The construct will be bigger than Murktide Regent because Jesse has to do these loops of removing weird card types from the graveyard rather than just make Murktide big.
Yeah.
And still just outmuscle the board with Saga is safe to do. But if he goes for Merit Lage here, goes for the Grand Swing, and Jesse can successfully block, then we get the Plow off. It costs 2 lands, the stage and the depths, to make the Merit Lage. The Saga will die unceremoniously. Jesse is inviting Michael to make a mistake that I don't think he's going to make because he's
playing to his outs, though.
he's made it this far, but if you just play that Plains face up, tell Michael, make Saga tokens, beat me that way, Michael will take the invitation.
Yeah. All right, so let's see. This looks like stage depths.
We're copying.
We're copying Urza Saga. So.
And making a token.
And we're making.
We've got it all, team.
We don't need Merit Lage. We can just make a whole bunch of constructs. So we have an Urza Saga now. We have another. We have a second construct. We can make a third if we want to with Chapter 3 on the stack, but don't have to.
Yeah.
Now, Urza, the stage Saga right now does not have the ability to tap for, well, it has the ability to tap for greens from Yavimaya, but does not natively have the ability to tap for mana.
Right, so there's a couple options here. There is make a construct, tutor Lava Spur Boots, smush. There is also tutor Expedition Map, find Sajiri Step, push through another way. Yeah, I think we're just going to grab the boots and get walking.
It does seem like that's going to be the line, yep. And there they are. So Lava Spur Boots hit the battlefield.
I see 2 blockers and 3 creatures with more than 3 power.
I see that as well. So
That's my count. Jesse, what do you got?
Okay.
And we're
Stage depths.
Yeah, and we're just 20 balling. Yeah, I see a creature with 21 power and then 2 other lethal creatures
Stage
as well.
steps, and let's put the boots on the ancient
that's-
Eldritch Horror.
That's not a construct token. That was a floating mana. So, okay. Here we go. This works too.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm going to suit up my Ancient Elder God with some spiffy cowboy boots.
Yeehaw.
And here she comes.
Yeah, Jesse's just waiting to see the lethal attack.
Leaving one back. Okay.
Does that construct...
I don't think it's
is
sick.
That not able to attack? What's going on? What just happened?
I'm not sure. It looked like... I don't think it's sick.
Yeah, he made that in the end step and then floated mana. Okay.
Okay, here goes the stage.
All right. Yeah, I'm confused about that, but the game continues.
The game does continue, so here comes Malevolent Rumble. Jesse gets another turn to try to find something. Meltdown certainly, would help off the top. That actually might make this a game.
Yep. Meltdown killing all of the constructs and the boots. Plow the Merit Lage. You're at 40. Go.
Yeah. Well, we have Prismatic Ending, right? Can we pending Merit Lage too?
Is it in hand? I know there are plows in hand.
I think it's 2 plows and pending in hand. And we do still have a clue that we can crack and still have all those lines available. Is it the Meltdown?
We're not dead
It's
yet.
Brainstorm. Well, we cannot clear Boots and Needle now because Meltdown can only be X is 0.
Right.
But we can nonetheless. Actually, that also is really big because now Merit Lage is going to get to keep the Boots, which gives it Ward 1.
Yes.
Which is going to now make all the difference in the world.
Yep. I think Jesse is a mana off
Show
or
it
a
over.
spell off in every direction.
And that's it. So Michael Ide takes the match 2-1 over Jesse Hatfield with mono green lands. Wow, man, that's a callback, Brian. I love that those matchups are always so fun to play. I love when lands is good in the metagame because it leads to games that are so intricate and also sometimes unconventional in terms of like what matters changes, and they have these messy board states that are really interesting challenges to solve.
Right. Would I like to kill you with 3 6/6s or 1 20/20 or both?
Yeah. So Michael is going to go ahead and face Nathan Stoyer in the finals here. Lands against Blue-Black Reanimator. Do you think Michael has a chance to stop Nathan from the repeat?
And Nathan is on fire this weekend, of course, but as we've been saying all weekend, lands is historically pretty reasonable versus graveyard decks and pretty good against tempo decks. And Reanimator is those two things. A well-timed crop rotation for Baduka Bog, followed by a Mazavith, might just lock Nathan out.
Yeah, so last man standing in the way of Nathan Stoyer coming in here and just telling everybody who's boss is Michael Ide. So we're going to head to a break here, and we'll be back with Ari and Jarvis to take y'all home with the coverage of the finals match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Michael, you did it with Lance. Jarvis, your favorite.
My favorite, purportedly.
It's not purportedly. It's documented.
Who documented it?
Good point. Yeah, hard to tell. And then Nathan Sawyer. We've heard that name in the finals before. Heard that name in the finals.
Maybe
about
almost 24 hours ago.
Yeah, possibly a little bit more. That last one took a while. And Dimir Reanimator, we've changed one card, and we've lost 0 matches.
Yeah.
And so we're going to show these players route through the season. We've seen this before today, but let's just rewind. Michael, BCQ at Curio, store champion from Curio, running up the score at local events. And I believe you said switching to lands late in the season after getting sick of losing with Doomsday?
Yes, I believe that is what happened.
Yeah. So very technical, very, very methodical, playing around all of the things that could go wrong. Then Nathan. He won yesterday. He won the whole thing. And he's playing Reanimator.
Yep.
You may also recognize him from such places as winning the World Championships.
And
His face
winning a
on a
Pro
Magic card, winning a Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is we've got what's the line? Best player, best deck.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to say that for real or say it tongue in cheek, but it sort of applies here, right?
Yeah, I mean it's very. If you were to say there's a best deck in Legacy, you have 2 arguments, and it's Forge and Reanimator.
Yes.
If you were to say that there's the most accomplished player in this room, there are 0 arguments, and it's Nathan and Nathan.
Yes.
And this is a deck that kind of exemplifies traditional technical play. It's just very much you are routing your way to a combo, you're routing a way to disruption, you're routing your way to a backup kill, and misrouting your opponent through all of that. And that is what Nathan has been very successful at doing. And we will see if he is successful at doing it against a deck that is as unique as the lands deck. And this is the mono green lands deck. So we've seen this before: Malevolent Rumble, Life from the Loam, Crop Rotation, the classics. Urza Saga, Dark Depths, Thessian Sage combo, Wasteland Exploration. So, trying to churn through your utility lands as you need them, trying to recur your Wastelands, and Urza Saga is to bury your opponent, or just making a Merit Lage. Other side, Dimir Reanimator. Tomio is the backup kill. Archon Atraxa. Which one are you going for in this matchup? Are you making an Archon or are you making an Atraxa?
I'm making Archon.
Okay, you're making Archon here.
So the only way that the lands deck has to answer Archon once it's played is Ottawa or Soaring City.
There is an Ottawa in this deck. Just double check. Well, there's
correct.
another way. You have to kill all of their lands in Tabernacle.
That you're going to be dead before that happens.
Yes, I would agree with that. So, game 1 with Nathan on the play. Whose side do you have?
Reanimator side.
Reanimator side?
Yeah.
Is it a play-draw thing or just a matchup?
I think it's a matchup thing more than anything else. Especially in open deck lists, you know that the thing that can stop you is a Turbo Saga getting the main deck cage out of the deck.
There's also a Bajuka Bog to crop rot for.
Yeah, that's easier to play around to navigate through via Thoughtseize or Daze.
Yep, Thoughtseize, Daze, Force of Will, any of the above. Okay. So if you are on Nathan's side, you're just looking for a hand that functions, like the bare minimum functionality. Is a Tomio hand of any sort good enough here?
I think if you have literal Tamio, flip it on turn 2, that might be good enough. Later in that, I think it's a little bit dicey.
Okay. And then obviously the reanimate hands are really good, and the reactive hands are pretty bad.
I agree.
How heavily are you weighting a Wasteland in your hand from the Reanimator side?
Not that high. Like, it's nice to have one to manage the Saga, but like with 4 in the deck, you're likely to find one in the time span you need it.
Okay, so you don't need to manage the Saga immediately. You need to manage it within the turn cycles.
Right.
And then from the land side, you're really just looking for something fast, something with Graveyard Hate.
Yes.
You need to be able to keep up with the pace the Reanimator deck sets.
I think either you want to fast Rage Kill or a way to access Graveyard Hate quickly, and almost nothing else is good enough.
What about like an Exploration Wasteland hand?
That could be good enough. Sometimes it's not good enough, especially since the Reanimator deck does have 2 basic lands in it.
Okay. And just a reminder, we have the ring. The championship ring is waiting for whoever sits right here for the winner's interview. There's also a very large trophy, apparently lighter than the one that Nathan already has home from the previous event. Maybe you can stack Did anyone think about stacking the trophies in case someone won both events? Nathan might have to. Or he might not have to. That might be a reason to lose this. There's less burden to figure that out.
Right.
So, it's worth noting that the giant trophy, there are name plaques for each year. So the previous winner, Brady Monroe, we saw come up a little short yesterday. Rough day today.
Yeah.
Not the winner again this year. So a new name will be inscribed on this. Stanley Cup style, I believe, is the origins of that.
I'll take your word for it.
You'll take. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, and with that, I guess we can just kind of skim through. I guess one of the other things is Mazavith isn't really going to get you anywhere in this matchup.
No. The problem, that's the reason to get Archon Cruelty. That and Caracas are the reasons to get Archon instead. Maze does not manage Archon very well.
Okay, yeah, and that is, I guess, Caracas is a problem with the Tamio draws, no matter how fast it is.
Correct.
Yep. Okay, so we're going to be kicking down to this match. We're going to get going, and we have players with hands. Oh my goodness! No shuffling time, ready to go. Okay, fire it up. Nathan, turn 1, Delta. Pass, so no exposure to Wasteland. Michael, Mox Diamond. On the stack. In the choosing to discard zone, potentially. That looks like it. Ghost Quarter gone. We're going to play an Urza Saga, trigger it so that we have a mana for days, potentially, and this is a fast exploration draw. Okay.
Yep.
This looks like exactly what you want from the land side. Nathan, potentially debating whether we're allowed to let exploration resolve or not.
Yep.
And, yep, so force of negation on that. We're concerned about the speed of our opponent's draw here more so than any engine on the loam. And this looks like Nathan's might just have this wrapped up here. So we've gotten a tomb. We'll see if this is off a basic or off of a duel. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this game's not going to be lasting very long if those are the cards I saw.
I believe there's a Reanimate in hand, correct?
Yeah, I believe I saw Reanimate and a Wasteland.
Oh, that's almost the nuts.
Yeah.
Because you can just waste the Saga immediately, try to cut down on the amount of mana that Michael has. Like we mentioned, the answer to an in-play Archon is Otawara.
Yeah, and the scariest thing, like Saga is the scariest land your opponent could have here, right? Like they'd have to fire back with like Exploration, Tabernacle, and Wasteland to carry out anything here. So we got Thoughtseize first. Okay. Looks like Rumble, Loam, Boseiju.
Well, you probably shouldn't take the Loam.
Yeah, don't take Loam.
So,
well, the Loam's going to end up in the graveyard anyways,
Sure.
right? Because this Archon's going to enter the battlefield. Nathan's going to drop down to a life total.
Yep.
But bounce right back up. Archon taking the Loam. Michael down to 17. Nathan drawing a card off Archon.
Yep.
So Nathan going to be at 14, so 12 with the Thoughtseize damage, correct? And then passing on back. Michael, debating to dredge Loam here. Would you be dredging a Loam here?
So, let's see. You take an attack for 9. If you dredge Loam and you hit Otawara and other lands, you could theoretically build up enough. Yeah, I think you have to dredge Loam.
I think you have to dredge Loam.
Yeah.
You could also, in theory, hit like stage depths and have stage depths next turn. Though,
Well, that's too slow, I think, right?
it's too slow. Can't you activate in combat with your setup? Even if the Saga dies, you could get a diamond
Sure.
and potentially have it work. Oh, we just took the draw. Another Saga. I don't think this game's going to last very long.
No.
Okay.
So I think you needed to dredge Loam because it gives you outs to the Otawara plan, I think.
Yeah, Otawara or the Fast Lage plan, but
Right.
it doesn't look like we are going to be able to get out of this. 15 to 8 looks like his life totals.
And there are 2 Wastelands in hand for Nathan as well.
That's a Ponder. Those don't do anything at this point. We don't need an Entomb or some lands. Just going to ship those away probably.
Yep.
And 2 Wastelands. Oh my gosh, that's a brutal
Wait,
setup.
so we kept?
Keeping the Entomb, I guess. Potentially as like a creature backup. I guess Nathan doesn't even really care about letting the Saga find something, correct? We just have to leave this Wasteland up because your opponent could potentially produce a land you care about.
What land do you care about here? I guess Mazavith buys a turn is what it is.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Maze of It buys a turn, or yeah, with the setup, yep. So construct,
Or we're wasting the saga after the contract is made. Also
that's
makes
fine.
sense.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
Our opponent's cut off of Otawara, wasting the saga that'll be triggering next turn. This saga triggers and puts it puts itself back into the next game. Okay.
So those hands are why Reanimator kind of. There's a limit to how bad any matchup can be, right?
Yeah, that's why this deck's really, really good.
Yeah.
So really, really good. Sideboards. Really, really easy, I think, on Michael's side. Well, actually, Fairy Macabre, very easy.
Yes.
Do you want the Reclaimers?
I
think you do.
so, because it forces Nathan to have another set of answers, because you can't do the thing with Reclaimer and tap into 2 mana untapped, right?
Yeah, you can't do any of your things, right? So
Right.
your Tomio's probably going to get Karakas. Your Graveyard can get Paducah Bogged.
Yes.
Your Murktide can get Maze of Ith.
Yes.
So you actually have full coverage there. So you probably want both of those. You probably don't. I would say you don't really want. Actually, you do want the Pithing Needle because of coverage against Tamio. So I guess we
Yeah.
can look down at the lands. You kind of want all your lands too. Tabernacle
Yeah.
might be. I don't know. Are you allowed to cut that card? And
It
are you
is
allowed
very,
to cut Maze?
it's very slow. I think you probably can't cut the maze because of the Murktide problem.
Okay. And you can't cut Step because there's too many spots where they have exactly one
Right.
blocker, or if you have a crop on and the Brazen Borrower Petty Theft happens, you actually have an out to that then. So yeah, this is maybe the Ghost Quarter goes because it's slow.
I don't know. I think if that's where we're at, I would rather cut the fourth Wasteland than the first Ghost Quarter.
Okay.
But we'll see what Michael actually ends up doing.
Yeah, because this looks like a spot where there are more cards to bring in than cut. I mean, maybe this is just a case of like you cut like a Rumble just to become more lean. You cut some onces because you don't have
Well, so the weird thing is, once is actually good at finding the cards.
right because you want Fairy Macabre.
Yeah, I don't know.
And Macabre's, or you can also find Macabre off Rumble. So maybe a lot
Correct.
of this game is going to come down to exactly that. Present 66.
I was sort of thinking that as a joke to say as well. So you and I were just on the same wavelength again. I don't think you can do that.
I don't think you can present 66.
Maybe it's just like cut Lava Spirit Boots,
Okay, I'm okay with that.
trim around the edges and other places. I'm just not sure.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that Lava Sword Boots is more important than like. This might be a case where you are either getting Cage or you're getting Needle against everything, and
Yes.
Boots is never the card you're getting.
But the problem is, I don't think you can cut Expedition Map because that just represents
Right.
more problems.
But that's
Or
fine, but-
more copies of the cards you
Right,
actually care
but
about.
Boots, like every single threat they have, one of the other options is better.
Sure.
Therefore, Boots is not the card you care about.
Right.
Nathan's side, you don't want Better Voice.
Nope.
Okay.
I-
Bitter.
I think it's just Fatal Push because you know about Reclaimer. Probably Voidwalker because that's just coverage
Definitely
for Soul.
Voidwalker. And
And-
the extra Brazen Borrower.
Yes.
And this seems like an Engineered Explosives matchup.
Yes. I think if you have Engineer Explosives in your deck and you don't sideboard in this matchup, I have real questions about deck construction.
Yep.
I will say Nathan was sort of complaining about how mediocre the card was for him, so maybe it doesn't belong in the deck, but I think this is the matchup where you should have it.
Yeah. This is the Urza Saga deck where you might also clear some explorations, where you might also clear Reclaimer. Like everything is condensed in just the
Sure.
right way. I think Daze and Murktide Regime are the cards I'm questioning.
Yeah, the mono green deck, very good at weaving around Days, just not a good card. The best use for Days is to pitch to a Force, really.
Yeah, and
Like,
I think the Murktide thing is how many do you want? There's two. Do you?
I don't want the extra one for sure. I might cut down to one.
That was the question I had. And do you want to cut a Force of Will, or do you want
I
all
don't
your
think
Force
so.
of Wills?
I think Force of Will is too important versus crop rotation and Reclaimer.
Okay, that's fair. The question is whether it's like this is like one of those unscientific numbers things where it's like,
Right.
do I want 5 forces in my deck? Do I want 6 forces? Because the negation's really key here.
I think you just want all 6 Forces.
Okay. Do you want the animate?
That is softer to Boseiju, so that might be a reason to cut
Yeah.
it, actually.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the one animate, definitely the worst card in the deck. Looks like we're getting some how do the lands cards work questions from Nathan, because there's some weird things that can happen here.
Yeah.
I don't think there's. I'm just like looking through this cyborg again on the land side. No way to bring in Disruptor Flute, even just as like a gotcha here. Like you could. I feel like every spot where you would like Flute to slow down or reanimate is just like the card you would have would also slow them down better,
Right.
or like it's the worst possible thing, and we already like all the cards in the deck. Do we need all the Mox Diamonds?
Yeah, I think so for
Okay.
speed. And like the fact of the matter is, you don't actually have the main green sources in your deck if you cut Mox Diamond.
Okay, that's fair.
It's 4, 8, 9.
This is just a thought towards. Oh, that's
Yeah.
pretty bad. Yeah, my thought here was mostly that like once you go down this road of Fairy Macabre, you are signing yourself up for pseudo mulligans, where like you
Yes.
just have this card in your hand, and once you're already down a card, a Mox Diamond starts to look like more of a liability.
I'm not sure I would view it that way, but
Or the second Mox Diamond in any hand. Like there's you have effectively between fairies and the diamonds, there's a lot more ways to create combinations of cards in your hand where more of your cards don't do things. And I don't know where, like, maybe you can't. I guess you can't trim diamond. You can't. I think you just got to go for it and hope your hand lines up.
Yeah.
Honestly. Okay, shuffling. We have a deck presented, so that's a really good sign that we're moving forward. And that
Yes.
first game,
That
first
was a
game
lightning
cleared.
fast one.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I mean, Nathan basically had the best possible hand on the play for the matchup, right?
That was a turn 4 kill.
Yeah, force, Entomb, Reanimate, Pooted Delta, so you could fetch Swamp if you wanted to. He chose
And
to
waste.
fetch Underground Sea, I think, but I mean
Yeah.
that's because he had a second land behind,
Yeah,
right?
second C. So you may as well just have the source for both, as opposed. Again, this is a constant thing that comes up: is you fetch a basic and then you fetch a dual, and then they waste your dual, and you're stuck on one color. Whereas if they just have one waste and you have 2 duals, you still have both your colors. Okay, so Nathan stepping out, and we'll be back in a second. You know, it's been a long day for everybody, and it may or may not be over soon. So, I guess we've talked about the combinations of openers. It felt like that fast like Wasteland Saga, like that hand exactly didn't really pan out. It had the tools to potentially pan out, but
Yeah.
didn't. Does access? So it feels like any Reclaimer hand is just one that looks good, and you
Yeah.
probably keep. Are there hands with a Fairy Macabre that you suddenly find keepable that would not be keepable in any Game 1 configuration?
I think there are, because what Macabre implies is that you get a few extra turns to set up shop, right?
Yeah. So, what are those hands? Let's outline a few of them.
I think a slow Ursa Saga can now becomes keepable because you're going to layer like layers of disruption on top of it now, right?
So, like a hand that's like Saga, Yavimaya, Fairy Macabre, Loam,
Yeah.
a couple other lands and
Well,
like small pieces.
Ideally, a Mox Diamond there as well.
That's a fast Saga hand. That's a turn 2
okay,
activation of
fine.
a construct. Okay, and we are back. Let's see what our players have kept. Or, well, will keep.
Did you see the quick fist bump before
Yeah,
the game?
that's an important piece of
Yeah,
it. You
that's
know,
nice. It's really about community here, you know. While the
we
lights
just
are
got some
flickering.
disco lights going on here.
Yeah,
I
the
had
lights
some
are
I had
flickering.
some flashbacks to the blackout earlier.
Oh no.
This doesn't look like a great hand on Michael's side. I didn't see a green source, so it looks like we're going back.
So, this is one of my rants about how this deck is configured, and I've had this rant for a while. It has 9 green sources base, 13 with Mox Diamond. That's very, very low.
Very
Okay.
low. Like you talk about decks like what's our blue count for Force of Will? Like 17, 18 is low,
Well, that-
and 13 sources is like real low.
Well,
Like standard decks with standard mana usually have more than 13 sources of a second color.
Well, if you think about it another way, is how many turn 1 sources do you want for like Birds of Paradise or Llanowar Elves? A lot more than 13.
I don't have the Karsten article flash, in my memory, but yeah, more
And
than 13.
The answer is as many as possible, realistically, right?
Yeah. It is, yeah. It's a little sketchy, but this.
I
game,
mean, what?
I guess Once Upon a Time is sort of a green source.
And Urza Saga is a delayed green source, but the
That
problem
does not
is that
count.
right.
Yeah. This hand looks like it's better. Looks like we're moving to put a card to the bottom, so it looks like Michael agrees that it looks better. So we are figuring out how to lead off. What do we got? Once Upon a Time?
Yep. That's some percentage of a Green's Force.
There's sort of an interesting sub-decision here to like whether you fire it now or you can wait on it or something like that. But I
So-
think if you have Reclaimer in deck, you obviously want to do it on your
Sure.
first main phase.
Well, the consideration
And there,
is...
as we said, there's a Reclaimer.
Yes. I mean, I think Reclaimer must be in the deck if you have it in your sideboard. Like, for this matchup, rather.
Yeah. We discussed it, but it's never sure what the players are going to do down at the table. But I think the question is, so it looks like we have Boseiju, Mazavith, Reclaimers, and a Stage opting to take the Reclaimer. Is that a future sight portal Reclaimer?
Yeah, that's from Mystery Booster 2, I believe.
Nice. I forgot that was one of the ones in there. And Michael going to Saga on 1. And Expedition Map. Is that our green source this game?
Yeah, that's a really slow way to do it. Engineered Explosives is in Nathan's hand, so you could theoretically tag the map eventually, but probably not before it gets activated.
So it looks like our choices are which creature goes to the graveyard, Fairy Macabre or Elvish Reclaimer. And that's going to tell us a lot about how Nathan plans to play out this game, right? Because
Right.
if we have an Entomb Reanimate, Macabre's gone.
Yes.
If we have Tamio, slower hand, maybe just no answer to the Reclaimer, and we're concerned about it, then we're taking that.
Well, I already saw an Engineered Explosives in hand, but that is a very slow answer.
Very
to
slow,
Reclaimer there.
very slow hand. Very slow way to deal with anything, right? You're spending 3 mana to trade for 1 mana when you're killing a Reclaimer. I mean, with the constructs, it's about the best thing you can do, but yeah.
Remember, Michael is able to make a construct next turn off of the Ancient Tomb, so that's a very, very fast clock.
Yes, very fast. And also the Saga represents a different kind of clock because it's going to potentially find a cage on turn 3.
So I guess the plan is to navigate around the Macabre.
Yeah, or just find a later Thoughtseize. Just kind of get somewhere later. So we got a Ancient Tomb probably from Michael. Yep, Ancient Tomb, go. Construct production in progress. Nathan fetching. Looks like maybe a second Thoughtseize from Nathan too would be another reason to leave the Macabre. We can Thoughtseize later. We got a Dothy. So EOT construct. These are going to be chonky constructs.
So remember, the EE actually does cover the System Queen away because it only requires 2 mana to clear up the constructs.
right, but we're going to be taking
A bunch of damage.
yeah. So I mean, Michael's also taking a bunch of damage.
Sure.
So Michael to 18. This Ancient Tomb for another construct would put him down to 16.
Yep.
But these are 4 power constructs
And-
because they'll find another artifact.
And we'll see if the Boots is still in the deck because that does represent a 2-turn clock if the Boots is still in the deck.
That's very true. So we are Saga tutoring. Other options would be Expedition Maps on the battlefield,
So Cage is the other option, right?
Cage, and then Needle are the and
Yeah.
you could find a Mox Diamond too. So those are the 3 options. Needle seems like you'd have to really have the bead on I'm gonna kill Nathan and not lose to the exact one Engineered Explosives, but the Cage seems like it makes a little more sense. Your opponent has represented that they have a way through your Macabre by leaving it in your hand, and therefore you get Cage as the backup, and then
Right.
you're trying to say this game is no longer about your graveyard at any point. There's nothing you can do about that. This game is about whether you can heads up beat my stuff with a Dothy Voidwalker or similar creature. So that is a counter from the Dothy Voidwalker on that Urza Saga in Exiled. We are allowed to cash that in. Probably don't want to, but we're allowed to. That's a 4-power attack. Shadow cannot block creatures without Shadow. Shadow cannot be blocked by creatures without Shadow. So this Dothy Voidwalker is just on its own plane doing its own thing.
So I believe there's a Wasteland and Pithing Needle in Michael's hands.
And a Saga. So there's a lot of options
Yeah.
here for Michael. So it looks like we're just going to start crunching.
Yeah.
Yep. So Saga, Needle.
Does Needle name Engineered Explosives?
What else is it going to name? Waste. Okay. That's a good name. So the timing on this is Let's see. Can Nathan get away with another turn of taking construct beats to clean up a construct token? I think he can, yeah. So that's a Dothy. So this is a pretty good response to, if you have Fairy Macabre and a Graphic Cage, what am I supposed to do?
Cast 2, 3, 2.
Cast 2, 3, 2 unblockables against your Ancient Tomb is a pretty good plan.
Yeah.
So this is Nathan at 13. Facing down, it looks like... Oh, okay, so we actually have a problem for Nathan here. Let me know when you spot it.
So these constructs are going to attack for 6, right?
Yeah.
So Nathan will be at 1,
Yep.
and the Wasteland takes out the C.
Yep.
So we're at 1, we can't crack our fetch.
But we can crack our Dothy Voidwalker.
To get a Urza Saga, which taps for colorless.
Or a Wasteland.
Right.
Yep. Just routing it out. Just a problem to solve. Looks like neither of those are going to... I guess we can't waste, right, because we've Pithing Needle our own Wasteland.
Oh, that's... Wait,
Jarvis, you lied about the E.
I thought there was an E in hand.
No,
Okay.
the game's over.
Well, obviously I missaw it, but if there was an E in hand, we would cast it there.
Well, it's okay. We have played that game as if we had a winning line. We did not. We died to constructs. We are moving back to sideboarding.
So perhaps the winning line was to peel the E off the top.
That's a good line. Because you would be pretty sure to win at that point, right? Because you are putting your opponent to... so the Pithy Needle's already been used. They couldn't, Michael couldn't get a Pithy Needle to handle the E, so you could just let the Saga Resolve clean up the constructs. Your opponent would be at 7 and have an Ancient Tomb and be facing 6 on board to the Dolphy, so that would have been it, basically. However, we're going to Game 3. These players will have a chance to reassess. We saw basically what we expected on the green land side. Didn't really see sideboard cards beyond the 2 Dolphys on the Reanimator side, which is mostly what we expect, but we also wouldn't, there's 1 Engineered Explosives.
And
There's
an extra Brazen Bar.
Yeah, you couldn't tell which Brazen Borrower is which,
Exactly.
unless you specifically showed up and gave Nathan 2 main deck Brazen Borrowers and a sideboard storybook art one.
No, they're all the same.
Listen, sometimes, that's giving information to your opponents, but sometimes you just got to know for your own purposes.
I have done that before. I played a different type of mountain to see if it would be better as a mountain or a ghost quarter.
Okay. What was the conclusion? Did you forget all about it and just end the day and then
No,
realize?
the answer was ghost quarter was better, so I changed it for the GP I played in with Chromox Goblins in Extended.
Okay. That was an era.
Yes.
That was an era. So, no Chrome Mox here, no Goblins in this finals.
No.
Sadly.
Mox time is like Chrome Mox if you squint, right?
You still have me on camera, and I'm going to make another impassioned plea. I would like _ Goblin to show up in a Legacy League release.
I'm going to deny your request.
You have no control over this request, but I'm sure the people in control of this request will also deny it.
Yes.
So we are now 1 game away from giving away the championship ring and the championship trophy
All right.
and posting the championship photo.
Let's see if Nathan can go back-to-back. The full clean sweep, right?
Or if someone can finally take more than an unintentional draw, more than an unintentional draw of him this weekend. Again, Nathan has played yesterday and today, undefeated yesterday, undefeated today, both draws yesterday intentional, 1 draw today unintentional. That's, let me do the math, 15 wins and 4 draws.
That's kind
And
of
if you discount the
absurd.
intentionals, 15-0-1.
Yes.
Yeah. And honestly, if you were the perfect 16-0, that would have been cursed. You're not allowed to be 16-0. You would never win.
We've seen that happen before.
Yeah. You can choose whether the California or the New England version of it is your favorite, but you're not allowed to do that. Nathan with a Ponder and an Underground Sea to start off the game. It looks like we have full complete 7s to start this game from both sides, so we're going to see some high-octane magic.
I think from the mulligan position, it's more likely for the Landsec to mulligan than it is a Reanimator deck.
Yep. Nathan debating some ordering on these, it looks like.
I think we're going to draw Tameo, then Brainstorm, and try to flip our Tameo next turn.
Okay. Sounds good. Michael drawing for turn. We've got Once Upon a Time to kick things off. let's take a peek. You know, this card is as much of a loading screen as it is. A lot more fun than I remember it when we were last playing with it.
I think it's a lot less fun in Standard and a lot more fun in older formats, if I had to guess.
As it finds very macabre. So, Nathan, not going to be going down the Reanimator route.
Yes.
Or, well, we'll need a Thoughtseize to go down that route.
Sure. I think I saw a Mox Diamond and a Wasteland.
That would be a pretty strong start. But the problem, so we got to think this through, because if you don't really want to lead Mox Diamond as your first spell, because it can get dazed. So we lead with Urza Saga into the Mox Diamond, representing turn 2 construct tokens.
Yep.
Nathan, gonna let that resolve?
I think
Discarding the Wasteland.
But there's another Wasteland behind, I think.
Yeah, but we already played our land for the turn, Jarvis.
Yep.
So we are going to potentially change that, though, because we...
Was
Nope,
there an
no
exploration or
no
crop
exploration,
rotation?
it looks like. Might be a crop rot, though.
Yeah. If someone taps the Mox Diamond and then untaps it, do you read anything into that?
I think with Nathan's hand, you consider that you have it unlocked.
Sure.
So Tamio on the stack. Wasteland not using the stack, just entering the battlefield. Passing the turn. So, draw. I'm kind of interested in your time. Like, are you supposed to let your opponent have the saga, or is this reading into it and trying to play around the crop rotation?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
One of Nathan's best strengths, I think, is hand reading from his opponent.
Yeah, and so here, this is kind of interesting because this Wasteland forks your opponent on being able to make a construct versus saving the... Or if you use the crop rot, the saga is going to be unable to make a construct.
Yes.
So Nathan getting a clue, and it is Tamio time. Draw 3.
Ancestral Recall.
Yep. Time for the Planeswalker. So we'll put 2 back. Transform Tamio, tick it up to 4.
So if Nathan Wastelands, do you crop rotation or do you just make a construct to contest the Tamio?
Why would Nathan Wasteland instead of just passing the turn? Nathan should never proactively Wasteland here, right?
Sure.
You wait until your opponent
Okay.
takes an action, or you do it on upkeep.
Sure.
Because you have the same crunch on mana on upkeep.
Uh-huh.
Or, upkeep as opposed to draw step.
Sure.
Or if your opponent taps it, then you Wasteland it, and then your
Sure.
opponent can't use the crop rotation mana. Or you could also, if you are... You're probably afraid of the Saga 3rd chapter, but I was thinking that if you went for the Thespian stage, you also cut off the second construct.
Sure. Then
And-
you just have to contest whatever card comes out of the saga, but maybe that's okay.
I don't think it is, because right now what you've established is a Tamio.
Sure.
And then if that card's a Pithy Needle, then oops. Like, it's very different. You know, we've seen Nathan with the Tamio on 8 counters Pithy Needled. Very different scenario if it's a Tamio on 4 or even 6. Because if
Sure.
you bounce the Needle, you don't immediately get to Ultimate. So it looks like we're setting up every direction here. So Archon in Graveyard with the known Fairy Macabre, not a huge threat, but it just kind of... Yeah, I don't actually know if that even matters. Right? Because there's like no win. Like if you Thoughtseize, it's not like there's an instant-speed reanimate effect that could get it back. So this is the EOT construct. Nathan thinking about if it's time for a Wasteland or not.
It probably is.
I would think it is.
I think 2 constructs is just too many.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Also, it's not just 2 constructs. It's this construct is stuck at a 2/2 right now. If there are 2 constructs, this construct is a 4/4 with the Saga trigger as well, right? So we've got 1 mana. We got the boots. So it's a 3/3 construct.
I think that's... then the construct attacks for 3. It's kind of an awkward number to contend
Yeah.
with, right?
Awkward number to contend with. Also ward, not 0 here.
Right.
Especially if Nathan didn't bring in Fatal Pushes and his answer is Brazen Borrower.
It looks like we're forcing it.
Yep. So it looks like Force of Negation, exiling those boots.
Yep.
Still a 2-power construct. Still going to take Tamiyo down to 3, so this is going to, with the minus from the Tamiyo. So this is going to be a still a slower game, but Tamiyo taking up 1 a turn. Eventually we'll get there, but
That's
quite a
very,
ways
very,
from
very
eventually.
slow. And if
Yeah.
there are more artifacts, it falls apart quickly.
Right. So there's a so we got a Wasteland and a Boseiju, a Crop Root, a Macabre, and then 1 land that I have not quite gotten tagged on.
So the question is, do you Wasteland here or not?
Why would you not? Because you want a mana source for your stage so that you
Yeah.
have the threat of a potential Dark Depths next turn?
Yes.
Well, if you would not play the Wasteland, right?
Sure.
It looks like that might be another stage as the land, which is a sort of interesting land to have here. Yep. So second stage goes to Nathan's turn. Sort of an interesting thing. There are combinations where Nathan could flip another Tamiyo this turn. Oh, there's that Dothy. That's pretty good.
That's much better this game than it was last game, I think.
Yeah. Tamiyo to 5, pass back. And this Dothy, not that crazy of a clock. This is kind of an awkward spot where, like, the Archon's in your graveyard, so that if you minus Tamiyo, they get the target of the Tamiyo and the Archon out.
Yeah. So I think Michael was thinking about using a Macabre in response to Voidwalker, so it doesn't end up under the Voidwalker.
That doesn't seem... Why would it matter under
Yeah.
the Voidwalker?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, you can't... Can you recur the Macabre?
Maybe we're thinking about crop rotation in response.
Oh, okay. That's fair. So that the land's in our graveyard still for
Yeah.
a future loan.
And also the crop rotation doesn't get underneath the Voidwalker because that could matter.
I very much doubt that.
I
I guess it
think
could go
could.
for a Wasteland.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
that's a good point. That's a good point. So 2 mana. We're going to crop rotation, floating a colorless.
Is there-
Presumably...
Is there any reason to do this instead of just rotating away the tapped one?
Not that I can think of. So those resources are... Oh, it looks like this is under the Voidwalker, because we're in a spot
Huh.
where... No, so I guess did Nathan play a land this turn? Was there a potential for another land and some follow-up?
So since Nathan didn't play another land, I guess we want to develop Saga instead.
Yeah, so we got Tamiyo down to 4. This might actually be where you just trade off the Voidwalker for the Saga, right? I don't think you're allowed to let Michael have that Saga going.
Right. It depends a lot what is in Nathan's hand. 1 waste is gone.
2, crack the clue.
Maybe you draw waste naturally.
Yep. Doesn't look like it. Oh, you know what the problem is, though?
What?
You can't really crop rote waste here. Let me know when you see it.
Stage copies. Wait.
A stage copy Saga in response to
Yeah,
the waste.
okay.
That's really bad.
Huh. So what do you think you want to do here?
It's a good question. Okay, so we're just leaving that up. Okay. Okay, so we are going to...
Okay, so now do you do it?
Yes,
I think he's going
now
to do it.
you go
Yeah.
for it immediately. Okay, so there was the opening. This is the play that Nathan needed to set up, and this is what we see. So this
This is
looks
a very
like a
cool
stage
play,
activation,
honestly.
probably targeting the Saga.
Yeah.
We're taking care of the Saga here. So back to where we were at. Back to that kind of slowly ticking away parity on the Tamiyo. Nathan down on lands. We still have a ton of fetchables in deck, so this Boseiju is not going to get us anywhere.
I think that was very interesting. Michael could have prevented all of this by responding to the Voidwalker, right?
Yes. That was the key point here, and it looks like we're probably... Oh, that's huge. We're now at parity with the
Yeah.
Tamiyo.
That's a big deal. And there's a Wasteland, and what's the other card in hand?
The Fairy Macabre that we've had the whole time.
Oh, okay. So this game gets interesting. Oh, I think here's a common trick if you play a lot of lands. You should stage your wasteland first, then waste.
That was what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That was what we wanted to do.
I think Dave Long and I have done that the most, like basically cheesing free wastelands and to get into a position
Yeah,
where
Thespian Stage is a weird card.
Well, I once called it the Snapcaster Mage of the deck, which is kind of a weird analogy, but it is very, very powerful in the deck.
Yeah, it duplicates all your combo is duplicating a land, but it
Sure.
actually does duplicate all your lands. It
Sure.
can be a basic, it can have Saga triggers. It does some stuff. Okay,
If you actually misclick and copy other stages, it gains more and more abilities on MTGO.
That sounds terrible, Jarvis.
Yes, it is not fun. So Thoughtseize can clear Macabre. We have another land.
So Thoughtseize can clear Macabre, but Macabre will clear our Archon. So this is going to be an Atraxa game if we go anywhere.
Yes. And like I said before, that is a lot dicier than Archon Cruelty in this matchup, generally
For sure,
speaking.
for sure. But it looks like it's where we're at.
Yeah.
We know there's exactly one card. It did look like at one point there was an Entomb in Nathan's hand, but no Reanimate.
So what you could do here is you use Thoughtseize to clear the Macabre. Michael Macabre's in response. Like, he has to, right?
Yeah, you have to.
And then you can decide what to do with the Tameo, because now the Tameo minus is able to function, right? If there is actually an Entomb somewhere.
And I think that you get to tick up the Tameo this turn still,
Sure.
because even if your opponent draws an artifact, the Tameo ticks back down to 3, and you still have the cash in next turn. It would have to be like hard cast Bajuka Bog or something weird. So just looking through this from Michael's side, it looks like we're just so duplicated on everything that we're just taking the Ponder as like the card that sees 4 cards versus potentially like Brainstorm locking yourself.
Okay, a brick from Michael. That's good for Nathan.
Yeah, I think the only other thing that you could have chosen there was the Force of Negation. So, okay, so Entomb.
It's
we also
upkeep because you don't want to draw the Atraxa.
Right. We also potentially have access to the play that Nathan, I believe, used last round, where you can Entomb and then Tameo back whatever you Entomb for.
Yes.
Not probably what we're doing, but
Not this time yet. I think you need a little bit more setup before you can do that.
yeah. And notably, just peeking through the deck, we did see the EE, and we saw
Yes.
Consign. Okay.
Nope, that there was no Windmill Slam there. I'm sure if Nathan drew Reanimate, he could not cast it fast enough, right?
I think we might be cashing this Tameo. Okay. Tameo has been exchanged for some life in a Brainstorm. It's gained a lot of life this game.
Consigned to Memory came in. Interesting.
Yep. And a Brazen Borrower here too. So we are... If you're Nathan, yeah, you probably just want to clear those. So this is going to be a Forest Thespian Stage, so it can't just be wasted out under us. Draw.
There's a few good draws here. Actually, there's a bunch of good draws here. That's not one of them, though. I mean, it prevents dying.
No, it is actually, right? Because we have Stage Up.
Sure.
So there is no way this Atraxa kills us. That's the big deal.
Well, if we get Atraxa into play, perhaps we can set up like
Right,
a
but
bunch of threats, maybe multiple wastelands over the span of a few turns, right?
it's going to come down to what this Atraxa finds. It's not going to come down to the
And
7/7.
That's with us finding a way to make Atraxa. We don't even have that capability yet.
Did we? Yeah. Did you? Did you notice what happened there?
What happened?
That was that tap Mazavith. End of combat. I would like to untap my attacking construct token. Just a
That's-
little vigilance in there. Just sneak that in.
I'm not sure that matters very much here, but we left on top. Must be
Nope.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
That's the second best thing.
Murktide Regent.
Okay.
So that
Yeah, we're
makes
supposed to keep the stack, yeah.
progress. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here for that. It means that we're not dying to the construct.
Right.
So big Merc, just maxed 8/8.
Yeah. And Sage is going to copy Maze.
I would assume so, that you just move it in that direction, right?
Yeah.
Is there a reason not to?
I don't think so. So Nathan still has access to all of the reanimation effects, right? One has not been used yet.
One has not been used, but I don't know how many are left in library.
Sure.
Because we did sideboard.
So it's possible Animate Dead exited the deck.
Yeah, we probably have 4, maybe have 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like we have 2 mazes.
Sounds amazing to me.
Thank you, Jarvis.
You're welcome, buddy.
Draw for turn from Michael. Oh, uh-oh. All of these are bad for Nathan. Okay, that's
more
I mean, it's fair.
manageable.
Like, both players drew their cantrip and fired it off in the scariest situation for a 1-mana spell.
Nope. It's
Nope.
just a Boseiju.
Or Yavimaya. I'd rather have...
Yeah.
Is that true? Would I rather have a Yavimaya than the Boseiju?
Well, so
I think I'd
versus
actually...
Animate Dead, right?
Yeah, versus Animate, but also it constrains when Nathan is allowed to put a Wasteland on the battlefield.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a clean shuffle. None of those are reanimates. Brazen land, not going to do anything. I guess Brazen would allow us to make progress, but we want more progress than that. The reanimate, like, we have a window.
Well, you can't even make progress, right? Because there are 2 Mesa Vits. You need way more than that.
It is more progress. Oh, there we go. Here we go.
Okay.
10 cards.
10 cards? I mean,
2 ponders plus 2 draw. Like, that is so many cards.
just
Like, Nathan, like, you know, we can say top deck, but, like, I don't even know how many cards are left in this library at this point, and you've seen a lot of them.
it feels like around 30-ish.
Yeah, and so you probably saw a quarter of your library for
Yeah.
4 or 5 hits. You're pretty good shape there. So what do we got? We got, oh my gosh,
So
wow.
the Entombed
These are
Reanimates
some
now. What did they?
Dothy.
Yeah. So I guess we can make a pile of Dothies and win that way. And that also shuts off most of the engines from Michael, right?
The thing that I didn't quite check in this is, did we get a? It does not look like we got a Wasteland.
Right.
Yep.
Well, Nathan's down 1 waste for sure, right? If
The
not-
one that we used.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was tracking. So, choosing Dothy over the Borrower leaves us exposed to a Dark Depths off the top. I don't know if we're allowed to play around that. But
Yeah, maybe you're just in the mode where, like, well, we can't really beat much, and, like, you don't instantly die to the Lage because it cannot get protection from your creatures, so you can block it for a while. Obviously,
and
that's not
hopefully
winning.
and try to draw into this Brazen. But I think, you know what? Actually, I kind of want this Brazen. I don't think there's a significant difference between the second Dothy and a Brazen here.
Well, where's the first Dothy coming from?
The Reanimate.
Reanimate? Okay.
Yeah. Right?
Sure.
Oh, hold up.
Did
This
it
is
get-
not the game where there's a Reclaimer in the graveyard, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just double checking that
So
bit.
that would be much better to reanimate because you could just chain
Wastelands.
finding
Yep.
wastelands. It's very slow, but let me tell you something. Nathan's not going to miss plays like that. He plays a lot of MTGO Vintage Cube.
Nathan disrespecting the graveyard order. I'm gonna just leave it at that and just move on with my
Please.
life.
Yes, just leave it at that. I think he is debating the bar.
Well, the other option is that he could Entomb plus Reanimate for a Tamio, right? Is the Tamio still in his graveyard? Maybe. Okay, so we're keeping these 5. It's a pretty good haul.
Sure.
No reason to clear out the zeros right now, correct?
Right. And Nathan still has one other card in hand. I don't know what it is right now, but
Maybe it's another Borrower, which would explain why you don't need the Borrower
Sure.
from that pile. You just want the Dothies, because they're more efficient threats. And also have some other side tangible benefits of, like, your opponent's loams are one-shots.
right.
So, let's just talk about what's covered here in the future. We have a Consign. That'll cover an Urza Saga, because it'll
Correct.
counter the Construct token trigger. And realistically, all the 1 and 0 cost artifacts that are left in the deck don't really matter at this point. Right, because I don't think Cage matters. I don't think Needle really matters. So we're just casting the Dothy from hand. Just tracking. We probably have more fetchables in deck.
There's Island and Swamp left still.
Okay.
I don't know about 4th UC. Though
Nope, that's
there's
right
the 4th U- and second
Okay,
Undersea
so we just have
Sewer is
Island and
gone.
Swamp.
Okay. Well, it's a Scalding turn, so you have to get the UC to cast the Voidwalker.
Correct.
just tracking for Boseiju quarter purposes.
Sure. I don't think it's going to come down to that.
Yeah, just there's a lot of things that it could come down to depending on a lot of weird stuff.
Okay.
Like a third Mazavith can make this go on, or a third Thespian stage. For
Oh, why did you say that? This is gonna. There's a lot of defense up.
So the 2026. I would behoove the listeners. There was an old Magic podcast featuring, I guess, set championship, basically Pro Tour champion Sam Pardee, called the Filibuster, and I think this was the episode was called the Filibuster. The podcast is called Allied Strategies, and that feels like the most appropriate Magic reference for what is happening right now.
So the card of the day for that episode was Azor's Elocutors, which puts Filibuster counters on it.
Yeah, and no one is dealing combat damage, so that is exactly where we're going to be going. Oh, I guess that's a lie. Nope, there was a combat damage dealt with that Dothy. It snuck on in.
Yeah, because there were only 2 Mazaviths this turn. Next turn, the full Filibuster will be in effect.
Yeah, but there will be a 4th creature, and I think Nathan's debating whether the Tameo is actually going to kill Michael if it ultimates. But also how we get there. Yeah, this might, I think you... So we've used 1 Reanimate. This is the 2nd Reanimate. So there's 2 more Reanimates in deck.
Yeah. I mean, life total is a concern as well, theoretically. Well, maybe it's not. No, it's not.
Not with the EE on 0.
Do you play the E on 0 right now?
Looks like he is.
So what's the advantage of playing it now instead of saving it?
Good question.
3 mazes of Ith. Those Minotaurs are really confused.
Yeah. Oh, one kind of gross thing happening here is if Michael draws the 3rd Saga,
Yeah.
or alone, we have a lot of Sagas in a very fast time frame.
Yes.
So the advantage of playing it might be that in one of those scenarios, cutting off the diamonds actually gets us somewhere to stop the number of Sagas within a fast time frame. Maybe.
Well, I don't think so because you can tap the mazes of Ith for green.
Mm-hmm.
I think really the issue is 1 Saga will be such a huge problem because you can just also convert your
As we said.
stages to Urza Sagas, right?
Yeah. This is where the game gets out of control. So it's...
So Nathan did have a Brazen Borrower in hand.
Yeah. So we're gonna... Is this an all-out attack?
Yeah.
So we get a clue token.
Yes.
Oh, did we leave back both creatures?
No, everything attacked in all 3 mazes are
3
untapped.
mazes, yep. Okay.
Yeah.
And Nathan doesn't have...
Wait, so what happened? So we decided to only maze 2 things and leave 1 maze untapped. We got in the Void Walker damage through, so we can use that Thespian stage to start ticking Saga up.
Correct.
Yeah.
And now the other thing here, too, is that the Sagas are now disjointed on turns.
Yes.
So that the consign can't nab 2 Saga Chapter 2 triggers at once.
Well, a staged Saga is usually going to be disjointed, right?
Yes.
Okay. You cannot consign the copy. That is an activated ability.
Okay. Now, notably, there's now only 2 mazes that can only stop 2 creatures.
Sure.
And the question is, where do you stop on Saga tokens?
Where do you stop on Saga token? You mean for the engineer explosives?
I mean, for EE, but also moving the stage back to a Saga once it has the ability to copy.
Good question. I think here, since you don't really care about tutoring, as soon as it hits Chapter 2, I would probably convert it back to a forest.
And so, do you need to convert it to Chapter 2? Oh my goodness.
This is going to be... There are going to be a lot of pack rats soon.
Yeah. Nathan might just be putting this Brazen Borrower onto the battlefield to pressure through the mazes.
Yes. Because there's only 2 mazes now, so there's a potential you could just overwhelm with damage, use Engineer Explosives as a fog for 1 turn.
Yep.
But you have to do it before a Pithing Needle comes off of the Urza Saga, right?
Well, you can consign that.
Sure.
And this is the max number of stages that Michael can access.
One's in the graveyard, correct?
Well, one has the Dolphy counter on it,
Oh,
hanging
sure.
out up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is actually super interesting.
This is some classic lands can outgrind a blue deck given enough time, right?
But it's not clear that that's what's happening. So
Yeah.
those two are untapped.
Yeah.
We're going to take the clue because we just don't think we're getting attacked here. And I think Nathan might need access to all of his mana here, so we're not going to see a clue crack here. I guess they're probably just all going to get wiped by the EE.
Yeah.
So Construct.
Yes. This is kind of a close game now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
This is not how I expected things to end, but I'm here for it. So
there are 2 consign abilities on the stack, so you can consign both of them, correct?
yes,
Yeah.
because it is a game action to put the chapter counters on your saga.
Yeah.
It's not a trigger,
Yes.
and therefore the triggers are the things
Sure.
generated by moving to a chapter.
I believe the table judge was clarifying it because
Yeah,
saves
these
a
are
lot
the
of
hand
time.
motions
Yeah.
of like, okay, this is what's
Yes.
happening.
Yes. So Michael has priority first during his upkeep or during his main
phase.
with both Chapter 2 making construct on the stack, search for 0/1 artifact on the stack as well.
And actually, so there's a way you're supposed to stack this. You're supposed to stack it so that the chapter 2 resolves first here, because
Sure.
then you can force action from Nathan.
Yes. Did that happen? It's unclear.
Uh-oh. Are we tutoring? Okay, so we're just consigning one of the 2 triggers. Interesting.
So we
Oh,
only consigned the search
No,
trigger.
not interesting. Nathan's got lethal. If there's a second Brazen Borrower.
Wow. What a game. We just have a giant Air Force.
There we have it. Nathan Sawyer is your 2025 DMV Legacy League Invitational champion.
And Classic Champion.
And Classic champion. Just the weekend champion. Undefeated both days.
Wow. I
A
mean,
16-0-4 run. That's good. Those are good numbers.
I would say it's perfect numbers, you know?
Yeah, you could have taken less draws. You could have just beat more people along the way, but that's just greedy. You got to leave some points for other people.
Wow.
Yeah.
I did not expect the game to end that way, given... I wonder if we moved too early moving one of the mazes to a Urza Saga.
Possibly, but it's hard
But
to
the problem is you don't generate enough...
There's 2
Yeah.
Brazen Borrowers. Do
Yeah.
you play around 2 Brazen? Actually,
Well, there's 3 post-board.
but
But,
like you have to lose to 2 Brazens in
Yeah.
a row that way. Like, do you play around that versus moving the stage to a saga is how you actually win the game
Exactly.
and make progress.
I think the problem is if you wait too long, it's possible that too many wastelands show up or some...
Or
like,
your
other-
saga just like disappears.
Yes,
Like you're
exactly.
stuck with like you have to activate the stage to copy
Right.
the saga with the saga trigger on the stack, and then you're just in the same bind. So yeah, we're
All
gonna we're gonna stand up MT chair.
Empty chair will soon not be empty.
Yeah. And let's see. Nathan's gonna come in one of the ways.
Yeah.
And we'll be presenting him with the
A bunch of
championship
things,
ring.
right? And the trophy, right?
Yeah, and the trophy. Well, someone's gonna bring the trophy over
Yeah.
here. Actually, we're gonna let League Commissioner Ryan Freeberger tell us to present Nathan
Oh
with
my
the
gosh.
trophy.
That trophy is enormous.
I thought Ryan was coming over here with the trophy to present.
No.
League Commissioner can in fact
All
show
right.
up onto his stream whatever he wants.
Let's get Nathan in between.
Yeah, squeeze on in.
Welcome back. It's been
Yeah.
24 hours. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to a winner's interview. Maybe you've been to 1 or 2 of these before in the last weekend.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So, big congrats.
Yeah.
Congrats to Jarvis's cards.
Very lucky set of cards.
Oh,
yeah, very, very lucky, very powerful set of cards. Yeah, Reanimator.
No,
Hell of a deck.
this was awesome. The Reanimator deck played out very well. It was great.
Yeah, it's a good deck. It's a winning deck for a reason. Let's just start with all of the items. Let's start with the ring.
Thank you.
This definitely qualifies as the one ring to rule them all, I believe.
Right.
And then, where do you want to put that cup somewhere? It's going in the middle. Going in the middle. Okay, let's.
All right.
Let's move the ring. And there's some room between Nathan and Jarvis about here.
You need to take your trophy, though.
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
I will grab it.
Wow, look at this thing.
It's gonna cover me.
Yeah. So lift it up 2 seconds.
Yeah.
One Nathan's. I don't know if you go down or across the rows,
Probably
but one of these
down?
two. That's gonna be you. So
Yeah, it's going to be down.
Down. Okay.
Yeah.
We've confirmed down. League commissioner says down. Yeah. So you beat everything. It looked like you beat every single major deck in the format and every single minor deck in the format, pretty much. Did you play anything multiple times this weekend?
I played against Nadu 4 times this weekend,
That's
2
a lot
on
of
each
times.
day. I found that matchup really fun, actually, and interesting. That was
Okay.
like one of the matchups where I felt like both players had a lot of micro decisions that added up. I'm not going to lie, the top 8 matchups were very tough for me, and I'm obviously ecstatic that I came out winning them, but like the collection of the Taxes deck in top 4 that I played against and then lands in the finals was not something I think I was too prepared for. I have no practice playing against those decks anytime
Yeah.
recently either, so
So your top 8 today was, we're working backwards. We had lands, taxes, and then top 8 was mono red Stompy. Another extremely volatile, scary matchup.
oh yeah.
Then yesterday it was, is it Delver in the finals? Not Shops. Forge in the top 4. And then top 8 was, let me see if I can remember
I
this.
don't remember.
You were first seed and you played against.
Oh, I played against
Rain.
Stiflenought.
Yeah, Stiflenought.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where you won without reanimating. You just kind of bowmastered. Yeah, so that's 6 top 8 matches, 6 different decks. All the Nadu and the Swiss. Nadu had a pretty rough weekend this weekend, I think. But yeah, you changed a card. Was the Animate Dead good?
I mean, the Animate Dead came up like once or twice. It was, I mean, I think it's solid. I basically think that the flex slots in this deck don't matter a ton. Like, they're all very marginal. The core part of the deck is, you know, all your cantrips, the Thoughtseizes, the interaction, and your combo. And you have like 3 slots that you wish were Psychic Frog, 4 slots you wish were.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
They're in the deck because you have to play 60
Right.
cards, but not the other way around. Not sure what I would change, but I'm obviously not a Reanimator expert, so.
Yeah, I mean, are there any sideboard cards you would like to highlight as, you know, the old props and slops? Like, any sideboard cards that really carried versus which ones didn't?
I will say, I would not have registered EE if I had thought of a card to replace it with and told Jarvis in time to bring it. I think that the Barrowglyphs were quite good for me in a lot of my matches. I played against Mono Red twice today as well, and I mean, just in general, I feel like your mid-range plan is not great unless you draw like a good balance of these threats. Against Delver yesterday, for example, you guys saw like the Barrowglyphs really overperformed there. I don't know. Your sideboard cards are not that good, though, in general. Like, you just don't want to sideboard that much, is what I found. You're either going to sideboard into a mid-range deck or keep your deck mostly intact. And I boarded out Wastelands a lot, honestly. That was the one thing that I don't know if people are doing, but my intuition was like, I'm going to cut 2 to 4 Wasteland in a lot of matchups and, like, increase my threat density. So, yeah, that was one thing I did that I think was unintuitive.
That's pretty cool. And I guess to sort of sum up what you're saying about the sideboard mid-range threats, you're not just boarding them in to beat down. You're boarding them in because, you know, Barrowglyph is, like, very easily can carry a game on its own. But Dothy and Bowmasters have spots where their static abilities do that, and that's the spots where they're going to shine. Not the spots where you just, like, this is a 3-2, you can't block, I'm just going to attack with it a few times. Just because the rest of your deck, you're not, like, layered in any way. It's like you're going to attack them 7 times with a Dothy? Come on, that's not how Legacy works.
Right, and the cards are also not particularly cohesive together if we think about how the effects stack up. Like, sure, they increase your general threat density, but it's not like these cards form some sort of package when they interact with each other. You're just trying to make sure that you don't, you know, lose out on steam. So by the end of the weekend, I was not boarding in, like, 10 or 11 cards in most matchups or anything like that. I was keeping my reanimation package for the most part.
Which of the removal spells did you, like, were they playing individual roles between Bitter Triumph and Fatal Push out of the sideboard, or was there one that was carrying more weight than the other?
I'm kind of ambivalent about both of them. I mean, I think you need some mix of removal spells, but what those removal spells are doesn't really dictate very much about the games, and I don't have enough information to say what's better.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's basically your entire deck. Which of the decks that you played against this weekend, if you had to choose one of them, would you be playing?
Probably the Forge deck. It's kind of a boring answer, the Karn Forge deck. honestly, I just really enjoy getting to activate the ring like a million times and go off.
Yeah, they kind of don't let you do that anywhere else, and
No.
we'll see how long it's allowed to happen here. Could be a long time, could be a short time, who knows. Anything else about this run that you want to talk about? Because that's the decks, that's the tournaments. We could go through all the rounds, but it ends with I won every single one of them, except for the unintentional draw to start today. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the last few things I would say are that, yes, I did very, very well in the event, but I also felt like every single person was very, very, competent and proficient with their strategy. The people here show up every single week playing their legacy decks, and I played against every deck in the format, it felt like, almost. Like, every single round, I felt like I was at an information disadvantage where they knew this matchup in and out, and I sort of had to navigate. And, I think I played pretty well to end up winning both days, but I also think that there's a large part of this where, when you get really, really good at a specific deck, like a lot of the people that I played against today, they can realize a lot of the information advantage, like when they're sideboarding and making plans and such. And so I think the DMV area just has a really good group of players that perform at a high caliber in Legacy. So this was a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to the next one.
Awesome. Yeah, we will hope to see you back next year. I know last year you were in the booth.
Yep.
This year you showed up and just won the whole thing. Maybe a little better depending on who you ask. I don't know if Jarvis's opinions. And, next year maybe go for a repeat. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, it could have been Jarvis if he was playing his own cards, right?
Perhaps.
So-
Well, it's awesome to see this happen, but also even more awesome, we raised over $7,000 for Trans Lifeline. Super awesome to see. I'm glad you were here to be a part of it, Nathan.
It's awesome.
Yeah, awesome.
Great work to everyone on the team, too. Amazing
Yeah,
work.
we'll let you get to carrying the trophy and everything home, maybe seeing if your first trophy stacks in the second trophy. I don't exactly know the physics there, but good luck with the trip home at this point, because you had good luck with the rest of it too.
All right. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank
it. All right.
good
Take
night.
care.
Here, have a good night. Let me just, there we go, that one. And I believe that. No, Jarvis has decided to mute himself and depart. So, Jarvis, you're still on. Jarvis, we're
I'm
live.
still
We're
on?
live. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's call it a good night. Thank you to again our production crew. Thank you to League Commissioner Ryan Freeberger for doing all the very important work in organizing and making sure this happens. Thank you to all of the stores in the DMV area that chose to be a part of this, because it's this is how you have a legacy scene. You make tournaments that people want to go to so that they show up and play legacy tournaments, and then you have a legacy scene. That's as simple. That's how it works, right?
Shout out to everyone who was watching Twitch chat and people who donated to Trans Lifeline.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our wonderful judge staff. The tournament would literally not run without them. It wouldn't. That's just how it works. And thank you to all the players who showed up. The tournament would also not run without them. I don't think you can run a tournament with 0 players. They haven't tried
Correct.
yet. But couldn't do it without, I believe, basically 80 people on each day showing up and playing the best legacy they can. And, yeah, really great weekend. Great way to send it off. Thank you to our co-commentators. I believe Brian is already halfway back to Pittsburgh at this point.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. So I think we have thanked everyone in the room.
Yep.
And thank me for telling everyone that it's good night. We'll see you all later.
Good night.